This one's for Russ. I want my words to be as eloquent as the sound of a rattlesnake. I want my actions to be as direct as the strike of a rattlesnake. I want results as conclusive as the bite of the beautiful red and black coral snake. Jimmy Durham. From Columbus Day, 1983. Contents. Foreword. And then they build monuments to you. Introduction. A few thoughts on a book long overdue. 1. Remembering Bob Thomas. His influence on the American Indian liberation struggle. 2. Subverting the Law of Nations. American Indian rights and U.S. distortions of international legality. 3. The United States and the Genocide Convention. A half-century of obfuscation and obstruction. 4. Charades, anyone. The Indian Claims Commission in context. 5. In the Spirit of Gunga Din. A response to John Lavelle. 6. History in Service to Liberation. Ron Wellburn's Roanoke and Wampum. 7. Broadening Our View of the Penal Colony. Luana Ross Inventing the Savage. 8. Contours of Enlightenment. Reflections on Science, Theology, Law, and the Alternative Vision of Vine Deloria Jr. 9. Science as Psychosis. An American corollary to Germany's blood libel of the Jews. 10. American Indians in Film. Thematic Contours of Cinematic Colonization. 11. Distorted Images and Literary Appropriations. Gretchen Budley's Native American Representations. 12. Finding a Middle Place? Not in Joni Adamson's American Indian Literature, Environmental Justice, and Ecocriticism. 13. Kiziibia Benisik. A Bright Star, Burning Briefly. 14. The Ghosts of 9-1-1. Reflections on History, Justice, and Roosting Chickens. 15. To Judge Them by the Standards of Their Time. America's Indian Fighters, the Laws of War, and the Question of International Order. Appendix. Some people push back on the justice of roosting chickens. About the authors. Index. Foreword. And then they build monuments to you. Barbara Alice Mann. Being indigenous in the United States has never been easy, not a little because the settler script called for all the Indians of Turtle Island, North America, to have died politely in the first act of invasion. Our continued existence into the present is thus perceived as a deliberate affront to the established order, to be slapped down as hard and as often as necessary. The slapping continues into the present and, in the service of ethnically cleansing the ranks of intellectuals, it may even escalate into the gang slapping of a particularly pesky offender, as it did for Ward Churchill in 2005. Just why Churchill was singled out for sustained abuse is a long and tempestuous story, which attaches to forces substantially beyond individual personalities or the caprice of a news cycle. Instead, the dedicated character assassination of Churchill was orchestrated politically as a sort of demonstration project in intimidation, aimed as much at American dissenters, generally, as at Churchill, personally. The point was to head off at the pass any but the official settler version of the U.S. meta-narrative, in a preemptive measure to delegitimize not just indigenous but also any minority commentary, against the prospect of a future that will be less and less European as the 21st century wears on. Westerners will doubtless face a harder task in this now than they did in earlier centuries, because simply wiping out those annoying lower races is no longer socially acceptable. The burden has necessarily shifted from physical to verbal attack, which has morphed from a sort of warm-up exercise for physical violence into the primary modus operandi. This is the good news, for in such a contest, indigenous peoples are fully armed. As exemplified in this book, Ward Churchill can devastatingly wield his words as weapons. To aid in locating opposition bunkers, I have identified the 4 basic, Western tactics, as successively deployed, in verbal warfare. In order, the ploys are, 1. Amnesia, 2. Denial. 3. Minimization. 4. Hostility. Amnesia. Amnesia is always the first strategy, should any unpleasantness bubble up beneath the surface of an official story. This tactic requires little organization, since Euro-Americans are impressively adept at simply forgetting that any unpleasantness ever transpired. Choctaw scholar Devin Mihijua attributes the amnesia to the raw truth's violation of the settler myth of self, which prefers comfy to factual history. 1 Personally, I have wondered whether the general settler amnesia is genuinely hysterical in origin, a psychological defense mechanism against a reappraisal of self. Comfy history helpfully glosses over the criminality of Native American genocide as well as that of African slavery and, indeed, of the mistreatment of American others of any wrong ethnicity. It prevents students from hearing of the Chinese race riots in the 1880s and realizing with a jolt that the rioters were Euro-Americans who murdered helpless Chinese immigrants in the heat of the shamefully racist Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882. It keeps students from learning that Latinos residing on land seized from Mexico in the unprovoked Mexican-American War, 1846 to 1848, had been promised U.S. citizenship in Articles 8 and 9 of the 1848 Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, only to have had the deal yanked out from under them for over a century, should they have attempted to invoke the Article's guarantees. 3. Shushing such challenging facts as these worked for quite some time to preserve amnesia. For instance, in 1851 when the historian Francis Parkman published his Conspiracy of Pontiac, he detailed the disturbing fact that British commanders had deliberately distributed smallpox to the indigenous peoples of Ohio in 1763 during peace conferences at Fort Pitt. 4 The documents that Parkman had used unaccountably disappeared thereafter, so that settler historians were able to pretend for the next 158 years that no one could prove a deliberate distribution. This dodge held until in 2009, when I pointed to direct admissions in 2 official fort journals and a negotiator's report, along with 2 oral traditions of the deed, first published in 1912, all documenting the smallpox distribution and all missed in the post-Parkman sanitizing. 5. Of course, the settlers would rather discuss just about anything other than such facts, even to the point of forcing, instead, mind-numbing repetitions of catechisms about their founding fathers. Privileging dogma over data forfends any awkward discoveries, say, of the fact that most of the founding fathers were Indian-hating slaveholders, whose unsung reasons for mounting the revolution included the 1768 British Treaty of Fort Stanwix, which forbade any further encroachment on Iroquoian lands, and England's Mansfield decision, which cut off the slave trade in 1772. The dogma of amnesia now wears thin, however. I will never forget, during a class discussion of the Founding Fathers at the Constitutional Convention, one of my African American students mumbling, "Yeah. They found they were fathers, all right. There is calculation in the amnesia, as well. I am convinced that such fraught facts as those just canvassed, and there are many more, are why history is no longer taught in K-12 schools in the U.S., and only selectively taught in the universities, for they confer no glory on their perpetrators. Direct lies are no longer possible, yet truly told, American history would rip the veil of sanctity from the official story of the winning of the West, as Teddy Roosevelt phrased his 1889 celebration of genocide in the service of land seizure. 6 Movies, such as the star-studded 1962 hit, How the West Was Won, showcasing Roosevelt's take on the issue, will no longer fly, even though the old movies can still make settler lists of the 100 greatest Western movies of all time, 2011. 7. Sponsored amnesia has been pretty well broken through the careful documentation by non-Western scholars of the behavior of European settlers on Turtle Island. With official history assailed, its ramparts of amnesia cannot hold. The last hurrah of racist triumphalism is passing, even as I write, with the death throes of the Tea Party. What necessarily follows is a collapse of European pomp, as other stories, hard stories, unforgiving stories, unsettle the settlers. From his earliest work, Churchill was in the forefront of those successfully chipping away at settler amnesia, a deed his enemies have found hard to forgive. Denial. Once there is no longer any hiding from the unsavory facts of settler history, a strategy other than amnesia must be adopted. Denial works just fine, for a while, and in Churchill's case, denial prompted a full court press to insist that what had happened to Native America was not genocide. This effort cynically used the pain and the power of the Jewish show to shore up its shoddy arguments by wrapping itself in moral authority of the Jewish experience. Puzzling as it may seem today, with both historical and modern genocides being freely named and studied as genocide, heading into the 1990s, the mere suggestion that anyone other than the Jews of mid-20th century Europe had ever suffered genocide was ferociously repudiated as anti-Semitic. Every era has a name, the mere calling of which suffices to shut down any commentator, besmirching him or her to the point that rehabilitation is nearly impossible. In 1920, that name was nigger. In 1950, that name was commie. In 1980, that name was anti-Semite. Name-calling is a really efficient method of silencing an otherwise perplexing opponent, for once the era-appropriate slur is applied, the target must answer to the unanswerable name, nothing else is heard. Ad hominem attacks remain as handy as they are unethical for deniers. Thus, the move was on to label Churchill an anti-Semite, not for any untoward assertions he had ever made, let alone actions he had ever taken, against a people whom he had always pointedly defended. 8 He was smeared, instead, solely for his gall in having used the word genocide to describe what had happened to Native America. Painful as it may be to claimants of the uniqueness of the show, however, neither the experience of genocide nor the term Holocaust belongs exclusively to the 20th century Jews. In fact, the historical designation of Holocaust arguably belonged first to the 18th century Iroquois and was demonstrably used by the Iroquois in 1926 to describe their experience in the American Revolution. The Iroquois had been naming their experience the Holocaust since 1779, calling George Washington Ganondaganius, literally, he burns it, for ordering the cruelly complete destruction of Iroquois. 9 Washington certainly did order and rejoice in the destruction of the towns of Iroquois, 60 of them in upstate New York and 16 more in Pennsylvania, along with 4 Lenape-held towns in southeastern Ohio. 10 But translated as town destroyer, Ganondaganius omits the horrendous death, wrought mostly by subsequent starvation and exposure, that the conflagrations occasioned. It also avoids mention of the fact that, like Hitler, Washington was ordering the creation of Lebensraum, for Revolutionary War soldiers were being paid in warrants for Indian land, which had to be seized before the warrants could be honored. 11 This is the post-dramatic context of the letter from the Seneca chiefs, Gay and Twake, Cornplanter, Akiout, Halftown, and Niharantagoyo, Great Tree, to Washington in 1791, remarking that we call you the town destroyer, and to this day, when that name is heard, our women look behind them and turn pale, and our children cling close to the necks of their mothers. 12. In 1926, the Seneca scholar Arthur C. Parker used the actual word Holocaust, spelled Holocaust, in print to describe this Revolutionary War experience, finding it the most cogent English rendering of the Seneca term. This use of Holocaust, as Parker's section header for his discussion of Washington's ordered assaults on Iroquois, appeared a good 6 years before the first Nazi concentration camps opened in 1933 and well before the term Holocaust was generally applied to the show. 13. Moreover, a good decade before Churchill published A Little Matter of Genocide in 1997, other scholars, not all of them Native American, had openly used the terms genocide and Holocaust to describe what had happened to indigenous America. In 1987, Cherokee scholar Russell Thornton published American Indian Holocaust and Survival, followed in 1988 by Lyman Legters in an article on the subject entitled The American Genocide. 14 David Stannard's American Holocaust, published in 1992, and now a staple of history courses, did not mince words on the issue, but opened with searing chapters on the topic of the Native American genocide. 15 In 1993, The Eagle Clan, Osage scholar George Tinker in his Missionary Conquest, 1993, talked openly of cultural genocide. 16 The list could continue, but the point is clear. By the early 1990s, scholarly studies were intensively linking genocide and Holocaust with the Native American experience. By the time that Churchill's A Little Matter of Genocide appeared in 1997, attempts to deny that the settler invasion was genocidal had slipped significantly, yet as late as 2008 in Anti-Semitism, author Avner Falk held Churchill up as a veritable poster boy for anti-Semitism. In Avner's mind, because Churchill had used the term Holocaust to describe the 500-year genocide against Native America, Churchill was a racist Holocaust denier. 17 Had Avner but checked his facts, he would have found au contraire, that Churchill had been forthright in denouncing show denial, when that shameful debate was raging. Apparently, however, close enough is good enough in the practice of denial. Minimization. Once denial started looking laughably weak, Euro-American scholars migrated to minimization. This was not a new tactic, as I noted in 2009 in The Tainted Gift. Instead, it was a tactic practiced by Euro scholars, fidgety with guilty knowledge, from the turn of the 20th century on. 18 Once the sidewinding of land seizure had been rawly exposed in 1881 by social critic Helen Hunt Jackson in A Century of Dishonor, scholars began presenting the U.S. government as stuck in the bleachers, desperately wringing its impotent hands while watching the scene unfold. As historian Hiram Chittenden put it in 1902, the U.S. was simply powerless to save the Indians' lands from its rapacious citizens. 19 Yeah, sure, you betcha. That old dog no longer hunts, but the new and improved version of minimization from the latter 20th century is still dogging birds. This handy method insists that things were just not all that bad by rechristening invasion contact and chattering breezily about middle grounds. Yes, what happened in the Americas was smiley-faced contact, as two great societies, previously unaware of one another, discovered each other's cultures. This patter was not confined to fifth-grade social studies texts, either. Contact became a favorite linguistic sidestep used, for instance, throughout the 20 volumes of the Touchstone Smithsonian work, Handbook of North American Indians, particularly in Volume 4, entitled History of Indian-White Relations. 20. The handbook used the noncommittal contact terminology to frame its uncomfortable discussions in innocent-sounding ways. Europeans did not invade, but somehow just came into contact with the Indians. 21 Trade was not a way to run the Indians into land-stripping debt, but was used to provide the Indians with prestige items, including fancy clothing and glass beads. 22 Epidemic disease and abduction into slavery were euphemized as merely unfortunate consequences of contact. 23. This is the argument of European innocence, under which Europeans are first presumed innocent and next declared powerless to change anything, because their ethereal innocence in the first place prevents their puissance in the second. James Baldwin called out this sophistry as far back as 1963 in The Fire Next Time, but perhaps conservatives missed that book. 24. Notwithstanding Baldwin's analysis of the mechanics of the Innocence Project, disease as accidental became a favorite ambiguity. Jared Diamond was particularly active in muddying these waters, initially setting up his microbial argument of unintentionally spread disease in Chapter 14 of The Third Chimpanzee, 1992. 25 Returning to this theme in 1997, he argued hard in Guns, Germs, and Steel that epidemic disease had been inadvertently disseminated in the Americas. 26, as it happened, the same, blameless process that obtained in the Americas was also operative when Australia and Africa were Euro-invaded. The theme of European innocence thus continued unabated, but now presented as unassailable science. Diamond left unaddressed why all those harmless Europeans did not simply reverse the death toll by abandoning their schemes of invasion, probably because preventing indigenous death was never the point. The point of clever minimization was, instead, to show that settler design had never been in the mix, at all. No siree, Bob, everything was all the fault of those doggoned microbes doing their tiny dirty work, while the blameless settlers looked on, helpless to turn the tide of the Indians' biological fate. Notably, that fate had not budged 1 inch from square one. It was still the manifestly destined duty of Indians to vanish, making way for the biologically superior European. Beguiling as Diamond's elegant lift off the hook was for Euro-American readers, the fact remained that disease had most emphatically been distributed to the Indians with full intent to do harm, as Churchill maintained in A Little Matter of Genocide. Although he was heavily clobbered for having directed attention to the man behind the curtain, the documentation of disease as deliberately spread had existed in the archives all along, as I showed in 2009 in The Tainted Gift. Another prime minimalist tack was to focus histories on those brief eras during which indigenous lands were apparently still in contention. Zeroing in on the 17th and 18th centuries, Western scholars were able to present European and indigenous casualties in any fracas as roughly equal numerically, thus to write off the strife as mutual. This was, of course, deplorably false accounting, for the percentages of those killed show that indigenous populations were literally gutted in those affairs, whereas an ever-increasing number of apparently disposable European immigrants continually arrived to take the place of any fallen settlers. 27. This form of minimizing was pulled off brilliantly in 1991 by Richard White, in his book actually entitled The Middle Ground. 28. Under this approach, which conveniently ignores the rigged time frames and carefully managed areas of examination, Western scholars could pretend that the struggle for America had been fought between equal forces, each giving as good as it got. Settlers even gave each other awards for discovering as much. White won 4 prestigious awards for The Middle Ground: the 1992 Francis Parkman Prize, for Best Book on American History, the 1992 Albert J. Beveridge Award, for Best English Language Book on American History, the 1992 Albert B. Corey Prize, for Best Book on U.S. Canadian History, and the 1992 James A. Raleigh Prize, for a book on the history of race relations in the U.S. Although White did not also take a Pulitzer for The Middle Ground, his book was a nominated finalist for that prize in 1992. Alas for awards committees, it is only Euro-Americans to whom it comes as a shock that contact in the middle grounds of Native America constituted genocide. Why, in the 21st century, minimization continues to be required to soften that shock deserves some examination. In White Studies, reprinted in From a Native Son, Churchill fingers the ardently colonial bent of higher education in the U.S., which to this day marginalizes all non-Western subject matter. 29. Some folks call these margins ghettos, but ghettos are walled-up spaces in the midst of the mainstream, so that one can holler over the walls to people on the other side. By contrast, indigenous scholars are confined at quite a remove, in outright townships, from which to exit they must still obtain white-signed passes. The urge to minimize may also extend beyond the delicacy of settler sensibilities and into cold calculation. During a workshop that I conducted at Denver University in 2014, one student preferred hushing to exploring the topics of land theft and genocide. Someone might mention restitution, he said softly. When I responded at normal volume, "What do you have against restitution?" dead silence prevailed in the room. It was palpable. Notwithstanding some very clever minimizations, by the late 20th century, it was obvious that the slappies were running off the reservation, slapping back, and that the slappers did not like it, not one little bit. This has led to the final stage of cultural repression: hostility, teeth bared, fist curled, blood in its eye, burn at the stake hostility. Hostility. Cherokee elders of my acquaintance tell me that a leader is one who walks out front and gets whacked first. If whacking be the sign of leadership, then Ward Churchill is a leader. After a long history of Native American advocacy, in 2005, he was savaged by a gang beating that just would not quit. Oddly enough, even though his 2005 to 2009 whacking was ferociously ad hominem, it was not necessarily personal, for the settler establishment is as skittish as a fawning doe, easily frightened by its own fears into exaggerating threats and even taking action against phantom perils. Under these conditions, any indigenous leader who had challenged Euro supremacy as effectively as Churchill stood to have been targeted and was. Activist Russell Means, 1939–2012, of the Oglala Lakota, for example, survived 13 assassination attempts. 30 Churchill argued in 2005 that the settler irritability is more than just a bilious attack of nerves, being a long-standing suppression technique by which a dominant force legitimizes its control. First, power invents a non-existent threat, and next, it moves forcefully to forestall that ballyhooed threat in a public spectacle. This too cements the establishment's dazzling reputation for efficacy against evil at the same time that it demonizes potential insurgents. 31. Apparently, free-range Indians are just too explosive to leave lying about unguarded, so the US government had been guarding against Churchill since 1969. The spectacular whacking that began in 2005 needs to be understood as a culmination of a 36-year effort to neutralize him, for the Federal Bureau of Investigation opened its file on War Churchill on August 20, 1969, and has demonstrably watched him since, as files Churchill has obtained under the Freedom of Information Act, FOIA, attest. One was even sent by the Director, FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, himself, and captioned Ward L. Churchill, Bufile 100, 457301. See Figure 1. Bufile indicated a headquarters file, and the unredacted portion of the caption included SM, which, while it might also have been sadomasochistic, technically meant security matter. SAC stood for Special Agent in Charge. The numerical prefix 100 indicated that an internal security investigation was afoot. Churchill's main file number was 100 to 11,632, while 100 to 12,044 indicated intensification new left, and 105 to 2,711 stood for the FBI's notorious counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO. The rest of the mumbo-jumbo is still any non-initiate's guess. The cover sheet on the FBI's release of Churchill's files under his FOIA request was stamped May 25, 1989, and indicated that there were 462 pages reviewed pursuant to that request, of which but 285 pages were released. Thus, 183 pages remain withheld altogether. Moreover, every word of text on at least 50 pages of the material that was released was blacked out, along with roughly one-third of the overall text in the remaining 235 pages. No federal documents have been secured since 1989, but undoubtedly, Churchill's file has grown significantly since the FOIA release. Notably, all of this was collected against a man who has never in his life been charged with, much less convicted of, an act of violence. To be sure, he strongly advocates for indigenous rights, as well as the rights of racial minorities generally, and apparently that is enough to mark him as a peril in certain fearful minds, but there is no justification for the employment of COINTELPRO techniques against Churchill or anyone, which was why COINTELPRO was a secret program. Worse, the FBI's activities arguably generate more violence than they ever averred, often creating the appearance of guilt where there is none. Perhaps, that is the point. Figure 1. Churchill worried the government enough that agents in Peoria and/or Springfield, Illinois, covertly attempted to neutralize him in 1969 by claiming that he had evaded his legal obligation to assume active reserve status with the Army upon his discharge in 1968. Instructively, they did not inquire about his duties through regular military channels but instead went directly to the 113th Military Intelligence Group in Chicago, because the 113th was running its own illegal surveillance and counterintelligence operations against anti-war activists throughout the Midwest at the time, often in collaboration with the FBI and local officials. 32 This attempt to foil Churchill was itself foiled when the 113th revealed that, as a Vietnam veteran, Churchill was legally exempt from active reserve service. At this point, the FBI decided to turn Churchill over to COINTELPRO. Run by Hoover's FBI, COINTELPRO was in operation, illegally, between 1956 and 1971, when it was purportedly shut down. 33, activists have their doubts. COINTELPRO set agents provocateurs on hostiles, including Native American advocates, to disrupt and discredit their efforts. The terminology of hostiles is resonant for Native Americans, since the descriptor hostile, as attached to Indians, has been used as a pretext to justify settler attack on Indians ever since the first Englishmen arrived on Turtle Island. 34. Amid much redaction, the document subject misstated Churchill's first name as William, although later in the document, it was correctly given as Ward. The first page of the 1970 document states, William Churchill, in addition to being investigated in connection with New Left activities in the Peoria area, has been the subject of an inquiry in connection with report of SA redacted Milwaukee August 14, 70, captioned unknown subject, bombing of telephone exchange, electric substation and water reservoir, Camp McCoy, Wisconsin, July 26, 1970, Bufile 98, 46584. It is unclear whether falsely connecting Churchill to this bombing derived from the same sloppy field work as misstating his first name or was intended to help neutralize him legally by smearing him. No further action was taken against him in regard to the Camp McCoy bombing, in any case, because Churchill was not at all involved. The investigation of Churchill in this connection was apparently closed when, later in August 1970, agents concluded that the bombing had been carried out by 3 active-duty GIs, who were subsequently convicted of it. 35. The second page of this memo begins with 2 completely redacted paragraphs. The third and final paragraph, however, includes this key sentence: Springfield should be advised so that appropriate recommendations may be maintained for COINTELPRO action, which might neutralize the activities of this individual, meaning Churchill. Importantly, the document shows that COINTELPRO action against Churchill was authorized by Hoover, with several of the preceding and subsequent documents withheld in their entirety. Thus, it is impossible to determine what or how many federal actions were actually taken against him. Exhibiting standard indigenous cheek, instead of feeling intimidated, Churchill gathered up what official documents on COINTELPRO he could, and in 1988 with Jim Vander Wall, critiqued the FBI's shockingly illicit behavior in a sharp exposé, Agents of Repression, the FBI's Secret War Against the Black Panther Party and the American Indian Movement. 36. This book was followed in 1990 by the COINTELPRO Papers, Documents from the FBI's Secret Wars Against Domestic Dissent. 37. Both books were republished in 2001 in a series of South End Press classics. Anyone this hard to shut up seriously spooks the settler establishment. Churchill remained under continual surveillance from 1970 on, his file classified. A 2-page missive dated February 19, 1985, came from the Assistant Director in Charge, ADIC, at the New York Field Office. Sent to the Director of the FBI, then William Hedgecock Webster, the report stated that, this communication is classified secret in its entirety. Virtually all the remaining text was redacted, including the caption, so that its agenda was unclear, but it might have pertained to the FBI's having believed that Churchill was in Mexico City at that point, a date on which he was actually in Geneva, Switzerland. Going into the 1990s, assassination became an option for dealing with Churchill. Through a court-ordered release of documents following an ACLU lawsuit, Churchill's American Indian Movement, AIM, colleague in Colorado AIM, Glenn Morris, obtained a copy of the 2-document person file report on himself compiled by Detective Dave Pontarelli of the Denver Police, Intelligence Section. The second document in this file used information from a confidential informant, CI, and was labeled an incident file report. Although the names of Ward Churchill and Russell Means were redacted from Morris' FOIA copy, both Churchill and Means subsequently filed independent requests for all file material in which their names were revealed, thereby receiving copies separately from the one released to Morris. See Figure 2. The pattern of redacting the other two parties' names was followed in each case, but in combination with Morris's copy, Means and Churchill were able to reconstruct the unredacted names in the original, except for the name of the CI. As reconstructed, the file contained the following entry toward the bottom of page 2. 11, 22, 94, dead. Pontarelli reported that information was received from the FBI that a CI had information that Glenn Morris, Ward Churchill, and Russell Means would be the target of a hit arranged by the national members of AIM. This is an attempt to get Colorado AIM back in the fold with the national Indian agenda. The report indicated that Morris and Churchill would be killed and that Means would be injured. It was feared that the incident would happen at an Indian convention in Denver the previous week. None of the persons involved was seen at the convention. Figure 2. Although Detective Pontarelli had clear knowledge of a murder plot, neither he nor anyone in the Denver police contacted or made any known attempt to protect Churchill, Morris, or Means. The FBI was no less obligated than the Denver police to warn the trio of what was viewed as a credible threat of lethal violence against them. Instead, one or both agencies assigned observers to witness whatever happened at the conference. 38 Nothing happened, but only because neither Means, Morris, nor Churchill showed up at the expected location. Instead of warning the targets of their danger, the Denver Police Intelligence Section's files classified Colorado AIM as a criminal extremist G organization. G stands for gang in this parlance, although as the files reflect, Colorado AIM has never been accused or, apparently, even suspected of engaging in a criminal enterprise. Notwithstanding, the Intelligence Section intensified its surveillance of the group. The FBI seems to have gone much further than the Denver police, putting Colorado AIM under investigation as a terrorist organization. The basis for this classification is unknown, as the relevant files have not been released. 39. The criminal extremist G classification assigned to Colorado AIM seems to have been unique, yet Colorado AIM was hardly the only political organization in the Denver area scrutinized by the Police Intelligence Section. When the spy files were disclosed in 2002, it was revealed that, although the files on Colorado AIM were by far the most extensive, the Intelligence Section had also been keeping tabs on a range of other groups during the 1990s. In fact, files had been opened on 208 Denver area organizations and nearly 3,200 individuals. Groups included such unoffending outfits as Amnesty International and the American Friends Service Committee, i.e., the Quakers, none of which were shown to have been involved in any criminal activity whatsoever. Among the dangerous perps surveilled were Sister Antonia Anthony, a 74-year-old Maryknoll nun, and Helen Henry, an 82-year-old Quaker activist. The only thing many of the groups might have been accused of, or even had in common, was that each had voiced opposition to state or federal policies, at some point. In other words, they were guilty only of exercising their First Amendment rights, a matter which did not afford the police any lawful basis for having placed them under surveillance. 40. Although the revelations concerning these spy files supposedly signaled the end of political snooping by the Denver Police Intelligence Section, it should be emphasized that not only was no one ever charged for having run the illegal police operation, but many of those previously spied upon Colorado AIM members in particular continued to have been targeted for harassment. In retrospect, it is easy to see that the unremitting surveillance applied to Churchill, most of all. Prior to 2005, the primary strategy for unhinging Churchill seems to have been to convict him of charges stemming from his role in the ever-mounting protests of the annual Columbus Day Parade in Denver. The assumption apparently was that, if he could be locked up for a while, the University of Colorado at Boulder could use his conviction as a basis for revocation of his faculty tenure. The subsequent loss of status would then undermine the credibility of his future activities. The first effort to get at Churchill around the Columbus Day Parade occurred after protests had halted one in October 1991. At the subsequent trial in July of 1992, Churchill was one of the 4 ringleaders acquitted of all charges. 41. The much-anticipated October 1992 celebration of the Columbian Quincentennial in Denver had to be called off at the last moment in the face of a massive AIM-organized protest, thereby greatly embarrassing local authorities, and parades were not resumed until 2000. Colorado AIM correspondingly resumed its protests, and the city of Denver, while still targeting those it saw as key agitators, shifted to a policy of making mass arrests in an effort to quell their resistance. The city was forced to dismiss all charges twice, beginning in 2002, before Churchill and 7 other ringleaders of the protest were finally brought to trial in mid-January 2005. To the dismay of their enemies, all 8 were acquitted on all counts, with Churchill defending himself pro se, although the other 7 had retained lawyers. One of the prosecutors was later quoted in the Rocky Mountain News as crediting Churchill's testimony and courtroom tactics with having been the deciding factor in the acquittal of the 8.42. In 2001 and again in 2003, while the Columbus Day strategy was still in process, the golden alternative of Little Eichmann's presented itself, although it would not emerge into public consciousness until 2005, after the Columbus Day strategy was conclusively dead. If Churchill was acquitted in mid-January 2005, on the protest charges, then in early February 2005, the University of Colorado at Boulder undertook to hector him openly for the comments of 2001 and 2003. Using this pretext, the university removed him from its teaching faculty in 2006 with the intention of finding a pretext on which to fire him outright, a feat it ultimately accomplished in 2007. In this effort, there was a seeming confluence of interests involved, both national and local. It was in that respect a perfect storm propelling the astonishingly intense and sustained feeding frenzy on the part of the mainstream media in Denver. Churchill surmised that, among the principal motives was the goal of utterly destroying his credibility as a potential defendant or witness in any future court actions. The odyssey began unnoticed in the immediate wake of the New York's World Trade Center attack of September 11, 2001. In the emotional whirl immediately following the Twin Towers collapse, the media was inviting commentary on the event by soliciting writers, literally right and left. Like many others, on September 12, 2001, Churchill offered his take on the fall of the towers in Some People Push Back, on the justice of roosting chickens, the subtitle an allusion to Malcolm X's famous response to the Kennedy assassination, that chickens come home to roost. Citing the 500,000 Iraqi children who had died needless deaths as the result of U.S. actions since the close of the First Gulf War, 1990 to 1991, Churchill noted that those chickens had just come home to roost in a very big way. 43 This was hardly a new critique by Churchill, who had been decrying the U.S. war drive against Islam since 1990.44. Between 1991 and 1996, well over 500,000 Iraqi children under 12 years of age are estimated to have died of malnutrition and readily curable diseases as a direct result of the U.S. orchestrated and enforced sanctions. 45 Among other things, after the First Gulf War, U.S. sanctions had prevented Iraq from obtaining certain medicines and foodstuffs, as well as the materials necessary to repair or rebuild its infrastructure, water purification and sanitation facilities, for example, causing great suffering to the Iraqi people. 46 Madeleine Albright, then U.S. ambassador to the United Nations and subsequently Secretary of State, sought to justify the attendant mass death and misery during a Leslie Stahl interview on 60 Minutes in May 1996, saying that if it accomplished U.S. policy objectives, then the price is worth it. 47. In 1997, in A Little Matter of Genocide, Churchill indicted such unilateral U.S. actions against Iraq as the massacre of retreating Iraqi troops and the post-war bombings, as cynically motivated by economic and political considerations, not by any high-minded concern for democracy. 48 Thus, in his 2001 response and his 2003 book, Churchill was revisiting the topic of designer genocide that had been carried out continuously since 1991, albeit largely unremarked by ordinary Americans, under the Bush I, Clinton, and Bush II administrations. In Some People Push Back, Churchill expanded on his theme by stressing that those planning the long-standing bombing raids on Iraqi targets had had their office in the trade towers. Both the CIA and the Department of Defense, DoD, maintained offices that, together, encompassed some two-thirds of the space on the 25th floor of the building known as World Trade Center 749. In describing the functionaries of the CIA and Department of Defense as they targeted who was to be bombed and when, Churchill used the phrase Little Eichmanns. Adolf Eichmann had been the hands-off, logistical architect of the death camp roundups and deportations for Nazi Germany. In 2001, Churchill's usage of Little Eichmanns not only passed without hysteria, but was also republished in his 2003 book, On the Justice of Roosting Chickens. 50 Far from a Public Roasting. This book received an honorable mention for the Gustavus Myers Award for Best Writing on Human Rights for 2003. Churchill's major argument had pertained to the rules of engagement regarding aerial bombardment, as articulated by the U.S. government during the First Gulf War. General Colin Powell, General Storeman Norman Schwarzkopf, and other high U.S. officials, military and civilian, routinely justified their pinpoint bombings of Iraqi hospitals, schools, and other civilian facilities on grounds that the Iraqi government had deliberately situated its command and control infrastructure in those buildings. 51 On the one hand, if those choosing the targets of the U.S. air attacks sat in the towers, then the U.S.'s own rules of bombardment made the entire complex a legitimate target. On the other hand, if military siting did not make civilians a legitimate target in the U.S., then how could it have ever made civilians a legitimate target in Iraq? If these legitimate targeting premises were so very reasonable, Churchill mused, were Americans then entitled to bitter complaints when precisely the same rules were applied to them? Churchill contended that, if Americans did not like the prospect of being treated in a manner identical to that in which they were accustomed to seeing their military treat others, then they needed to reconsider a few things. In particular, they needed to ensure that the U.S. military valued the lives of enemy non-combatants no less highly than those of Americans. Churchill recommended an insistence upon U.S. compliance with the international laws of war, which prohibit the targeting of civilian facilities as objectives. The International Committee of the Red Cross agrees, saying in 1987 that the laws of war do not provide any justification for attacks which cause extensive civilian losses and damages. Incidental losses and damages should never be extensive, emphasis mine. 52 If Americans refuse to agree to these rules, then they, too, should be considered fair game, Churchill argued. Ignoring such ethical and logical conundrums, U.S. officials instead hurried on to term the Iraqi civilian casualties collateral damage, rather than real human beings with families, hopes, and dreams, all blown to bits because they happened to be in the targeted schools, hospitals, and domestic facilities. The psychological screening of obscurantist diction is magical, and luckily, the DoD did not have to invent new diction on the fly in 2003, for collateral damage had been in place since the First Gulf War. Despite the military's best efforts to minimize collateral civilian casualties, the DoD moaned in July of 1991, some collateral damage and injury did occur. This was because the government of Iraq located military assets, personnel, weapons, and equipment, in populated areas and adjacent to protected objects, mosques, medical facilities, historical/cultural sites, in an effort to obtain protection for its military forces. The U.S. just had to bomb these facilities, for military supplies were stored in mosques, schools, and hospitals in Iraq and Kuwait. 53 Thus was the responsibility for killing civilians offloaded onto the Iraqis. At the same time the civilian casualties were dehumanized as mere collateral damage. Native Americans have had a long and painful acquaintance with this sort of wiggling off the hook to bathe in the light fantastic of innocence. The standard indigenous response has been to expose the tactic in all its naked malice. The 18th century Lenapes, for instance, called it out, warning those with less experience of the settlers than themselves that the long knives will, in their usual way, speak fine words to you, and at the same time murder you. 54 Long knives did not just indicate the Virginia militias, but all the land speculators, financiers, timber companies, and other exploiters among the settlers, who lusted after Indian assets. Churchill was coming out of this indigenous space when he referred to technocratic core at the very heart of America's global financial empire who were inhabiting the sterile sanctuary of the Twin Towers. 55 His intention was to name just how many of those who profited from clearly immoral acts worked in the towers, including all those international trade and finance technicians, brokers, and corporate attorneys busily maximizing profits, and their own commissions, while knowing full well that it was achieved by imposing mass immiseration and truncated lifespans on whole populations of others, worldwide. Churchill concluded that, individually, these technocrats were desk murderers every bit as much as those targeting the bombs and cruise missiles. 56 In the aggregate, they were symbolic of a systemic reality commonly referred to as globalization, although Churchill preferred simply to call it imperialism. Whatever the term, it quietly generated precisely the sort of carnage that indigenous America had experienced, and still experiences, but with an efficiency never before seen. For Churchill, the system was not especially different in substance from that envisioned by the Nazis during the post-conquest era of their thousand-year Reich. 57. Preserving that system, Churchill held, is the fundamental task harnessing both the U.S. military and veiled entities such as the CIA and NSA. It follows that, given the complexity of its reach, the soft technocracy is far more significant than the military technocracy. He argued that the desk murderers hiding behind the mask of supposedly harmless free trade should be called out, or at least called by their right name. To date, very few of them have been called to account, because the propaganda engines shifted into overdrive to proclaim their inherent innocence as mere agents of commerce. Thus, we once more circle back to James Baldwin's critique of putative innocence as powerlessness. Notably, equivalent claims of innocence did not spare Nazi collaborators from prosecution in the 1945 to 1946 Nuremberg trials. 58. Importantly, unlike Dodd's spokesman, Churchill took care to humanize the collateral damage of September 11 by exempting the true innocents in the attack from excoriation: children, custodial and janitorial staff, food service workers, secretarial and clerical personnel, emergency responders, sightseers, and random passers-by, as well as, perhaps, a few homeless folks who had sought refuge in the tower's basement. By no reasonable method could Churchill's technocrats have stretched to them. Lost in the heat of media hysteria, however, was the distinction Churchill had drawn between the technocrats and the innocents, as the media screamed that Churchill had styled everyone in the towers little Eichmanns. The long knives never have much appreciated being called out, but luckily, they have long since learned how to deflect such prickly critics as Churchill. Killing the messenger usually works, hence the ensuing media frenzy, not over Churchill's actual argument, but over his diction in using the term, little Eichmanns. Churchill did not, however, coin the term. Along with related analogies to the good Germans, who denied responsibility for the consequences of Nazism on grounds that they were merely obeying orders, terms such as little Eichmanns have been clichés in casual usage since World War II to ping banal bureaucrats acting in prosaic ways that result, indirectly but quite predictably, in the systemic infliction of serious injury to others. During the late 1950s, following the work of Hannah Arendt and others, Edgar Zodiac Friedenberg was reputed to have uttered the term creeping Eichmannism to explain the spread and ever-growing institutionalization of such attitudes and attendant behavior as the banality of Eichmann's death-dealing bureaucracy. 59 Subsequently, the term was adopted by other scholars concerned with the same issues, not least by Noam Chomsky in his widely read 1967 book American Power and the New Mandarins, and, a couple of years later, Neil Postman and Charles Weinberger in their Teaching as a Subversive Activity. 60. The formulation little Eichmanns is perhaps best known for having been twice used by the anarchist philosopher John Zerzan in defending Ted Kaczynski, the so-called Unabomber, several years before Churchill applied it in the context of September 11. 61. The term has, however, a far longer and more expansive pedigree. It was certainly in common usage by the early 1960s, a matter readily attested by its use in a noticeably Churchillian manner by historian John Dornberg in a 1961 book on the psychosocial implications of Nazism. 62 In 1964, Oliver Walker used it in Kaffirs Are Livelier, a book on apartheid South Africa. 63 By 1981, in a book review by Richard Schickel, a regular Little Eichmann had even made its appearance in the pages of the New York Times. 64 It is worth noting that Schickel's review was of Earl Shorey's The Oppressed Middle, Politics of Middle Management. Schickel was thus applying the term in very much the same sense and to much the same cast of characters as Churchill had been in. Some people push back. A sampling of just a few others who employed the term Little Eichmanns before and often long before Churchill includes social philosopher Lewis Mumford, poet and sexton, psychoanalyst Ralph Greenson, and genocide scholar Eric Geldbach. 65 Moreover, independently of any reference to Churchill, scholars Michael Schwartz and Deborah C. Comer have recently quoted M.W. Jackson's 1988 description of the numerous Little Eichmanns surrounding Oskar Schindler during the Nazi genocide. 66 Most striking of all is the fact that the term Eichmannism is used to explain the perils integral to bureaucracy in the current edition of a standard college textbook, Political Science, an Introduction. 67 With national emotions running amok, however, none of this context mattered. Churchill's historical arguments, grounded in the First Gulf War, his social commentary in noting that Islam had been styled an official enemy of Christendom since the Crusades, his appeal for the Twin Tower attacks to be viewed in the sweep of that history, his adoption of an oft-used sobriquet all went for naught. What was pulled forward, and all that was heard, was the quip about Little Eichmanns, and the media, ever in search of a lip-smacking controversy, was none too scrupulous about reporting it in context. The right-wing press, especially, devolved into in a perfect feeding frenzy that rivaled the thrashing of piranhas in a virgin kill zone. 68 To this day, authors continue running with scissors, cutting Churchill's comment about Little Eichmanns from its intended context in 2001, oblivious of its cliched status and ignoring its long history of print usages, to present it as a unique coinage meaning something other than what it did. 69 Instead, proffering no citation other than popular gossip, authors continue to castigate Churchill for the phrase, as if the term Little Eichmanns had been coined in 2001 and Churchill had intended it to encompass the child victims of September 11. Even those who acknowledge what Churchill actually meant by Little Eichmanns, including those in agreement with his premise, tend to misattribute the term's coinage to him, as did Phil Rockstro, for instance, in describing it as Ward Churchill's much scorned, career purge-inducing but nevertheless accurate phrase. 70 Even true believers on a mission have a duty to honesty in citing Churchill's thesis accurately and responding to the arguments he actually made as opposed to some media-induced illusion of what he said. Perhaps, as an Indian, Churchill should already have realized that Iraqi life was not nearly as valuable as Euro-American life, and thus 500,000 dead Iraqi children would not fly as a critique of U.S. actions. 71 If surveillance and assassination plots had not already alerted him to the fact, then the supervening mess at the University of Colorado at Boulder certainly brought it to his attention. In pursuit of Churchill, in February 2005, the university's interim chancellor Philip DeStefano put together an ad hoc committee, which proceeded to investigate every last word that Churchill had ever written, even going to the ridiculous lengths of reviewing documents he had written as a student. 72 One spurious accusation after another was lobbed, impelling Churchill to resign from his chairmanship of the Department of Ethnic Studies in 2006 to devote all his time to self-defense. In 2011, the Colorado Council of the American Association of University Professors, AAUP, published an exhaustive, 2-year investigation of Churchill's case, ultimately publishing a 135-odd-page report detailing the deviousness and even outright fraudulence of the charges against him. The AAUP not only found that Churchill was not guilty of any of the scholarly offenses of which he had been convicted by the CU committees, but also that the university administration had systematically rigged the process while its committees deliberately suppressed, distorted, and in some instances literally falsified evidence in order to create the necessary appearance of wrongdoing on Churchill's part. 73. Notwithstanding the facts, matters heated to the point that the United Kituwa band of Cherokee Indians distanced itself from Churchill after having invited him to enroll in 1994.74. Although the Kituwas never disenrolled him, its rabbiting gave Churchill foes yet another cudgel with which to whack him, largely because federal recognition is poorly understood in the U.S. by non-Indians and even by some Indians. Indian enrollment was one of those prophylactic measures presciently taken to insulate the West from the rest. Under the infamous Allotment Act of 1887 and its associated regulations, federal recognition of Indians was cooked up as a benefits determination for receiving allotted land from, of course, what had all been Indian lands. Upon receipt of their allotted land, people were expunged from the rolls in what the Commissioner of the Bureau of Indian Affairs characterized in 1905 as the final solution to the inconvenience of Indian existence. 75 The scam assigned federal recognition to just 1/3 of the 300,000 Indians who defied their elders to sign up. 76 The 300,000 was nowhere near the head count of all living Indians at the time, either. Nevertheless, the Dawes rolls were gotten up, guessing at the quantum of Indian blood of each enrollee, based on the same racist pseudoscience under which Hitler's Nuremberg laws parceled out racial identity to Jews in Nazi Germany. 77 This is why the non-treaty people of the East characterize governmental enrollment as federal recognition. The resultant Dawes rolls are a gift that just keeps on giving. Today, a century and a quarter later, the federal government is still able to use those knowingly fraudulent rolls to divide and conquer living Indians. The federal recognition originally cooked up as eugenics today allows the government to refuse to listen to the descendants of those Indians capriciously rejected from the Dawes rolls. The minority still enrolled is now pitted against the troublesome majority left out in the cold, punished by the government, which still withholds from them its imprimatur as real Indians, against the moment it might need to neutralize indigenous critics as not federally recognized. 78 After the bandwagon dumping on Churchill by the Kituwas, the Churchill haters had the final pleasure of disparaging him both as an Indian and as a fake. Life does not get much better than this for bigots. Unbowed, Churchill promptly sued the University of Colorado at Boulder. At trial in 2009, even in Colorado, where public sentiment was leaning toward lynching Churchill at dawn, the jury rejected the university's case. The upshot of its slipshod investigation was that Churchill won his lawsuit on April 9, 2009, when finding exactly as did the AAUP upon real examination of the facts that he had been wrongly dismissed, with his free speech rights massively violated. Because Churchill had argued throughout the trial that he was looking for justice, not a monetary reward, the jury awarded him just $1 in damages. 79. The permission granted by the fraud attacks on Churchill after the Little Eichmann's comment went viral in 2005 brought America's white supremacists out of the woodwork, showing what the attacks on Churchill had really been about, all along. Not only Churchill but his wife, a non-Indian who had not been involved in the brouhaha in any way, received death threats. The harassment intensified to the point that a professional bodyguard volunteered his services to Churchill. Having long despised ethnic studies, racists also seized the opportunity to flog the university's entire Department of Ethnic Studies, DE. Not only faculty, but also students of the program became the targets of racist threats. The menacing grew so intense, that on April 25, 2005, the DE faculty wrote an open letter to the Colorado Board of Regents, protesting the attacks and defending its right to exist. The open letter included an 8-page sampling of the emails it had been receiving by way of illustrating the disgraceful attacks being mounted on all sides. The messages were breathtakingly hateful, homophobic, and racist, as these representative excerpts show. 80. To Churchill's wife. Subject: How squaw bitch. Tell Chief Ward wigwam, look like pale face who want to be red face is disgraced. Why don't you both come on a tour of the East Coast when you do your little stop in New York? We'll go out and have some fire water. On an unrelated note, is it possible for Indian givers to give Indian burns? To the Department of Ethnic Studies. Subject: Ward Churchill is a dickhead. I must laugh at your so-called college department. Tell Ward, my ancestors killed a lot of Indians and I'm proud of it. To Churchill, personally. Dear Ward, why don't you take a silly-ass Muslim name like Mohammed and wear a diaper on your head? 2. Ward. Churchill sick. Your people are a lazy bunch of scum. I am a 52-year-old son of the people that have made this miserable patch of ground called America the greatest force of good in the world. As a native of Colorado, I will force you to become a piece of trash in the dustbin of history with the rest of your ancestors. 2. Ward Churchill. Hey Chief, the 7th Cavalry is coming after your worthless ass. 2. Ward. Churchill at colorado.edu. What I would like to know is why you liberal commie sick scumbags in this country hate it here so much. Why the fuck are you here? We are sick of you liberals running this country. You are a sick MF and hope you friggin' get anal cancer from your homo students. 2. Ward Churchill. Subject: please read. Dear Squanto/Crazy Horse. If America is so evil, why don't you get the fuck out of here? I suggest you leave this campus, leave this country and go preach your bullshit in Saudi Arabia or where else there are sand niggers, because you will be put to death. And many people would be happy. 2. Ward Churchill. I don't give a fuck, me and you, my man, let's get it on. Me and you M/F. Jungle nuts coming sick your way, sweetie pie. 40 calories, 9 mil, AK-47, 50 calories, H2H, how you want it, IT will be shoved up your red ass the world to see. 2. Ward Churchill. Subject: commie pinko bedwetting left-wing long-haired faggot. Given my way, you'd be throw into a dark cell for 10 years, then execute you after that, you homo. P.S. You may be interested in knowing that my godson has killed over 30 ragheads, destroyed 15 tanks and 10 Toyota pickup trucks from his F-18. The sweet nothings continued, ad nauseum, but the reader has the gist of them by now. Monuments. In his remarks of May 15, 1918, to the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America, Unionist Nicholas Klein summed up the process of civil struggle, invoking one final stage that goes beyond my own list. And, my friends, in this story you have a history of this entire movement. First they ignore you. Then they ridicule you. And then they attack you and want to burn you. And then they build monuments to you. 81. Whether Klein was right that today's turmoil will end in monuments to Native America remains to be seen, for, being vastly outnumbered in their own land, Indians have only the clout of moral authority. So far, moral authority and Churchill's dollar will not buy any one cup of coffee. Starbucks may not be the issue, however. I have made it a point for the last several years of asking every indigenous elder I encounter whether they have any knowledge of just who invited the Europeans over in the first place. It is the dangdest thing, but not one has had any tradition of having issued the invitation. Worse, the Europeans have been very bad house guests, and the hosts are getting restless. Today, with the doctrine of discovery not only revealed as the wretched rationale for invasion that it always was but also condemned by the United Nations in 2009, the indigenous push of the 21st century is toward an emphatic decolonization, one that boldly challenges the right of Euro-American settlers to 82. Rest easy in their sovereignty over the land. Retain the right to recognize who the indigenous peoples are. Continue fouling Turtle Island with the rip-and-run economics of environmental desolation. Maybe there will be a monument to this agenda. Introduction. A few thoughts on a book long overdue. I write what I like. Steve Biko. 1969. This one's been a long time comin'. More precisely, it's nearly 10 years overdue. Wielding Words Like Weapons, the second volume of my selected essays, composed of material published during the decade 1995 to 2005, should by rights have come out no later than 2006, and was even announced as forthcoming in that time frame. That being so, its tardiness rather obviously had nothing to do with problems finding a publisher willing to handle my work. Nor was I suffering the least shortage of material with which to assemble the volume. If anything, precisely the opposite situation prevailed. The period at issue having been perhaps my most productive in terms of writerly output, my quandary at the time and still, for that matter, arose from the bittersweet necessity of selecting from an overabundance of otherwise deserving candidates only those essays that might be accommodated within a book of roughly 500 pages. The delay derailment might be a better way of putting it was of course precipitated by the concerted attack launched against me/my scholarship toward the end of January 2005 by the full spectrum of U.S. doctrinal enforcement, from the Fox noise machine and its cohorts throughout mass media to a raft of Republicratic officials on the order of Colorado's Cro-Magnon then Governor, Bill Owens, to the mainstream intelligentsia in its veritable entirety, to a centrally coordinated torrent of spontaneous vitriol spewing from the depths of Euro-America's bottomless pool of mentally jackbooted louts in waves of boilerplated emails, and on and on. The onslaught, summarized and contextualized quite well by Barbara Alice Mann in her foreword, will not be further belabored here apart from the observations that being targeted in such fashion was a fascinating, in many respects validating experience, and that the matter will be taken up in my forthcoming but as yet untitled third volume of selected essays, spanning the decade 2005 to 2015. It must nevertheless be acknowledged that certain effects of the Ward-Churchill controversy upon the book at hand have proven well nigh unavoidable, and not only by way of its protracted postponement as I waited through a couple of years' worth of hearings before academic tribunals, the composition and comportment of which were worthy of Roland Freiler, one prepared for the month-long 2009 trial of my lawsuit against the University of Colorado's Board of Regents for firing me as an act of political retaliation, and thereafter commenced a lengthy series of appeals after the judge vacated the jury's unanimous verdict in my favor. By the time the case reached the U.S. Supreme Court, which declined to review it in early 2013, I'd already moved to Atlanta and was mired in the demands attending any such transition. Suffice it to say that only in the past year have I been in a position to resume my actual work at a level resembling that at which I was operating prior to 2005. Meanwhile, the process of being used by those in charge and their minions to illustrate the ongoing currency of Eugene V. Debs' 1918 observation that it is extremely dangerous to exercise the constitutional right of free speech in the U.S., a country then as now offering itself as the planetary exemplar of liberty while perpetually fighting to make democracy safe in the world, too has served the purpose of appreciably altering the priorities by which I'd have originally selected the lineup of essays contained herein. All things being equal, it would never have occurred to me to incorporate the blog posted "Some People Push Back," for instance. As evidenced by its emergence as the ostensible catalyst of the free speech firestorm in which I found myself engulfed in early 2005-3, however, what I'd written had clearly registered a solid hit upon those I view as being precisely the right parties. This in itself prompted me to reconsider the extent to which I'd previously discounted the piece. In effect, both the nature and sheer volume of the collective whine emitted during the controversy, especially as manifested in demands that I retract or, more accurately, recant the truth as I see it, for simply ensured a diametrically opposite result. Embracing, as I did and do, Debs' principle that he'd 1,000 times over rather be a free soul in jail than a sycophant and coward on the streets, and his corresponding refusal to say anything that I do not think, 5 calls for my prosecution on charges of treason or sedition served mainly to confirm me in the view that I was obliged not only to include some people, albeit as an appendix, but to do so in annotated/amplified form. 6 My decision in this regard was strongly reinforced by threats that I'd be subject to what Mumia Abu-Jamal described as the academic equivalent of a death sentence 7 or assassination of the more literal sort 8 should I fail to take it back. This being so, also including the ghosts of 9/1/1, the much more thoroughly developed follow-up to Some People, while it might or might not have secured a niche in wielding words as I first conceived it, now seems essential. So, too, the lengthy survey on U.S. war crimes and patterns of national self-exoneration/denial titled To Judge Them by the Standards of Their Time. Several others in this vein might well have been added, but doing so would place far too great an emphasis on only one of several interrelated themes pursued in my writing between 1995 and 2005. Even including the last essay mentioned has required that I significantly diminish the weight I originally intended to place on material addressing the eugenicist construction of identity imposed upon/internalized by American Indians under U.S. colonialism, 9 retaining only the newly postscript in the spirit of Gunga Din on that important topic. Still, in selecting the contents of this volume, I've sought to provide a representative survey of my interests and resulting work during the period at issue, beginning with 3 essays subverting the law of nations, the United States and the Genocide Convention, and Charades Anyone. Focusing upon the ongoing refusal of the U.S. to comply with the rule of law whenever doing so might prove in any sense inconvenient. These might of course be rightly viewed as compliments to some people, ghosts, and standards, although Charades in particular delves into the question of internal colonialism and may thus be seen as linking up with in the spirit of Gunga Din as well. The same can be said with regard to Remembering Bob Thomas, my testimonial to the man who first applied an internal colonial framing to the situation of American Indians, and whom I was lucky enough to have been able to count among my mentors before his passing. Contours of Enlightenment is also a testimonial, this one to the late Vine Deloria Jr., another mentor, and in his case, a longtime friend as well, whom I consider to have been among the leading intellects of his generation. There were any number of vectors of Vine's acumen, notably with respect to law, religion, and the music of Gene Autry, upon which I've drawn over the years, perhaps none more so than his penetrating critiques of the array of mythologies bound up in anthropological and other canons of Western science. Hence, my inclusion of science as psychosis, not only on its own merits, which I believe are more than sufficient to warrant a birth, but as a tribute to Vine's influence, and because of the obvious relationship between the sort of scholarship it dissects and popular misrepresentations of indigenous people. The latter dovetails quite nicely with American Indians in film, a culminating exposition of ideas I've been exploring in successive iterations since the late 1970s with regard to the cinematic dimension of U.S. colonialism on the domestic front. Point 10. Casting Hollywood in this light of course ties my analysis of Tinseltown's grotesquely distorted and dehumanizing depictions of Indians to those in which I deal more directly with the issues of colonization and genocide, while offering a glimpse of my pedagogy as well. As I said, the themes I pursue are invariably interrelated. This, to be sure, is true of Kiziibia Benisik, a recounting of the life and death of my late wife, Leah Renee Kelly, the only matter about which I experienced a certain trepidation at taking up in the present context. In the end, however, several people whose judgment I trust convinced me of the importance not only of including something substantive to reflect the work I've done on the genocidal effects of the Indian boarding schools or residential schools, as they're known in Canada, but that the atypically personalized approach I'd taken in this essay might be especially effective in rendering the costs of its ongoing perpetration more tangible. Thus, despite my lingering queasiness at the self-revelation involved, we'll see. Finally, as was the case with From a Native Son, the volume of my essays in Indigenism selected from the decade 1985 to 1995, I've opted to include a handful of book reviews for, to be exact, and only partly because I've long made a practice of publishing such items on a regular basis. More compellingly, since I've always treated reviews as vehicles upon which to address issues noticeably broader than the relative merits of whatever book I might be assessing, their presence herein allows me to at least partially fill several thematic holes. The disproportionate rates at which American Indians are imprisoned in some areas of the U.S., for example, in the range of material I've otherwise selected for Wielding Words. Besides, I've always appreciated referrals to useful books, especially those that remain little noticed, and to be cogently warned against those that amount to no more than an additional layer of New Age trash. A further reason for including a few reviews is to complete an illustrational continuum, showing how in this minor form, no less than in formal essays, words can and should serve as weapons. The key in this regard, as I see it, is simply to call things by their right names, without equivocation. To quote none other than U.S. Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia, words have meaning. And their meaning doesn't change, 11 or at least not into the veritable opposite of their original meaning. Hence, genocide is genocide, not ethnocide, ethnic cleansing, or any of the other euphemisms employed by responsible scholars to connote supposedly other and lesser crimes. Point 12. By the same token, colonialism is colonialism, not something else, and will not have arrived at the post-colonial until colonialism is actually abolished, everywhere and in all forms, and racism is racism, not mere prejudice or anything as innocuous sounding as bias. This is to say, among many other things, that those who lend their proficiencies to the systematic immiseration of mostly darker-skinned others for purposes of profit maximization/personal benefit are and will always be the psychological/moral equivalents of Adolf Eichmann. Arguments to the contrary, irrespective of their relative degrees of crudity or elegance, are, to borrow again from Justice Scalia, pure interpretive jiggery-pokery. 13. A mode of denial rendering the purveyors actively complicit in the perpetuation of genocide, colonialism, racism, and all the rest. This, by the way, most certainly includes Scalia himself, a flagrantly reactionary jackanape invested with endless streams of argle-bargle and ramalama-ding-dongery, a circumstance increasingly exacerbated by an apparent degeneration of his cognitive abilities, a la Alzheimer's. While none bear responsibility for a single word I've written, and less still for the manner in which I've written it, a number of people have been influential in shaping the thinking inscribed in Wielding words. Salient among them, for reasons already mentioned, were Vine Deloria Jr., Robert K. Thomas, and Leah Renee Kelly, all of whom are gone now. So, too, my elder brother, Russ Means, as well as my friend and co-conspirator, Bob Robideau, my stepfather, Henry Debo, Bud, to those who knew him, his wife my mother Marilyn, and my great-aunt, Bonnie Favret, née Allen. I miss them all, and will do so always and dearly, along with Saji, Kenny Kane, Nilak Butler, Philip Deere, Bill Kunstler, George Manuel, Roberta Blackgoat, Mary Dan, Jack Forbes, John Mohawk, Ed Burnstick, Wallace Black Elk, Severed Young Bear, Aaron Two Elk, Fool's Crow, and the noble red man himself, Matthew King. The years have inevitably taken their toll, and the AIM circle of which I was part is now mostly a sometimes wistful memory. Yet, as it must, the struggle continues. Among those continuing it to whom I owe various debts of gratitude for their intellectual inspiration and personal support, thanks goes especially to Barbara Alice Mann, and not only for the excellence of her foreword. Another round goes to my wife Natsu Taylor Sato, our daughter, Akila, and her husband, Jed. Others include the Old Woman Bear, Sharon Venn, Michael Yellowbird, Carrie Dan, Moana Jackson, Glenn Morris, Tink Tinker, Tony Beltham, Rob Williams, Jim Page, Jimmy Durham, Simon Ortiz, Christos, Hananike Trask, and her sister, Millie Lonnie, David Stannard, Roland Christian, Wazi Yatawin, Angela Wilson, Ben Whitmer, Rob Chanat, Josh Dillabaugh, Enrica Whitebird, Irene Watson, Mike Ryan, and Jim Vander Wall. My appreciation as well to Ramsey, Stephen, John, Gregory, and the other folks at PM Press for their enthusiasm, perseverance, and a job well done. Ward Churchill. Atlanta, June 2015. 1. Remembering Bob Thomas. His influence on the American Indian liberation struggle. The Indian picture isn't any blacker than it always was. It is just that American Indians are trying to do something about their problems and injustices. They are speaking out more and making their wishes known. Maybe a new day is dawning for the Indian. Robert K. Thomas, Indian Voices, 1966. Although Robert K. Thomas was known primarily as an ethnographer and cultural anthropologist of considerable stature, his interests and activities transcended all boundaries conventionally associated with those fields. Stan Steiner, for one, went to some lengths in recording Bob's involvement with organizations like the National Indian Youth Council during the 1960s one, and careful students will discover not a few explicitly political treatises published under his byline, mostly appearing in the American Indian activist venues of the day, papers like Indian Voices and ABC, Americans Before Columbus. 2 On the scholarly side of things, too, he was known to make such excursions into what has today come to be known as applied anthropology. His essay Powerless Politics, for example, published in the winter 1966-67 edition of New University Thought 3, a small circulation academic journal produced at the University of Chicago, is known to have had a significant impact upon the leadership of the fish-in protests of the Puget Sound in 1967, 4 occupation of Alcatraz Island in 1969, 5 and 1972 Trail of Broken Treaties. 6. It is one of the latter cluster of writings, also published in the 1966-67 issue of New University Thought, that I believe may turn out in the end to have been the most influential of all his many endeavors. The essay, entitled Colonialism, Classic and Internal, was short, more a tentative probing of ideas than a finished piece of scholarship. 7 Yet for me, and for many of those with whom I've worked over the past 2 decades, it has assumed a decisive conceptual importance in terms of our understandings of ourselves and what it is we're about. 8 Perhaps predictably, perhaps ironically, many of those most affected by it at this point have forgotten or were never really aware of the article itself. By the same token, it is certain that Bob himself was, by the end of his life, both amazed and to a large extent perplexed by the directions in which some of us have taken his seminal perspective on the nature of the American Indian relationship to the United States. Most likely, he was also a bit frightened by certain of our prescriptions as to what should be done about it. The concept. What Bob Thomas accomplished in this one brief excursus was to redeem an entire classification of socio-economic and political relations seemingly denied to analyses of the Indian condition in the U.S., one which appeared to have been permanently foreclosed by passage of the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 1541, 15, or Blue Water Requirement, as it's often called, in 1960. According to the UN definition, a situation of colonialism can be properly, and legally, said to exist if, and only if, one nation directly and as a matter of policy dominates the social, economic, and political life of another from which it is physically separated by an expanse of open water. 9 In such instances, the dominated nations are construed as being absolutely entitled to relief from their circumstances under international law, and, should their colonizers prove reluctant to comply with legal requirements in this regard, the colonized are accorded the right of pursuing decolonization and self-determination by any and all means available to them. 10. In contrast, nations dominated by others to which they are contiguous, or within which they are encapsulated, are cast by Resolution 1541 not as colonies per se, but as minority groups domestic to the dominating power. While such populations are guaranteed, or conceded, a certain range of rights under international law 11, both the type and extent of these rights, and the means by which they may be lawfully pursued, are very much constricted when compared to those acknowledged as inhering in overseas colonies. 12 This is to say that the self-determining rights of national minorities, to borrow the vernacular of Marxist-Leninist discourse, are sharply circumscribed if not foreclosed altogether by an offsetting legal imperative of preserving the territorial integrity of states, irrespective of how this territory was obtained. 13. Indirectly, and in the somewhat homey style that was his trademark, Bob pointed to the obvious. In effect, he argued that while the definition of colonialism at issue might be adequate to describe the traditional form marked by historical empires such as those of France, Spain, and Great Britain, most of which had passed or were passing into oblivion by the late 1960s, 14 it plainly failed to address the realities underlying a number of other readily observable phenomena. Accepting the reasoning embedded in Resolution 1541 would, for instance, force one to conclude that the Poles and French had been somehow transformed into minority groups by virtue of the World War II Nazi conquest and occupation of Poland and France, both of which were/are contiguous to Germany. 15 Obviously, any such conclusion would be absurd, and is universally recognized as such. No one questions that France remained France, and Poland Poland, after the German invasion/occupation of each country. Hence, no one questions the rights of the Poles and French to liberate themselves from German rule. 16. Why then, Thomas asked by implication, should the situation be perceived as different for a host other nations, those of American Indians, for example, which can be readily shown to have suffered entirely similar processes of conquest and occupation of their homelands at the hands of contiguous aggressors? If it walks like a duck, and talks like a duck, goes the old adage, it's probably a duck. All evidence, blue water notwithstanding, combining to suggest that American Indians suffer exactly the same kinds of domination and exploitation as, say, the Algerians under French rule 17 or Congolese peoples under the Belgians 18, and for most of the same reasons, Bob concluded that the concept of colonization is as appropriate to describing the circumstances of indigenous nations within the U.S. as it is to describing those of the country's more easily recognizable colonies abroad, Hawaii, the Philippines, Puerto Rico, Guam, American Samoa, the Marshall Islands, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. 19. To make his concept immediately comprehensible, he offered a formulation in which colonialism might be viewed as a system divided into two overarching types or categories. Classic would be the descriptor used to designate those colonies separated from their colonizer by open ocean, internal the term used to define colonies appended to or incorporated directly into the territory claimed by the colonizing power as constituting its home turf. Arguably, the lineage of the formulation might trace to Antonio Gramsci's 1926 essay on the Southern Question. 20 Although it's a virtual certainty that Bob was unfamiliar with it, and thus arrived at his position independently. 21. It's also possible that he was in some sense influenced by the armed struggle mounted by Basque insurgents from the mid-1950s onward to liberate their homeland from its forced incorporation into Spain, although he neither said nor wrote anything suggesting that this was so. 22 A much better case can be made that Bob was aware that the thinking of black activists like Stokely Carmichael was following a trajectory similar to his own on the issue of colonialism, and that the effect was to some extent galvanizing. 23 Certainly, the indigenous intelligentsia of which Bob was part considered Carmichael's position significant, as was remarked by Vine Deloria Jr. in his landmark Custer Died for Your Sins in 1969,24 and discussed more thoroughly in his We Talk, You Listen a year later. 25. All that aside, Bob's notion of internal colonialism, applied as it was to the specific context of American Indians in the late 20th century, has yielded a powerful analytical utility to those of us seeking to decipher the peculiarly convoluted relationship of the federal government to North America's native peoples, and how this relationship has caused Indians in the land of the free, despite our nominal retention of land and resources sufficient to make us the wealthiest single racial/ethnic population aggregate on the continent, to experience literal third world levels of impoverishment. 26 By the mid-1970s, the idea of American Indian reservations as colonies had taken firm hold among a number of scholars exploring questions of Indian rights. 27 Even elements within the government itself had to some extent admitted the validity of the premise, with the U.S. Civil Rights Commission publishing a major study of conditions among the Dine, Navajos, titled The Navajo Nation, an American Colony. 28 A whole new understanding of native North American context was beginning to evolve. Applications. A perhaps even more significant effect could be found within the milieu of Indian political activism, of which Bob was himself a part, that had emerged in the wake of Afro-American initiatives in the Deep South during the 1950s and 60s. Many were jolted by the implications of his argument away from of their tendency to struggle only for civil rights within the federal system, thus inadvertently reinforcing U.S. contentions that Indians and Indian affairs should be properly understood as integral parts of itself. 29 By 1971, there was an increasingly militant trend manifested mainly but not exclusively through the American Indian movement, AIM, to concentrate on rights obtaining under the proliferation of treaties with indigenous peoples, by which the U.S. had acquired possession of the bulk of its continental land base between 1778 and 1871.30 through their de-emphasizing of civil rights in favor of treaty rights, which by both U.S. constitutional and international legal definition pertain only to nations, never to minority groups. 31 AIM and like-minded organizations, in common with many reservation traditionals, adopted a vision of Indian prerogatives falling well within the rubric of decolonization, or national liberation, as it's often called, inherent to Bob's position. 32. In substance, AIM, sometimes described as the shock troops of Indian sovereignty, 33 demanded that the treaty implied rights of American Indian peoples to the status of nations completely separate and distinct from the U.S. be respected. This status, in turn, legally entitles native nations to reassert full control over their lands and other resources, determining for themselves the forms of their own political organization as well as the nature of their relationships to other nations, in a manner free from restriction or coercion by the U.S. 34 To the extent that exercise of these prerogatives by Indians was/is hampered or denied, AIM insisted, the United States stands in violation of international laws requiring decolonization as a universal norm, and provides native people with a legal footing upon which to pursue extraordinary methods of compelling U.S. compliance. 35. AIM's stance, punctuated during the early to mid-1970s by instances of armed resistance to federal authority. 36 quickly linked American Indian rights issues to the well-recognized decolonization struggles of other peoples around the world. Consequently, 1974 saw the founding of the International Indian Treaty Council, IITC, often referred to as AIM's diplomatic arm, created to handle liaisons with other national liberation movements and supportive governments on a global basis, and to take the matter of Indian treaties before the United Nations. 37 The latter objective was attained in 1977, when IITC was able to bring about a conference on native rights attended by representatives of some 98 indigenous nations throughout the Americas and conducted at UN facilities in Geneva, Switzerland. 38. By 1981, the results of this initial hearing had been translated into the establishment of a formal United Nations Working Group on Indigenous Populations, lodged under the UN Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, and charged with conducting annual hearings and undertaking a comprehensive study of the conditions in which native peoples exist. 39 As well as a study of the nature, extent, and status of treaty relations between UN member states and indigenous peoples. 40 The working group's ultimate mandate was from the outset to collect the information necessary to predicate a universal declaration of the rights of indigenous peoples by the General Assembly in 1992. 41*. In turn, all of this practical political ferment stimulated, rather naturally, a rapid expansion of the theoretical beachhead Bob had achieved by being the first to openly and coherently apply the concept of colonization to American Indians. In short order, other radical Indian intellectuals/scholars John Mohawk, Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz, Jack Forbes, Rob Williams, and Jimmy Durham among them 42 began to explore ways of adapting the work of such major anti-colonialist thinkers as Frantz Fanon and Albert Memmi to the Native American setting. 43 The door was thereby open to utilization of related concepts such as the dependency theory articulated by Eduardo Galeano, and theories of underdevelopment deployed by Andre Gunder Frank and Walter Rodney, among others. 44. This last has led to the forging of an understanding that the notion of internal colonialism must itself be subcategorized into two discrete domains or spheres if it is to adequately reflect the realities experienced by Indians and other indigenous peoples. One domain involves the subordination of many of the smaller nations within Europe itself: the Basques, Catalans, Scots, Welsh, Frieslanders, Magyars, and a number of others as part of a process of consolidating status structures desired by the European subcontinent's dominant peoples. A particularly fruitful investigation in this connection was Michael Hector's in his 1975 book, Internal colonialism 45, and there have since been a number of useful contributions. 46. The other sphere consists of a settler state variety of colonialism wherein populations exported from Europe first subordinate indigenous nations overseas, occupying the natives' land in behalf of one or another European state, then wrest their own national independence from that state, decolonizing themselves, a matter anchored in their continuing colonization of the native people whose land they occupy. 47. It is, of course, this post-colonial type of colonialism which afflicts American Indians and other indigenous peoples such as the Inuits and Kanak Maoli, native Hawaiians, in the U.S. and Canada. Settler state colonization is, moreover, the presiding form of domination suffered by numerous indigenous peoples elsewhere, notably in Northern Ireland, Southern Africa 48, Australia 49, New Zealand 50, most of Latin America 51, and Palestine. 52. Alternatively, as in the Soviet Union and China 53, South and Southeast Asia 54, and much of Africa 55, the substance of settler state colonialism is visited upon smaller indigenous nations by large and thoroughly Europeanized regional peoples striving to replicate the forms of Western-style statist consolidation after the departure of the European colonizers themselves. 56. So pervasive was the circumstance that in a global survey undertaken during the late 1980s, cultural geographer Bernard Nietzschmann determined that of 122 armed conflicts underway at that time, 97 involved the efforts of one or more indigenous peoples to repel campaigns by states to place or maintain them in positions of internal colonial subjugation. 57. While it goes without saying, or should, that a number of these conflicts were spawned by the presumptions of states embracing capitalism. 58. It should be emphasized that as many or more have resulted from attempts by regimes adhering to the principles of Marxism-Leninism, all of them purportedly anti-imperialist, to nullify the inherent rights of indigenous peoples within their domains under such rubrics as internationalism and socialist unity. 59. Prominent examples include foreclosure upon the prospect of a Hmong Free State by the People's Republic of Vietnam during the 1960s and early 70s, and the Sandinista attempt to forcibly integrate the Miskito, Sumu, and Rama peoples of eastern Nicaragua, to say nothing of their lands and resources, into the country's broader, westernized, society and economy. 60. In both cases and many others it was, as AIM leader Russell Means remarked, simply the same old song of Euro-supremacist colonization of indigenous peoples. 61. Or, to quote Bob with regard to the Sandinistas, colonialism's colonialism, no matter who's engaging in it. 62. Those truths duly recorded, it must be emphasized that the typology of colonialism Bob was instrumental in creating, that is, a schema delineating not only the classic overseas variety but the internal and settler modes as well, has proven essential to apprehending the phenomenon as it has actually existed, and as it continues to manifest itself, rather than in a manner convenient to post-colonial theorists and other obfuscators/defenders of the colonial status quo. 63. Probably most significant in this regard is that Bob's conceptualization of colonialism has provided those who struggle against the ongoing exploitation and oppression of indigenous nations a vernacular with which to give shape to their motives and aspirations in a manner more readily comprehensible, albeit not always especially palatable to those steeped in the traditions of Marxism, liberal progressivism, and other such thoroughly Eurocentric solutions. 64. Concomitantly, it has done much to foster a worldwide and growing sense of commonality and unity among indigenous peoples, a matter signified in part by establishment of the IITC in 1974, the World Council of Indigenous Peoples, WCIP, a year later. 65. The earlier mentioned Indian Summer in Geneva in 1977, 66, and, to a somewhat lesser extent, the Fourth Russell Tribunal in 1980. 67. By the early 1970s, this had already begun to congeal into a collective sense, in contradistinction to the schematic of three worlds popularized by the 1955 Bandung Conference. 68. Of there being a fourth world, an underlying indigenous host world atop which each of the others had been constructed. 69. Well before 1980, while terms like irredentist were often employed by our critics on both the left and the right, it was becoming increasingly common to describe those of us pursuing the Liberation of indigenous nations as indigenists, our outlook/agenda as Fourth Worldism 70. A legacy. Altogether, it could seem a bit much to suggest, as I may appear to have done, that alterations in thought and action as profound as those sketched above should have accrued from a single abbreviated essay published in an obscure journal in the United States. Indeed, any such explanation of what is described herein would be grotesquely simplistic. My point, then, is not that everything that has happened since is somehow directly attributable to a few pages of text produced by Robert K. Thomas. Instead, my thinking is that colonialism, classic and internal, represented what Herbert Marcuse once described as a breach of false consciousness, an insight, the appropriateness and explanatory power of which can provide the Archimedean point for a more comprehensive emancipation of thought and action. Such breaches typically occur on an infinitely small space, Marcuse concluded, but the chance for change depends upon the widening of such small spaces. 71. Before Bob wrote that little essay, Indians were by and large groping about for ways to make sense of what it was that had been happening to us throughout the 20th century. After New University Thought published his piece, enough of us could put a name to it to find our voices, and thereby to begin moving in a constructive direction. A dynamic was unleashed which undoubtedly surpassed anything he might in his wildest imaginings have envisioned when he sat down to write what was on his mind in 1966. The small Archimedean space he crafted has been expanded beyond all recognition. Change has certainly occurred because of it, for better or worse, and it will inevitably continue to occur for some time. Quite possibly, things have gone in a direction very different from whatever it was he originally desired to see come of his work. That is often the fate of those who give birth to a new and different approach to understanding. Indication that Thomas may not have been entirely comfortable with the conclusions reached by some of his politico-intellectual progeny was brought home to me one night in the mid-1980s when we sat together in a San Diego bar during a lull in the annual Western Social Science Association conference. He, ever the senior scholar, promptly broke the ice by inquiring into the nature of my research. My response, and mention of the fact that his essay on colonialism had had an especially deep influence on me, provoked an outright interrogation. As I summed up, as succinctly as I could, what I'd been thinking and why, and what I was doing to try and put the ideas into practice, he fixed me with a somewhat baleful eye. "You'd have to dismantle the entire goddamn United States of America to make that work," he grumbled. I conceded that this was true. "Well, then," he said, glaring ferociously, "you're just about the most dismal son of a bitch I ever met." Startled, I inquired as to why that might be. "Because," he replied, "if that's what it takes to win this thing, we're beat before we start, aren't we? You'd better think about what you're saying." 72. With that, he abruptly left me alone to do just that. Still, as I was leaving for the airport the next morning, I saw him making a beeline for me across the hotel lobby. "I just wanted to say goodbye," he informed me, eyes now twinkling. "Take care of yourself. And, whatever else you do, give 'em hell for me." I told him he could count on it, and he laughed. "That's the spirit," he said, moving off to finish his breakfast. Whatever the depth of his tension with his conceptual offspring, it always remained clear that he was unprepared to disavow us entirely. More likely, with the sharpness to which his rank as elder statesman entitled him, he remained committed to the end to pushing us all to ponder our propositions, to clarify and hone our postulations to the point they might see service in the way he knew we meant them. He could see that we were engaged in what he called serious business, an involvement appropriate only if we took it seriously. And, figurative father of us all, he bothered himself whenever possible to see that we did. So much has happened since Bob died that bears on his ideas, or at least what it is that has been done with them. 73. One can only wonder how the rapid disintegration of the world's other great superstate, the Soviet Union, and the re-emergence of a host of long-suppressed nationalities as self-determining entities within its former territoriality, might have affected his skepticism that the U.S., too, might be ultimately dismembered, replaced in part by an archipelago of decolonized American Indian nations. Similarly, one would like to know his views on the ethnic strife which has broken out amid the rubble of what was once Yugoslavia. Would he see hope for the actualization of an independent Kurdistan? Nagaland, a Karen-free state in Myanmar, Burma? What would he think of the home rule arrangement achieved by the Inuits of Greenland vis-a-vis Denmark, or a self-governing territory carved out of northern Canada by those same circumpolar people? Would he see potential in the creation of an autonomous zone for the Maoris in Aotearoa, New Zealand? The Aborigines of Australia? There are scores of such queries one would wish to pose. One can wish, but the man is gone. We must answer such questions for ourselves now. That he was instrumental in providing us the analytical tools with which to do so, whatever his personal hesitancies or misgivings about where it was all going to end up, is no small legacy. Ultimately, it's fair to say that Bob Thomas achieved a genuine breakthrough for American Indian people, setting out a much-needed conceptual beacon in the depths of a very dark night of ignorance and confusion. That is quite a lot for any one person to accomplish. It is now up to each of us to honor his accomplishment, using his beacon as a guide upon which to steer our liberatory project home, keeping in mind that only when we find ourselves in a native America freed from every vestige of the plague of colonization, internal and otherwise, will we be able to say truthfully that we've at last arrived. Let that be our legacy to those who come after us. Originally published in Steve Palik, ed., A Good Cherokee, A Good Anthropologist, Papers in Honor of Robert K. Thomas, Los Angeles, UCLA American Indian Studies Center, 1998. It has been somewhat revised, expanded, and more heavily annotated for publication here. In almost all cases, the sources cited are those available when the essay was written. Asterisk, as it turned out, after endless obstruction by the US, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, the much-diluted United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNGARES 61/295, UN Doc. A/61/L.67 and Ad. 1, was not adopted until September 13, 2007. See generally my a travesty of a mockery of a sham, Colonialism as Self-Determination in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, Griffith Law Review, Volume 20, Number 3, Fall 2011, pages 526 to 56. 2. Subverting the Law of Nations. American Indian Rights and U.S. Distortions of International Legality. It's an old story, really. It's the story of a strategically unchallenged dominion, at the apogee of its power and influence, rewriting the global rules for how to manage its empire. Phyllis Benny's, Calling the Shots, 2001. Anyone who has ever debated or negotiated with U.S. officials on matters concerning American Indian land rights can attest that the federal government's first position is invariably that its title to or authority over its territory was acquired incrementally. It obtained its holdings mostly through provisions of cession in some 400 treaties with Indians ratified by the Senate between 1778 and 1871. When it is pointed out that the United States has violated the terms of every one of the treaties, thus voiding whatever title might otherwise have accrued therefrom, a few moments of thundering silence usually follows. The official U.S. position, publicly framed in 1999 by perennial federal Indian expert Leonard Garment, then shifts onto different ground. If you don't accept the treaties as valid, we'll have to fall back on the doctrine of discovery and rights of conquest. This rejoinder, to all appearances, is meant to crush, forestalling further discussion of a topic so obviously inconvenient to the status quo. Although the idea that the United States obtained title to its domestic sphere by discovery and conquest has come to hold immense currency among North America's settler population, one finds that the international legal doctrines from which such notions derive are all but unknown except among a few people. This small cotter of arguable exceptions has for the most part, however, not bothered to become acquainted with the relevant concepts in their original or customary formulations. Instead, its members content themselves with reviewing the belated and often transparently self-interested interpretations produced by 19th-century American jurists, most notably Chief Justice John Marshall. Overall, there seems not the least desire or sense of obligation to explore the matter further. This situation is altogether curious, given Marshall's own bedrock enunciation of the self-concept of the United States, the hallowed proposition that the United States should be viewed above all else as a nation governed by laws, not man. To knowledge of or compliance with the law is presupposed, of course, in any such construction of national image. This is especially true with respect to the laws that, like those pertaining to discovery and conquest, form the core of the country's often and loudly proclaimed contention that the acquisition and consolidation of its transcontinental domain has all along been right, just, and therefore lawful. Indeed, there can be no questions of legality more basic than those concerning the integrity of the process by which the U.S. asserted title to its territory and thereby purports to legitimate jurisdiction over it. This essay addresses U.S. performance and the juridical logic attending it through the lens of contemporaneous international legal custom and convention. It concludes with an exploration of the conceptual and material conditions requisite to a reconciliation of rhetoric and reality within the paradigm of explicitly U.S. legal understandings. Insofar as much of this discourse devolves upon international law, and given the emergence of the United States as the world's only remaining superpower, the implications are not so much national as global. Point 3. The doctrine of discovery. The concepts that were eventually systematized as doctrines of discovery primarily originated in a series of bulls promulgated by Pope Innocent IV during the late 13th century to elucidate material relations between Christian crusaders and Islamic infidels. Although the pontiff's primary objective was to establish a legal framework compelling soldiers of the cross to deliver the fruits of their pillage abroad to the Vatican and church-sanctioned heads of Europe's incipient states, the Innocentian bull Quod Super has embodied the first formal acknowledgement in Western law that non-Christians as well as Christians enjoyed rights of property ownership. Point 4. In justice, then, it followed that only those ordained to rule by a divine right conferred by the one true God were imbued with the rightful prerogative to dispossess lesser mortals of their lands and other worldly holdings. Point 5. The 1492 Columbian discovery of what proved to be an entire hemisphere, very much populated but of which most Europeans had been unaware, sparked a renewed focus on questions of whether and to what extent Christian sovereigns might declare proprietary interest in the assets of heathen. 6. The first question, however, was whether the inhabitants of the so-called New World were endowed with souls, the criterion necessary for recognition of their essential humanity and, correspondingly, legal standing of any sort. This issue led to the famous 1550 debate in Valladolid between Fray Bartolomé de las Casas and Juan Ginés de Sepúlveda, the outcome of which was papal recognition that American Indians were in fact human and therefore entitled to the exercise of at least rudimentary rights. Point 7. Such Spanish legal theorists as Franciscus de Vitoria and Juan Matías de Paz were busily revising and expanding upon Innocent's canonical foundation as a means of delineating the property rights vested in those peoples discovered by Christian European powers as well as those rights presumably obtained in the process by their discoverers. 8. In the first instance, Vitoria posited the principle that sovereigns acquired outright title to lands discovered by their subjects only when the territory involved was found to be ungoverned, terra nullius, or literally vacant of human occupants, vacuum domicilium. Point 9. Since almost none of the lands European explorers ever came across genuinely met this description, the premise of territorium residential nullius was essentially moot from the outset. Regardless, the English and the more so their North American offshoots would later twist this concept to their own ends. Point 10. For places found to be inhabited, international law, as interpreted by Vitoria, unequivocally acknowledged that native residents held inherent or aboriginal title to the land. Point 11. What the discoverer obtained was a monopolistic right vis-a-vis other powers to acquire the property from its native owners, in the event that they could be persuaded through peaceful means to alienate it. On balance, This formulation seems to have been devised as an attempt to order relations between European states in such a way as to prevent them from shredding one another in a mad scramble to glean the lion's share of the wealth, all of them expected to flow from the Americas. 12. Under the right of discovery, the first European nation to discover a land previously unknown to Europe had what is akin to an exclusive European franchise to negotiate for the indigenous peoples' land within that area. The Law of Nations, as it was known, forbade European powers from interfering with the diplomatic affairs each carried on with the indigenous nations within their respective discovered territories. The doctrine of discovery thus reduced friction and the possibility of warfare between competing European nations. That this principle of non-interference was well developed in international law and understood perfectly by the founding fathers of the United States is confirmed in an observation by no less luminous a figure than Thomas Jefferson. We consider it as established by the usage of different nations into a kind of jus gentium natural or customary law of nations for America, that a white nation settling down and declaring such and such are their limits, makes an invasion of those limits by any other white nation an act of war, but gives no right of soil against the native possessors. That is to say, we hold simply the sole and exclusive right of purchasing land from indigenous peoples within our ostensible boundaries whenever they should be willing to sell. 13. The requirement that the consent of indigenous peoples was needed to legitimate cessions of their land was what prompted European states to begin entering into treaties with native peoples soon after the invasion of North America had commenced in earnest. 14 While treaties between European and indigenous nations comprise the fundamental real estate documents through which the disposition of land title on the continent must be assessed, they also serve to convey formal recognition by each party that the other was its co-equal in terms of legal stature or sovereignty. 15 To further quote Jefferson, "The Indians have full, undivided, and independent sovereignty as long as they choose to keep it, and, this might be forever." 16 As U.S. Attorney General William Wirt would put it in 1828. Be it once conceded, that the Indians are independent to the purpose of treating, their independence is to that purpose as absolute as any other nation. Nor can it be conceded that their independence as a nation is a limited independence. Like all other nations, they have the absolute power of war and peace. Like any other nation, their territories are inviolable by any other sovereignty. They are entirely self-governed, self-directed. They treat, or refuse to treat, at their pleasure, and there is no human power that can rightly control their discretion in this respect. 17. From early on, the English had sought to create a loophole by which to exempt themselves in certain instances from the necessity of securing land title by treaty and to undermine the discovery rights of France, whose New World settlement patterns were vastly different from theirs. Termed the Norman yoke, the theory was that an individual or an entire people could rightly claim only such property as they had converted from wilderness to a state of domestication, that is, turned into towns, placed in cultivation, and so forth. 18 Without regard for indigenous methods of land use, it was declared that any area remaining in an undeveloped condition could be declared vacuum domicilium by its discoverer and clear title thus claimed. By extension, a discovering power, such as France, that failed to pursue development of the sort evident in the English colonial model forfeited its discovery rights accordingly. The Puritans of Plymouth Plantation and the Massachusetts Bay Colony experimented with this idea during the early 17th century, arguing that although native property rights might well be vested in their towns and fields, the remainder of their territory, since it was uncultivated, should be considered unoccupied, and thus not owned. 19 This precedent, however, never evolved into a more generalized English practice. Indeed, the Puritans themselves abandoned such presumption in 1629.20. Whatever theoretical disagreements existed concerning the nature of the respective ownership rights of Indians and Europeans to land in America, practical realities shaped legal relations between the natives and the colonists. The necessity of getting along with powerful indigenous peoples, who outnumbered the European settlers for several decades, dictated that as a matter of prudence the settlers buy lands that the Indians were willing to sell, rather than attempting to displace them by other methods. The result was that the English and Dutch colonial governments obtained most of their lands by purchase. For all practical purposes, the Indians were treated as sovereigns possessing full ownership of all the land of America. So true was this that by 1750 England had dispatched a de facto ambassador to conduct diplomatic relations with the Haudenosaunee, the Six-Nation Iroquois Confederacy, 21 and, in an effort to quell Indian unrest precipitated by his subjects' encroachments upon unceded lands, King George III issued a proclamation prohibiting English settlement west of the Allegheny Mountains in 1763.22. This foreclosure upon the speculative interests in western lands, held by George Washington and other members of the settler elite, and coveted in the less grandiose aspirations to landed status by rank-and-file colonials, would prove a major cause of the American War of Independence. 23. While it is popularly believed in the United States that the 1783 Treaty of Paris, through which England admitted defeat to the colonists, conveyed title to all lands east of the Mississippi River to the victorious insurgents, the reality is rather different. England merely relinquished its claim to the territory at issue. Hence, what the newly established republic actually acquired was title to such property as England owned, that is, the area of the original 13 colonies situated east of the 1763 demarcation line, plus an exclusive right to acquire such property as native owners might be convinced to cede by treaty as far west as the Mississippi River. 24. The same principle pertained to the subsequent territorial acquisitions from European or Euroderivative countries, for example, the 1803 Louisiana Purchase, and the 1848 seizure of the northern half of Mexico through the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, from which the 48 contiguous states were eventually consolidated. 25. As a concomitant to independence, moreover, the Continental Congress found itself presiding over a pariah state, defiance, much less forcible revocation, of crown authority being among the worst offenses imaginable under European law. Unable to obtain recognition of its legitimacy in other quarters. 26. The federal government was compelled for nearly 2 decades to seek it through treaties of peace and friendship with indigenous nations, all of them recognized as legitimate sovereigns in prior treaties with the very European powers then shunning the United States, while going to extravagant rhetorical lengths to demonstrate that, far from being an outlaw state, it was really the most legally oriented of all. 27. The fledgling U.S. could hardly peddle a strictly law-abiding image on the one hand while openly trampling upon the rights of indigenous peoples on the other. As a result, one of the earliest acts of Congress was to pass the Northwest Ordinance, despite George Washington's having secretly and successfully recommended a diametrically opposing policy even before being sworn in as president. 28. In the ordinance, the United States solemnly pledged that the utmost good faith shall always be observed towards the Indians, their lands and property shall never be taken without their consent, and, in their property, rights, and liberty, they shall never be invaded or disturbed. 29. For the most part, then, it was not until the United States had consolidated its diplomatic ties with France, and the demographic and military balance in the West had begun to shift decisively in its favor, that it began to make serious inroads on native lands. The Marshall Opinions. The preliminary legal pretext for U.S. expansionism, set forth by Chief Justice Marshall in his Fletcher v. Peck opinion, 1810, 30, amounted to little more than a recitation of Lockean theory, which was quite popular at the time with Jefferson and other leaders. 31. The proposition that significant portions of Indian territory amounted to vacuum domicilium, and was thus open to assertion of U.S. title without native agreement, was, however, contradicted by the country's policy of securing by treaty at least an appearance of indigenous consent to the relinquishment of each parcel brought under federal jurisdiction. 32. The presumption of underlying native land title in the doctrine of discovery thus remained the most vexing barrier to the fulfillment of U.S. territorial ambitions. In the land claim case of Johnson v. McIntosh, 1823, Marshall therefore proffered a major, interpretation of the doctrine itself. 33. While demonstrating a thorough mastery of the law as it had been previously articulated, and an undeniable ability to draw all the appropriate conclusions therefrom, the Chief Justice nonetheless inverted the law completely. Although Marshall readily conceded that title to the territories the United States occupied was vested in indigenous peoples, he denied that this afforded them supremacy within their respective domains. Rather, he argued, the self-assigned authority of discoverers to constrain the ability of indigenous people to alienate their property implied that supremacy inherent in the discovering power, not only with respect to other potential buyers but to the native owners themselves. 34. Since the sovereign standing of discoverers or derivatives, such as the United States could in this sense be said to overarch that of those discovered, Marshall held that discovery also conveyed to the discoverer an absolute title, or eminent domain, underlying the aboriginal title possessed by indigenous peoples. The native right of possession was thereby reduced at the stroke of a pen to something enjoyed at the sufferance of the discovering superior sovereign. 35. The principle was that discovery gave title to the government by whose subjects, or by whose authority, it was made, against all other European governments whose title might be consummated by possession. The exclusion of all other Europeans necessarily gave to the nation making the discovery the sole right of acquiring the soil from the natives, and establishing settlements upon it. In the establishment of these relations, the rights of the original inhabitants were, in no instance, entirely disregarded, but were, to a considerable extent, diminished. Their rights to complete sovereignty, as independent nations, were necessarily diminished, and their power to dispose of the soil, at their own will, to whomever they pleased, was denied by the original fundamental principle. The discovery gave exclusive right to those who made it. The Indian inhabitants are thus to be considered merely as occupants. 36. However extravagant my logic might appear, Marshall summed up, if the principle has been asserted in the first instance, and afterwards, sustained, if a country has been acquired and held under it, if the property of the great mass of the community originates in it, it cannot be questioned. 37. In other words, violations of law themselves become law if committed by those wielding enough power to get away with them. For all the elegant sophistry embodied in Johnson, its premise exemplifies the cliché that might makes right. In this manner, Marshall not only integrated the legacy of 1,000 years of European racism and colonialism directed against non-Western peoples into the canon of American law, but did so with a virulence unrivaled even by the European jurists upon whose precedents he professed his conclusions to be based. 38. There were of course a few loose ends remaining, and Marshall assigned himself the task of tying them off in opinions rendered in the so-called Cherokee cases, Cherokee Nation v. Georgia, 1831, and Worcester v. Georgia, 1832. 39. In his Cherokee opinion, the Chief Justice undertook to resolve questions concerning the standing to be accorded indigenous peoples. Since the United States had entered into numerous treaties with native peoples, it was bound by customary international law and Article 1, Section 10, of the Constitution to treat them as co-equal sovereigns. Marshall's verbiage in Johnson had plainly cast them in a very different light. Hence, in Cherokee, he conjured a whole new classification of politico-legal entity marked by peculiar and cardinal distinctions which nowhere else exist. 40. Going on to assert that it may well be doubted whether those tribes which reside within the acknowledged boundaries of the United States can, with strict accuracy, be denominated foreign nations. They may, more correctly, perhaps, be denominated domestic dependent nations. They occupy a territory to which we assert a title independent of their will. Their relation to the United States resembles that of a ward to his guardian. 41. The Indian Territory is admitted to compose a part of the United States, he continued. In all our maps, geographical treatises, histories, and laws, it is so considered. They are therefore considered to be within the jurisdictional limits of the United States and acknowledge themselves to be under the protection of the United States. 42. What Marshall described is a status virtually identical to that of a protectorate, yet as he himself would observe in Worcester a year later, the settled doctrine of the law of nations is that a weaker power does not surrender its independence, its right of self-government, by associating with a stronger, and taking its protection. A weak state, in order to provide for its safety, may place itself under the protection of one more powerful, without stripping itself of the right of government, and ceasing to be a state. 43. It follows that a protectorate would also retain its land rights, unimpaired by its relationship with a stronger country. 44. At another level, Marshall was describing a status similar to that of the states of the Union subordinate to federal authority, while retaining a residue of sovereign prerogative. Yet he, better than most, was aware that if this were the case, the federal government would never have had a basis in either international or constitutional law to enter into treaties with indigenous peoples in the first place, a matter that would have invalidated any U.S. claim to land titles accruing therefrom. Small wonder, trapped as he was in the welter of his own contradictions, that Marshall eventually threw up his hands in frustration, unable or unwilling to further define Indians as either fish or fowl. In the end, he simply repeated his assertion that the U.S.-Indian relationship was unique, perhaps unlike that of any two peoples in existence. 45. Small wonder, too, all things considered, that the Chief Justice's Cherokee opinion was joined by only one other member of the High Court. 46. The majority took exception, with Justices Henry Baldwin and William Johnson writing separate opinions. 47. And Smith Thompson and Joseph Story entering a strongly worded dissent that laid bare the only reasonable conclusions to be drawn from the legal and historical facts. 48. It is the Indians' political condition which determines their foreign character, and in that sense must the term foreign be understood as used in the Constitution. It can have no relation to local, geographical, or territorial position. It cannot mean a country beyond the sea. Mexico or Canada is certainly to be considered a foreign country, in reference to the United States. It is the political relation in which one country stands to another, which constitutes it as foreign to the other. 49. Nonetheless, Marshall's views prevailed, a circumstance allowing him to deploy his domestic dependent nation thesis against both the Cherokees and Georgia in Worcester. 51. He reserved on constitutional grounds relations with all other nations to the federal sphere, thereby dispensing with Georgia's contention that it possessed a state's right to exercise jurisdiction over a portion of the Cherokee nation falling within its boundaries. 51. Turning to the Cherokees, he reiterated his premise that they, and by implication all Indians within whatever borders the United States might eventually claim, occupied a nebulous quasi-sovereign status as distinct, independent political communities subject to federal authority. 52. In practical effect, Marshall cast indigenous nations as entities inherently endowed with a sufficient measure of sovereignty to alienate their territory by treaty when and wherever the United States desired they do so, but never with enough to refuse. 53. As legal scholars Vine Deloria Jr. and David E. Wilkins have observed, the cumulative distortions of established law and historical reality in Marshall's Indian opinions created a very steep and slippery slope, with no bottom in sight. His original assumption was that the federal government is authorized and empowered to protect American Indians in enjoyment of their lands. Once it is implied that this power also involves the ability of the federal government by itself to force a purchase of the lands, there is no way the implied power can be limited. If the government can force the disposal of lands, why can it not determine how the lands are to be used? And if it can determine how the lands are to be used, why can it not tell Indians how to live? And if it can tell Indians how to live, why can it not tell them how to behave and what to believe? 54. By the end of the 19th century, less than 70 years after Cherokee and Worcester, the U.S. government would, indeed, determine land use, how Indians would live, how we should behave, and what we should believe. Within such territory as was by then reserved for indigenous use and occupancy, the traditional mode of collective land tenure had been supplanted by federal imposition of an allegedly more civilized form of individual title expressly intended to compel agricultural land usage. 55. Native spiritual practices were prohibited under penalty of law. 56. And entire generations of American Indian children were being shipped off, often forcibly, to boarding schools, where they were held for years on end. Forbidden knowledge of their own languages and cultures while they were systematically indoctrinated with Christian beliefs and cultural values. 57. The overall policy of assimilation, under which these measures were implemented, readily conforms to the contemporary legal definition of cultural genocide. 58. Meanwhile, American Indians had been reduced to utter destitution, dispossessed of approximately 97.5% of our original land holdings. 59. Our remaining assets held in a perpetual and self-assigned trust by federal authorities wielding what Marshall's heirs on the Supreme Court described as an extra-constitutional, or plenary, power, that is, an unlimited, absolute, and judicially unchallengeable power over our affairs. 60. Nothing in the doctrine of discovery empowered any country to impose itself on others in this way. On the contrary, the juridical reasoning evident in the Marshall opinions and their successors has much in common with, and in many respects prefigured, the now thoroughly repudiated body of law purported to legitimate the European imperialism of the first half of the 20th century. 61. Rights of conquest. Rights of conquest in the New World accrued under the law of nations as a subset of the doctrine of discovery. An exception to the requirement that discoverers acquire land only through a voluntary alienation of title by native owners, it allowed those holding discovery rights under certain circumstances to seize land and other property through military force. This, however, was restricted to instance in which a discovering power was compelled to wage just war, jus bellum iustum, against native peoples. 62. The United States clearly acknowledged this principle in the Northwest Ordinance, wherein it was solemnly pledged that indigenous nations would never be invaded or disturbed, unless in just and lawful wars authorized by Congress. The criteria for a just war is defined quite narrowly in international law. As early as 1539, Vittoria asserted that there were only three: 1. When a native people refused to admit Christian missionaries among them, or 2. Arbitrarily refused to engage in commerce with the discovering power, or 3. Mounted an unprovoked physical attack against the power's representatives or subjects. 63. Absent at least one of these conditions, any war waged by a European state or its derivative would be unjust. The term was later changed to aggressive and resulting claims to title illegitimate. 64. One can search in vain for an example in U.S. history in which any of these criteria might actually be viewed as applicable. A more pragmatic problem confronting those claiming that the United States holds conquest rights to native lands is that although the federal government recognizes the existence of more than 400 indigenous groups within its borders, its own count of the number of Indian wars it has fought is about 40. 65. Obviously, the United States cannot exercise conquest rights over the nations against which, by its own admission, it has never fought a war. Yet, as is readily evident in THIRD v. U.S., 1955, the Supreme Court has anchored U.S. land title in a pretense that exactly the opposite is true. Every American schoolboy knows that the savage tribes of this continent were deprived of their ancestral ranges by force, and that, even when the Indians ceded millions of acres by treaty in return for blankets, food, and trinkets, it was not a sale but the conqueror's will that deprived them of their land. 66. Chief Justice Marshall, particularly in his Johnson v. McIntosh opinion but also in Cherokee, sought to transcend this issue by treating discovery and conquest as if they were synonymous, a conflation evidencing even less legal merit than the flights of fancy in THIRD. In fact, the High Court was ultimately forced to distinguish between the two, acknowledging that the English possessions in America were not claimed by right of conquest, but by right of discovery, and, therefore, that the law which regulates, and ought to regulate in general, the relations between the conqueror and conquered, is incapable of application by the U.S. to American Indians. 67. A further complication is that by as early as 1672, such legal philosophers as Samuel Pufendorf had challenged the idea that territory seized in the course even of just wars might be permanently retained. 68. While Hugo Grotius, William Edward Hall, Emmerich de Vattel, John Westlake, and other theorists continued to aver the validity of conquest rights through the end of the 19th century. 69. By the 1920s a view similar to Pufendorf's had proven ascendant. 70. Oddly, despite the U.S. stance concerning land cessions of American Indians, as well as the government's forcible acquisitions of Hawaii, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines, the United States assumed a leading role in championing the unacceptability of seizing territory by force. 71 Although the Senate refused to allow the United States to join the League of Nations, President Woodrow Wilson was instrumental in creating the League, an organization intended to substitute diplomacy for war in the resolution of international disputes. 72 In some ways more important was the leadership role the U.S. assumed in fashioning the 1928 General Treaty on the Renunciation of War, also known as the Kellogg-Briand Pact or Pact of Paris. 73 In this treaty, the great powers and other states rejected the use of war as an instrument of national policy. By Article 1, the contracting parties solemnly declare, in the names of their respective peoples, that they condemn war for the solution of international controversies, and renounce it as an instrument of national policy in their relations with one another. By Article 2, the parties agree that the settlement or solution of all disputes or conflicts, of whatever nature or of whatever origin they may be, which may arise among them, shall never be sought except by pacific means. 74. In 1932 Secretary of State Henry Stimson announced that the United States would no longer recognize as legitimate the title to territory acquired by force of arms. 75 This new dictum, shortly to be referred to as the Stimson Doctrine, was expressly designed to effectively bar the legality hereafter of any title or right sought to be obtained by pressure or treaty violation, and which, as shown by history in the past, will eventually lead to the restoration to vanquished nations of rights and titles of which they have been unjustly deprived. 76. By the time the Supreme Court penned its opinion in THIRD, the Stimson Doctrine had served as a cornerstone in formulating the charges of planning and waging aggressive war against the primary Nazi defendants at Nuremberg and their Japanese allies in Tokyo in tribunals instigated and organized mainly by the United States. 77 The doctrine was also a guiding principle in the U.S. instigated establishment of the United Nations, the charter of which, like that of the ill-fated League of Nations before it, is devoted to the progressive codification of international law, for purposes of preventing war. 78 Indeed, Stimson's dictum found its most refined and affirmative expression in the UN Charter's proviso, reiterated almost as boilerplate in a host of subsequent UN resolutions, declarations, and conventions concerning the equal rights and self-determination of all peoples. 79. Contradictory as the THIRD Court's blatant conquest rhetoric was to the lofty posturing of the United States in the international arena, its position was even more contradictory with respect to a related subterfuge unfolding on the home front. By 1945 the U.S. was urgently seeking a means of distinguishing its own record of territorial expansion from that of the Germany whose Nazi leaders it was preparing to hang for having undertaken very much the same course of action. 80 The workhorse employed in this effort was the so-called Indian Claims Commission, ICC, established to make retroactive payment to indigenous peoples whose property had been unlawfully taken over the years. 81 The purpose of the commission was, as President Harry Truman explained upon signing the enabling legislation on August 14, 1946, to foster an impression that the United States had acquired none of its land by conquest. This bill makes perfectly clear what many men and women, here and abroad, have failed to recognize, that in our transactions with Indian tribes we have, set for ourselves the standard of fair and honorable dealings, pledging respect for all Indian property rights. Instead of confiscating Indian lands, we have purchased from the tribes that once owned this continent more than 90% of our public domain. 82. The game was rigged from the outset, to be sure, since the ICC was not empowered to return land to native people even in cases where its review of the manner in which the United States had acquired it revealed the grossest illegalities. The terms of compensatory awards, moreover, were restricted to payment of the estimated value of the land at the time it was taken, often a century or more before, without such considerations as accrued interest or appreciation in land values during the intervening period. 83 Still, despite its self-serving and mostly cosmetic nature, the very existence of the ICC demonstrated quite clearly that, in terms of legality, U.S. assertions of title to or jurisdiction over Indian country could no more be viewed as based in conquest rights than in rights of discovery. All U.S. pretensions to legitimate ownership of property in North America must therefore be seen as treaty-based. Through the lens of the law. When Congress established the ICC in 1946, it expected within 5 years to resolve all remaining land rights issues concerning American Indians. 84 The Commission was to identify and catalog the basis in treaties, agreements, and statutes by which the United States had assumed lawful ownership of every disputed land parcel within its purported domain, awarding just compensation in each case where the propriety of the transaction, documented might otherwise be deemed inadequate. 85 By 1951, however, the 200-odd claims originally anticipated had swelled to 852.86. The lifespan of the ICC was extended for 5 years, and then another 5 years, a process that was repeated until the third generation of commissioners gave up in exhaustion. 87. By the time the Commission suspended operations on September 30, 1978, it had processed 547 of the 615 dockets into which the 852 claims had been consolidated, none in a manner satisfactory to the native claimants. Nearly half the claims were simply dismissed. 88 Title to virtually the entire state of California, for instance, was supposedly quieted during the mid-1960s settlement award amounting to 47 cents per acre, despite the fact that the treaties by which the territory had ostensibly been ceded to the U.S. never been ratified. 89 Most important, the ICC in its final report acknowledged that after 3 decades of concerted effort, it had been unable to discern any legal basis for U.S. title assertion with respect to what the Federal Public Lands Law Review Commission had described as 1/3 of the nation's land. 90. The fact is that about half the area of the country was purchased by treaty or agreement at an average price of less than $1 per acre, another third of a billion acres, mainly in the West, was confiscated without compensation, another 2/3 of a billion acres was claimed by the United States without pretense of even a unilateral action extinguishing native title. 91. There can be no serious question of the right of indigenous nations to recover property to which their title remains unclouded, or that their right to recover land seized without payment equals or exceeds that of the United States to preserve its territorial integrity by way of paltry and greatly belated compensatory awards. 92 Restitution rather than compensation is, after all, the guiding principle of international tort law. 93 Regarding the treaties or agreements through which the United States ostensibly acquired some areas, many of the instruments of cession are known to have been fraudulent or coerced. These must be considered invalid under Articles 48 to 53 of the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties. 94. A classic illustration of fraud involves the 1861 Treaty of Fort Wise, in which federal commissioners forged the signatures of selected native leaders, several of whom were not even present during the negotiations, and then the Senate altered many of the treaty's terms and provisions after it was supposedly signed and ratified, without so much as informing the Indians of the changes. On this basis, the United States claimed to have obtained the consent of the Cheyennes and Arapahoes to its acquisition of the eastern half of what is now Colorado. 95 Comparable examples abound, including the earlier mentioned treaties of cession in California. 96. Examples of coercion are also legion, but none provides a better illustration than the 1876 to 1877 proceeding in which federal authorities suspended distribution of rations to the Lakotas, who at the time were directly subjugated by and therefore dependent upon the U.S. military for sustenance, and informed them that they would not be fed until their leaders had signed an agreement relinquishing title to the Black Hills region of present-day South Dakota. 97 Thus did the Congress contend that the 1851 and 1868 treaties of Fort Laramie, in each of which the Black Hills were recognized as an integral part of the Lakota homeland, had been superseded and U.S. ownership of the area secured. 98. Without doubt, North America's indigenous nations are entitled to recover lands expropriated through such travesties. Although it is currently impossible to offer a precise estimate of the acreage involved, to do so would require a contextual review of each U.S. treaty with American Indian nations and a parcel-by-parcel delineation of the title transfers accruing from invalid instruments. It is safe to suggest that adding it to the approximately 35% of the continental United States that was never ceded would place well more than half the present gross domestic territory of the United States at issue. The United States holds the power to simply ignore the law in inconvenient situations such as these. Doing so, however, will never legitimate its comportment. It is through this lens that U.S. pronouncements and performance from Nuremberg to Vietnam must inevitably be evaluated, together with President George Herbert Walker Bush's rhetoric concerning the moral and legal obligation of the United States to end Iraq's forcible annexation of neighboring Kuwait. 99. On the face of it, the reasonable conclusion to be drawn is that the racial and cultural arrogance, duplicity, and legal cynicism defining U.S. relations with indigenous nations from the outset have come long since to permeate U.S. relations with most other countries. How else to understand Bush's 1991 declaration that the display of U.S. military might he ordered against Iraq was intended more than anything else to put the entire world on notice that, henceforth, what we say, goes. 100. In what other manner can one explain the fact that although Bush claimed that the so-called New World Order that he was inaugurating would be marked by nothing so much as the rule of law among nations, 101 the United States was and remains unique in the consistency with which it has rejected the authority of international courts and any body of law other than its own. For the past 50 years, federal policymakers have been increasingly adamant in their rejection of the proposition that the United States might be bound by customs or conventions that conflict with its sense of self-interest. 102 More recently, U.S. delegates to the United Nations have taken to arguing that new codifications of international law must be written in strict conformity to their country's constitutional requirements and that, for interpretive purposes, the existing law advanced by American jurists be considered preeminent. 103 In effect, the United States casts an aura of legitimacy over its ongoing subjugation of indigenous nations by engineering a normalization of such relations in universal legal terms. 104. The implications of such maneuvering are by no means constrained to a foreclosure on the rights of native peoples. The broader result of U.S. unilateralism is that the United States is extrapolating its presumptive jurisdictional supremacy to worldwide proportions, just as it did with respect to North American Indian territories. This initiative is especially dangerous, given that the lopsided advantage held by the United States within the present balance of global military power closely resembles that which it enjoyed in relation to American Indians, Hawaiians, and Filipinos during the 19th century. The upshot is that if such trends are allowed to continue, the United States will have shortly converted most of the rest of the planet to Indian country. 3. The United States and the Genocide Convention. A half-century of obfuscation and obstruction. It is clear that the Genocide Convention is a moral document. It is a call for a higher standard of human conduct. It is not a panacea for injustice, but it is an important step toward civilizing the affairs of nations. Senator William Proxmire, 1977. One of the earliest matters taken up by the United Nations after its 1945 founding convention in San Francisco was the sponsoring of an international legal instrument to punish and prevent the crime of genocide. 1 In General Assembly Resolution 96, 1, passed unanimously and without debate on December 11, 1946, the UN made it clear that, although it may have been prompted to act with urgency because of what had been revealed during the recently concluded trial of the major Nazi war criminals at Nuremberg, it was more broadly motivated in pursuing the issue. Many instances of such crimes of genocide have occurred when racial, religious, political, and other groups have been destroyed, entirely or in part. Emphasis added. To the body's Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, was mandated by the resolution to produce a draft of the desired convention for consideration at the next annual session of the General Assembly. 3. ECOSOC immediately turned to the UN Secretariat for support in retaining a trio of experts on international law, notably including Raphael Lemkin, an exiled Polish Jewish jurist who had coined the term genocide in 1944, and who was thus considered the leading authority on the topic. 4 The initial draft, authored primarily by Lemkin, was duly submitted to the Council on the Progressive Development of International Law and its codification in June 1947. 5 In July, however, the General Assembly, noting important philosophical disagreements among some member states with elements of the draft document, declined to put the matter to a vote. Instead, through Resolution 180/11, the Assembly instructed ECOSOC to prepare another draft instrument for consideration the following year. 6. An ad hoc committee, consisting of representatives of China, France, Lebanon, Poland, the United States, the USSR, and Venezuela, was then organized by the Council to make the necessary revisions. 7 The new document was passed along to ECOSOC's 6th Legal Committee, which made minor alterations, before submitting it to the General Assembly, which unanimously adopted it without further modification on December 9, 1948. 8 By January 12, 1951, a sufficient number of countries had ratified the Convention on Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide to afford it the status of binding international law, of both customary and black-letter varieties. 9 As of 1990, more than 100 UN member states had tendered valid ratifications. 10 The only significant exception was the United States of America. The situation remains unchanged today, despite a pretense of ratification made at the behest of the Reagan administration in 1988, 40 years after the convention first passed muster with the civilized countries of the world. 11 How and why this came to be are questions of no small significance, insofar as they shed a penetrating light on the true character and priorities of this nation of laws, the self-professed most humane and enlightened nation in the history of humanity. 12 They are no less important in that the United States, as the planet's only remaining superpower, is now in an unparalleled position to visit its version of humanitarianism upon virtually any sector of the species it chooses. 13. Gutting the Convention. The United States assumed a leading role in formulating the application of international legal principle under which the Nazi leadership was tried at Nuremberg, especially with regard to the somewhat nebulous category of crimes against humanity under which the regime's most blatantly genocidal policies and practices were prosecuted. 14 Similarly, while engineering establishment of the United Nations in 1945 ostensibly as a barrier against the sort of excesses evidenced by Nazism, it did much to promote the idea that each element of customary human rights law, including implicit prohibitions against genocide, should be codified in a black-letter international legal instrument, formally embraced through a process of treaty ratifications by member states. 15. When it came time for the drafting of an actual genocide convention, however, the United States conducted itself in what can only be described as a thoroughly subversive fashion. This began with its response to the initial draft instrument, a document which sought to frame the crime in a manner consistent with accepted definition. The draft aimed to protect racial, national, linguistic, religious, or political groups. In sweeping terms, it branded as criminal many physical and biological acts aimed at the destruction of such groups in whole or in part, or of preventing their preservation or development. It specified that acts would be punishable, including attempt to commit genocide, participation in genocide, conspiracy to commit genocide, and engaging in a number of preparatory acts such as developing techniques of genocide and setting up installations. It called for punishment of all forms of public propaganda tending by their systematic and hateful character to promote genocide, or tending to make it appear as a necessary, legitimate, or excusable act. It called for the creation of an international court to try offenders in cases when states were unwilling either to try them or extradite them to another country for trial. 16. As the Saudi Arabian delegation observed at the time, the draft clearly articulated the nature of genocide as consisting not only in the systematic killing of members of a targeted population, but also in policies devoted to bringing about the planned disintegration of the political, social, or economic structure of a group or nation, or the systematic moral debasement of a group, people, or nation. 17 Things seemed to be moving in the right direction until U.S. representatives, often working through third parties such as Canada and Venezuela, went to work to scuttle what became known as the Secretariat's draft on the grounds that its net was cast much too widely and, if approved as law, might therefore serve to impair the sovereignty of signatory states. 18. The previously mentioned ad hoc committee, chaired by U.S. Delegate John Mactos, was then assembled to produce a new draft, with attention focused on the political as well as the legal dimensions of the issue. 19. In short order, a quid pro quo was effected in which the Soviets were allowed to strike socio-economic aggregates of the very sort they had been steadily obliterating since the early 1930s from the list of entities to receive protection under the law. 20. In exchange, the United States was able to remove an entire article delineating the criteria of cultural rather than physical or biological genocide, a maneuver serving to exempt a range of its own dirty linen from scrutiny. Davis and Zanni's right in the genocide machine in Canada. The Secretariat's draft had gone to considerable lengths to detail the specific conditions of the three forms of genocide. In the category of physical, it outlined mass extermination and slow death measures, i.e., subjection to conditions of life which, owing to lack of proper housing, clothing, food, hygiene, and medical care or excessive work or physical exertion are likely to result in the debilitation or death of individuals, mutilations and biological experiments imposed for other than curative purposes, deprivation of all means of livelihood by confiscation of property, looting, curtailment of work, and the denial of housing and supplies otherwise available to the other inhabitants of the territory concerned. The Secretariat's draft took biological genocide to mean the restricting of births in the group. It named the methods of sterilization or compulsory abortion, segregation of the sexes and obstacles to marriage. Cultural genocide was defined as the destruction of the specific characteristics of the group. Among the acts specified, forced transfer of children to another human group, forced and systematic exile of individuals representing the culture of a group, the prohibition of the use of the national language, or religious works, or the prohibition of new publications, systematic destruction of historical or religious monuments, or their diversion to alien uses, destruction or dispersion of documents and objects of historical, artistic, or religious value and of objects used in religious worship. 21. In the Secretariat's draft, one crime genocide was thus defined as having three distinct but interactive modes of perpetration. No effort was made to distinguish the relative seriousness of the modes which are left to stand on par, with the deliberate eradication of cultural existence being treated with as much legal gravity as programs of outright physical annihilation. 22. By the time the United States had completed its overhaul of the text, over the heated objections of the Lebanese delegate, all that remained of the concept of cultural genocide was a provision prohibiting the forced transfer of children. Even the Secretariat's proscription of genocidally oriented propaganda, a concept deployed by the U.S. in its prosecution of Julius Streicher at Nuremberg, had been scrapped in favor of a much more restrictive clause prohibiting direct and public incitement. 23. In its final form, the key ingredients of the draft finally presented to the General Assembly had been reduced to the following. Article 2. In the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial or religious group, as such. A. Killing members of the group. B. Causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. C. Deliberately inflicting on members of the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. D. Imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. E. Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Article 3. The following acts shall be punishable. A. Genocide. B. Conspiracy to commit genocide. C. Direct and public incitement to commit genocide. D. Attempt to commit genocide. E. Complicity in genocide. It was this U.S. designed and highly truncated instrument, not just diluting but effectively gutting Lemkin's original conception of genocide and the draft convention which arose from it, which was ultimately approved by the General Assembly. From there, it was an easy slide down the slippery slope of definitional erosion into a generalized misunderstanding that genocide occurs only within peculiarly focused incidents or processes of mass murder, a la Auschwitz and Babi Yar. For all practical intents and purposes, then, the United States had attained a diplomatic triumph of sorts, managing to void the very meaning of the crime in question while simultaneously appearing to stand at the forefront of those opposing it. Non-ratification. It appeared for a time that America might be able to have its cake and eat it too, at least on matters of international legality. At home, this liberal accomplishment not only subversion of the Genocide Convention, but the forging of a position of primacy for the United States within the UN itself had been masterminded by Truman-era State Department holdovers from the previous administration of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, foundered on the shoals of extreme right-wing reaction. 24 The State Department was a particular target of the right during the entire period of the Cold War. 25 Especially its communistic notion of creating a workable system of international problem resolution through non-military means, embodied in the UN mandate to establish standards of comportment through the progressive codification of international law. 26. While such forces never managed to fulfill their original objective of bringing about an actual U.S. withdrawal from the United Nations after Korea, even the more thoughtful right-wingers could see the utility of remaining within the organization. They were able to neutralize much of what they found most objectionable about it by crafting an American posture of refusing to ratify its promulgation of international legal instruments they perceived as constraining the latitude of U.S. policy. Options. Among the more important elements of evolving human rights law which the United States still refuses to accept are the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, 1966, the Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, 1966, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, 1966, and the American Declaration of the Rights and Duties of Man, 1965. 27 The same holds true concerning the laws of war, specifically the Declaration on the Prohibition of the Use of Thermonuclear Weapons, 1961, the Resolution regarding Weapons of Mass Destruction in Outer Space, 1964, the Resolution on the Non-Use of Force in International Relations and Permanent Ban on the Use of Nuclear Weapons, 1972, the Resolution on the Definition of Aggression, 1974, Protocols additional to the 1949 Geneva Conventions, 1977, and the Declaration on the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, 1989. 28. By and large, the arguments advanced in the Senate against ratification of the treaties accepting each of these legal instruments has been that to do so would impair U.S. sovereignty by conceding that there was some body of law standing at a level higher than that of our own Constitution. 29. This follows precisely the logic embodied in a cornerstone of the Nazis' Nuremberg defense, insofar as the German government of which the defendants had been a part had never accepted most of the international laws at issue, they had not been required to abide by them. 30 Rather, the defense contended, they were bound only to adhere to the legal code of the sovereign German state under which authority they asserted legitimation of their various actions. 31 The tribunal rejected this line of reasoning out of hand, countering that the defendants indeed, the members of all governments, were bound under pain of criminal prosecution to conform to higher laws than those evidenced in their own domestic constitutions and statutory codes. 32 The UN member states, including the United States, went on to affirm this position in December 1946. Nonetheless, after conducting hearings on the matter in 1950 during which it became clear that many of its members were profoundly skeptical about, and even hostile to, the notion of assuming an international legal obligation on genocide. 34 The Senate Committee on Foreign Relations rejected the Genocide Convention. Deeper motives? Beneath the transparently invalid gloss of constitutional argument with which the Senate coded its rejection of the Genocide Convention lay deeper and more important motives. 35 These devolved upon the understanding that certain ongoing U.S. policies and practices abridged the meaning of the Convention, even in its most highly diluted form. In testimony brought before the Foreign Relations Committee, This was expressed in terms of the implications of the treatment accorded racial minorities in light of the convention's provision that intent to destroy a target group in part was sufficient to predicate a charge of genocidal conduct. 36 Witness the following exchange between ABBA Representative Alfred Schweppe and the subcommittee chair, Connecticut Senator Brian McMahon, during the 1950 hearings. Schweppe: the point is that the intent does not need to exist to destroy the whole group. It needs only to exist to destroy part of the group. Now whether we say part of the group could mean one person or whether we say a substantial part again requires us to inquire into the facts, as you often do in these cases. What is the group and how many were there? McMahon: part of the group, but because he is part of the group. Now let's take lynching for example. Let's assume that there is a lynching and a colored man is murdered in this fashion. Is it your contention that that could be construed as being within the confines of the definition, namely, with intent to destroy him as part of a group? Schweppe: well, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to answer that categorically. Certainly, it doesn't mean if I want to drive 5 Chin-A men out of town, that I must have the intent to destroy all the 400 million Chinese in the world or the 250,000 within the United States. It is part of a racial group, and if it is a group of 5, a group of 10, a group of 15, and I proceed after them with guns in some community solely because they belong to some racial group that the dictators don't like, I think you have got a serious question. That's what bothers me. 37. What was bothering both McMahon and Schweppe was not only the gratuitous violence habitually visited upon Chinese immigrants to the United States during the 20th century, but the history of the lynchings of at least 2,505 black men and women in 10 southern states between 1882 and 1930. That comes to an average of one such act of racially explicit lethal mob violence directed against African Americans each week for the entire 48-year period, in an area encompassing only 1/5 of the country. 38 When the remaining 80% of the United States is added in, the actual number of non-whites lynched was probably about double more than 5,000, a racial murder rate markedly higher than that evidenced in Germany against Jews and Gypsies combined prior to 1939. Tolney and Beck write: as staggering as the lynching toll was, it vastly understates the total volume of violence aimed toward African American citizens. The lynching inventory does not count casualties of the urban race riots that erupted during those years, nor does it embrace victims of a single killer or pairs of assassins. Neither does it include the all too frequent beatings, whippings, verbal humiliations, threats, harangues, and other countless indignities suffered by the black population in much the same manner as they were undergone by target populations in Germany. 40. The lynching of African Americans had not ended in 1930. Of course. Indeed, with 21 reported fatalities in that year, it represented a high point for the period reported. In 1932, however, there were 22 documented lynchings of blacks in the South, another 18 in 1933.41. While the level of such violence would abate somewhat after 1935, it could hardly be said to have disappeared by 1950, and it would rise again sharply during the latter part of the decade and on through the mid-1960s. 42 There was, after all, a rather prominent organization, the Ku Klux Klan, which had been openly advocating not only the sort of atrocities at issue, but also the sordid racial doctrines underlying them. Not only had authorities at all levels declined to take decisive action to quell Klan-style activity, they had in many cases encouraged it, and in more than a few, were known to have actively participated in it. 43. Unquestionably, it could be argued that such a pattern fell within the categories of state-sanctioned behavior prohibited by the Genocide Convention. It is therefore instructive that the immediate response of conservatives like Schweppe was not to embrace the law as a potentially powerful tool that might prove useful in an official drive to end the rampant and sustained racist violence plaguing the United States. Instead, it was the opposite. They denounced the convention on the bizarre premise that such atrocities were somehow or another constitutionally protected under the mantle of U.S. sovereignty. Even more revealing in many ways is the fact that liberals agreed, albeit rather than rejecting the convention outright, they sought to apply finesse by pretending it meant something other than what it said. Consider the following exchange between McMahon and then Deputy Under-Secretary of State Dean Rusk. Rusk, genocide, as defined in Article 2 of the Convention, consists of the commission of certain specified acts, such as killing or causing serious bodily harm to individuals who are members of a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, with the intent to destroy that group. The legislative history of Article 2 shows that the United Nations negotiators felt that it should not be necessary that an entire human group be destroyed to constitute the crime of genocide, but rather that genocide meant the partial destruction of such a group with the intent to destroy the entire group concerned. McMahon, that is important. They must have the intent to destroy the entire group. Rusk, that is correct. McMahon, in other words, an action leveled against one or two of a race or religion would not be, as I understand it, the crime of genocide. They must have the intent to go through and kill them all. Rusk, that is correct. The Convention does not aim at the violent expression of prejudice which is directed against individual members of groups. 44. This, to be sure, was nonsense, as Schweppe later emphatically and quite correctly pointed out to the committee. Rusk has undertaken in a gloss to say that basic to any charge of genocide must be the intent to destroy the entire group. Now that is an exact negation of the text which is to be construed not only by the Senate but, by the International Court of Justice. Now, the International Court of Justice is not going to say intent to destroy a group in whole or in part means only to destroy a whole group. The Convention says you only need the intent to destroy part of a group, so there is a contradiction, gentlemen, which I suggest you very seriously consider. 45. If the circumstances attending the lynching of blacks smacked of genocide, their targeting for involuntary sterilization was even worse. Already in 1950 there was considerable discussion in the African American community about this, and in December 1951, a 240-page petition, written by black attorney William L. Patterson for the American Civil Rights Congress, CRC, and entitled "We Charge Genocide," was deposited with the UN Secretariat in New York. 46 Although U.S. diplomats were able to prevent the document which provided copious details on sterilization programs to which the Afro-American community had been subjected from being taken up by the UN's Commission on Human Rights, the submission sent lingering shockwaves across the federal hierarchy. 47. By 1970, when an updated version of the CRC petition was deposited with the Secretariat, the situation was even more sensitive. At that point, the government was not only continuing its birth control efforts with regard to poor blacks, it had secretly launched similar programs targeting American Indians and Puerto Ricans, which eventually resulted in upward of 30% of the women of childbearing age in each group undergoing involuntary and in many instances completely unwitting sterilization. 48. The only question in this regard which seemed to concern Idaho's liberal Senator Frank Church during testimony provided by Assistant Attorney General, and future Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, William Rehnquist, in hearings conducted the same year, was whether responsible officials could be safeguarded from meaningful prosecution, perchance charges were ever brought against them under the Genocide Convention. Church, another extreme criticism leveled at the convention is that it would make birth control efforts among the poor blacks an act of genocide. How would you answer this allegation? Rehnquist, I think that any birth control effort that might reasonably be contemplated in this country would certainly be a voluntary one, and would likewise be directed towards all individuals rather than any particular race. I think it inconceivable that any sort of birth control effort that would ever receive public approval in this country would violate the provisions of this treaty. Church, is it true that if any such effort were to be made, based upon some compulsory method and directed towards some particular group, that the protections of the Constitution would be fully applicable whether or not the United States had ratified and become party to the Genocide Convention? Rehnquist, certainly. 49. Other aspects of U.S. domestic policy were coming into similar focus at about the same time. There were, for instance, potential ramifications to the maintenance of the apartheid structure of Jim Crow segregation throughout much of the country for more than 100 years. 50 As ABBA Representative Eberhard Deutsch put it in his testimony before the subcommittee in 1971, such a systematic pattern of statutory racial discrimination could, at least in part, be seen as a violation of even the most rigorous interpretation of the Convention's injunction against visiting mental harm upon members of a target group. In Brown v. Board of Education, the leading desegregation case, the Supreme Court of the United States, held expressly that separation of Negro children, from others of similar age and qualifications solely because of their race, generates a feeling of inferiority as to their status in the community that affects their hearts and minds in a way unlikely ever to be undone, and has a tendency to retard their education and mental development. In light of this holding by the Supreme Court, such an understanding as this committee has proposed, that mental harm is to be construed to mean permanent impairment of mental faculties, would hardly deter any tribunal from determining that any form of local segregation is within the definition of the international crime of genocide under the Convention. 51. At no point during the subcommission's hearings was there serious discussion of the implications of the Convention's prohibition against the forced transfer of children in light of U.S. policy. 52 The reasons for this are readily apparent. To have done so would have been to expose the entire system of compulsory boarding schools long imposed by the government upon American Indians to the kind of scrutiny it could ill afford. Any such attention to Indian affairs would, moreover, all but inevitably raise the specter of the extermination campaigns waged against America's indigenous peoples in previous centuries. 53 From there, discussion would have led unerringly into the very sphere of consideration the United States had sought to evade when it arranged for deletion of the third article of the Secretariat's draft, the broad range of culturally genocidal practices through which the Indians' final extinction was still being relentlessly pursued as a matter of policy. Rather, these genies were left in their bottles altogether, and the subjects of Indians and Indian policy never came up. 54. Be that as it may, it is unquestionably a matter of record that it was with full knowledge that many of its own undertakings and positions were genocidal by legal definition, and with the stated intention of maintaining its own imagined sovereign discretion to continue in exactly the same vein, that the Senate of the United States, cheered on by the country's most representative body of jurists and attorneys, openly rejected the Genocide Convention for fully 2 generations. Ratification. It was not until 1985, after the first signs of significant deterioration in the Soviet system signaled the potential for a decisive and potentially permanent shift in global power back to the United States, that a genuine senatorial interest in ratifying the Genocide Convention finally emerged. 55 By then, the Reagan administration had restored a certain luster and authority to America's martial image through the conquest of tiny Grenada, endorsement of Israel's invasion and partial occupation of neighboring Lebanon, support for Iraq's bloody attritional contest with Iran, initiation of a pair of substantial low-intensity wars in Nicaragua and El Salvador, and the repeated provocation of lopsided aerial combat over Libya's Gulf of Sidra, among numerous other things. 56 Moreover, the administration was in the process of repudiating the jurisdiction of the World Court to require U.S. adherence to even those relatively few standards of international legality it had formally embraced. 57. Given that these developments dictated an increasing unenforceability of the Convention against the United States, to quote Reagan, it was decided that the time was finally ripe for America to reap whatever propaganda benefits might accrue from the humanitarian gesture of signing on to what had long since become customary law. 58 It was also discerned by more perceptive officials that, with the U.S. effectively self-exempted from abiding by provisions of this or any other element of international legality it might find inconvenient, endorsement of the relevant instruments might serve to forge useful new weapons for concrete rather than rhetorical utilization against America's enemies on certain occasions. A team of leading senatorial conservatives, Indiana's Richard Lugar, Orrin Hatch of Utah, and Jesse Helms were therefore assembled to sell ratification to the right. 59. Together, the three crafted what they described as a sovereignty package containing 2 reservations and 5 understandings upon which U.S. acceptance of the Genocide Convention would be conditioned. These clarifications served to preclude any possibility that its provisions might actually be applied to America by reaffirming U.S. repudiation of the jurisdiction of international courts, asserting the primacy of the United States Constitution over international law, rejecting extradition of U.S. nationals for violation of the Convention, rather than the U.S. interpretation of it, and specifically absolving the effects of discriminatory domestic policies and external military actions from being classified as genocidal other than in cases where genocide was a stated intent. 60 as the package read in its final form. Resolution of ratification. Lugar-Helmholtz Sovereignty Package. Adopted February 19, 1986. Resolved, 2/3 of the senators present concurring therein, that the Senate advise and consent to the ratification of the International Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, adopted unanimously by the General Assembly of the United Nations in Paris on December 9, 1948, Executive 0, 81st Congress, First Session, provided that the Senate's advise and consent is subject to the following reservations. 1. That with reference to Article 9 of the Convention, before any dispute to which the United States is a party may be submitted to the International Court of Justice under this article, the specific consent of the United States is required in each case. 2. That nothing in the Convention requires or authorizes legislation or other action by the United States prohibited by the Constitution of the United States as interpreted by the United States. 2. The Senate's advise and consent is subject to the following understandings, which shall apply to the obligations of the United States under this Convention. 1. That the term intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such appearing in Article 2 means the specific intent to destroy, in whole or in substantial part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such by the acts specified in Article 2 emphasis added. 2. That the term mental harm in Article 11, b, means the permanent impairment of mental faculties through drugs, torture, or similar measures. 3. That the pledge to grant extradition in accordance with the state's laws and treaties in force found in Article 7 extends only to acts which are criminal under the laws of both the requesting and requested state, and nothing in Article 7 affects the right of any state to bring trial before its own tribunals any of its nationals for acts committed outside a state. 4. That acts in the course of armed conflicts committed without the specific intent required by Article 2 are not sufficient to constitute genocide as defined by the Convention emphasis added. 5. That with regard to the reference to an international tribunal in Article 6 of the Convention, the United States declares that it reserves the right to effect its participation in any such tribunal only by a treaty entered into specifically for that purpose with the advise and consent of the Senate. 3. The Senate's advise and consent is subject to the following declaration, that the President will not deposit the instrument of ratification until after the implementing legislation referred to in Article V has been enacted. 61. With the force and implications of the instrument thus thoroughly negated, this ratification was affirmed by congressional passage of the Genocide Convention Implementation Act, also called the Proxmire Act, a rather ironic reference to the senator who had been most prominent in advocating adoption of the law in its undiluted form in October 1988. 62 The resulting documents, including the Lugar-Helmholtz package, were deposited by the Reagan administration with the United Nations a month later. 63 The convention, in its congressionally approved form, became binding upon the United States in February 1989. Long before the process was completed, however, some senators, notably Connecticut Democrat Christopher Dodd and Charles Mathias, a Maryland Republican, were warning that the U.S. claim to have ratified the convention in this fashion would likely be rebuffed by the international community on grounds that the U.S. rejection of Article 9 would completely undermine the law's effectiveness. 64 Dodd and Mathias were joined by several others when they argued that the a priori exoneration entered with respect to military action might have equally adverse effects. A question arises as to what the United States is really trying to accomplish by attaching this understanding. The language suggests the United States has something to hide. Moreover, The relatively imprecise definition of armed conflict in international law is an invitation to problems and will almost certainly draw adverse comments from other nations trying to figure out what the language is intended to do. To call attention to our fears of being brought to account for acts committed in armed conflicts is really an embarrassment to the United States and should have no place in our ratification of the Genocide Convention. 65. As analyst Lawrence LeBlanc has observed, there is much to commend this viewpoint, though it could be carried further. Other provisions, for example, the understandings regarding intent and the meaning of mental harm, seem to carve out exceptions for the United States. They could be understood by other parties as being reservations that are incompatible with the object and purpose of the convention. The considerations that gave rise to these understandings, mainly domestic racial considerations, lend credibility to the viewpoint of those who object. 66. LeBlanc's assessment is borne out in the fact that, by December 1989, 9 European countries, Denmark, Finland, Ireland, Italy, the Netherlands, Norway, Spain, Sweden, and the United Kingdom had entered formal objections to the constitutional provision of the U.S. sovereignty package with the UN Secretariat, describing it as a violation of international treaty law. 67. The United Kingdom and the Netherlands, joined by Australia, also objected to America's repudiation of World Court jurisdiction. 68. The Netherlands flatly declined to recognize U.S. ratification of the convention as being valid until such time as these problems are corrected. 69. The other objecting governments were not so explicit in this regard, although the legal and diplomatic implications of their filing of objections is the same. 70. Hence, all pretensions to the contrary notwithstanding, the United States remains quite conspicuously an outlaw state. Costs and consequences. The U.S. refusal to ratify even the ludicrously abbreviated conception of genocide it had itself engineered, in effect undermined any attempt to apply the convention to prevent or punish perpetrators of the global proliferation of systematic mass murder programs which have been documented after 1945. In none of the episodes occurring prior to 1990 encompassing processes of such magnitude as the U.S. sponsored 1965 Indonesian extermination of perhaps 1 million communists, 71 to the Holocausts in Burundi and Bangladesh in 197,272 was the Genocide Convention invoked by the United Nations. 73. Indeed, with the notable exception of the Khmer Rouge auto-genocide in Cambodia/Kampuchea, which was showcased in the most propagandistic fashion, as a post hoc justification for U.S. aggression there, none was ever characterized as genocidal by mainstream journalists and commentators. It was not until the pretended U.S. ratification of the convention had gone into effect that it became permissible for the UN to employ the term in serious fashion, and then only with respect to some perpetrators in certain instances. The most salient illustrations of this concern has been the recent establishment of international tribunals, the first such since Nuremberg, to prosecute a few of those responsible for bloodbaths in Bosnia-Herzegovina and Rwanda on charges of genocide and related crimes. 74. While this seems at first glance to be a positive development, suggesting that the belated U.S. pretense of ratification, however illegitimate it may have been, is nonetheless serving constructive purposes, closer scrutiny reveals a rather different picture. 75. Those slated to be hauled into the defendant's dock are composed entirely of those who are at most marginal to U.S. policy interests, and whose actions have offered the prospect of disrupting the planetary order that policy is intended to impose. 76. To all appearances, the United States, now that it has finally signed on to the convention, has embarked upon a course of claiming moral high ground by instigating show trials on charges of genocide against those it considers essentially irrelevant, as it will undoubtedly do against outright enemies whenever opportunity knocks the better to immunize itself and governments it deems useful from precisely the same charge. The upshot is that after a half-century of blocking implementation of the Genocide Convention, the U.S. has moved decisively to domesticate it, harnessing international law entirely to the needs and dictates of American policy. 77. Universal condemnation of the crime of genocide is thus being co-opted to a point at which condemnation accrues only to genocides which, whether in form or in function, have failed to receive the sanction of the United States. Those which have not are to be punished. Those which have are to be reinforced, rewarded, defined as anything but what they are, even to the extent of describing them as democratic. 78. 4. Charades, anyone. The Indian Claims Commission in context. For the nation, there is an unrequited account of sin and injustice that sooner or later will call for national retribution. George Catlin, 1844. One of the more pernicious myths shrouding the realities of Indian/white relations in the United States is that the U.S. has historically comported itself according to uniquely lofty legal and moral principles when interacting with its indigenous peoples. The idea has been around in the form of official rhetoric since at least as early as 1787, when the Congress, already pursuing a practical policy going in exactly the opposite direction, used its enactment of the Northwest Ordinance as an opportunity to pledge itself to conducting its Indian affairs in utmost good faith. One, as President Harry S. Truman would put it 159 years later, it should be perfectly clear, that in our transactions with Indian tribes we have, set for ourselves the standard of fair and honorable dealings, pledging respect for all Indian property rights. 2. In 1985, the late William E. Washburn, then preeminent American Indianist historian for the federal government's Smithsonian Institution, waxed a bit more expansive when he observed that because U.S. Indian policy is supportive of Indian values and aspirations, questions that in other countries would not arise are the subject of intense debate in the United States. Hence, in broad, general perspective, one is impressed with the extraordinary recognition accorded to the now powerless Indian tribes of this country not only to maintain a secure trust-guaranteed and tax-free land base, but to exercise aspects of sovereignty that normally derive from the control of territory held by a powerful sovereign. 3. Lest it be argued that views like Truman's and Washburn's represent little at this point beyond quaintly jingoistic anachronisms, note should be taken that the United States is presently engaged at the United Nations in pushing its own version of Indian law as the model upon which the UN's incipient Universal Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples should be based, its own Indian policy as that most worthy of emulation by the rest of the world. Conversely, the U.S. has threatened to block any codification of native rights in international law which fails to conform to its own purportedly exalted standards of enlightened humanitarianism. 4. The expression of such sentiments is by no means a uniquely conservative vice. They are continually voiced by more moderate commentators. Few great powers, observed liberal policy analyst Harvey D. Rosenthal in 1990, have acknowledged such fundamental moral or legal debts, especially from a small, powerless minority in their midst, as has the United States with respect to American Indians. 5. Nor, by and large, will one encounter much of an alternative among what are ostensibly the more radical sectors of the Euro-American populace, a matter abundantly evidenced in the recent tirades of Bob Black and other prominent anti-authoritarians in the pages of Anarchy magazine. 6. From start to finish, then, and irrespective of ideological cant, the U.S. settler society's interpretation of itself is all but invariably adorned in that protective cloak of righteousness which is the inevitable garment of the Anglo-Philistin. 7. As Rosenthal himself admits, the resulting hegemony that the U.S. has always been well-intentioned in its relations with Indians and that, while less than perfect, the process of interaction has ultimately worked out for the best for all concerned is one that has long comforted whites and afflicted Indians in the most grotesque manner imaginable. 8. This last is not difficult to discern, at least for anyone willing to look at the matter honestly. Despite Washburn's glowing description of native North America's trust-guaranteed and tax-free land base, the fact is that reservation-based American Indians are the poorest people on the continent, receiving by far the lowest annual and lifetime incomes of any census group. Unemployment on most reservations hovers around 60%, while on some it has been in the 90th percentile for decades. 9. The most impoverished area of the U.S. for the past 40 years has been Shannon County, on the Pine Ridge Sioux Reservation, in South Dakota. 10. Overall, the indices of poverty in Indian country are now, as they have been throughout the 20th century, of a sort more commonly associated with third world locales than with those inside the Earth's mightiest economic Superpower. The Indian health level is the lowest and the disease rate the highest of all major population groups in the United States. The incidence of tuberculosis is over 400% higher than the national average. Similar statistics show that the incidence of strep infections is 1000%, meningitis is 2000% higher, and dysentery is 10,000% higher. Death rates from disease are shocking when Indian and non-Indian populations are compared. Influenza and pneumonia are 300% greater killers among Indians. Diseases such as hepatitis are at epidemic proportions, with an 800% higher chance of death. Diabetes is almost a plague. 11. Malnutrition claims American Indians at 12 times the U.S. national rate, while infant mortality runs as high as 1,400% of the norm. 12 and between 50,000 and 57,000 Indian homes are officially considered uninhabitable. Many of these are beyond repair. For example, over 88% of the homes of the Sioux in Pine Ridge have been classified as substandard dwellings. 13. Consequently, Indians die from exposure at 5 times the national rate. 14. Under such conditions, despair is endemic, a circumstance engendering massive rates of alcoholism and other forms of substance abuse, as well as attendant social/familial violence, each of which takes its toll. The suicide rate among native teenagers is several times higher than that of non-Indian youth. 15. All told, in a country where male life expectancy averages 71.8 years, a reservation-based American Indian man can expect to live less than 45. Although his female counterpart lives about 36 months longer than he, her general population sister has an average life expectancy of 78.8 years. 16. Thus, each time an American Indian dies or is born on a reservation in the United States, a third of a lifetime is lost. To put it another way, 1/3 of each succeeding generation of American Indians has been annihilated in a quiet holocaust which has continued unabated since the Indian Wars supposedly ended in 1890. The reason underlying this altogether dismal situation is also strikingly apparent. It will be found in the very trust status, the locus of Washburn's effusive profession of pride, in which indigenous property is held by the United States. Asserted most clearly in the Supreme Court's 1903 Lone Wolf opinion, the federal government's self-assigned and perpetual fiduciary authority over Indians has afforded it the plenary power to dispose of native assets in whatever manner it sees fit. 17 Hence, the abundance of minerals and other resources found on many reservations have been exploited with increasing intensity over the past half-century at prices deeply discounted to corporate developers by the Secretary of Interior, acting in his trustee capacity. 18 Both resources and profits have correspondingly flowed into the U.S. economy while Indians have been left destitute. The term by which such relations between nations or peoples are customarily described is colonialism, albeit in this case of a sort in which the colonized are encapsulated within the claimed domestic territoriality of the colonizer rather than of the more classical overseas variety. 19 Internal colonialism is colonialism nonetheless, and it has been prohibited under international law since the United Nations Charter was effected in 1945. 20 In no small part, this is because to be colonized, whether externally or internally, is to be denied that range of self-determining prerogatives which, as a matter of law, constitute the most fundamental rights of any nation. 21 Colonialism is thus the very obverse of the sovereignty Washburn and his colleagues contend is exercised by indigenous nations in the United States. Moreover, given the nature of its impact upon native people over the past 100 years, it is fair to say that the U.S. internal colonial model offers ample confirmation of Jean-Paul Sartre's famous equation of colonialism to genocide. 22 Necessary allusions. One would think that the astonishing gulf separating Washburnian descriptions of U.S. benevolence toward native peoples from the unremitting squalor to which those same peoples continue to be subjected at the hands of the United States might provoke what the sociologist C. Wright Mills once termed cognitive dissonance among the public at large. 23 This, in turn, might be expected to generate the sort of outrage that would compel a constructive alteration in the relationship between the U.S. and those indigenous nations upon whose traditional territories it has constituted itself. As Vine Deloria Jr. long ago observed, however, it is a characteristic aspect of contemporary North American society that no significant number of people will be stirred from their inertia to accomplish anything. They will not think. They will not question. And, most importantly, they will not object to whatever happens until it directly affects the manner in which they view their own personal survival. 24 More charitably, Imre Sutton has remarked that other factors also inhibit our fullest perception of tribal grievances. Perhaps apathy or indifference prevails. Yet I am inclined to think that most Americans too readily believe that American Indians have been properly compensated for whatever evils may have befallen us in the past, and that things really are better now. 25. There are a number of reasons why this impression has come to be so deeply rooted in the mainstream American mind, beginning with the relentless drumbeat of official pronouncements such as Truman's and extending through the matrices of news packaging, media depiction and the spin so carefully put to truth by the myriad responsible scholars like Washburn and Rosenthal who infest the academic milieu. 26 The cornerstone upon which the whole proposition's credibility may be said to rest, however, assumes a much more concrete form, that of the federal government's Indian Claims Commission, ICC, an entity maintained from 1946 to 1978 for the express purpose of resolving outstanding grievances accumulated by Native people against the United States during the course of the latter's expansion and consolidation over the preceding 2 centuries. 27. The prevailing view is that the Commission represented not only the greatest submission ever made by a sovereign state to moral and legal claims, as one federal jurist put it at the time 28, but that its purpose was to do justice for its own sake where American Indians were/are concerned. 29 Over the past 3 generations, it has thus become a veritable truism among members of the dominant settler society that no stronger motive than conscience has compelled this nation to grant its indigenous minority the right to seek redress through such a mechanism. 30 The most cursory examination of the record reveals the magnitude of untruth embedded in such postulations. Had the United States ever actually been motivated by its collective conscience to dispense justice to Indians, it might all along, or at any point, have simply elected to comply with the extant requirements of international law rather than ignoring them or seeking to pervert them to its own ends, a stance it still displays. 31. Even within the framework of its own judicial structure, the U.S. might easily have provided the peoples whose land it was so systematically expropriating some measure of redress at least as early as 1855, when it created a special court to hear and determine all claims founded upon any law of Congress, or upon any contract, express or implied, with the government of the United States. 32 Instead, in 1863, Indians were specifically denied access to the Court of Claims by an act of Congress. 33. Moreover, at the same time the right to redress claims was being circumscribed for the Indian, it was being expanded for the white man against the red man. The claims of whites for depredations committed against them by Indians under treaty were first recognized in an act of 1796. This act and ones following it in 1834 and 1859 provided for indemnification of losses from Indian depredations to be paid out of Indian annuities or out of any money in the treasury not otherwise appropriated. Thus, though the Indian could not sue the government, he could be sued by it, and denied counsel, in the name of its citizens and be subject to forced payment of claims from his treaty funds. By 1872, the depredation legislation was renewed in 1870, 1872, 1885, 1886 and 1891, close to 300 claims were settled against the Indians for over $434,000. This amount was 55% of what was claimed. 34. Indeed, although they were obviously considered human enough to convey land title by treaty and to compensate Euro-Americans for losses, real or invented, U.S. courts never formally conceded that Indians were actually persons capable of legal standing in their own right until the Standing Bear case of 1879.35. This led, in 1881, to an act permitting Native people to sue in the Court of Claims, but only in the event that they obtained specific legislative authorization whenever they sought to do so. 36 The expensive and time-consuming burden of acquiring a predicating act of Congress each time they desired access to the claims court had the entirely predictable, and undoubtedly intended, effect of constraining Indians' ability to avail themselves of it. Hence, from 1881 to 1923, only 39 claims were filed. 37. A further complication was that in considering claims prior to authorizing them for adjudication, Congress was positioned to alter them substantially. This it did with consistent abandon, invariably rejecting attempts to recover unceded land on their face. 38 Legislators habitually deleted provisions for payment of interest, even on matters dating back a century or more. 39 And, with equal frequency, they introduced provisions requiring that judicial awards forthcoming to the native plaintiffs, if any, be subject to gratuitous offsets equal to whatever monies the government could be said to have already expended in their behalf. 40. The gratuitous offsets constituted an especially onerous imposition insofar as they placed Indians in the position of retroactively subsidizing services they'd never wanted and, in many cases, vociferously opposed. Gratuities allowed, Rosenthal notes, included the payment of federal Indian agents and police, judges, interpreters, maintenance and repair of agency buildings, teachers, and prorated expenses for education of Indian children at various institutions. 41 He concludes, with typical understatement, that most of these gratuities were more for the benefit of the government than the Indians. 42. For its part, the U.S. Department of Justice devoted itself to delaying and otherwise obstructing Indian claims cases by all possible means. Years, often decades, passed while federal attorneys prepared themselves, not to see to it that the government's self-assigned fiduciary responsibility to Indians was fulfilled, but to ensure that native claimants received nothing, or at least as little as possible, in court. 43 As was observed in 1940, it cannot be shown that the U.S. attorneys in a single case investigated the complaints of the Indians with a view towards doing justice to them. 44. On the contrary, the energy of Justice Department personnel was spent prodding the General Accounting Office, GAO, to dig up offsets with which to diminish or nullify awards expected to accrue from claims they knew to be valid. If offsets could be advanced in an amount equal to or exceeding the amount of the potential award in any case, the claims court could be expected to dismiss it out of hand. 45 The fruits of such tactics are altogether unsurprising. The Wichita of Oklahoma first gained the right to sue in an act of 1895 but were stalled until a jurisdictional act of 1924 led to a final dismissal in 1939. The Klamath in Oregon gained their act in 1920 but were dismissed in 1938. The Northwestern Band of Shoshone of Utah and Idaho, having begun their efforts in 1879, received their act in 1926, and saw dismissal in 1942. The Osage of Oklahoma, after spending 48 years in the process, gained a jurisdictional act 1921, and were dismissed in 1928.46. And so it went. By the latter year, Senator Lynn Frazier of North Dakota, a member of the Committee on Indian Affairs, was estimating that at the then current rate it would take another 172 years to wade through the 86 pending cases he believed would eventually go to trial. 47 In the 16 instances where awards had actually been made at that point, the court had allowed a mere $13.6 million against claims totaling $346 million. Offsets amounting to $11 million were then deducted, leaving Indians with a paltry $2.65 million overall. 48. All told, by 1946, the Attorney General was able to report that Indians had been awarded only $49.40 million, well under 10% of the gross amount claimed in the cases involved, offset by $29.4 million in gratuity deductions. 49 This afforded those indigenous nations filing the suits an aggregate payout of only $20 million, from which they had to absorb legal costs, the expense of lobbying Congress to gain authorization, and so on. At best, the federal government's vaunted due process was for Indians essentially a break-even endeavor, while a number of people lost large chunks of their lives and appreciable sums attempting it. 50. Truly, the US proved itself an unsympathetic foe of indigenous nations, a tough and clever opponent when using its own courts to defend against the claims of its native wards, no matter how legitimate. 51 It can be argued, and has been often enough, that this is exactly as it should be in an adversarial system of justice like that of the United States. 52 Perhaps, although the blatant systemic conflict of interest with which the process was riddled from top to bottom should really suggest something else. 53 In any event, the portrait thus presented is anything but that of a government/society committed by its conscience to doing the right thing, either morally or legally. Foot-dragging in the first degree. It's not that the government lacked alternatives to the courts in dealing with Indian land claims, even within its own politico-judicial structure and experience. During the 19th century, 16 separate commissions were created by the United States under various treaties, conventions, and agreements, to dispense settlements from foreign nations, and to resolve mutual claims. 54 The last of these, convened in 1901, had barely completed its work when, in 1910, former Indian Commissioner Francis E. Loop recommended establishing something like a Claims Commission to expedite the processing of Indian claims cases. 55. In 1913, Assistant Commissioner of Indian Affairs Edgar B. Merritt went further, testifying before the House of Representatives that an investigatory commission, or comparable body, should be created to prepare reports and recommendations allowing Congress rather than the Court of Claims to make some permanent disposition of native claims. This approach, he argued, would not only be more prompt and efficient than the judicial process, but produce more equitable outcomes. 56 Such proposals were met with yawns by legislators, not least because Loop and Merritt were both avid proponents of assimilation, a national policy then in full force and intended to bring about the disappearance of the last traces of indigenous culture within the U.S. 57 Since it was generally believed that the Indians that were left were rapidly vanishing anyway, and would likely die off long before their claims ever came to trial, there seemed no pressing need for improvement in the mechanisms for dealing with them. 58. It was not until the 1920s, with the increasingly proliferate discovery of mineral deposits on Indian reservations, that attitudes began to change. 59 Loath to recreate the irrational squandering of resources that had occurred in Oklahoma when reservations were abolished and underlying oil deposits opened to the ravages of free enterprise at the turn of the century 60, at least some policymakers began to cast about for ways of retaining these new finds under a central planning authority. The most logical route to this end resided in continuing the government's administration of the reservations in trust for an indefinite period, a matter requiring the abrupt abandonment of assimilation policy as it had been configured up till then. 61. In 1928, the Miriam Commission, a body of 100 prominent business and civic leaders assembled by Secretary of Interior Hubert Work to consider the Indian question, recommended exactly that. 62 The group, echoing Loop's earlier suggestion, also urged that a special commission be created, separate from the courts, to investigate and draft legislation by which Congress could resolve whatever Indian claims were deemed meritorious. 63 The idea was seconded a year later by Nathan R. Margold, a New York attorney specializing in Indian law and policy, who had been retained by the Institute for Government Research to assess the situation. 64. Although Congress was relatively quick to reorganize the reservations for long-term existence, passing an act for this purpose in 1934, it consistently balked at addressing the claims issue. 65 To a significant extent, this was due to an outright hostility expressed by the Justice Department to any measure which might serve to accomplish such objectives. As Attorney General Francis Biddle eventually summed up the department's position, it would cost huge sums, he estimated $3 billion or more, to achieve anything resembling an equitable and comprehensive disposition of native claims. Since it would be inordinately expensive for the United States to actually pay for what it had taken from Indians, he reasoned, it would be better to do nothing at all. 66. Such thinking was restated, endlessly and with discernible vehemence, by legislators like Missouri's John J. Cochran, who noted with pride in 1937 that he'd personally prevented dozens of native claims from being paid over the preceding 3 years. Congress, he said, could disregard millions and think of billions if the Indian claims ever got in the hands of a commission designed to treat such cases on their merits. 67 Thomas O'Malley of Wisconsin described the whole idea of native people being compensated for the taking of their property or anything else, apparently as the biggest racket in the country. 68. Others, plainly ignorant of, or choosing to ignore, the government's historical policy of denying Indians access to U.S. courts, now opined that native claims cases were too ancient to be considered. William M. Colmer of Mississippi argued that while a great injury had undoubtedly been done to Indians in the past, it would be unfair to some 130 million American citizens who are taxpayers to make any serious contemporary effort to set things right. 69 O'Malley chimed in that it was absolutely necessary for Congress to prevent some shyster lawyer from digging up a descendant of some blanket Indian and make $1 million claim against the government over Manhattan Island. 70. Perspectives of this sort, which were ubiquitous, received substantial reinforcement from the Supreme Court. As late as 1945, Justice Robert H. Jackson, writing for the majority in the Northwestern Bands of Shoshone case, held that the ongoing expropriation of native land was not compensable because any injuries done to Indians were committed by our forefathers in the distant past against remote ancestors of the present claimants. 71 Moreover, Jackson asserted, such claims as a general rule should not be considered legally actionable, since Indians, unlike whites, had traditionally possessed no true conception of property ownership. 72. In arriving at the latter conclusion, which, if applied consistently rather than being trotted out only when convenient to nullify a native claim, would have served to void the legitimacy of all transfers of property from indigenous peoples to the U.S., leaving the United States without so much as a pretense of valid title to most of its purported territoriality, Jackson and his colleagues resorted to what has been called the menagerie theory. At base, this is the notion that Indians are less than human and that their relations to their lands is not the human relation of ownership but rather something similar to the relation that animals bear to the areas in which they may be temporarily confined. 73. President Franklin D. Roosevelt also made it clear on several occasions that he was unsympathetic to creation of a commission or comparable mechanism by which Indian claims might be resolved in an equitable manner. Purporting to be more preoccupied with the future than with the past, he announced in 1936 that he would be unlikely to sign any bill which might lead to the government's paying out monies on account of wrongs done to the dead. 74. Given the negative consensus dominant in all three branches of the federal government, proposals to establish a claims commission went nowhere for more than a third of a century after Francis Loop's initial recommendation. From 1930 to 1945, at least 17 bills offering variations on the theme were rejected by Congress, most of them dying in committee before they ever reached the floor of either the House or Senate. 75 On the other hand, legislation was passed in 1935 to further entrench the practice of deducting gratuitous offsets from awards achieved through the Court of Claims. 76. In the matter of self-interest, recitation of its background raises the obvious question of why, the Senate having already done so on July 17, the U.S. House of Representatives unanimously approved creation of the ICC on August 2, 1946. 77 The answers here are two, neither of them having the least to do with good conscience or a legislative desire to see justice done to indigenous peoples encapsulated within the United States. Quite the opposite, Congress as a whole was demonstrably motivated by the crassest sort of national self-interest. One track along which things moved concerned a U.S. ambition to assert itself as a planetary moral authority by way of organizing an international tribunal to oversee the punishment of Germany's Nazi government in the aftermath of World War II. 78 First publicly articulated in 1944 over the strong objections of America's wartime allies, this precedential concept actually dated from 1943. 79 Eventually, U.S. diplomats were able to negotiate the London Charter of August 8, 1945, setting in motion the Nuremberg trials. 80. A problem for the Americans all along, however, resided in their intent to prosecute the Nazi leadership for the waging of aggressive war, for purposes of acquiring Lebensraum, living space, at the expense of peoples they considered Untermenschen, subhumans, in Eastern Europe. 81 The sticking point was that, from at least as early as the publication of Mein Kampf in 1925, Adolf Hitler himself had been at pains to explain that he was basing the Nazi Lebensraumpolitik, policy of territorial expansion, directly on the U.S. design of militarily expropriating American Indians during the 19th century. 82 As historian Norman Rich has summarized the thesis openly proclaimed therein. Neither Spain nor Britain should be the models for German expansion, but the Nordics of North America, who had ruthlessly pushed aside an inferior race to win for themselves soil and territory for the future. To undertake this essential task, sometimes difficult, always cruel, this was Hitler's version of the white man's burden. 83. So well known were the parallels between US and Nazi expansionist policies by war's end that graduate students were embarking upon studies of them. 84 Plainly, if it were to assume the moral high ground at Nuremberg and appear to be dispensing anything more than mere victor's justice, it was vital for the United States to do something concrete to distinguish the contours of its own process of expansion from that pursued by the men in the defendant's dock. 85 In essence, it was understood that the whole historical pattern of U.S. territorial growth needed to be placed, post hoc, on a footing that could be projected as consisting of acquisition by purchase rather than by conquest, and the sooner the better. Not coincidentally, in late 1943, at just the moment the United States first became interested in staging a post-war trial of the Nazi hierarchy, Congress quietly convened a select committee both to revive the long-dormant and much-reviled idea of a claims commission, and to hammer out the details of how it would work. 86 Over the next year and a half, other sectors of the government were brought to accept that establishment the ICC would be necessary to putting a proper gloss on the U.S. image internationally. Hence, by 1945 even Attorney General Biddle, preparing as he was to don the judicial robes in which he would sit in judgment at Nuremberg, entered a grudging endorsement of Claims Commission proposals, albeit, he couldn't resist leaving behind suggestions as to how the final bill might be prevented from compensating Indians too liberally. 87 The same can be said for Justice Jackson, the ink not yet dry on his description of Indians as a menagerie in northwestern bands, who was in the process of temporarily reversing roles with Biddle by taking leave of the Supreme Court to serve as chief U.S. prosecutor in the cases brought, among others, against Julius Streicher, a Nazi publisher charged with depicting Jews as less than human. 88. The extent to which Congress's belated creation of the ICC was intended not just as a measure fulfilling U.S. domestic requirements, but as a PR gesture meant to resonate favorably at Nuremberg and elsewhere within the international community, was quite evident in the way South Dakota Representative Carl Mundt introduced the bill authorizing it to the House. The Commission, he said, would stand as an example for all the world to follow in its treatment of minorities. 89 Such posturing was amplified when President Truman, upon signing it, acquainted the public with the Indian Claims Commission Act on August 13, 1946. This bill, he intoned with a straight face, makes perfectly clear what many men and women, here and abroad, have failed to recognize, that instead of confiscating Indian lands, we have purchased from the tribes that once owned this continent more than 90% of our public domain. Emphasis added. 90 No mention was made, of course, of which party it was that had set and was continuing to set the sales price, or whether the native owners had wanted to sell their homelands. A final solution, American style. If the stench of hypocrisy can be said to have emanated from the first of the U.S. motivations in bringing the ICC into being, the second was even more malodorous. This had to do with a desire on the part of such unabashed foes of indigenous rights as Carl Mundt to impose what he called a permanent solution to the Indian problem. 91 A final settlement of outstanding claims, it was argued, would position the government to terminate all further expenditures in behalf of Indians. 92 And to withdraw from its trust relationship with / recognition of the existence of selected peoples. 93 Effectively bringing about their speedy dissolution and disappearance as Identifiable human groups. 94. The key for many legislators was how to accomplish the objective in the cheapest manner possible. Our only real interest, said Representative, later Senator, Henry M. Scoop Jackson of Washington, is to try and economize in this matter. 95. Given that Jackson chaired the House committee responsible for drafting the bill ultimately enacted as law, it is not difficult to discern the reasoning underlying a number of its principal elements. For instance, although the act mandated the ICC to investigate and resolve all claims alleging wrongful takings of native land, under no circumstances were Indians permitted to recover their property. 96. Nor were native people to be compensated at a rate equivalent to the contemporary value of what they'd lost, or, as a rule, allowed to collect interest against whatever amount the Commission concluded they should have received when their land was taken. 97. Moreover, the old practice of deducting gratuitous offsets from any monies awarded was carried over from the Court of Claims to the ICC. 98. With things thus stacked against them, as Oklahoma Senator Elmer Thomas had earlier remarked, Indians would be lucky if in the final adjudication they should get even a few dollars. 99. Cynical as it was, Thomas's insight was more than borne out when, after a full decade of its operational existence, Chief Commissioner Edgar E. Witt reported to Congress in 1956 that the ICC had by then awarded a payout of less than $10 million against aggregate claims exceeding $800 million. 100. A decade later, from the grand total of $194 million awarded by the ICC against nearly $2 billion in claims, compromise settlements had resulted in net payouts of only $87 million, including the $10 million reported by Witt. 101. Such puny awards were expressly construed under the 1946 Act as precluding any further claims or demand against the United States. 102. Unquestionably, Congress could take some fiscal satisfaction in having got the better of the Indian once more, even as the ICC averred to have cleared title to millions of acres of contested territory. 103. But this was not the worst of it. Since the goals of termination and the Claims Commission were seen as parallel for the first 20 years, 104. A native people's acceptance of even a pittance which the Justice Department continued to insist was awarded only as a matter of grace, not as a matter of right. 105. Often served as a pretext upon which it could be declared it extinct. 106. Nowhere was this alliance of the Commission and termination legislation more blatant than in the appointment of former Utah Senator Arthur V. Watkins as Chief Commissioner in 1959. 107. A proverbial architect of U.S. termination policy in the 1940s and early 50s, Watkins was responsible to a degree probably greater than any other individual for the formal nullification of more than 100 targeted peoples over the following decade. 108. These ranged from the populous and relatively solvent Menominees and Klamaths in Wisconsin and Oregon to the tiny mission bands of Southern California. They did not, however, include a single nation whose reserved land base was endowed with mineral deposits federal planners wished to retain in trust. 109. As head of the ICC, Watkins' stated objective was, as it had been in the Senate, to get the government out of the Indian business. His method was to accelerate the pace of awards to termination of superfluous peoples as much as possible. 110. This, in a stunning Orwellianism, he described as emancipation. He himself was often referred to during the Eisenhower years as the Great Emancipator. 111. In his Red Man's Land, White Man's Law, even Wilcom Washburn was forced to choke on this one, outlining the whole minuet orchestrated by Watkins and his colleagues in terms of Congress cloaking its own interests in a rhetoric of generosity toward the Indian. 112. More to the point, while until the end of the Second World War native peoples were thought of as defeated nations and were so treated and so held captive, after the war the resulting relationship between prisoner and jailer more frequently became that between condemned and executioner, as many of them were liquidated altogether. 113. The ICC was created and maintained largely to mask this ugly reality, sometimes making it appear as the opposite of itself. But it did nothing to change it. Charades, anyone. When Congress established the ICC in 1946, it anticipated that the new body would be responsible for handling perhaps 200 cases, a figure roughly corresponding to the backlog piled up in the Court of Claims, and that the task could be accomplished in 5 years. 114 By the end of 1951, the number of claims had reached 852, more than ever contemplated by anyone in the process. 115 The lifespan of the Commission was therefore extended for another 5 years, a procedure which would be repeated several times before the ICC was finally phased out in 1978. The protracted nature of the proceedings were not due simply to the unexpectedly large number of claims filed. Nor, it should be noted in fairness to the Commission itself, were they typically a result of its own many faults. Rather, applying its usual perverse twist to the dictum that justice delayed is justice denied, always a desirable outcome in Indian claims cases, the Justice Department asked for not less than 5,000 extensions of time in which to file its pleadings between 1951 and 1955 alone. 116 By 1960, Chief Commissioner Watkins, who, after all, wanted to speed things up for his own reasons, was complaining that U.S. attorneys had received as many as 35 continuances in a single case. 117 A decade later, things were no better. In 1971, Watkins' successor, Jerome Kuykendall, observed that the Justice Department had requested some 6,451 days' worth of extensions in active cases over the preceding 18 months. 118. Thus, despite having outlived its original charter sixfold, and notwithstanding its increasingly strenuous efforts to do so as time wore on, the Commission was never able to complete its calendar. When it finally expired on September 30, 1978, the Commissioners reported that the ICC had over 3 decades disposed of 547 of the 615 dockets into which the original 852 claims had been consolidated. The remaining 68 dockets were passed along, still unresolved, to the Court of Claims. Of the combined claims in which the ICC was said to have reached a final determination, about 45% had been dismissed without award. 119. The end result was that the Indian nations, via a commission that cost the government only $15 million to operate for 32 years, paid $100 million in legal fees to pry loose some $800 million properly owed them. For 30 years most of this sum remained in the U.S. Treasury, interest-free, at a benefit to the government. 120. At the same time, the Department of Justice and its collaborators in the GAO expended approximately $200 million, an amount equal to 1/4 of total awards, on efforts to block or minimize each and every settlement. 121. So obstinately did they pursue these ends that when in 1955 the Otos actually won a significant concession in legal principle from the ICC, federal attorneys stalled the resulting award for some months while lobbying Congress to rewrite the law in their favor. 122. Such data cast in bold relief the contradictions inherent to the kind of subterfuge in which, as a matter of policy, any government sets out to play both, or several, ends against the middle. They do not, however, begin to address the real magnitude of the stakes involved in the ICC process. Aside from the sheer volume of claims that emerged, a development which seems to have genuinely taken all official parties by surprise, there is the matter of the scope of questions raised with respect to U.S. territorial legitimacy. 123. As early as 1956, the Justice Department warned Congress that the country's legal ownership of about half the area of the lower 48 states was subject to serious challenge. 124. By the mid-1960s, based in large part on research undertaken by the ICC in its struggles to document the basis for U.S. assertion of title to each area within its putative domain, informed observers were reckoning that the United States had never acquired a valid proprietary interest in some 750 million acres. 125. In other words, 1/3 of the nation's land, as the Interior Department put it in 1970, still legally belonged and belongs to native people. 126. If the ICC accomplished anything of positive utility, it was, according to Vine Deloria Jr., to update the legal parity of Indian land rights by clearing out the underbrush which had obscured an accurate view of who actually owns which parts of the United States. 127. Thereby, it can be said to have set the stage for the resolution of title questions, but not in any defensible legal, moral, or ethical sense to have settled them. 128 As things stand, such monetary awards as were made by the ICC or the Court of Claims, for that matter, serve only as payment against back rent accrued through usage of native property to which the United States has never held title. 129. This has led many observers to conclude, along with American Indian Movement leader Russell Means, that the U.S. portion of native North America continues to be illegally occupied in exactly the same way France and Poland were illegally occupied by Germany during the Second World War. In Means' view, post hoc U.S. awards of cash compensation for the expropriation of native territory no more puts things right than if the Nazis had issued a check to the Vichy government in exchange for France after the fall of Paris. Anyone suggesting otherwise is either ignorant of the facts, delusional, or playing an elaborate game of charades to try and hide the truth. 130. Far from being unrepresentatively extreme, Means' position, or something closely akin to it, has been repeatedly manifested in the reactions of indigenous nations to contentions that ICC awards might serve to uncloud title to their lands. 131. The Suquamish, Puyallup, and Stillaguamish refused their judgments on the grounds that their claims were never adjudicated, only those pushed upon them by their attorneys and the Commission. At a tribal council, the Western Shoshones voted to reject their settlement, claiming preference for land rather than money. The Oneida Indians of New York filed strong land claims for nearly 6 million acres of that state. 132. Under the premise that the Black Hills are not for sale, Means' own Lakota people have adamantly refused to accept any part of an award which now totals well over $130 million, insisting that recovery of their treaty-guaranteed land base rather than monetary compensation is and always was the basis of their claim. 133 Hopi traditionals have taken an even harder line, observing that their land was already theirs long before Columbus' great-great-grandmother was born and that they'd never dignify an upstart entity like the ICC by petitioning it for a piece of land that is already ours. 134. It follows that even if the U.S. were to suddenly evince a willingness to pay something like a fair price for the native property upon which it has constituted, expanded, and consolidated itself, something it has never shown the least interest in doing, it is unlikely that title questions would be much affected. To borrow from Richard A. Nielsen, land, not money, is the only remedy to many Indian claims. 135 As the sentiment was expressed in the Declaration of Purpose of the 1961 American Indian Chicago Conference. EACH remaining acre is a promise that we still be here tomorrow. Were we paid 1,000 times the market value of our lost holdings, still the payment would not suffice. Money never mothered the Indian people, as the land has mothered them, nor has any people become more attached to the land, religiously or traditionally. 136. The only real question is whether the preposterous idea of restoring unceded native land to its rightful owners is in any way feasible and, if so, to what extent. 137 With deadening predictability, naysayers argue that to attempt such restitution would require a concomitant, massive, and wholly unwarranted dispossession of non-Indian property owners. Such notions, often advanced in highly sensationalized terms, have gone far toward keeping public opinion foursquare against accommodation of indigenous land rights in any tangible form. 138. The facts of the matter are, however, that, in addition to the roughly 50 million acres it presently holds in trust for Indians, about 2% of the lower 48, the federal government possesses some 770 million acres of parklands, national forests, wildlife preserves, military reservations, and so on. Collectively, the individual states hold yet another 78 million acres of unpopulated or sparsely populated land. 139 Clearly, it would be possible to return all the acreage indigenous peoples are now short from governmental holdings, without revoking title to the individual holdings of a single non-Indian. Some native leaders have suggested that as little as 50 million acres, that is, a doubling of the existing reservation land base, might be enough to stabilize indigenous nations, providing them the resources needed to, among other things, alleviate the dire conditions sketched in the opening section of this essay. 140 Far from responding favorably to such invitations to compromise, however, the government has elected not only to ignore them but to continue whittling away at what little remains of Indian country. During the first 10 years of the ICC, the native land base was actually reduced from 54.6 million to 52.5 million acres. 141. Merely putting a stop to this trend will not be enough. If the United States is ever to resemble in any fashion the resplendent characterizations of it put forth by its promoters and apologists, the attitudes and policies underlying the ongoing erosion of indigenous property rights must be reversed. Native people afforded the sort of territorial restitution to which they are entitled under international law. 142. This, in turn, could serve as the pivot from which to get at an entire range of claims, everything from damages accruing through the government's sustained and systematic suppression of native languages and religions to those resulting from the supplanting of traditional governments and economies which the ICC refused even to consider. 143 Each of these is legally/morally compensable, and compensation might in such connections go a long way toward healing the gaping cultural and psychic wounds inflicted upon indigenous societies by the nature of U.S. Indian policy. 144. In the alternative, if the travesty of justice embodied in the ICC continues to be employed as proof that the United States has conducted itself in good conscience and in accordance with a standard of fair and honorable dealings with Indians, or that native claims have been reasonably well settled, Russ means harsh remarks about Nazis, charades, and illegal occupations may come to be seen as restrained in comparison to what follows. There are, as Harvey Rosenthal has acknowledged, much harder payments to be made before the debts the U.S. owes indigenous nations can ever honestly be marked paid in full. 145. 5. In the spirit of Gunga Din. A response to John Lavelle. Those who have become so mentally conditioned by colonialism that they forget the very fact of their colonization must surely be the most colonized people of all. Russell Means, 1992. The American Indian Quarterly recently published a grossly and I believe deliberately misleading critique by John Lavelle of my 1994 book, Indians Are Us? Culture and Genocide in Native North America, wherein I'm accused of everything from fabricating history and misquoting sources to being secretly anti-Indian once since he elected to focus most heavily upon my open opposition to blood quantum standards and other federal manipulations of American Indian identity criteria, claiming that it undermines native sovereignty and self-determination. I'd like to begin my response to Lavelle's myriad distortions and inaccuracies by quoting in its entirety Point 11 of the 20-point program submitted by the Trail of Broken Treaties Caravan to the Nixon administration in November 1972. The Congress should enact measures fully in support of the doctrine that an Indian nation has complete power to govern and control its own membership by eradicating the extortive and coercive devices in federal policy and programming that have subverted and denied the natural human relationships and natural development of Indian communities, and committed countless injuries upon Indian families and individuals. The general prohibition against benefiting dually from federal assistances or tribal resources by having membership or maintaining relationships in more than one Indian tribe has frequently resulted in denial of rights and benefits from any source. Blood quantum criteria, closed and restrictive enrollment, and dual benefits prohibitions have generated minimal problems for Indians having successive non-Indian parentage involved in their ancestry, while creating vast problems and complexities for full-blood or predominant Indian blood persons when ancestry or current relationships involve two separate Indian tribes, or more. Full-blood Indians can fail to qualify for membership in any of several tribes to which they may be directly related if quantum relationships happen to be in the wrong configurations, or non-qualifying fractions. Families have been divided to be partly included upon enrollments, while some children of the same parents are wrongly, if there are to be enrollments at all, excluded. There should be a restoration of Indian and tribal rights to all individual Indians who have been victimized and deprived by the various forms of termination effected by forced choices between multiple related tribes, abusive application of blood quantum criteria, and federally engineered and federally approved enrollments. The right of Indian persons to maintain, sever, or resume valid relations with several Indian nations or communities unto which they are born, or acquire relationships through natural marriage relations or parenthood or other customary forms, must again be recognized under law and practice, and also the right of Indian nations to receive other Indian people into relations with them or to maintain relations with all their own people, without regard to blood quantum criteria and federal standards. For exclusion or restrictions upon benefits. It may be recognized that the general Indian leadership has been conditioned to accept and give application to these forms of terminating rights, patterns which are an atrocious aberration from any concepts of Indian justice and sovereignty. 2. Although I wrote not a word of the above position, it was drafted by Assiniboine/Sioux legal scholar Hank Adams and ratified by hundreds of trail participants, people who unquestionably stand among the late 20th century's strongest champions of native rights. There is nothing I've ever written or said that is inconsistent with this Indian Declaration of Independence. 3. Given that both point 11 and my own writing lay the onus for the abusive application of blood quantum and related matters directly at the feet of the federal government rather than the tribes, each corresponds quite well with the analyses offered by Russell Thornton and Patricia Nelson Limerick, scholars whose conclusions Lavelle asserts I've taken out of context and twisted beyond recognition. 4. It's instructive that, despite my long sharing of a campus with Patty Limerick, she's never suggested anything of the sort. Nor has Thornton. The latter, however, might well have a few bones to pick with Lavelle for the manner in which he distorted the optimistic demographic projections in Thornton's American Indian Holocaust and Survival, given that they're predicated on an abandonment of the very methods of defining Indians by blood quantum that Lavelle is so bound and determined to defend. 5. Thornton's conclusions in this respect are dissimilar neither to my own nor to those reached by other native analysts, Jack Forbes, Lenore Stiffarm, and Phil Lane among them. 6. Towing the federal line. The Nixon administration did in fact to respond to the 20 points of the Trail of Broken Treaties, and it is worth quoting from the government's rejoinder to point 11 before proceeding to analyze the underpinnings of Lavelle's assorted misrepresentations of reality. The Trail of Broken Treaties recognizes that their recommendation is contrary to the position taken by the members of tribes in their referendums adopting constitutions setting forth their membership requirements. The Trail of Broken Treaties argument is really with the tribes who prescribe their membership provisions pursuant to constitutions and bylaws that have been adopted. 7. This interesting little exercise in buck passing neglects to mention that the constitutions and bylaws at issue were drafted not by Indians, but by federal bureaucrats acting in pursuance of the 1934 Indian Reorganization Act, IRA. It also omits reference to the fact that the referenda by which such instruments were adopted, and this of course includes the standards applicable to enrollment, were administered not by tribal members, but by agents of the U.S. Interior Department's Office of Internal Colonialism, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA. 8. Moreover, it completely glosses over the fact that in numerous instances at Hopi, for example, and throughout the Sioux Reservation complex, the polling was quite literally permeated with fraud, large numbers of dead people voting, abstentions counted as I votes, and so on. 9. To say, as I often have and will continue to do, that under such conditions the rules and structures attending the IRA were imposed over the strenuous objections of Indians and thus constitute an egregious usurpation of indigenous sovereignty is to say nothing that hasn't been said by a wide range of other commentators, from Oliver Lafarge, Rupert Costo, and Robert K. Thomas to Russell Means, Jeanette Henry, and Tim Coulter. 10. If I'm somehow anti-tribe because of my opposition to IRA governments, as Lavelle insists, then it follows that each of these 6 individuals must be as well, along with traditional leaders like the late Frank Fools Crow, Orrin Lyons, Philip Deere, and Thomas Banyasaya, not to mention the entire membership of the American Indian Movement, AIM, circa 1972 to 73.11. Lavelle's subterfuge in seeking to discredit me as anti-tribal because of my criticism of existing reservation governments is hardly a new or novel propaganda technique. It is essentially the same as that employed by publicists of the Capone-era administration of Big Bill Thompson in Chicago, branding as anti-Chicagoan anyone who came out against the blatant corruption then flourishing in city government. 12 Nor is it different in either approach or intent from Parnell Thomas's and Joe McCarthy's campaigns to blacklist those critical of U.S. policy as un-Americans during the 1940s and 50s. 13 The most accurate comparison, however, since we are dealing here with a situation in which one country has occupied and imposed its preferred mode of governance on others, would be to smearing Charles de Gaulle and Jean-Paul Sartre as anti-French because of their opposition to the collaborationist Vichy government installed by Germany in their homeland during the Second World War. 14. The Nazis, to be sure, were not shy about offering exactly such characterizations of the French resistance, nor were clients like Pierre Laval in the Vichy regime. 15 The same occupier/collaborator propaganda scheme was followed with some precision by the Nixon administration when, in the immediate aftermath of the Trail of Broken Treaties, it funded the appearance in Washington, D.C., of a bevy of its IRA puppets to denounce trail participants. 16 Leading this spectacle was Webster II Hawk, head of the federally sponsored National Tribal Chairmen's Association, NTCA, who resplendently attired in an Indian suit that could only have come from a costume shop, his close-cropped crew cut covered by a turkey feather headdress, went on national television to contend that the trail's leadership was unrepresentative of Indian interests and possessed no constituency among Indian people. 17. The validity of Two Hawk's much publicized tirade is perhaps best judged by the fact that he was promptly unseated as Rosebud Sioux tribal chair by no less than the late Robert Burnett, a major trail organizer and endorser of the 20-point program. 18 Thereafter, the vanquished spokesman slunk away to the American Indian Studies program at that great bastion of indigenous rights activism, the University of South Dakota at Vermilion, possibly the only sizable institution of higher learning in the U.S. where no prominent AIM representative or other such militant was invited to speak during the 1970s and 80s, while the Nixonites and subsequent administrations continued to trumpet his paid pronouncements as if they were emblematic sentiments of a legitimate and responsible Indian leader. 19. Blaming the victims. Since a brief stint as a fellow at Two Hawks' home institution seems to provide the sole basis for John Lavell's academic pretensions, it's unsurprising to find him quite comfortably treading in his mentor's federally funded ideological footsteps. Actually, he goes well beyond anything overtly attempted by Webster II Hawk, or even Richard Nixon. Not content simply to follow their lead in substituting the federally devised and imposed IRA structure for Indian peoples themselves, he sets about taking the U.S. off the hook with respect to the methods and motives it evidenced while constructing tribal rolls after passage of the 1887 General Allotment Act. This is done when, in an effort to discredit my observation that the blood quantum mode of Indian identification came into general usage as a result of the Dawes Act, as the allotment statute was also called, Lavelle makes the preposterous assertion that the criteria employed in determining eligibility for tribal enrollment, and thence to be allotted an individual land parcel, were simply the laws and usages of the tribe. 20 This would undoubtedly come as a great surprise to the Act's framers, since a main purpose of allotment, its civilizing mission, as it were, was specifically to negate these very laws and usages. 21 At another level, of course, it was expressly designed to create an appearance that much acreage within reservations was surplus, thereby casting a legalistic veneer of propriety over the wholesale expropriation of native property. In order for the scheme to work, it was plainly necessary to low-count Indians to the extent possible, thereby minimizing the acreage bound up in their allotments. 22. It is true, as Lavelle points out, that the Dawes Act itself contains no language defining the criteria for tribal enrollment, and that the regulatory language through which it was implemented is vague on this point. All this suggests, however, is that details of implementation such as enrollment criteria were delegated to federal agents presiding directly over each reservation. 23 These BIA employees were men who not only by and large subscribed to the more virulent doctrines of 19th-century scientific racism, but, as Vine Deloria Jr. and others have observed, exercised near-dictatorial powers through which to actualize their fantasies within their quasi-feudal domains. 24. Even a most cursory examination of the manner in which the agents compiled tribal rolls after 1887 reveals a pervasive reliance upon half-blood quantum as a minimum standard of racial eligibility 25, beyond which a range of other exclusionary rules were imposed. Example: Cherokees who happened to reside in Arkansas, Missouri, Kansas, or Texas, rather than Oklahoma, were deemed ineligible, regardless of quantum. Point 26. Tribal membership was thus radically circumscribed, with the entirely predictable, indeed, predicted result that native societies underwent a considerable acceleration in the process of fragmentation they were already suffering, while approximately 2/3 of their aggregate land holdings passed into non-Indian hands. Point 27. Small wonder that in his 1901 message to Congress, President Theodore Roosevelt described allotment as a mighty pulverizing engine for breaking up the tribal mass. 28. In Lavelle's rendering, there is none of this. Instead, we are expected to believe that typically interactive and inclusive indigenous peoples suddenly, en masse and of their own volition, reversed their traditions to demand of their hapless federal custodians that they be defined as arbitrarily and narrowly as possible, thereby reducing their own numbers to an absolute minimum, entrenching rampant factionalism and polarization as permanent facts of life within their once harmonious societies, and divesting themselves of some 86 million of their remaining 138 million acres of property into the bargain. Point 29. Unto me, giveth a break. This is neither scholarship, nor even common sense. If it were meant as satire, Lavelle's altogether bizarre version of events might be seen as reinforcing a Henny Youngblood joke used by Oneida comic Charlie Hill to parody America's officially sanctioned historiography of conquest. Charlie always got laughs when he conjured the image of a smiling Indian greeting the invaders with the words, "Hey, thanks for coming. Here's my land. Take it, please." In the alternative, barring some incredible degree of ignorance which is not evident in his writing, Lavelle's deliberately distortive treatment of both fact and logic should be seen as propaganda of the most perniciously colonialist sort, a perfect complement to / extension of the Nixonian response to the trail of broken treaties' assertion of indigenous rights. Confirmation that this last is the case comes almost immediately, when, having carefully shifted blame for their victimization squarely onto Indians themselves, the author uses his invented scenario not just to absolve the U.S. of usurping native sovereignty in creating the Dawes rolls, but to present the thrust of federal Indian identification policy in its virtual entirety as affirming rather than denying indigenous self-determination. In Lavelle's telling, nearly all federal legislation in both historical and modern times, defers to tribal membership as the core criterion in determining native identity. Point 30. This formulation, with its casual merger of the federal postures evident before and after allotment, is truly worthy of Orwell, or Joseph Goebbels. No hint is offered of the tremendous difference between the implications of such federal deference in, say, 1820, when most indigenous peoples still functioned as autonomous nations, and 1890, after they had been thoroughly subordinated to the jurisdictional assertions of the United States. 31. In the latter context, to say that U.S. law defers to the criteria of tribal membership is only to say that it defers to itself, since indigenous laws and usages had been thoroughly supplanted, not just by the Allotment Act, but by the Major Crimes Act and a battery of other statutes and regulations. 32. It alters this fundamental equation not one whit that Indians themselves were later made responsible for enforcing federal identity criteria when the BIA codified it as an integral component of the lengthy series of tribal constitutions and bylaws imposed under the IRA. 33. Other distortions. The remainder of Lavelle's critique is delivered with a comparable degree of intellectual dishonesty. He accuses me, for instance, of the considerable impropriety of reprinting two public documents alert concerning the abuse and exploitation of Lakota sacred traditions and declaration of war against exploiters of Lakota spirituality, both of which he claims to have drafted, without obtaining an OK from his Center for the Spirit in San Francisco. 34. Putting aside the facts that permission is hardly needed to disseminate materials expressly released for such purposes, reprinting constitutes a service in this connection, and that the declaration was issued in the name of the Lakota/Nakota/Dakota people rather than the center, there is something else left conspicuously unmentioned in Lavell's account. This is a note, prominently displayed at the conclusion of my reprinting of the alert, stating that the 1993 center document is little more than an awkward paraphrase of my own essay, Spiritual Hucksterism, The Rise of the Plastic Medicine Men, published in Z Magazine in 1990 and collected in My Fantasies of the Master Race in 1992. Earlier published versions date back as far as 1983. 35 In effect, Lavelle first seeks to claim credit for the content of my work, a habit which may go a long way toward explaining his avid defense of fellow plagiarist Jack Weatherford 36, and then exhibits the breathtaking audacity to publicly accuse me of impropriety for not having sought his permission to use it. Meanwhile, having managed to overlook an entire block of text as important but personally inconvenient as the note, Lavelle spends nearly a full page belaboring my supposed removal of a single word from the text of the declaration. In fact, no such deletion occurred. The iteration of the document which was hurriedly faxed to me for the express purpose of my including it in Indians Are Us? In press at the time, apparently the Lakota elders were as unaware as I that they needed anyone's permission to disseminate their own document in whatever manner they saw fit. Reads exactly as it appears in my book. 37 In any case, insertion of the word imitation before the word tribe is actually redundant, given that the latter word appears in quotes in all versions of the text, my own included. So much for the imagined implications of my alleged deletion. The phrasing means precisely the same thing, either way. Another serious misrepresentation is embodied in Lavelle's allegation that I engage in scurrilous name-calling with regard to prominent, widely respected Indian rights activists and grassroots community organizers like American Indian movement leaders Vernon Belcourt, Carol Standing Elk, and Fern Mathias. 38 In reality, none of these individuals are AIM members, much less leaders. Rather, they are board members of an entity called National American Indian Movement Incorporated, a federally/corporately funded and Minnesota-chartered nonprofit corporation, the constituency of which may be measured by the fact that the location of its annual membership meeting is listed as being Vernon Belcourt's living room. 39 Belcourt himself, along with his brother Clyde, was permanently banished from AIM by an internally constituted tribunal of movement veterans in October 1994.40. Finally, there is the matter of how Lavelle seeks to finesse my analysis of the implications, legal and otherwise, of the federal government's semantic demotion of indigenous peoples from status as nations to that of tribes during the 19th century. 41 He offers up my opposition to this nomenclatural transformation as a sort of final proof of my supposed anti-tribalism, a euphemism by which it should by now be clear he means to impart a sense of my being literally anti-Indian. Here again, he presents his case by resorting to the most tedious sort of obfuscation, going on at length about how I might have been equally offended by the connotations embodied in dictionary definitions of other words, family and community, for instance, by which groups of Indians are conventionally described. This, again, is technically true but utterly irrelevant, since it ignores completely the facts that, unlike tribe, terms like family and community have never been reserved exclusively for application to native peoples and are not used to convey impressions of primitivism or inferiority. 42 Nor, unlike nation, do they correspond to a particular legal standing or evidence an historical shift in official usage. Moreover, Lavelle's argument begs entirely and is perhaps intended to divert attention away from the very serious topical question of why, if such issues were as trivial as he would have his readers believe, the UN delegates of both the United States and Canada have spent the past decade and more bitterly opposing international legal characterizations of indigenous peoples as peoples rather than as populations. 43. In the spirit of Gunga Din, the first line of defense of any refined system of colonialism will never be found among the guns of the colonizers. Rather, it devolves upon its ability to proceed from a foundation of mere physical oppression to attainment of a matrix of domination over the consciousness of the colonized, confusing and thereby co-opting them into active collusion in reinforcing the order of their own colonization. As anti-colonial theorist Albert Memmi once observed in this connection, In order for the colonizer to be a complete master, it is not enough for him to be so in actual fact, but he must also believe in the colonial system's legitimacy. In order for that to be complete, it is not enough for the colonized to be a slave, he must also accept his role. The bond between colonizer and colonized is thus destructive and creative. It destroys and recreates the two partners in colonization into colonizer and colonized. One is disfigured into an oppressor, a partial, unpatriotic and treacherous being, worrying only about his privileges and their defense, the other, into an oppressed creature, whose development is broken and who compromises by his defeat. 44. At issue is not the vulgar straw man of conspiracy between colonizer and colonized John Lavelle falsely attributes to my analysis in order to have something to rebut. The reality is that of a far deeper and more ubiquitous dynamic of psycho-intellectual domination and subordination long since illuminated by Memmi, Frantz Fanon, and their counterparts. 45 or, to borrow a term from Antonio Gramsci, it goes to the construction of an ever more sophisticated and self-perpetuating imperial hegemony. 46 A process of systemically reinforcing the falsification in which Lavelle himself apparently longs to play some prideful part. In the netherworld of disunderstanding thus deliberately created, lies, officially ordained and repeated often enough, take on the aura, first of opinions, then of truth itself. Truth, subjected to continual and concerted denial, is diminished to the level of just another point of view before being dismissed as outright falsehood. 47 Eventually the structures of oppression are perceived as modes of liberation, capitulation as resistance, deculturation as tradition, degradation as honor and respect. Among native people, the symbolic descendants of those good Indians who pinned the arms of Crazy Horse while a soldier bayoneted him now lay claim to being the sole rightful heirs to his struggle, reviling as irresponsible, self-styled renegades and revolutionaries who damaged the cause of Indian people, the progeny of those who fought by his side. 48 Colonialism itself, its fact, form and function buried and forgotten under this growing mountain of prevarication, is thus embraced by the colonized as the essence of their sovereignty and self-determination, a matter relieving the colonizers of any requirement to defend the colonial order by resort to main force. In 1892, Rudyard Kipling, that erstwhile literary lion of British imperialism, penned in epic verse a saga signifying the heart of the phenomenon at hand. This is the story of Gunga Din, proverbial archetype of all good Indians, valued as such only by virtue of his willingness to sacrifice himself to save his colonizers from the liberatory wrath of his own people. 49 So it is with John Lavelle and his ilk, their pseudo-scholarly noses thrust so long and so deeply into the colonial crevice that they have seemingly come to mistake the scent of excrement therein for that of roses. The putrefying polemics, rationalizations, and deformities of history they offer have nothing to do with championing the rights of indigenous people. To the contrary, writing in the spirit of Gunga Din, they have everything to do with preserving and protecting the imperial status quo. Postscript. Although the then editor of American Indian Quarterly, Morris Foster, refused to publish my response, he apparently shared it with Lavelle. This prompted the latter to undertake a far more ambitious debunking of my observations concerning the BIA's imposition of a half-blood quantum standard for purposes of allotment pursuant to the 1887 Act, and the effects of this procedure in terms of American Indian land loss. While I'd never discussed the matter in any depth, my most extensive elaboration totaled 3 paragraphs. 50 Lavelle's new piece, titled The General Allotment Act Eligibility Hoax and published in 1999, encumbered 51 oversized pages, including 111 endnotes. 51 This time, I didn't bother to formulate a response, and Lavelle's grand critique was to all appearances simply ignored. 52 This changed rather abruptly in early 2005, when University of Colorado, UC, administrators, hoping to establish a legally defensible pretext for firing me, set about conjuring up the appearance that I'd engaged in scholarly fraud, research misconduct, in the official vernacular. 53 David Getches, the now deceased dean of the UC Law School and part of a 3-member ad hoc committee fielded by acting Chancellor Phil DeStefano to find something upon which the desired charges might be Predicated, recalled that Lavelle had given him a copy of his 1999 article shortly after its publication, verbally expressing considerable personal hostility toward me as he did so. 54 By his own account, Getches never deigned to read Lavelle's screed, but, sensing that it might prove useful in the context at hand, he phoned its author and requested a fresh copy. 55. The actual purpose of this rather peculiar procedure: there was no need for Getches to call Lavelle to obtain the article, since it was readily available online, was for the dean to enlist Lavelle's services in soliciting others to lodge complaints about my work. 56 In any case, De Stefano shortly filed several allegations against me with the administration's Standing Committee on Research Misconduct, SCRM, pronounced Scrum, one of which that I'd misrepresented a federal statute, to wit, the 1887 General Allotment Act was based entirely on the contentions advanced in Lavelle's material. 57 Charges in hand, the SCRM assembled a special investigating committee, ostensibly composed of experts in each of the subject matters involved, to determine their validity and issue a report on their findings. Procedurally, as has elsewhere been thoroughly detailed, the investigation was a farce from the outset. 58 The investigating committee, moreover, advanced such contrafactual arguments in finding me culpable with respect to virtually every charge in its final report that the members were themselves the target of several formal research misconduct complaints, a turn of events that forced the SCRM to hurriedly immunize them on grounds that they'd produced was an administrative work product rather than a work of scholarship. 59 In this regard, Lavelle's assertions concerning my supposed misrepresentation of the 1887 Act proved especially problematic, since even the administration's hand-picked expert on federal Indian law, Arizona State University law professor Robert N. Clinton, hardly a flaming radical and certainly no friend of mine, found himself in the awkward position of being rather embarrassed by them. Indeed, Clinton began his analysis by observing that, the general thrust of Professor Churchill's underlying basic point, seemingly and surprisingly rejected by Professor Lavelle, is that late 19th century racism by federal officials in implementing the General Allotment Act of 1887, rather than traditional Indian cultural practices based on community membership, better accounts for the predominance of current blood quantum requirements in tribal membership. That argument certainly has a firm historical basis. 60. Implementation of the policy of the General Allotment Act of 1887 clearly limited tribal eligibility for allotments to those of Indian blood. Thus, while it was not literally the General Allotment Act of 1887 that required Indian blood as a precondition for allotment, that requirement constituted the general assumptions among federal legislative and executive officials in the late 19th century regarding who constituted an Indian, and federal officials often refused to follow tribal definitions of their identity. Emphasis in original. 61. In Clinton's carefully understated estimation, there is more truth to Churchill's claim than Professor Lavelle is prepared to credit, that I'd certainly perpetrated no general hoax of the type suggested by some of Professor Lavelle's broader claims, since the core of Churchill's point is correct, or clearly arguable. In sum, Churchill may have the stronger side of the debate with Professor Lavelle as to the origins of the blood quantum requirement in tribal membership rolls, because Churchill is more correct than Professor Lavelle in suggesting, as he does, that the requirement of Indian blood began with federally imposed definitions of Indian status. Emphasis in original. 62. Having thus dispensed with the reputational liability attending association with Lavelle's scholarship, Clinton of course undertook to build his own case against me, primarily by denying the validity of my methodological approach to legal/historical interpretation. 63 His effort to discredit my 3 paragraphs on the 1887 Act spanned 14 single-spaced pages but ultimately fared no better than Lavelle's. In May 2007, the UC Faculty Senate's Committee on Privilege and Tenure, PNT, after an extensive review, dismissed as unsustainable Clinton's findings that I'd transgressed scholarly propriety in the matter, and again in my depiction of the 1990 Indian Arts and Crafts Act. 64 UC President Hank Brown, hired for the explicit purpose of ridding the university of its highly politicized war Churchill problem, 65 quickly overrode the faculty by unilaterally reinstating both findings, which were then cited by the Board of Regents as part of its justification for firing me in July. 66. This triggered a lawsuit on my part, the result of which was a 4-week trial in March 2009 culminating in a verdict wherein the jurors unanimously concluded that the university, its experts subject to genuine cross-examination for the first time, had failed to show that I'd committed any of the scholarly offenses imputed to me by Clinton and his colleagues on the administration's investigating committee. 67 The university was saved from having to restore my professorship only by the unprecedented ruling of the trial judge, Larry Naves, a graduate of the UC Law School, which shortly thereafter bestowed upon him its highest alumnus service award that the regents enjoy quasi-judicial immunity from liability in personnel matters, no matter how flagrant the constitutional violations embodied in their actions. 68. This really did nothing to salvage Clinton's situation, however. In November 2011, the Colorado Council of the American Association of University Professors, AAUP, released a 136-page report setting forth the results of an exhaustive 2-year investigation of my case. Therein, Clinton's various claims regarding my characterization of the 1887 Act were dismantled, shredded might be a better word, point by point, and he himself was shown to have indulged in a range of misrepresentations and outright fabrications. 69 These included his handling of the 1846 Rogers Case 70 as well as his assertions that there was never a half-blood quantum requirement for eligibility for an allotment, emphasis in original, 71, and that I'd falsely portrayed blood quantum requirements as a eugenics code, 72, as concerns the latter. The final detail that Churchill got wrong, according to Clinton, is his reference to blood quantum standards as a eugenics code. In an expansive essay on his prosecution by the University of Colorado in the academic journal Works and Days, Churchill argues that Clinton, in claiming that blood quantum was not a eugenics code and finding Churchill factually incorrect for claiming that it was, offers no citation to support his assertion, is contradicted by the standard literature on eugenics, and confuses the subset negative eugenics. Churchill's opinion here cannot be seen as entirely disinterested, but Paul Lombardo, a law professor at Georgia State University and an expert on the history of eugenics, made the same point even more strongly in his testimony at the trial. Noting that no member of the investigating committee could be considered professionally knowledgeable about eugenics, Lombardo testified that the definition Clinton gave was extremely limited. It was focused in a way that excluded whole bodies of work, including, Lombardo added, his own. 73. Cumulatively, such manipulations of the available data to arrive at a predetermined result were so consistent that the AAUP investigators were led to conclude that Clinton's behavior, which they describe as intellectually dishonest, 74, was more likely motivated by ideological than scholarly considerations. In our analysis of the portion of the IC report attributed to Robert Clinton, we have made the case that Clinton, an eminent legal scholar, has disregarded or dismissed as irrational a methodology that, one must assume, he is aware is widely considered to be reputable, that he has, according to other legal experts, confused legal code with case law, and that he has pretended to have an expertise in eugenics that he does not possess. The reason may be that, scholars in federal Indian law such as Clinton are uncomfortable with ace scholars such as Churchill who apply critical race theory, the philosophy that interprets events through the lens of racism that provides much of the foundation for the field of American Indian Studies. 75. Bob Clinton is far too senior, his status as a preeminent rationalizer of U.S. colonial law too valued by the status quo, for exposure of his fraudulent scholarship in the IC report to have any more effect on his career than did publication of Norman Finkelstein's conclusive evidence of Harvard legal luminary cum Zionist propagandist Alan Dershowitz's wanton plagiarism in his The Case for Israel of Joan Peters from time immemorial. 76 John Wiener's detailed exploration of the myriad fabrications embedded in Georgetown historian Alan Weinstein's perjury and the Haunted Wood. 77 or Noam Chomsky's demonstration of how Yale's John Lewis Gaddis, veritable dean of the right's Cold War historians, had systematically and often grossly misrepresented the sources cited in his Surprise, Security, and the American Experience 78 on theirs. Which is to say, none at all. Or at least none of an adverse variety. Especially in Weinstein's case, the very opposite was true. 79. But, what of Gunga Din himself, John Lavelle? He can hardly be seen as playing in the same league as those just mentioned, and, as a matter of record, he stands accused of scholarly fraud, not only by Clinton, but Cornell University professor Eric Chaffetz, an acknowledged authority on the history of federal Indian law, 80, and others as well. 81. One might reasonably expect this to have sounded the professional death knell of one with so gossamer a publication record that it, even were it untainted, is a source of mirth. 82. Quite the contrary. However, Lavelle was promoted by the University of New Mexico Law School even after his work was discredited, and now holds the title of Dickinson Professor of Law and directs the Indian Law program at that backward bastion of academic excellence. 83. Thus does the empire reward its spear carriers. I wrote this reply to John Lavelle's review essay shortly after it appeared in American Indian Quarterly during the winter of 1996, and duly submitted it to the journal's editor, University of Oklahoma anthropology professor Morris Foster, a few months later. After much back and forth, during which Foster insisted on his right to edit my piece, and my equally adamant refusal to allow him any such prerogative, he formally declined to publish it. At that point, I simply set the piece aside, figuring it would eventually see print. Were it not for events beginning in late January 2005 that, among other effects, drew my time, energy, and attention away from publishing over an extended period, the present volume, including my response to Lavelle, would have appeared years ago. Given the nature and extent of Lavelle's role in the events in question, not least by way of his 1996 review, it seems more appropriate than ever that my response finally see the light of day. Other than correction of several typos, completion of a single endnote, and addition of another, it appears exactly as it was submitted to Foster. For reasons that will be obvious, I've also added a lengthy postscript covering what has transpired since 2005. 6. History in Service to Liberation. Ron Wellburn's Roanoke and Wampum. It is typically the reviewer's lot to have to dig through a dozen numbing tracts in order to find a gem. Fortunately for me, Ron Wellburn's Roanoke and Wampum was the first volume in my current pile. The book, consisting of 13 exceedingly well-crafted essays using as a lens the frequently ignored literary/cultural terrain of that portion of native North America situated east of the Mississippi, explores such topics as indigenous identity and continuity, literary theory, and the reclamation of historical reality. It is quite simply excellent in every respect, adding up to one of the better reads I've experienced in the past couple of years. My personal favorite is a short chapter entitled Who Are the Southeastern Blackfoot? Pages 9 to 24, in which the author thoroughly debunks the common misperception that persons of Afro-Indian descent who describe themselves in this fashion are erroneously, or falsely, asserting a genealogical connection to the Blackfeet Nation of present-day Montana and Alberta, i.e., the Blackfeet, Piegans, and Bloods. Rather, as Wellburn argues on the basis of a number of historical, anthropological, and linguistic markers, they are acknowledging their affinity to by way of descent from the Saponi, a supposedly extinct Eastern Sioux people related to, but by no means interchangeable with, the Western Sihasapah, Blackfoot or Black Moccasin, band of Lakota. Another very good effort concerning red/black history and resulting issues of identity is the other middle passage, the Bermuda-Barbados Trade in Native American Slaves, pages 25 to 32, a rather dense little piece which fills in some of the gaps left by, and might thus best be read in conjunction with, Jack Forbes' groundbreaking Africans and Native Americans. 1 The same might be said, albeit in a somewhat different sense, with respect to Alan Galloway's recent study, The Indian Slave Trade. 2. Very nearly as rewarding as the Blackfoot chapter, in my estimation, is Amherst and the Indians, Then and Today, pages 35 to 50, in which Wellburn painstakingly excavates the chronology, thus dispelling whatever ambiguities remained about who did what to whom and when regarding Lord Geoffrey Amherst's notorious 1763 instruction that his subordinates distribute smallpox-infected blankets among the Indians of the Ohio River Valley. The appropriate conclusions are drawn with respect to the implications of Amherst's contemporary status as a revered figure throughout the Northeast, his name bestowed upon everything from cities, towns, and parks to institutions of higher education. If there is a quibble to be had with the author's treatment of this matter, it is in his depiction of Lord Geoff as engaging in germ warfare, pages 35 to 37, 39, when, in fact, any policy explicitly intended to bring about the extirpation of a race must, by even the most restrictive definition, be considered genocidal. War and genocide are not synonyms, and should not be conflated. Shifting to another front, Wellburn makes a solid contribution in an essay entitled Native American Literature Studies, Post-Coloniality, /Resistance/Ecocriticism. Pages 109 to 40, to rebutting the notion that faddish constructions like post-colonialism might be in any way properly or productively applied to active colonial contexts like North America. Here, one wishes he'd been clearer in delineating the distinctions between, as well as the commonalities uniting, the so-called classic, internal, and settler state modes of colonialism, reference to foundational works like Antonio Gramsci's The Southern Question, in the Modern Prince and Other Writings, International Publishers, 1957, pages 28 to 51, and Michael Hector's Internal Colonialism, University of California Press, 1975, would have been helpful. Still, the essay offers compelling insights about the necessity of refusing the settler society's self-serving terminological/conceptual foreclosure upon the fact that the decolonization of native North America remains an issue of paramount importance. While I confess to being for the most part less interested in the chapters devoted to explicating the significance of particular American Indian authors/cultural figures, these two have much to commend them. Whether it is in retrieving the enigmatic native actor known as X. Brands from Trotsky's proverbial dustbin of history, A Good Word About X. Brands' Discourses in Sign, pages 3 to 8, or accomplishing the same for the Appalachian writer Mildred Hahn's observations on mixed-bloodedness, Hawks Done Gone, Mildred Hahn's Vanishing Melungeons, pages 167 to 83, as well as the remarkable Chippewa short prose writer Thomas S. Whitecloud's Blue Winds Dancing, Going Home with Thomas Whitecloud, pages 223 to 27. The quality of Wellburn's accomplishment is substantial. In this vein, though more topically, I found myself especially appreciative of his astute handling of contemporary Cherokee novelist Robert Conley, the indigenous fiction of Joseph Bruchac and Robert J. Conley, pages 187 to 222, lifting Conley from the bracket of being merely a writer of young people's literature to which he's been for too long and unfairly consigned, and presenting him as what he actually is, a principal medium through which his people's oral tradition is transformed into print. Relatedly, see Wellburn's Life/Oral History Method, 3 19th Century Native American Prototypes, pages 141 to 66. My only complaint, if it may be called such, is that Wellburn failed to mention Cherokee painter Merv Jacobs, whose graphic work has sometimes accompanied Conley's texts. All in all, I doubt that there's been a better or more useful collection of essays recently published than Roanoke and Wampum. It follows that I highly recommend it to anyone interested in the nuances of American Indian history and literary criticism. 7. Broadening our view of the penal colony. Luana Ross inventing the savage. The United States currently incarcerates a greater proportion of its population than any other country. Prison construction, penal technologies, and the privatization of prison administration have all become significant growth industries in the U.S. since 1980. Increasingly, the vast inmate population, some 2 million and still growing by the mid-1990s, has itself come to be viewed in terms of profit potential, with corporations dipping ever more deeply into the reservoir of extraordinarily cheap labor embodied in the captive workforce. Concern that this represents a return to an American slave economy has been voiced with mounting intensity over the past decade, a worry lent substance by the extent to which people of color are overrepresented among those behind bars. As things stand, 1 in 4 Afro-American men is in prison, has been imprisoned, or will be locked up before age 26. Young, Black American males now suffer a greater probability of doing time than did their South African counterparts during the height of apartheid. All of this has of course prompted a burgeoning literature analyzing the socio-economic implications of imprisonment. While many useful contributions to understanding have been made, there have been deficiencies in the cumulative scope and focus of published material. Notably, these include a rather lopsided emphasis on men, and a pronounced tendency to ignore American Indians. Fortunately, both issues are addressed in Inventing the Savage, a recent study by Luana Ross, Salish, Associate Professor of Native American Studies at University of California/Davis. Drawing upon the life histories of imprisoned Native American women to demonstrate how race/ethnicity, gender, and class contribute to the criminalizing of various behaviors and subsequent incarceration rates, Jacket, Ross paints a truly chilling portrait of what is being done to Indians and why. Native Americans are only 0.6% of the total population, yet they comprise 2.9% of federal and state prison populations. The disproportion of imprisoned natives is more clearly seen at the state level, where they account for 33.2% of the total prisoner population in Alaska, 23.6% in South Dakota, 16.9% in North Dakota, and 17.3% in Montana compared to approximately 15%, 7%, 4%, and 6% of overall state populations, respectively, p. 89. More specifically, although Native Americans in Montana make up only about 6% of the total state population, Native men account for approximately 20% of the total male prisoner population, and Native women constitute approximately 25% of the total female prisoner population. Nationwide, women make up 5.2% of the total state prisoner population. Thus, Native women are more likely to be imprisoned than Native men or white women, indicating both racism and sexism in Montana's criminal justice system, pages 89 to 90. The purpose served by such extravagant and doubly biased rates of incarceration? Here, Ross is straightforward: the very existence of the United States requires an ongoing internal colonization of the indigenous nations upon whose land it has constituted itself. Native societies must therefore be perpetually subjugated. To this end, given the centrality of their role in maintaining cohesion/stability within traditional societies, especially harsh treatment is visited upon indigenous women. Overall, prisons, as employed by the Euro-American system, operate to keep Native Americans in a colonial situation, p. 89. This is a performance worthy of Frantz Fanon, illuminating as it does the very bedrock of U.S./Indian relations. In this sense, the lens Ross provides is applicable, albeit with some adjustment, to other disproportionately imprisoned sectors of the U.S. population, whether these are defined by race, ethnicity, sex, or income. Anyone seeking to apprehend the real meanings underlying the proliferation of the U.S. prison industry is well advised to examine this scholarly, readily accessible, and deeply troubling study. Originally published in Contemporary Sociology, Volume 28, Number 3, Spring 1999. The book reviewed is Luana Ross, Inventing the Savage, The Social Construction of Native American Criminality, Austin, University of Texas Press, 1998. 8. Contours of Enlightenment. Reflections on Science, Theology, Law, and the Alternative Vision of Vine Deloria Jr. On the wings of synthesis one can fly to such a height that the blood turns to ice and the human body freezes, a height no flyer has ever attained. Valerian Makoff. It is a testament to the centrality of Vine Deloria Jr. to the thinking of my generation of native scholars, that many of us can scarcely recall a time when our opinions formed without reference to his. It is as if, for us, he has somehow always been there, a kind of institutional presence whose major purpose has been to test the verisimilitude of taken-for-granted propositions, challenging the pat assumptions and assertions of orthodoxy, calling inconsistencies, hypocrisies, and sheer banalities by their right names. Many a balloon of pretension, both academic and official, he has punctured on our behalf, leaving those who would preside as emperors over our minds standing naked and exposed, red-faced, spluttering and without adequate retort, the eventual objects of ridicule or revulsion rather than reverence. Such exercises have won Deloria few admirers among those thus humbled, of course. On the contrary, the number of those now bearing him a degree of professional animus has grown to the proportions of a legion. There were surely more personally comfortable and convenient ways in which he might have proceeded. Yet the result has, on the whole, been quite empowering, licensing the rest of us to engage our own inquisitiveness and critical faculties, coming thereby to actually understand something of what we think we know. And this, to be sure, has been his intention all along. From the outset, Deloria's project has been an implicitly counter-hegemonic one. It follows that his posture has been that of a consistently and explicitly liberatory figure. All this I know to be true, and still I am aware that my sense of remembrance bears the unmistakable signature of retrospective apostasy. We did not grow up on Deloria too. He was not always there. In my own case, there is nothing at all to recollect until his first book, Custer Died for Your Sins, came along in 1969.3. By then I was 22, working in a foundry while attending a community college, having already reached my maturity in the central highlands of Vietnam. Our encounter, moreover, was no more direct than my reading of what he had written. For me, however, as with many of my peers, that experience alone prompted a resonance so profound as to cause our embrace of the author, or, rather, our imaginings of him with all the presumptuous intimacy of those who believe they have found another speaking in their own voice and whom they therefore feel they've known forever. It would be another decade and another half-dozen books before I actually met the man, and in the event, there seemed nothing especially cerebral or intellectually portentous about our rendezvous. Although he was awaiting the release of his Metaphysics of Modern Existence 5 and I was collaborating on several essays for a volume of the Smithsonian's Handbook on North American Indians he was editing, but which never appeared. 6. The fact is that I simply tagged along with Joe Bagiant, a mutual friend and editor of the Boulder-based Rocky Mountain Musical Express, a pop periodical in which Deloria had recently published a short satire lampooning New Age filmmakers. 7. Joe had it in mind to coax another such contribution, so we spent the afternoon chatting mostly about Vine's interactions with Marlon Brando, 8. The Denver Broncos' prospects for the coming season, and local country western songwriter Michael Burton, whom we all knew and who'd just finished a tune entitled The Cowboy's Lament. Since Vine was in the process of packing for his move to Tucson, where he'd recently accepted a professorship at the University of Arizona, no article for the Express was ever forthcoming. Bagiant ended up putting together a riff about the Deloria-Brando connection himself. 9. And the Broncos, typically, had a miserable year. As for Mike Burton, Jerry Jeff Walker acquired the rights to his song, pronouncing it the greatest piece of cowboy music ever written. 10. For me, maybe it was because we both smoked the same brand of cigarette, and at about the same rate, or perhaps it was because I knew who played the Steve McQueen character's parents in Junior Bonner 11. But for whatever reason, Vine took a liking to me. Thus began what would eventually add up to a close, 15-year relationship in which many an evening was spent watching NFL football and reruns of Shane. Others were passed in rambling discussions of everything from the influence of Gene Autry's 1930s recordings on the emergence of 1950s rock and roll to questions such as whether dinosaurs were warm-blooded or cold and the likelihood that the universe functions primarily on electromagnetic rather than thermonuclear principles. 12. Almost never did our far-ranging conversations land directly within the subject matters on which either of us was working at any given moment. I recount such things not as an indulgence in the vice of personal reminiscence but to illustrate the nature, or at least certain facets, of what Raymond Damali has aptly described as Deloria's disconcertingly brilliant intellect. 13. Like Theodore Adorno, whose approach to understanding vines often reminds me of. His gaze is at once probing and virtually all-encompassing in its perpetual labor to apprehend meaning in its most subtle, nuanced, and thoroughly contextualized essence. Although he would undoubtedly resist being saddled with the label, Deloria is, as was Adorno, a master dialectician, insisting that the sum and substance of anything can be ascertained only in its intrinsic relationality to others. 14 Hence the abiding preoccupation of both men with situating the concerta on which they focused politics, law, or whatever within the vastly broader ferment of socio-cultural expression, art, music, and so on, which both reflects and lends them their inherent shapes and trajectories. 15. Unlike his counterpart's coldly ascetic preference for such rarefied fare as Schoenberg's 12-tone Row 16, however, Deloria's fascination has remained firmly ensconced within the framework of the very mass cultural idioms that Adorno's densely theoretical tracts were designed to critique, and, he hoped, eventually negate altogether. 17 Both the orientation and the expository style it compels have left Deloria's texts, and consequently the reasoning underlying them, vastly more accessible than those of Adorno, their author far less tormented and self-isolating. 18 Whereas Adorno can rightly be said to have cast himself as an exemplar of elitist obscurantism, Deloria has proceeded along the same lines but in a precisely opposite direction. This, I think, accounts for much, though certainly not all, of the resonance his work has mustered over the years. 19 The politics. Like so many of my peers, I came to Deloria politically. The matter can be explained only in part by the explicitly political content of the criticisms of Congress, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, and other official institutions he advanced first in Custer, then in We Talk, You Listen, 1970, and, most unequivocally, in Behind the Trail of Broken Treaties, 1974. 20 His credibility, and thus his appeal, devolved in at least equal proportion from the sense that, although clearly an intellectual of the first order, he was also in some discernible sense an activist involved at least indirectly in such watershed processes and events as the 1969-71 occupation of Alcatraz Island, 21 the 1972 occupation of the BIA headquarters building in Washington, D.C., 22 and the 1973 siege of Wounded Knee. 23 While such ideas had been present in his work all along, it was especially in the latter connection that Vine set forth with greatest clarity his conception of American Indian people's aboriginal and treaty-based right to the status of nations, separate and distinct from the United States. 24 Most forcefully, he summarized the thrust of his arguments in testimony challenging U.S. jurisdiction over Lakota territory, and thus the Wounded Knee defendants, during the Sioux sovereignty hearings of 1974.25 It would not be until 1979 that this radical fecundation of Native America's legal standing was finalized and available in essay form. 26 Meanwhile, it had galvanized a successful effort by the American Indian Movement, AIM, to establish a formal presence in the United Nations for purposes of asserting indigenous rights through available international mechanisms. 27 On some levels, these developments and the logic underlying them dovetailed quite well with the principle of decolonization enshrined in the UN Charter and actualized on a global scale since the end of World War II. 28 AIM's diplomatic arm, the International Indian Treaty Council, IITC, originally headed by Russell Means and Jimmy Durham, pursued an agenda of forging what it hoped would be mutually supportive alliances with liberation movements and newly independent governments, most of them with a decidedly Marxian orientation, throughout the so-called Third World of colonized or formerly colonized countries. 29 Among the other early accomplishments of this strategy was the formation of the Working Group on Indigenous Populations, a subpart of the UN Economic and Social Council mandated to review the conditions affecting native peoples around the world, assess the implications of their treaty relations with various UN member states to which they were subordinated, recommend applications of extant international law where appropriate, and, ultimately, break new ground by preparing a draft declaration on the rights of indigenous peoples. 30 Suffice it to say that the overt anti-imperialism of such ferment proved more than sufficient to draw me from the ranks of Vietnam veterans against the war and the mostly white students for a democratic society, in which I'd become rather heavily involved after my stint in the army, and into AIM. From late 1972 onward, I was increasingly engaged with the latter, missing Wounded Knee altogether but winding up a decade later as co-director of the movement's Colorado chapter, a participant in the Yellow Thunder occupation in the Black Hills 31 and an IITC delegate to Libya, Cuba, and the UN Working Group. By 1983, the initial blush of optimism attending the admission of indigenous peoples to United Nations processes had waned considerably. The ascendant First World, capitalist, UN member states had already begun to make it clear that they would defend themselves against our claims to the right of self-determination by invoking a clause in the Charter guaranteeing the territorial integrity of all states as well as a General Assembly resolution defining a colony as being a country separated from its colonizer by at least 30 miles of open ocean. 32 Many of us set out to counter this blue water thesis by following the lead of Cherokee anthropologist Robert K. Thomas, who, during the mid-1960s, had undertaken to adapt the Gramscian theory of internal colonialism to the situation of American Indians. 33. Despite the patent analytical and polemical utility of Gramsci's construction, our embrace of it served mainly to reveal the disjuncture between the objectives pursued by indigenous rights advocates and those acceptable to our Marxist allies, virtually all of whom were busily working out their own variations of statist order squarely atop the territories and using the resources of whatever indigenous peoples were situated within their purported boundaries. 34 While a number of examples might be cited, the nature of the problem was perhaps best illustrated by the campaign of Nicaragua's Sandinista regime during the 1980s to forcibly suppress the aspirations of the Mosquito, Sumu, and Rama peoples to regain a genuinely self-determining status in a post-revolutionary context. 35. The most noticeable outcome was the Sandinistas' failure to achieve the degree of stability necessary to fend off a U.S. low-intensity war waged to depose them. The dispute also led to the disintegration of AIM and IITC, as both groups split along the lines of those determined to align with anyone opposing the United States, regardless of other considerations, and those of us dedicated to supporting indigenous liberation struggles, irrespective of their oppressors' ideological persuasion. 36 The latter tendency has come to be referred to as Indigenism, and its adherents are known as Fourth Worlders. 37 Those committed not to the revolutionary ideal of seizing state power but rather to dismantling the territorial and jurisdictional corpus of the state altogether. 38 Although he contributed to the framing of our disavowal of Marxism as a remedy to the oppression suffered by native people. 39 By the early 1980s, Deloria had already begun to look askance at the way things were shaping up. As he later explained, although conceding its descriptive accuracy, he had come to view the whole notion of internal colonialism as presenting at best a practical dead end in terms of realizing indigenous rights. 40 Consequently, his next two books, American Indians, American Justice, and The Nations Within, both co-authored with Clifford M. Lytle, embodied a substantive departure from the explicit anti-colonialism marking his earlier work. 41 Instead, he advocated a progressive approach, working within the parameters of colonial legality to achieve limited but nevertheless tangible improvements in the dire material circumstances afflicting most of Native America. 42. This sort of pragmatism, manifested most recently in Tribes, Treaties, and Constitutional Tribulations, Vine's 1999 collaboration with his protege David Wilkins. 43 Has caused many to view him as an aging sellout, accommodationist. 44 In actuality, although my own persistence in exploring indigenous thematics has led to our increasing estrangement over the past decade, I believe this to be a profound misreading of both the man and the nature of his endeavor. If anything, it seems to me that he has harnessed himself to a task far more subversive in its implications than any conceivable brand of purely political praxis. Indeed, like Adorno, he long ago came to the realization that alterations in the political status quo, irrespective of their extremity, accomplish little in terms of correcting the core problems that confront us all, oppressed and oppressor alike. 45. Beneath the web of extant political relations lies a much deeper matrix of ostensibly apolitical, perceptions, understandings, and imputed values that foster the illusion that the relations themselves, or some discernibly close approximation, are natural and therefore inevitable. Thus, in Deloria's assessment, concentration on the superficialities of a mere political fix is at best diversionary. Worse, it tends to instill a false sense of resolution among those who accomplish it. 46 Absent an attendant reconsideration of the more fundamental aspects of consciousness that gave rise to the political conditions supposedly confronted and transformed, the confronters and transformers are doomed to replicate what they sought to oppose. 47. The objective is therefore to engage in what Michel Foucault, in a celebrated turn of the phrase, once referred to as the archaeology of knowledge, apprehending the codes and symbologies of domination at their sources, and, to borrow a term from Jacques Derrida, deconstruct them from start to finish. 48 Only then, freed from the conceptual blinders imposed by what Jean-François Lyotard called the master narrative, 49 can one or an entire culture hope to envision a truly liberatory reordering of the polity. Outlined today, nearly 20 years after postmodernism became intellectually fashionable, such ideas sound almost cliched. In the late 1960s, however, when Deloria first began to delve into them, the opposite was true. Vine, moreover, always wielded a decisive advantage over the great majority of postmodernists. Steeped during his upbringing in the traditional Lakota cosmology, yet formally trained in the canons of Western intellectualism, he was schooled in geology, theology, and law. He's been ideally positioned to assault paradigmatic Eurocentrism from a perspective that is, to borrow the nomenclature of anthropology, simultaneously emic and etic. 50 In philosophical terms, his critique has been uniquely both immanent and transcendent. 51 Additionally, his lifelong immersion in the vocabularies of popular culture has precluded his ever sliding into the deliberate opacity marking virtually all postmodernist discourse, including that offered by such native poseurs as Gerald Vizenor. 52. Excavations. Long before anyone in anthropology had heard of Michel Foucault or Pierre Bourdieu, Thomas Bielsey and Larry Zimmerman point out, Deloria had put his finger on what would later be called discursive formations, symbolic capital, and the micropolitics of the academy. 53 Deloria's initial critique, advanced most forcefully in Custer, was openly political, assailing the sheer arrogance of anthropological practice and practitioners. 54 As well as the function of resulting theory in casting a patina of rationalism and objectivity over an otherwise glaring irrationality in the formation of U.S. Indian policy. 55 Here, he shared a conclusion shortly enunciated by Jean Baudrillard that the deepest racist avatar is to think that an error about other societies is politically or theoretically less serious than a misinterpretation of one's own world. Just as a people that oppresses another cannot be free, so a culture that is mistaken about another must also be mistaken about itself. 56. Among other methodological observations offered in Custer, Deloria noted that while conducting fieldwork and other sorts of research, anthropologists invariably seem to have predetermined what they would find and what it would mean. Their purpose could thus be seen as little more than an exercise designed to create the appearance but hardly the reality that their preconceptions had been verified. 57 It follows that the whole procedural thrust of anthropology stems from a fundamental violation of the very scientific method on which the discipline has based its claim to being a mode of understanding more accurate than, and therefore superior to, the modes prevailing among the mostly non-Western peoples it studies. 58 In seeking to dig out the source of this dysfunction, Deloria unearthed a far broader and more disconcerting reality. Although the colonially inspired enterprise of anthropology 59 its brief history laden with such clear-cut illustrations of racist pseudoscience as craniometry, phrenology, eugenics 60 social Darwinism 61 and the Piltdown hoax 62 represents a thoroughly sordid example, it is by no means unique in that regard. Everywhere he turned, in hard sciences such as physics, biology, and astronomy as much as among the pretenders of anthropology and the social sciences, Deloria encountered the same sorts of unscientific or even anti-scientific claptrap passed off as the opposite of itself. 63. As his excavations became deeper, he was more strongly drawn to the conclusion that the origins of Western science itself could be located not in an oppositional relationship to the mysticism of Judeo-Christian tradition as the scientific community has been wont to insist, but in an obsessive and usually subliminal desire to fulfill the biblical enjoinder, set forth on the first page of Genesis, for humans to dominate nature. 64. As a consequence, the very notion of scientific objectivity can best be understood as a myth designed to mask the underlying and utterly subjective motivations of those claiming allegiance to it. 65. The result is that science has been transposed into scientism, that is, a religion-like belief structure, and its adherents have been transformed from scientists into beings more accurately categorized as scientists. As a matter of practicality, scientism may be said not to have supplanted but to have subsumed Christianity as the faith of choice in Western societies. 66. Significant evidence of this, Deloria argued in his 1973 God is Red, may be found in the fact that the scientific establishment has incorporated the essentially theological charge of heresy, once deployed by the Church against scientists such as Galileo, as a weapon in the arsenal with which it defends its own dogmas. 67. To illustrate, he offered the case of Immanuel Velikovsky, an interdisciplinary scholar of undeniable stature who had the audacity to demonstrate that a profound rethinking would be necessary to rectify the many substantial inadequacies, inconsistencies, and full-fledged logical impossibilities embodied in orthodox geological and astronomical theory. 68. Correlating the traditional histories of the Mideast and elsewhere with available physical data, Velikovsky set out in a 1950 book entitled Worlds in Collision to offer what he called a catastrophist alternative to conventional explanatory paradigms. 69. As Deloria recounts, he was thereupon subjected to a modern science-tian equivalent of the medieval Inquisition. Worlds in Collision was attacked by respectable scientists even before it was published. A concentrated effort was begun to force the Macmillan Company, Velikovsky's publisher, to stop the presses. Scholars began a boycott of Macmillan's textbook division, its most vulnerable place. Macmillan could not withstand the concerted attack and transferred the book's rights to Doubleday. A conspiracy of silence dropped over discussion of Velikovsky's works. He subsequently published Earth in Upheaval, which was an embarrassing revelation of geological shortcomings. 70. Although Velikovsky would remain an intellectual pariah for the remainder of his life, several of his supposedly wild-eyed theories have been borne out. Indeed, his contention that the Sun is an electrically charged body, and that the solar system must therefore function as a large, gravitating electromagnet, has been appropriated without attribution by some of the very scientists who were most scornful in their dismissals when Velikovsky first advanced the idea. 71. Similarly, Velikovsky suggested in a 1953 talk at Princeton that Jupiter was probably a dark star giving off radio signals. Less than 2 years later, two scientists discovered radio signals coming from Jupiter, and by 1965 Jupiter was declared a dark star. He also argued that Earth exerted a magnetosphere reaching as far as the Moon. In 1958 the Van Allen belts were discovered, named after James Van Allen who had only measured them and not after Velikovsky who had predicted their existence. 72. Deloria returned briefly to the Velikovsky affair in the Metaphysics of Modern Existence. 73. A 1979 book intended as the first in a trilogy of volumes devoted to exploring the problematic substitution of science for religion in the West. Opining that Indians don't write books on philosophy, Harper and Row first tried to evade its contractual obligation to release it, then, failing that, it published only a small hardcover edition that was remaindered almost immediately. 74. Absent the other two volumes, fragments of which have appeared as commentaries and freestanding essays over the years. 75. Deloria was left with a somewhat unbalanced and largely unread critique of Heisenberg's physics and Jungian psychology, as well as the thinking of theologians such as Teilhard de Chardin and Paul Tillich. 76. By then, having realized along with Paul Schmidt that the conception of sovereignty at issue in the indigenous liberation struggle amounted in important respects to a Christianesque expression of political theology. 77 He'd taken to calling for a refocusing of the movement's energy and attention. Our continuing investiture in the attainment of power in terms defined by the worldview of our oppressors, he reasoned, could, even if successful, serve only to complete their grip on our consciousness, thereby consummating rather than repealing our subordination. 78 The imperative, as Vine saw it, was to reclaim the insights and understandings lodged within our own non-Western traditions, employing them first as a counter to the distortive outlooks imposed by the West and then as the basis on which to determine for ourselves the form and meaning of the relations we should pursue not just with other cultures but with the natural world in its totality. 79. Deloria, for his part, more or less picked up where Velikovsky left off, undertaking a protracted study in which he combined a broad selection of native North American origin stories with elements of the same people's cosmologies and oral histories, comparing the resultant narrative overview with the continent's geological record. Additional comparisons to the fossil record completed the picture, allowing him to systematically demolish the factual/logical structures underpinning entire components of standard evolutionary theory and attendant chronologies, while validating much of what is contained in indigenous lore as the literal recapitulation of observed reality. 81. Much of this was brought together in Red Earth, White Lies, a 1995 release subtitled Native Americans and the Myth of Scientific Fact. 82 Therein, it is demonstrated that the Hopi legends depicting a sequence of ages marked by fire, ice, and water might be interpreted as recountings of actual volcanic events, the last ice age, and the following period of glacial melt. 83 Similarly, it is shown that a traditional Klamath story perfectly describes the formation, violent eruption, and subsequent collapse of a volcanic cone. Other stories shared by the peoples of the Warm Springs Reservation account quite well for the formation of the mountains known as the Three Sisters in central Oregon. 84. The problem with these and numerous other uncannily accurate native depictions of geological events is that, according to science-tian orthodoxy, they occurred far too long ago for humans to have witnessed them. People, after all, are decreed to have first entered the hemisphere across the Bering Strait land bridge not more than 15,000 years ago. Until 1950, the official truth was that the migration occurred only 3,000 years ago, with only heretics and other irresponsible types suggesting otherwise. 85 This constraint, in turn, is necessitated by the requirements of conventional evolutionary theory, which has modern humans Homo sapiens sapiens, the only variety of hominid known to have resided in the Americas, emerging somewhere in Africa about 100,000 years ago and slowly spreading across the planet. 86. Noting that there is virtually nothing in traditional indigenous accounts that suggests a traverse of the Bering Strait, a major exception, the so-called Wailamolem of the Lenni Lenapes, Delawares, turned out to be an outright fabrication. 87 Deloria proceeds to make mincemeat of the whole proposition. Juxtaposing the elements of geography, geology, meteorology, biology, and anthropology that bear on the Beringian migration hypothesis, he points out how each tends to contradict the other. For openers, while anthropologists posit pursuit of America's megafauna, mammoths, giant rhinos, and the like as being the motive for Paleolithic hunters to cross the strait from Siberia to Alaska during the last ice age, biologists account for the appearance of these same species in Asia at about the same time by having them migrate in the opposite direction. 88. Actually, neither of these mutually nullifying scenarios is especially plausible, given the geological barriers involved. To get to the fabled land bridge from either direction would have required migrants to traverse several of the more formidable mountain ranges on the planet. 89 Nor does the meteorological record conform to the requirements of anthropological orthodoxy, an ice-free corridor along the Mackenzie River, through which migrant humans are supposed to have moved southward from Alaska into the U.S. portion of North America, could not have existed during the period indicated, if it ever existed at all. 90 Even the conventional explanation of the weather patterns precipitating an ice age on which the existence of the Beringian land bridge itself depends is found wanting. 91. Other aspects of what passes for science fare no better. Even the technological proofs with which the discipline professes to have confirmed key elements of its theory are demonstrably faulty. With respect to the sophisticated potassium-argon tests that supposedly establish the dates of geological events with great precision, Deloria, following Cremo and Thompson, points out that scientists have obtained dates ranging from 116 million to 2.96 billion years for Hawaiian lava flows that occurred in the year 1892. Much the same pertains to radiocarbon dating, by which the antiquity of organic material is supposedly ascertained. In the Atlantic Journal of the United States, W. Dort wrote that freshly slaughtered seals, when subjected to radiocarbon analysis, were dated at 1,300 years old. In Science, M. Keith and G. Anderson wrote that shells of living mollusks were dated at 2,300 years old. In The Physiology of Trees, Bruno Haber wrote that wood from a growing tree was dated at 10,000 years old. 93. Compounding such technological defects is the fact that responsible anthropologists have routinely suppressed radiocarbon datings that conflict with orthodoxy. Although test results from materials gathered at a number of sites as far south as Brazil have indicated human occupancy in the Americas for as long as 40 millennia, they've been invariably dismissed when they've been acknowledged at all as marred by serious questions of whether the material used for radiocarbon dating was contaminated by older carbon, or whether the dated material was really associated with human remains, and the like. 94. Impossible standards have been assigned to the verification of evidence conflicting with the Bering Strait migration hypothesis, but the reverse does not hold true. Assessing the work of the late William Laughlin, Deloria observes that he provides no evidence at all that any Paleo-Indians were within 1,000 miles of Alaska during the specified period. No sites, trails, or signs of habitation are cited. Laughlin is the acknowledged dean of American Bering Strait scholars, and yet he offered no concrete evidence whatsoever in support of his theory. 95. Nonetheless, anthropologists all but invariably begin with the assumption that the Bering Strait migration doctrine was proved a long time ago, and proceed without the slightest doubt as to its validity, having accepted the idea at face value on faith alone and defending it ferociously against all challengers. 96. A better illustration of how science has been diverted from its original purposes into service as a secular but very powerful religion would be hard to find. 97. Indeed, had he wished, Deloria could easily have demonstrated that the very notion of the Bering Strait crossing was given birth around 1580, not by scientists but by Jesuits eager to conjure up some means of reconciling the Christian version of how humanity was created with the recently discovered fact that there was an entire new world teeming with people who, to all appearances, could not have descended from Adam and Eve. 98. Since Judaism shares its origin story with Christianity, rabbinical scholars also had a stake in the issue. It is thus unsurprising that the next major contributor was a rabbi, Manasseh ben Israel, who in 1650 published the thesis that people had found their way from the Old World to the New across what was then called the Strait of Anian, and tentatively identified the migrants as descendants of several lost tribes of Hebrews mentioned in the Bible. 99. Manasseh's speculation quickly took hold and was eventually adopted as an article of faith by the Church of Latter-day Saints, which to this day maintains a lavishly funded New World Archaeological Foundation at Brigham Young University, the primary mission of which is to locate physical evidence supporting its sponsors' unabashedly theological agenda. 100. Nor has non-Mormon anthropology proved itself one whit less doctrinally biased. Although the idea that Indians are Jews has long since been abandoned, the anthropological establishment has, from at least the publication of Thomas Jefferson's 1781 Notes on the State of Virginia, harnessed itself with astonishing single-mindedness to the task of proving the Judeo-Christian Old World origin story correct in its essentials. 101. In the process, anthropology has as a discipline proved itself quite insistent on ignoring or suppressing countervailing evidence while busily cooking the books to make its preferred postulations seem vastly more solidly based than they actually are. Thereby, it has forfeited whatever claim to scientific integrity it might ever have possessed. 102. insofar as it reduces in the end to nothing more than an elaborate advocacy of a given origin story, however much revised. There is no rational reason why interpretations of the world advanced via the science-tian edifice of anthropology should be privileged over belief systems arising in conjunction with any other such story. By extension, much the same can be said of the other sectors of what is typically referred to as scientific knowledge. 103 To say that scientism presently possesses the power to impose itself on other traditions at their expense, a power acquired largely through the sustained subterfuge of pretending that science and scientism are synonymous, is not to concede that it enjoys any right to do so. The principle is identical to that enshrined in international law that precludes any people, no matter how powerful, from legitimately preempting the self-determining prerogatives of another. 104 Although usually subtler than its physical counterpart, intellectual imperialism is, after all, imperialism nonetheless. 105 From this standpoint, Deloria's laying bare the religious roots of scientism, his tracing of their outgrowths and consequent debunking of contemporary science-tian pretension, as well as his concomitant, assertion of the validity of indigenous knowledge, can only be seen as integrally related components within an overarching and steadily expanding intellectual anti-imperialism. His is, in substance, a veritable frontal assault on the entire conceptual structure by which the system of Eurocentric global dominance has come to be rationalized, justified, and made to seem inevitable over the past 5 centuries. To this extent, if none other, the effects of his endeavor are potentially more radical and far-reaching than anything those of us locked into the trajectory of mere political activism ever aspired to achieve. 106 Toward a new synthesis of understanding. For obvious reasons, none of this has gone unnoticed by the status quo. The response, predictably enough, has been a stream of invective from establishment attack dogs, branding Deloria everything from a creationist to an ethnic pseudoscientist. 107 While much of the spew has issued from dolts like H. David Brumble, representing the most openly reactionary elements of anthropology, those who find continuing appeal in the long discredited doctrines of 19th-century scientific racism. 108 A more sophisticated approach has been adopted by liberals such as David Hurst Thomas, who, while readily admitting that the bulk of Deloria's argument is well-founded, nevertheless managed to conclude that the solution to the problem he presents can be found only within the problem itself. Deloria's, Thomas sums up, is a stridently anti-science position that must ultimately be discounted on that basis alone. 109 Far more constructive, he implies, are the contributions of Indians such as novelist N. Scott Momaday, who are willing to confirm science-tian understandings through such mystical devices as genetic memory. 110 And those imbued with the smugly subaltern mentality of Roger Echo Hawk, who are prepared to offer all the proper genuflect to the sanctity of scientism, even as they purportedly inject it with their dubiously native voices. 111 Although this systematic conflation of science and scientism has been mirrored to some extent in Deloria's own formulations, apparently in the not unreasonable belief that to the degree scientists have avoided an outright disavowal of scientism, they deserve to be tarred with the brush of the latter's improprieties, such criticisms are grossly and in all likelihood deliberately misleading. Were Deloria's critique accepted for what it is, and the paradigms of scientific understanding correspondingly purged of their present science-tian pretensions, 112 Science itself might at last have a chance to fulfill the revelatory promise with which it has been invested since the days of the Enlightenment. 113 By the same token, obfuscatory rejections like those advanced by Brumble and Thomas exhibit every probability of foreclosing such potential, consigning science, for all the narrowly technological proficiency its adherents have amassed over the past 2 centuries, 114 to the realm of the most vulgar form of ideological existence imaginable. 115 Divesting science of science-tian religiosity might also serve to detach it from the deep teleological linkages with Judeo-Christian values that have all along undermined its quest for objectivity. By demoting Christianity to its legitimate standing as merely one among many spiritual appreciations of the world, neither inferior nor superior to any other, either in its own right or in its relationship to scientific inquiry, the door would be opened for the literal content of myriad other traditions to inform and immeasurably broaden both the context and the process of empirical research. 116 The result could only be that humanity as a whole would be better positioned to realize the goal of understanding all we think we know, even as we come to know with increasing accuracy the limits of what it is we are inherently capable of understanding. 117 As Deloria put it as far back as 1979. As we seek to expand our knowledge of the world, the signposts point to a reconciliation of the various approaches to experience. Western science must now reintegrate human emotions and institutions into its interpretation of phenomena. Eastern peoples must confront the physical world and technology. We shall understand as these traditionally opposing views seek a unity that the world of historical experiences is far more mysterious and eventful than we had previously suspected. In the recreation of metaphysics as a continuing search for meaning which incorporates all aspects of science and historical experience, we can hasten a time when we will come to an integrated conception of how our species came to be, what it has accomplished, and where it can expect to go in the millennia ahead. Our next immediate task is the unification of human knowledge. 118. To paraphrase Chardin 119, Deloria was and still is in effect calling for and sketching out the parameters of a new synthesis of understanding in which all the constituent components of knowledge are brought together on a level playing field for the first time, their presumptive efficaciousness constrained only by the requirement that they not be phenomenologically self-contradictory, and then joined on the basis of their interactive logical consistencies into an unprecedentedly panoramic whole. In this sense, his project can and should be seen as an effort to achieve not only an imminent completion of the old Enlightenment but also its transcendence, a tracing of the contours of what would, if pursued and refined, constitute an entirely new and overarching dimension of intellectual possibility. 120. Like dominoes, the toppling of any one of scientism's more cherished truths necessitates a fundamental rearrangement of the entire field of knowledge that attends it, and rearranging a given field necessitates a concomitant rearrangement of related fields. At each step along the way, the inherent plausibility of alternative explanations offered by primitive and dissident traditions is underscored. Eliminating the fraudulent Bering Strait migration theory, for example, elevates the credibility of American Indian origin stories holding that indigenous people have always been here. This, in turn, requires a fundamental rethinking of human dispersal patterns across the planet and, ultimately, of prevailing notions concerning human evolution. 121 Equally, it renders implausible the science-tian contention that the abrupt die-out of whole species of megafauna was precipitated by the initial influx of humans into North America some 12,000 to 15,000 years ago. 122. If these so-called Pleistocene extinctions cannot be accounted for by an imaginary invasion of Paleolithic hunters, they must be explained in another, more reasonable fashion. Here, Velikovsky's theory of catastrophism, conforming as it does with the recollections of natural phenomena encompassed within the traditions of America's indigenous peoples, immediately presents itself as a viable candidate. 123 Any serious investigation of the meaning of such correlations would entail a foundational reassessment not only of the duration of human habitation in the New World but of its geological and meteorological chronologies as well. 124 Even the most tentative verification of the Velikovskyan formulation would demand a reconsideration of the history and functioning of the solar system and, from there, of the universe as a whole. 125 The implications are, or should be, obvious. Neither Deloria's deconstruction of the extant master narrative nor his efforts to forge a more tenable alternative has been confined to the masturbatory realm of petty postmodernist abstraction. Instead, he has been actively and consistently engaged in an attempt to communicate his alternative vision in terms of a viable grassroots pedagogy. 126 At least as concrete and potentially empowering as anything offered by Illich, Freire, Giroux, or Maclaren. 127 If, as Martin Carnoy once famously observed, educational mainstreaming has served the purpose of cultural imperialism. 128 Then Deloria's must be appreciated as one of the more explicitly decolonizing strategies yet conceived. Paradoxical as it may seem, the anti-scientific arguments contained in God is Red Metaphysics and Red Earth, white lies are revealed as one of the stronger attempts to salvage science from the ravages of its impersonators in recent years. Only thus can Deloria's desired unification of human knowledge be completed. Though it's plainly true that there was life before Deloria, it's equally the case that things have not been, indeed, can never be the same since his arrival on the intellectual scene. He's flown higher and farther on the wings of synthesis than anyone, or any three people, I can name. That he's dragged the rest of us along, despite our often strenuous kicks, screams, and general recalcitrance, is something for which we his most bitter detractors above all owe him an incalculable debt. If we as a species are to have a future, much less achieve liberation from the condition imposed by the collectivity of our blinders, it is because he's forced us to see things in new ways, equipping us with the minds to free ourselves from a fate that had come to seem preordained. The conceptual seeds he's sown will undoubtedly continue to sprout decades hence, after the man himself and those of us who have been honored to know him personally are no longer present to savor the pleasures of their fruit. His, then, has been the bestowal of the gift of his very life on coming generations and, in perhaps greater denomination, the eternity of this land that is the mother of us all. 129 Irrespective of the cosmopolitanism that has marked his learning, he's remained first, foremost, and always an Indian, unshrinking from the responsibilities attending that identity, the pride of all who came before. He stands as the signpost of continuity between that which was, that which is, and that which may yet be, if only because he has done so much to make it so. Originally published in Richard A. Grounds, George E. Tinker, and David E. Wilkins, eds, Native Voices, American Indian Identity and Resistance, Lawrence, University Press of Kansas, 2003. 9. Science as Psychosis. An American corollary to Germany's blood libel of the Jews. These islands are inhabited by Canabili, a wild, unconquered race which feeds on human flesh. I would be right to call them anthropophagi. They wage unceasing wars against gentle and timid Indians to supply flesh, this is their booty and what they hunt. They ravage, despoil, and terrorize the Indians ruthlessly. Guillermo Coma, November 3, 1493. Thus did a Colombian lieutenant during the second voyage describe those his commander habitually referred to as cannibalés, cannabis or, most commonly, caribus, a people with whom, we have it on good authority, neither man ever once interacted and of whose supposedly rapacious consumption of human flesh there is not a single reliable account dating from theirs or any other era. At its core, as later historians would discover, the whole notion of the Caribs as a race of man-eaters was never more than a bogey, born of Columbus' own paranoia or stubborn ferocity and spread to his comrades, to the chroniclers of Europe, and to history. 1. Even at the time, there were those such as the Franciscan priest Bartolomé de las Casas who struggled valiantly to rebut such characterizations with more factual renderings too, but all for naught. The derogatory appellation applied by Columbus to the Calinas and Calinagos, as the island Caribs called themselves, not only stuck but evolved into the word cannibal, a descriptor now universally applied to any human who eats humans. 3 Indeed, the very water surrounding their erstwhile island domain has become known to the world as the Caribbean Sea, literally translated, Sea of Cannibals. Nor were the hapless Caribs alone in their fate. While there is virtually no mention of it in Spanish chronicles written during the campaign itself for highly sensationalized depictions of Aztec, Mexica, cannibalism also began to assume an ever-increasing prominence in accounts published in the aftermath of Hernán Cortés' conquest of Mexico. 5 Taken in combination with claims that the vanquished Indians were avid sodomites, and that they engaged in human sacrifice on a truly massive scale. 6 Such stories seem more than anything to have been originally advanced as a sort of counter-propaganda offsetting the black legend of Spanish brutality in the Americas then being circulated by the English and Spain's other European rivals. 7 In any event, there has never been the least credible evidence offered to support them. The closest things came in this respect was the historical memoir of an obscure military figure, Bernal Díaz del Castillo, written nearly a half-century after his participation in the conquest. 8 Although he often waxes eloquent on the topic, A close reading of the text reveals that even the most detailed accounts are offered at second hand. Diaz never once claims to have seen tangible evidence of cannibalism, much less to have witnessed the practice itself. On the matter of human sacrifice, about which the author becomes still more rhetorically extravagant, we find that everything hinges upon a single incident in which Diaz claimed to have viewed the ritual killing of several captured Spaniards at the Templo Mayor, in the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan, now Mexico City. Point 9 not usually remarked upon is the fact that he claimed to have witnessed the scene from what turns out to be a distance of 3 to 4 miles, unassisted by a telescope. Point 10. To this may be added the translations of native texts performed by the priests Diego Duran and, much more extensively, Bernardo de Sahagun. Point 11 both men were demonstrably committed to the fact of Aztec cannibalism before they began their task, however, and proceeded to interpret the materials accordingly. Ultimately, there is nothing in the texts which is necessarily more suggestive that the Aztecs consumed actual human flesh than are descriptions of the Christian communion ceremony that Duran and Sahagun themselves were literal rather than merely symbolic cannibals. Point 12 their translations were corroborated by surviving Aztec priests, of course, but such testimonies invariably amounted to little more than confessions extracted under the worst forms of inquisitional torture, or threat of it, and are thus extremely suspect. Point 13. Nonetheless, without further proof, but with ever more embellishment, tales of Carib and Aztec cannibalism entered the scientific and philosophical literature of the West. 14 coming by the 20th century to be considered matters of ethnographic fact. 15 along the way, similar allegations had been extended against many other peoples, the Iroquois of North America. 16 for example, as well as the Tupi-Guaranis and Amahuacas of the South. 17 an elaborate analytical superstructure had also been developed to explore such esoteric concerns as whether particular groups of natives were supposed to have cooked their victims or eaten them raw. 18 whether they practiced endocannibalism, eating one another, exocannibalism, eating outsiders, or even autocannibalism, eating pieces of themselves. 19 and whether these practices fulfilled spiritual needs, nutritional requirements, or both. 20 So refined, entrenched, and apparently compelling were these ideas by the mid-1970s that, somewhat paradoxically, popularizers like Gary Hogg and Eli Sagan were beginning to complain that insufficient attention had been paid by anthropologists to the obvious centrality of anthropophagy in the understanding of indigenous cultures, that of the Aztecs in particular. 21 responding for the discipline, at least in his own mind, a young anthro named Michael Harner thereupon advanced what may be taken as the crowning science-tian articulation in this regard. 22 working from the usual set of vacuous assumptions, and inflating them with noticeable abandon as he went along, he contrived a superficially impressive mathematical formulation with which he purported to demonstrate that the consumption of human flesh had been not only a key to Aztec spirituality but an essential protein source in the daily diet of the native elite. 23 Given its sheer methodological transparency, Harner plainly overreached in the claims he attached to his model. While a few established figures like his mentor, Marvin Harris, applauded his findings. 24 The field as a whole exhibited an altogether appropriate sense of professional embarrassment. While the most typical stance was an uncomfortable silence, several competent reviewers, Bernard Montellano, Barbara J. Price, and George Pierre Castile among them, responded by literally and quite publicly demolishing Harner's argument, root and branch. 25 Even Marshall Solins, otherwise a firm believer in the equation of primitivism to cannibalism, wrote an article for the New York Review of Books wherein he outlined the ethnocentrism and statistical absurdity with which Harner's pronouncements abounded. 26 The Harner controversy prompted a number of scholars, most of them for the first time, to finally undertake a serious and in some cases systematic probing of the evidentiary underpinnings of long-held beliefs about the culinary practices, not just of the Aztecs and Caribs but among a host of other native peoples around the world. 27 This flurry of critical inquiry resulted, most pointedly, in William Arendt's 1979 book, The Man-Eating Myth, in which it was revealed that for all anecdotes and opinionating on the topic which had littered Western letters since Herodotus first broached it in the 5th century AD, only the fleeting quality of the documentation remains constant. 28. Arends, in fact, professed himself unable to find direct evidence of the actual existence of this act as an accepted practice for any time or place or as a custom in any form for any society. Emphasis added. 29. Ultimately, he likened the very concept of the anthropophagi to that of the Amazons, wild men, monstrous races, and similar European fables of the dangerously exotic non-Western other. 30. In the deft hands and fertile imaginations of anthropologists, former or contemporary anthropophagists have multiplied with the advance of Western civilization and fieldwork in formerly unstudied areas. The existence of man-eating peoples just beyond the pale of civilization is a common ethnographic suggestion. While the Mediterranean was the center of the European cultural universe, Herodotus assumed that the custom flourished in Eastern Europe, while Strabo had the same fear about the barbarians on the western fringe. Thus, in good company and classic form, a current encyclopedia of anthropology for today's generation of students reports that cannibalism is practiced today only in the remotest parts of New Guinea and South America. 31. In other words, as archaeologist Paul Bann put it in the much more recent Cambridge Encyclopedia of Human Evolution, the extreme scarcity of cannibalism in historic times has rendered its very existence in prehistory increasingly hard to swallow. 32. Or, citing the current edition of the Encyclopedia of Anthropology, the notion that autochthonous native societies are or ever were cannibalistic has never amounted to more than a matter of our own surmise. 33. The fantasy lay on the surface of the minds of the explorers from Europe, from centuries of myth-making, an expression of deep desire and passions and terrors, noted Marina Warner in a 1995 assessment completed by Mariana Turgovnik's observation that cannibalism, human sacrifice, and head-hunting apparently did not and do not exist within indigenous cultures. 34. In sum, the appearance of a vast array of anthropophagic peoples was, to quote Kirkpatrick Sale, simply invented by those who had need of them for whatever reasons, and served their multiple purposes for several centuries. 35. Even if such falsehoods might be to some extent understandable in the context of 16th century missionary reporting, as Arends suggests, his follow-up assertion that they deserve no place in the record of contemporary archaeology and related endeavors must be considered equally valid. 36. Unfortunately, as Warner concluded, the cannibal myth has survived and still influences attitudes today. 37. The question thus becomes not so much how the fiction was originally fostered as why it has been perpetuated with such remarkable intensity in the modern era, and by those supposedly best equipped to know better. The perverse persistence of cannibales. Such queries might be of mere academic interest, perhaps as grist for the mills of postmodernist analysis, had the preoccupation with cannibalism previously exhibited by anthropologists ended, or at least significantly abated, after publication of the man-eating myth. But, to be sure, it didn't. By 1982, cultural anthropologists with a vested interest in rebutting Arendt's anti-cannibalism thesis had assembled a special panel to air their views during the American Anthropological Association's annual meeting, and self-published the collected reposts as an anthology a year later. While most of the material contained therein served more to illustrate than to counter Arendt's thinking, the editors nevertheless announced that it demonstrated the extent to which he'd reached his conclusions erroneously. 38. Marshall Solins, meanwhile, capped a lengthy polemic laced with ad hominem arguments by branding Arendt's book a scandal, its author a counterpart to the neo-Nazi Holocaust deniers. 39. The smear, despite the logical inversion it so blatantly displays, 40 has been repeated with regularity, first by Thomas Riley, later by Pierre Vidal-Naquet, and most recently by Michael Palencheroth. 41. Mary Douglas, a woman notable mainly for her spirited defense of Carlos Castaneda and his fraudulent Don Juan texts a few years earlier. 42. Denounced the man-eating myth as a slur upon ethnography. 43. Peter Riviere warned that it was dangerous. 44. While Shirley Lindenbaum classified Arends himself as a cannibal. 45. Others entering comparable invective included Edmund Leach, Charles LaRue, James Weiner, Marvin Harris, and Donald Forsyth. 46. A very different tack was taken by physical anthropologists. readily conceding the evidentiary deficiencies attending many of the interpretations extrapolated by their colleagues in cultural anthropology. Archaeologists nonetheless expressed the consensus view that it would be premature to either confirm or foreclose upon the existence of institutionalized cannibalism in pre-contact indigenous societies. Only the most rigorous and comprehensive application of forensic science, they maintained, would be sufficient to make such determinations. 47. Eminently reasonable on its surface, this argument is actually far more slippery than anything embodied in the vituperations of Solons and his cohorts. Nothing was said, for example, about how Arends or anyone else is supposed to go about proving a negative. No matter how many specific allegations of anthropophagy are refuted, it will always and by definition remain premature to conclude that the practice has not prevailed at some other time, in some other place, among some other people. Hence, suspicions of native cannibalism can be extended into infinity, always on the pretext that, since they can never be absolutely disproven, scientific proof is, or at least might be, just around the corner, or at the next dig site. 48. Although there have been myriad statements to this effect, one of the more straightforward was recently offered by University of Colorado paleontologist Peter Robinson during an interview for the academic publication Lingua Franca. Notwithstanding the paucity of physical evidence forthcoming from well over a century's digging and analysis, Robinson asserted, it's only a matter of time before the buildup of a critical mass of irrefutable evidence from the archaeological record settles the debate in favor of those subscribing to the idea that cannibalism must have existed in indigenous societies. 49 Exactly how, absent a crystal ball, Robinson and his colleagues might already know what will be found in time is left as mysterious as what it is they might wish to hold out as irrefutable proof. Clearly, this was not the statement of a neutral and objective practitioner of the scientific method basing his opinions in empirical fact. Quite the reverse. By positing the outcome of research before the research itself has been completed or, more accurately, in a manner so completely at odds with those results the investigation has thus far yielded, Robinson revealed himself to be much more a proponent of scientism than of science. In effect, the approach he describes is one of repeating the same failed experiment endlessly, always confident that it will eventually produce the desired result. Suffice it to say that no medieval alchemist seeking to convert lead into gold might have put it better. 50. A more tangible problem for physical anthropologists during the early 1980s was that, all posturing aside, they'd never really mastered the forensic procedures they claimed would distinguish their findings from the vagaries of cultural anthropology. They were only just then beginning to employ such rudimentary techniques as microscopic analysis in their examinations of artifacts and human remains. 51 Nonetheless, for nearly a century, they'd been generating ostensibly scientific reports in which they claimed that the results of one or another site investigation had proven what, as of 1997, even true believers like Peter Robinson were tacitly admitting has yet to be proven. As concerns U.S. territory, the first of these was a rather exuberant article on his findings in northern Arizona published by Smithsonian archaeologist Walter Hoff in 1902.52. Thereafter, similar claims began to accumulate at a fairly steady rate, as when, in 1919, Frederick Webb Hodge, an archaeologist with the American Bureau of Ethnology, announced that he'd found solid evidence at the Hauiku site, about 15 miles southwest of the Zuni Pueblo, in New Mexico. 53 In 1920, George H. Pepper, an archaeologist working for the American Museum of Natural History, reported much the same thing with respect to human remains found at the Penasco Blanco and Pueblo Bonito sites in Chaco Canyon, New Mexico. 54 This was followed, in 1929, with a report by American Museum archaeologists Earl H. and Axtell Morris that they'd uncovered comparable evidence at Battle Cave, in the Canyon de Chelly, Arizona. 55 A decade later, Earl Morris, by then working for the Carnegie Institution, claimed to have found further proof of prehistoric anthropophagy at a pair of sites along the La Plata River, in southwestern Colorado. 56. Although each of these studies was highly touted in its time, none passed scientific muster in the first comprehensive survey of the literature, performed by National Park Service archaeologist Eric Reed in 1949.57. On the other hand, Reed confirmed reports by a colleague, Gordon C. Baldwin, that he'd uncovered unassailable evidence of cannibalism in at least 2 unspecified sites in the Grand Canyon during the summer of 1947.58. In 1952, Watson Smith added a claim for the House of Tragedy near the Wupatki Pueblo, in northeastern Arizona. 59 3 years after that, Reed and Marie Wormington, an archaeologist with the Denver Museum of Natural History, reported further such evidence at the Turner Look site, in east central Utah. 60 Smithsonian archaeologist Frank H. Roberts Jr. followed up by reporting in 1957 that he'd uncovered evidence of cannibalism about 30 years earlier at the Small House site, near Pueblo Bonito. 61. During the 1960s, there was a tentative finding of cannibalism submitted by Christy G. Turner too with respect to the remains of the so-called Coombs woman, discovered in southern Utah. 62 And a much splashier claim turned in by an Arizona State University team that had been excavating at the San Brito Village site, in northwestern New Mexico. 63 By 1970, all of the post-World War II reports were being discounted on the basis of their dubious scientific merit, but only to be replaced by far more sensational reports emanating from the Polaca Wash site, in northern Arizona. 64 The latter was joined over the next few years by reports from the LaRue Wash. 65 Mancos Canyon. 66 Burnt Mesas. 67 The Herfino Mesas/Laves Alkali Springs site. 68 The Largo Galena Towers, Nogales Cliff House. 69 And elsewhere in the Four Corners region of Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and Utah. 70. These last findings, it is now admitted, were as deeply flawed in both method and theory as their predecessors. 71 But, just as with the Hoff report at the beginning of the century, each was trumpeted with considerable fanfare as constituting the epitome of hard scientific evidence that cannibalism was a fact of pre-Columbian native life. 72 They served, moreover, as the veritable launching pad for a raft of new claims, all of them advanced in light of the relatively more sophisticated methods of taphonomic analysis and other forensic techniques which began making their appearance on the archaeological scene during the early 1980s. 73. The first of these came in 1982 and involved the re-examination of skeletal materials collected in 1979 by archaeologist Paul R. Nickens at the Grinnell site, in southwestern Colorado. 74 The same year, a report of cannibalism was submitted with respect to a suspected Kayenta Anasazi site in the Monument Valley of southern Utah. 75 A year later, Christy Turner reported a similar find along Ash Creek, in central Arizona. 76 It seems that 1988 established something of a benchmark, as separate finds were announced by Turner at the Marshview Hamlet, near Dolores, Colorado. 77 Tim D. White, in Utah's Cottonwood Wash. 78 And Shane A. Baker, at the Rattlesnake Ruin, also in southern Utah. 79 An equally impressive record was set in 1989, however, as Turner weighed in yet again, this time regarding the Teak-Nospos site, in northeastern Arizona. 80 His report was attended by those of Sharon S. Grant Vesavis, the Fence Lake site in northwestern New Mexico. 81 And Nancy J. Malville concerning the series of Yellow Jacket sites in southwestern Colorado. 82. The pace actually increased somewhat during the early 1990s, as Turner, by then working with his wife Jacqueline, reported forensic evidence of cannibalism at the Aztec Wash sites in southeastern Colorado. 1992, 83 The Midsummer, Barker Arroyo, and Salmon Ruin sites in northwestern New Mexico. 1993, 84 The Coyote Village and St. Christopher's Mission sites in southeastern Colorado. 1993, 85 The San Juan River site in southern Utah. 1993, 86 and the Houck Cay site in northeastern Arizona. 87. While several of these reports involved analysis of skeletal materials exhumed in earlier digs, new finds were reported by a team excavating the Ram Mesa Kiva and Pithus in northwestern New Mexico. 1993, 88 and another excavating the Hanson Pueblo site in southwestern Colorado. 1993.89 Truly, as it was put in a 1997 issue of Science, archaeologists had rediscovered cannibalism in the American Southwest. 90. The centerpiece of this whole new wave was University of California archaeologist Tim White's book-length 1992 study, Prehistoric Cannibalism at Mancos. 91, displaying dazzling subtlety while raising the sophistication of statistical and analytic tools of physical anthropology to unprecedented levels. White reported employing an electron microscope in his exhaustive examination of percussion marks, burn traces, disarticulation, breakages and what he termed pot polish on some 2,106 bone fragments accruing from the skeletons of 30 individuals earlier exhumed from the Colorado site. 92 His conclusion was sustained and unequivocal. Mancos contained the remains of a cannibal meal comprising 17 adults and 12 children, the heads cooked whole and then broken open with heavy implements. 93. Initial responses were quite favorable, largely, it seems, because White had sent his galleys out for early review by a select group of cannibologists like SUNY Oswego's Yvonne Brady, who then grandly proclaimed the book to be the best scientific work ever done on cannibalism by anyone. 94 In short order, however, more critical reviews began to appear, as when Paul Band took to the pages of New Scientist to point out a range of interpretive precedents White appeared to have deliberately overlooked in the process of formulating his own conclusions. 95 As William Arentz subsequently explained, in certain mortuary rituals, mourners bury the dead, leave them in the ground, sometimes for months, and then, dig them up, put them in pots and boil them, remove the flesh, then rebury or keep the bones. This is going to look like cannibalism, but it's never quite clear if the people are paying respect to the dead or eating their dead. 96. The defects in White's interpretive design were further underscored by Peter Bullock, a researcher at the Museum of New Mexico. Human action that is the result of human motivation cannot be studied through the use of a methodology that systematically excludes motivation, he observed in a critique published in Man 97. On the face of it, Bullock elsewhere concluded, violence and mutilation are as likely a correct interpretation as cannibalism with respect to the bulk of White's evidence. 98 Indeed, for all the intricate charts, tables, and jargon with which White salted his book, there is not even a scientifically precise means of distinguishing the effects of human action on the one hand from the sorts of degradation of skeletal materials caused by animal digestion on the other. 99. As Arentz summed up, even while setting out to expose the fraudulent nature of a series of photos purportedly documenting contemporary anthropophagy among the indigenous Fore of Papua New Guinea, 100 White appears to have been effectively seduced by the idea of cannibalism. It was inevitable that he concluded the people were cannibals. There wouldn't be any news if he concluded they were not. Emphasis in original. 101 White, for his part, bitterly compared his detractors to creationists, thus replicating the logical inversion performed by Marshall Solins more than a decade earlier. 102 Announcing that the discipline was turning its back on science altogether, he angrily removed himself from Berkeley's anthropology department, taking up a new station in biology. 103 The years immediately following the Mancos debate were marked by an apparent sense of caution among cannibologists. Even the Turners, who had advanced far and away the greatest number of claims by the end of 1993, suddenly evidenced a new circumspection, pronouncing the evidentiary value of skeletal remains exhumed at Colorado's Mesa Verde 875 Site 104, the Guadalupe Ruin in northern New Mexico 105, and the Moncopi Wash Site in northeastern Arizona 106 to be either problematic or uncertain. A tentative confidence was restored in November 1998, when University of North Carolina archaeologist Brian Billman reported myoglobin in coprolites recovered from a charnel house at the 1001-20 site in southwestern Colorado 107, but began to dissipate after it was pointed out that the protein might be found in non-human tissue. Then, in 1999 came publication of the Turner's lengthy volume, Mancorn, the title of which the authors tell us is their own translation into English of a Nahuatl word, Tlaceatlali, meaning the Aztec elite's invariable meal of sacrificed human meat, cooked with corn 108 as to contents. 359 of 484 pages in the main text are devoted to summaries and technical analyses of 76 archaeological sites in the Four Corners region. Another dozen are dealt with more briefly, under the heading Other Cases in what can only be described as by far the most comprehensive and detailed such assessment ever undertaken. 109 The authors are quite explicit in their intent. It is their desire that the matter of prehistoric southwestern cannibalism, which they assert has been proven by their data array, at last be understood. 110. Mancorn. The misleading nature of mancorn becomes evident before one has finished reading its subtitle. Although the focus of their study is plainly on anthropophagy, captioning it Cannibalism and Violence in the Southwest allows them to include every instance in which indications of some form of violence may be present in the archaeological record, thereby creating an appearance that presumptive evidence of cannibalism in the Four Corners area is far more extensive than even the most devout cannibologist has claimed to date. This none too subtle conflation of cannibalism and violence in the book's packaging has led to predictable popular misimpressions, as when it was erroneously reported by the New York Times in 1998 that consumption of human flesh had been confirmed at a total of 72 sick charnel houses identified by Turner on historic Anasazi territory. 111. Even the most cursory examination of the sites upon which the authors concentrate reveals something entirely different, however. Of the 76, nearly a third, 23, involve finds in which there have never been contentions of cannibalism. Another pair are listed as being problematic, still another pair as uncertain. 3 others include a question mark after the word cannibalism in their headings, and should thus have been included in the uncertain category. 112 We are thus left with a total of 45 sites which seem at first glance to be offered as proof of anthropophagy. A closer reading, however, reveals that even this is not the case. Regarding those instances in which claims of cannibalism have been made by the excavators or subsequent analysts, the Turners conclude a half-dozen times that the evidence actually indicates something else. 113 With respect to a further 7, they opine that either the evidence or initial analyses of it are insufficient to sustain the allegation. 114 Subtracting these 13 sites from the tally leaves a mere 32, well under half the original list. And what of these? How well do they bear up to scrutiny? Let it be said, first of all, that in 10 cases, neither Christie nor Jacqueline Turner bothered to inspect the osteological material for themselves before confirming it as evidence of anthropophagy. 115 This is more than passingly peculiar, since at least 3 of the reports were submitted as long as 60 years before the taponymic methods upon which the Turners ostensibly base the scientific integrity of their findings came into use. 116 In one instance, moreover, the skeletal material upon which the original report was based has long since and rather mysteriously disappeared, presumably as the result of some sort of housekeeping event, at the Peabody Museum. 117 Here, the authors note that they opted to simply accept the cannibalism interpretation at face value because burning, breakage, and good bone preservation are identified. Other criteria aren't mentioned in the report, they say, but may have been met. Also emphasis added. 118. To describe such evidence as underwhelming is, to put it mildly, a matter which should lead a careful observer to deduct all 3 pre-1982 findings from the roster of confirmed sites. The validity of the Turners' confirmation of the 7 reports dated 1982 or later is of course contingent on their own reliability in terms of interpreting textual rather than physical materials. A hint as to their integrity in this respect is offered in the very first sentence of the book, when they observe that the word cannibal comes from the Carib Indian tribal name emphasis in original, 119, which, to be sure, it does not. 120. Similar distortions abound. Having duly noted the strong exception entered by Arendts, for example, the authors nonetheless announce that it is without question whether cannibalism occurred, in Mexico. Emphasis added, that there is no doubt that violence and cannibalism were common features of the Mesoamerican socio-political landscape, especially in central Mexico. Emphasis added, and that Aztec feasting on sacrificed enemy captives was permitted, although supposedly only by members of the upper class. 121. flatly ignoring the fact that Paul Ban, Peter Hostler, and a number of others have arrived at conclusions virtually identical to Arendt's. Moreover, they assert that of all indigenous peoples, the Aztecs are universally regarded as having been the most blood-stained and violent, performing sacrificial killings, victim mutilation, and cannibalism on a scale known nowhere else in America. Emphasis added. 122. Given their obvious propensity to twist these aspects of the written record into conformity with their own desires, it must be adduced that the Turners are likely to have been equally untrustworthy when it came to summarizing the contents and implications of otherwise unexamined archaeological reports. This leaves a grand total of 22 sites, skeletal materials from which the authors claim they personally inspected and upon which they might therefore legitimately attempt to base their claim that anthropophagy had become a relative commonplace in the Southwest by 900 AD and remained so for the next 400 years. 123. The problem is that not only is their sample far too meager to sustain such sweeping contentions, there is nothing involved in the Turners' forensic methods which goes beyond those employed by Tim White in prehistoric cannibalism at Mancos. Indeed, they cite him as a primary authority upon whom they base their own approach to apprehending taphonomic evidence of cannibalism. 124. To put it bluntly, all they've done is take his techniques, treat them as if they weren't already discredited in terms of supporting the conclusions at issue, and then applied them far more broadly. Undoubtedly aware that their database was far too thin to withstand close scrutiny in its own right, the authors set about larding it with the very sort of ethnological speculations their reputedly superior laboratory approach was supposed to supplant. In a chapter entitled Cannibalism and Human Body Processing in Mexico, 125, which they say is meant to contextualize their own findings, they trot out virtually every fable about the Aztecs from Sahagan and Duran to Bernal Diaz, usually filtered through contemporary commentators like David Carrasco, a professor of religious studies whom they erroneously refer to as a historian. 126. Not only were the Aztecs anthropophagi, the Turners conclude, but pathologically so. Quoting Richard Adams, they observe that the Aztec state by the late 1400s had become a mad world of bloody terrorism based on the cynical, psychopathic politics of the high imperial rulers. Coronation ceremonies of the later kings were accompanied by the offering of fantastic quantities of human victims to the gods. 127. A goodly portion of these victims, it is implied, were then eaten after being prepared in accordance with the recipe for cooking up batches of tlaxatlali. From there, the authors look first to the east, noting similar claims made with respect to the Tlaxcalans. 128, and then northward, placing particular emphasis on the masterful synthesis of the warfare-religion-sacrifice complex contained in an archaic ethnography of northern Mexico published by Ralph Beals in 1932. 129. By the time they've completed their tour, the Turners have concluded that virtually every native people in the U.S./Mexican border region, from the Tarahumara to the Acaqui and Zixim, to the Cajita, to the Yavapai and Karankawa, were all regular consumers of human flesh. 130. The only reason there's as yet no evidence that the Hohokams too were cannibals, they opine, is because nobody has bothered to look for it. 131. Little of what is cited in this connection adds up to more than passing comments in the literature, most of them deriving from sources like Fray Vicente de Santa Maria's 18th-century Relation Histórica de la Colonia del Nuevo Santander. 132. Unmistakably, these are tracts in which, as with Bernal Diaz, all manner of tall tales and unsubstantiated rumors about the culinary habits of local natives were first committed to print, then recapitulated at face value by succeeding generations of scholars until, by way of continuous repetition and reciprocal citation among believers, they have become enshrined as settled facts. The Turners' latest reiteration falls squarely within this tradition. 133. Having set out their markers in this fashion, the authors quickly switch back to their effort to shore up their case with physical evidence. In a section headed The Archaeological Record, 134, they run through an inventory of everything of consequence available to support anthropology's grandiose extrapolations about the nature of Mesoamerican societies. Launching their survey with the pre-Aztecan city-state of Teotihuacan 135, they also review studies of the Toltecs 136, Olmecs 137 and peoples of Michoacan 138 in addition to the Aztecs. 139 Tellingly, almost nothing is brought forth with respect to the cultures of northern Mexico for the simple reason that little is known about the archaeology of the region and even less about the physical anthropology. 140. In terms of taponymy, special attention is paid to the work of a graduate student named Carmen Maria Pijoan Aguad, whom the Turners initially laud as having definitely identified cannibalism in association with skeletal remains excavated from the Aztec ceremonial center of Tlatlalco, in Mexico City. 141. A few pages later, however, they reverse themselves completely on the validity of Pijoan's forensics, stating that after they themselves examined 136 of 170 skulls she and her colleagues subjected to taponymic analysis, they concluded the site might best serve as an example of how to go about ruling cannibalism out there. Emphasis. 142. The net result is that they end up presenting no physical substantiation of any sort for the ethnographic proposition that Aztec society was endemically anthropophagistic. Osteological evidence accruing from only 4 other sites in all of Mexico is afforded detailed exposition. The remains exhumed in one of these, the Coxcatlan Cave, in the Tehuacan Valley of Puebla, dates from 5200 BC, and involves the cranium of a single child. 143. Another, at Tlaxcala, in the Federal District, involves 6 adults and dates from about 700 BC, Zacantenco culture. 144. At the 1,650-year-old Electra site, about 40 miles south of San Luis Potosí, the remains of 9 individuals are at issue. 145. Then there are several sets of skeletal remains exhumed at Alta Vista, a site in the state of Zacatecas which was abandoned at least 1,000 years ago. 146. Rather self-evidently, with the exception of Alta Vista, at which it is admitted that no one, including the Turners, has been able to distinguish the osteological signature of cannibalism from the signature of ossuary rituals known to have been practiced by the inhabitants. 147. Each of the 4 sites is far too old to shed any real light on the classical era of Mesoamerica. Assuming even that evidence of anthropophagy does obtain from the other sites, which is anything but clear, the fates of 20-odd individuals cannibalized in 3 widely separated locations over a span of 6 millennia are hardly sufficient to warrant contentions that cannibalism was an institutionalized commonplace, ubiquitous and irrefutable, as the Turners would have it. 148. At any point in the prehistory of Mexico, aside from a few mutterings about how some type of Tarahumara Indian ceremonial or culinary activity might account for the condition of bones at one site. 149. And how remains found at another suggest possible, human sacrifice, ancestor worship, and cannibalism. 150. No osteological indicators at all are deployed vis-a-vis any Mexican locale north of Durango. One would do well to wonder, given this utter absence of supporting evidence, why the authors were so insistent upon raising the matter of border region ethnography in the first place. Ultimately, their concern in this regard appears to have been purely speculative, having nothing in the least to do with anything so banal as mere factuality. More precisely, they were motivated by little aside from a desire to promote their own theory of how and why cannibalism supposedly prevailed among the peoples indigenous to the southwestern United States. 151. More precisely still, Christy Turner in particular seems to have learned a hard lesson from the experience of Tim White, one of whose mistakes lay in his attribution of cannibalism to the Anasazis, a Prepuebloan Four Corners people generally believed to have been composed of peaceful agriculturists. 152. Turner, of course, held much the same view as White on the Anasazis' propensity to anthropophagy. He was still articulating it as recently as 1994-153 and published polemics in White's defense. 154. At the same time, however, he seems to have been casting about for ways to avoid incurring the same response. 155. For all practical intents and purposes, it appears that what Turner took as the means to this end was provided by Hopi Cultural Preservation Officer Lee Jenkins, when he asserted that his main point of contention was not necessarily whether cannibalism had occurred within the Anasazi domain, but how anyone might know that it resulted from Puebloans cannibalizing Puebloans. Couldn't it have been some other people doing this? 156. Seeing his opening, Turner moved rapidly, reshaping his version of who did what to whom in a manner exempting the Anasazis themselves from culpability. 157. In short order, the major responsibility for this must logically fall upon Christy Turner, given that Jacqueline died in early 1996 and that, in the book, he continuously refers to himself as the primary author of Mancorn had concocted a theory which had a psychotic gang of cannibalistic Toltec warrior cultists moving northward out of central Mexico at some point around 900 AD, spreading anthropophagy as they went, until they eventually encountered and subordinated the Anasazis, ensconcing themselves for the next 4 centuries as rulers of a new empire centered around Chaco Canyon. 158. Specifically, we think some of these immigrants might have been warrior cultists dedicated to gods of the Tezcatlipoca Toltec complex, with its human sacrifice and cannibalism. We propose that in the Chaco area, some such group of Mexicans was able to use these practices for social control, terrorizing the local populace into submission and developing the hierarchical social system we see reflected in the region's architecture. 159. A dozen pages are then expended summarizing the Mesoamerican influences on Chacoan architecture and, similarly, upon the culture's art, spiritual belief system, and so on. 160. Not only is much of this quite speculative, as Turner himself admits, but, even if correct, can be readily accounted for by interactions produced through the extensive trade relations which are believed to have existed between the Toltecs and such northerly peoples as the Anasazis. 161. The only osteological evidence upon which he rests his notion that Toltec cannibal warriors might have conquered and ruled the Chacoans for 400 years comes down to the 1954 discovery by archaeologist Neil Judd of a single skull in room 330 of Pueblo Bonito, the teeth of which were intentionally chipped in a Toltec-like manner. 162. It seems likely that Turner is correct in his contention that the teeth are chipped in distinctively Toltec style and that the skull should be presumed that of a Toltec. 163. This in itself might be considered indicative only of a fatality among traders coming in and out of the area, however, or that some random refugee died after finding sanctuary among the Chacoan Anasazi. All told, fewer than a dozen Toltec skulls, identified as such by their dental disfigurement, have turned up in the southwest. 164. Taken together, they hardly amount to persuasive underpinning for Turner's contention that a substantial body of Toltecs invaded and exercised a protracted dominion in the region. The mere fact of a Toltec presence, moreover, can in no event be considered evidence of anthropophagy, given that 2 of the finds have been made at Hohokam sites where there has never been a hint that cannibalism occurred. 165. Nonetheless, Turner concludes not by tempering but rather by amplifying his thesis. The Chacoans apparently had different values regarding the consumption of humans from those prevailing before, and elsewhere at the same time, in the prehistoric Southwest. The interregional contrast in southwestern cannibalism seems to fit the idea of an actual Mexican Indian presence stimulating or even directing the Chaco phenomenon. We propose that these Southerners were practitioners of Zyptotec, or Masa, and the Tezcatlipoca-Quetzalcoatl, plumed serpent, cults. They entered the San Juan Basin about AD 900 and found a suspicious but pliant population whom they terrorized into reproducing the theocratic lifestyle they had previously known in Mesoamerica. This involved heavy payments of tribute, constructing the Chaco system of great houses and roads, and providing victims for ceremonial sacrifice. The Mexicans advanced their objectives through the use of warfare, violent example, and terrifying cult ceremonies that included human sacrifice and cannibalism. 166. The otherwise curious propensity of the authors to highlight unsupported ethnographic depictions of border region peoples like the Tarahumara thus stands revealed for what it is. Geoculturally, they are intended to serve as a figurative but essential missing link between the mythically bloodthirsty Toltecs of the Mesoamerican South and the reputedly much gentler Anasazis far to the north. It is difficult to conceive a better example of the symbiotic relationship between physical and cultural anthropology, how, all polemics to the contrary notwithstanding, each serves mainly to reinforce and complete the other, interacting in such a way as to create illusions of substance where there is none worth mentioning. 167. Hence, despite the intricacy of its surface texturing, mancorn, like its predecessors, is a hollow shell. More appropriately, it might be compared to an onion. Peeling off one translucent layer simply reveals the next, layer after layer, until at last one arrives at the core. Unlike a real onion, however, the core is in this case a vacuum. Since nature and readerships alike abhor all such emptinesses, however, the void is one the authors strive continuously to backfill with a blend of their own prejudices and consequent predispositions. Distilled to its purest form, their endeavor may in the end be perceived as an exercise in sheer subterfuge, a perfect illustration of the impulse captured so aptly in the prattlings of science-tians like Peter Robinson. Science as Psychosis. In attempting to understand Southwestern cannibalism, the Turners wrote in their introduction, "It is certainly not our intent to shame, ridicule, or belittle any prehistoric American Indian people, the great majority of whom were given careful, considerate burials, or their possible living descendants." 168. Theirs, they maintain, is simply one of a number of studies that need to be conducted if cannibalism is ever to be understood as a human phenomenon, part of a noble quest for truth in a strictly scientific sense. 169. As we have seen, however, this last is itself rather far from the truth. 170. Even were it otherwise, William Arendt's recent observation that there are surely more constructive research venues available to anthropology would remain entirely on point. 171. The lie is thus put to the Turners' assertion of benign intent. There can be no reasonable evaluation of mancorn but that it is meant precisely to shame, ridicule, and belittle native people, past and present. The descriptive vernacular its authors assign to those cultures they portray as unquestionably anthropophagistic, and the value judgments inhering in these characterizations, are more than sufficient to demonstrate that this is so. How else, after all, is one to construe depictions of all Mesoamerican and certain Puebloan societies as bloodthirsty and psychopathic collectivities, explicitly comparable in their configuration and dynamics to those evident among Charlie Manson's lethally deranged family? 172. How else, the highly distortive exclusiveness with which Christy Turner links the very act of cannibalism to such virulent pathologies as those displayed by contemporary monsters like Albert Fish, Edmund Kemper, and Jeffrey Dahmer? 173. As was noted earlier, the question is not whether an intent to defame and degrade native people might be bound up in all this plainly, it is but why this is so. Arendts, Hugh Trevor Roper and others have offered important insights in this connection, showing how anthropology's ongoing perpetuation of the man-eating myth parallels not only the historical response of Spain to the Black Legend and the inquisitional persecution of European witches, 174, but to such far more contemporary phenomena as the blood libel, a fable wherein it was posited as fact that Jews routinely engaged in the sacrifice of Christian victims, especially children, and mixed the blood with their ritual foods at Passover. 175. These accusations were so numerous, widespread, and persistent that in the early 20th century a non-Jewish scholar who wrote on this phenomenon actually entitled one chapter of his book "Is the Use of Christian Blood Required or Allowed for Any Rite Whatsoever of the Jewish Religion?" This is followed by a sober assessment of Jewish dietary strictures, including the prohibition on the use of animal blood, which the author contends would also hold for the vital fluid of Christians. 176. Despite such efforts to debunk it, the blood libel, often cloaked in scientific garb, 177, was put to considerable use by Nazi propagandists like Julius Streicher in their drive to exacerbate German antisemitism to a degree that outright genocide might be condoned by the general public. 178. A similar mythology concerning the gypsies' supposed relish for human flesh was utilized to accomplish very much the same thing. 179. As is extraordinarily well documented, these ubiquitous falsehoods, taken together with such fabricated evidence as the notorious protocols of the Elders of Zion, achieved the desired result. 180. It may well be true, as Arendts contends, that, concerning Jews at least, such abominable tripe has by now been banished from our consciousness. 181. But, Quite obviously, the precise opposite holds true for the native peoples of this hemisphere, and elsewhere, for that matter. For most contemporary American Indians, of course, physical genocide of the sort that threatened European Jews and Gypsies during the 1930s is not an incipient danger. 182 Instead, it is a consummate historical reality. 183 The function of a blood libel is therefore somewhat different in a modern Euro-American country like the US than it was in Nazi Germany. In the latter, the object was to whip the dominant population up to commit genocide. In the US, it is to condition the transplanted New World counterparts of Nazism's good Germans to feel virtuous about or at least comfortable with the fact that their currently privileged position in the hemisphere depends upon genocide having already been committed against its indigenous inhabitants. This last is all the more true, given that the impact has left the surviving residue of natives in a condition of chronically genocidal dispossession and destitution. 184. To be sure, a pervasive and neo-Nazi-like denial that American Indians have ever suffered true genocide forms the first line of conceptual defense for the Euro-American status quo. 185 Whenever the first is breached, however, a second line immediately presents itself. The mode of existence manifested in pre-invasion Native America was so hideous, it is argued, that things have worked out for the best, irrespective of what may have been done, or continues to be done, by the European invaders and their descendants. 186 In this, the blood libel of indigenous cannibalism and ritual sacrifice forms a key, perhaps the key component. The myth cannot be relinquished if Euro-America's hegemonic self-justification of its ascendancy is to be sustained. 187. Such doctrinal needs undoubtedly explain in large part why first the European and then the Euro-American intelligentsia, no matter how nebulous the allegations involved or how thorough their rebuttal, has always returned to the issue of indigenous anthropophagy like flies buzzing around a pile of dung. 188 Yet, even this incentive does not seem entirely adequate to explicate a certain obsessive quality which has discernibly imbued the attitudes and behavior of many or perhaps most cannibologists over the years. It is impossible to avoid the uncomfortable feeling that, as a group, they have been motivated by a compulsion far deeper than anything which might be prompted by a rational if unsavory desire to affirm the extant hegemony with which their own privileged station is secured. Their culture is, after all, one in which a core ritual practice has for nearly 2 millennia been communion with the Christ/Messiah through a symbolic but nonetheless regularized eating of his flesh and drinking of his blood. 189 Even in pre-Christian times, the ancient Greeks evinced a similarly peculiar spiritual preoccupation with anthropophagy, including among their pantheon the god Cronus, who, it was said, ate his offspring. 190 1800 years later, the same god, endowed with a more Romanesque name, was still being depicted by church-sponsored high Renaissance painters like Peter Paul Rubens in his Saturn devouring his children, 1523, and, 3 centuries later yet, by Francisco de Goya in his famous black fresco on the walls of the Quinta del Sordo. 191. From Greek mythology to the fairy tales of Charles Perrault and the Brothers Grimm. 192 From Shakespeare's Titus Andronicus to Bram Stoker's Dracula and Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness, up to the present moment, with Thomas Harris's Silence of the Lambs and Malcolm Bradbury's Eating People is Wrong, the literary constructions of the West reveal an emic fixation on cannibalism far more pervasive and sustained than has been evidenced in any other cultural setting. 193 Even more, the cinematic output of the late 20th century. Since the 1960s the cannibal has become a modern mythical figure appearing in films ranging from Romero's cult Living Dead series, through other fringe hits such as Soylent Green, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Eating Raoul, Parents, Eat the Rich, Consuming Passion's Big Meat Eater, Chud, and more recently breaking into art films, Greenaway's The Cook, The Thief, His Wife, and Her Lover, Delicatessen, Kronos and, more lately, Ravenous. Even more tellingly, perhaps, it has moved into the Hollywood mainstream, through Fried Green Tomatoes and Silence of the Lambs, which sent a cannibal to the Academy Awards. 194. At another level, both the formal and popular discourses of European/Euro-American cultures are literally permeated with metaphorical signifiers of anthropophagy, as in Karl Marx's mid-19th century portrayal of capitalism's unquenchable thirst and werewolf-like hunger for the living blood of labor, 195, or more contemporary descriptions of individuals being swallowed up by corporate entities and of corporations themselves cannibalizing one another in the course of the West's ongoing drive for economic consolidation and globalization. 196. Indeed, serious analysts have suggested that the entire consumerist pathos presently and increasingly afflicting Western societies is nothing so much as a vast analogue to cannibalism, not only of the endo and exo varieties, but auto as well. 197. So unavoidably abundant are these indicators of a sublimated but nevertheless literal cannibalistic impulse residing beneath the surface aggregate of Western consciousness that the problem has drawn the attention of psychosocial theoreticians as diverse as Sigmund Freud, Carl Jung, R.D. Lang, Gilles Deleuze, Félix Guattari, and Jacques Derrida. 198. Freud, with singular clarity, perceived the repression of powerful anthropophagistic and incestuous desires as a motive force in the origin and evolution of Western civilization itself. 199. The resulting subconscious battle between attraction and revulsion served, however, to foster a sense of primal self-loathing among those involved. 200. This, in turn, dovetailed rather well with an already abiding sense of cultural inadequacy afflicting incipient Europeans. 201. It is a well-understood tenet of psychology that those suffering such an inferiority complex, especially one so virulent as that manifested among early Europeans, will all but invariably seek to compensate for their often imaginary deficiencies in various ways. 202. One of the more prominent is a tendency to employ physical force. The more severe the neurosis, the more extreme the violence employed in a chronic effort to impose themselves upon those they perceive as betters, which, in some cases, can be almost everyone. 203. A second is to project those aspects of their own makeup of which they are most ashamed, or which they believe to be most defective, upon those they victimize. 204. The pathology bound up in this combination of ingredients, amplified to culturally normative proportions, has been dubbed the Weedico disease by indigenous scholar Jack Forbes. 205. And analyzed brilliantly by Joel Covell, among others. 206. Put most straightforwardly, it is this psychological malady which accounts for the genocidal fury with which Europe has propelled itself to a position of planetary ascendancy over the past several centuries. 207. It also accounts for why, even as it appropriated their assets and intellectual attainments, the West set out so compulsively to misrepresent and defile those it overran and subordinated, imbuing them unerringly with what it secretly feared was the true nature of itself, eventually conjuring up the enterprise of anthropology as a means of systematizing the whole charade. 208. This, in turn, has served as the predicating rationalization of an endless series of ego-deficient assertions of Eurosupremacism, or white supremacy, as it is more usually known. 209. Physical anthropology has been especially guilty in this respect, having produced, always in the name of science, such preposterous offshoots as craniometry, craniology, and phrenology, to say nothing of eugenics. 210. And, of course, there was the Piltdown fraud, the fabricated set of cranial remains supposedly establishing the fact that the missing evolutionary link between man and ape had resided in England, and that the first true humans were therefore European rather than African. Verified as authentic by the most eminent paleontologists of the British Museum, the bones and their ostensible implications were embraced by a lopsided majority within the discipline from 1912 to 1953. 211. Similar examples are abundant, albeit most are of far lesser magnitude. Witness Mancorn. The Turner's book could not fall more squarely within this squalid tradition if they had set out, malice aforethought, to craft it that way. And in a way they almost certainly did, for reasons of the kind of crass self-interest elsewhere described as a possessive investment in whiteness. 212. Even had they elected to do otherwise, however, it is supremely unlikely that they could have succeeded, no more than Tim White, say, or lesser cannibalogists like Lawrence Goldman, who are now seeking to ride the momentum created by the Turners' endeavor into positions of mainstream academic status and security. 213 The insurmountable barrier confronting each of them is, as it has been for a host of their predecessors, well-intentioned and ill-, the intensity of the psycho-intellectual imbalance they've incurred through their acceptance of Euro supremacy as a natural and inevitable condition. 214 In this sense, they are as utterly helpless as any other group of psychotics to behave differently than they do. Thus have the lunatics taken charge of the asylum, so to speak. Under such circumstances, pretensions to scientific demeanor are no more than, nay, can be no more than the rank subterfuge of scientism. Science is not science, but science, a manipulative, deceptive, and ultimately irredeemable outward manifestation of the intractable psychosis shared by its proponents and practitioners. Whether those beset by the derangement can be cured remains uncertain. It would require that inveterate scientists like Christy Turner acknowledge their collective disorder and seek help, rather than dispensing further triumphalist declarations of its/their own transcendent virtues. 215 Unfortunately, we seem a very long distance from the probability that any such change in outlook might occur. For the rest of us, the prospects are in many ways equally murky. 216 We are, after all, the figurative asylum keepers overrun by inmates, most of whom have been diagnosed as homicidally insane. Exactly how we go about saving ourselves is a matter for experimentation and debate. Nonetheless, on one point we can surely all agree: to get anywhere at all, we must refuse as a first and overarching priority to allow the loonies the liberty of defining for us the realities of our past and present situations, or our future possibilities. This implies that, whatever else we might aspire to accomplish, we will have to rely upon our own critical faculties and understandings deriving from non-Western contexts to guide us. Originally published in North American Archaeologist, Volume 21, Number 3, 2000. 10. American Indians in Film. Thematic contours of cinematic colonization. Politics is the ability to define a phenomenon and cause it to act in a desired manner. Huey P. Newton, 1967. The peoples indigenous to North America have occupied a position of centrality in North American cinema since the moment of its inception. This was certainly true of two of the very first experimental flickers, Buck Dancer and Serving Rations to the Indians in 1898, and no less so of the first significant narrative film crafted by a Euro-American, D.W. Griffith's The Battle of Elderbush Gulch, in 1913. As well, the first docudrama, an epic entitled The Indian Wars Refought, produced by the Colonel W.F. Buffalo Bill, Cody Historical Motion Picture Company a year later. 2 All told, the North American film industry usually, and rather inaccurately, referred to as Hollywood has ground out more than 2,000 movies and perhaps 10,000 television segments on Indians and Indian themes during the past century. 3. To be sure, the sheer vastness of output bespeaks the extent to which both the industry and its audience, appreciate, whether at a conscious level or more subliminally, the elemental nature of their relationship with / to the first peoples of this land. 4 Nothing, after all, is, or could be, more foundationally important to all that is now pronounced American than the verity that every square centimeter of territory from which America has been constructed, and every nickel's worth of the domestic resources upon which it subsists, have been extracted directly from us. 5 How this came to be, and how we ourselves came to vanish in the process, are pivotal questions, the answers to which are definitive of the American story and thence the American character. Unfortunately for those whose task it is to tell it, the story is one a federal judge, when confronted with a fragment of the factual record, proclaimed sufficient to prompt persons of average sensibility to retch at the recollection. 6 The implications of this truth to the country's image, self-concept, and self-esteem are so obviously negative, at least from the perspective of those benefiting most tangibly from its creation and consolidation, that it must be veiled, deformed beyond recognition, better yet, completely expunged through all available means. As Cherokee analyst Jimmy Durham has remarked, the relationship between Americans and American Indians is therefore the most invisible and lied about of any on the continent. 7. In this endeavor, literature, the press, and institutions of responsible scholarship have each played a hefty role. 8. Given the extraordinary and much remarked potency of cinema/television in shaping consciousness. 9. However, it was perhaps predictable that moving pictures would serve as a disinformational workhorse, beginning by some point in the mid-1930s. 10. Indeed, no overstatement is embodied in observations that film and video have long since become the key media for articulating the master narrative with which North America's elites explain their history and thus themselves to the world. 11. It comes as no surprise, then, to discover that, virtually without exception, Hollywood's massive spew of cowboy and Indian movies has been devoted to misrepresenting the actualities of native cultures, as well as those of the emphatically Euro-derivative settler societies that have taken root and flourished here over the past several centuries, continuously rationalizing, sanitizing, inverting, in other words, systematically falsifying the nature of the process by which the latter have come to all but completely decimate, dispossess, and dominate the former. 12. Such sins of commission are, moreover, compounded by and completed through the omissions embedded in hundreds, perhaps thousands, of additional films in which Indians are simply deleted from contexts and settings to which we rightly belong. 13. As Durham puts it, a false history is thus supplied as an alibi to cover up the truth, and this alibi in turn informs American culture in ways that serve to reinforce its control. The lies are not simply a denial, they constitute a new world, the world in which American culture is located. By invasion, murder, theft, complex denial, alibi, and insignification, American culture gains tremendous, if pathological, psychological power and energy, which draw their strength almost exclusively from their own falseness. 14. The hegemonic function served by Tinseltown celluloid fabrications is unmistakable. 15. The dominant society, that is to say, that of the Euro-American settlers, is led thereby to believe, as it desires to do anyway, that realization of its self-anointed manifest destiny to subjugate all it encounters was/is not only natural, inevitable, and therefore right, but, by easy extension, heroic, even noble. 16. In this triumphalist script, native people, who by virtue of our very existence stood in the way of the settlers' mythic evocations of progress and civilization, can only be construed as obstacles, inferior beings consigned by the savagery or, with more supposed charity, the tragedy of our inherent backwardness to the fate of being supplanted and ultimately extinguished by our Euro-derivative betters. 17. There are consequently few signs of diseased conscience among those who have always chosen to believe themselves entitled to replace us on our lands, no more need to mourn our passing than to regret the draining of a malarial swamp in making way for another golfing community in the south of Florida. To the contrary, such developments are typically couched, when they are discussed at all, as a cause for smugness, sanctimony, and celebration. 18. In a still more refined iteration, reality is reshaped, repackaged, and represented to the viewing or reading or voting public as if neither we nor the swamp had ever truly been here in the first place. 19. That which never really was, of course, need never be accounted for, either psychically or materially. Freed almost entirely by this construction from the potential of instability-inducing cognitive dissonance that any candid acknowledgement of historical factuality might unleash within the body politic, elite sectors of the settler populace, and this, to be sure, includes the upper echelons of the conglomerates producing the great bulk of North America's cinematic fare, have positioned themselves to pursue their peculiarly expansionist vision in an especially efficient and all-encompassing manner. 20. To this, there can be little better testimony than the fact that over the past century their presumed dominion has transcended first the continent, then the hemisphere, by now becoming unabashedly planetary. 21. Reversing the lens. Proceeding from the premises that the juxtaposition of Euro to native North America constitutes the bedrock socio-political and economic relationship, of the continent, and that movies and television have become the ingredient most indispensable to masking/denying the character of those relations. 22. It stands to reason that certain modes of cinematic analysis offer unparalleled opportunities to forge a genuinely counter-hegemonic discourse and resultant liberatory consciousness. It is in fact possible at this juncture to craft an entire pedagogy in which film critique forms the curricular core. 23. By this, I don't mean an orthodox film studies approach, devoted to the instilling of visual literacy and exploration of cinematographic technique, although such things are undeniably interesting and can at times be useful in their own right, but rather the kinds of interrogation/re-interpretation of factual/thematic content increasingly evident over the past 20 years or so by Bell Hooks, June Singh, S. Elizabeth Bird, Ed Guerrero, Gina March et, Ella Shohat, Robert Stam, Jacqueline Kilpatrick, Ralph, and Natasha Fryer, Richard Slotkin, and others. 24. The objective of such scholarship remains what it's been since its inception, a reversal of the lens, scrutinizing and unraveling the codes of disunderstanding embedded in simulations of sign and signifier in such ways as to transform them from real to real. 25. For this to happen with respect to portrayals of native North America no less than of others. 26. The film selected for viewing must be subjected to a process of immanent critique. That is, as Horkheimer once put it, to confront the existent, in its historical context, with the claim of its historical principles, in order to realize the relationship between the two and transcend them. 27. Taking the films viewed as the existent, and the claim of their historical principles as being explication of the phenomena depicted, apprehension of historical context can be seen as the methodological crux upon which attainment of transcendent, liberatory, understanding, consciousness, is contingent. 28. Initially, the questions posed must concern the degree to which a given depiction embodies an accurate historicization of its subject matter, and, to the degree that it may be discernibly inaccurate, the nature of the inaccuracies involved. The latter aspect must be approached comprehensively and with a great deal of precision, thereby forming a basis upon which the question of what interests are served by presentation of specific factual misrepresentations in the films. This, in turn, sets the stage for the question of whether the treatments under consideration are in some sense anomalous, or are instead emblematic of a broader stream of films incorporating similar or even identical distortions, as in, how many anomalies are required to make a norm. 29. The more consistently the latter can be shown to be the case, the less plausible established apologetics about inadvertency and literary license begin to appear, and the more acute the question about service of interest becomes. 30. The answer, ultimately and rather self-evidently, can emerge only from the kind of careful probing of the current socio-economic/political order to which many people, especially but by no means exclusively those of mainstream, settler, background, are highly resistant in other contexts. 31. The perception of linkages between the historical and the topical is thereby facilitated at a highly concrete level of cognizance, i.e., the real starts to become real. Such things cannot be accomplished, of course, simply by watching and discussing the technical and aesthetic merits of movies. The successful deconstruction of any hegemonic discourse demands a reconstruction among listeners/readers/viewers of a knowledge base adequate to the purpose. As concerns assessment of the biases and inadequacies ingrained in Hollywood's cowboy/Indian fantasy, it is thus required that those engaged in critique be, or become, functionally conversant with the subject matters depicted. Considerable textual investigation of the historical events and personalities ostensibly portrayed on screen is therefore essential. 32. The same can be said of related areas of inquiry law, for example 33, by which the relevant historical circumstances are informed. This is where some truly serious work comes in. As students who have participated in My American Indians in film classes will undoubtedly attest, it often takes a half-dozen hours or more to plow through the contextual material assigned in preparation for the viewing of a single movie. In addition, recommendations for still further reading are all but invariably generated by way of dispelling ongoing confusion/misperceptions revealed during post-screening discussion. Almost none of what I assign or recommend focuses on film, per se. In my experience teaching the course mostly to undergraduates over more than a decade, students, although frequently startled and occasionally disgruntled at the outset by my approach, usually end up finding that it afforded them an overwhelmingly positive learning experience. 34. Establishing an analytical framework. The sheer volume of primary material upon which one might base a course on American Indians in film seems in many respects daunting, even overwhelming. It would in principle be possible to teach it every semester for a century, screening a different work during every class session, without exhausting the presently available inventory of titles. This in itself can be used to advantage in framing the ongoing significance of Native people to the American self-concept, both in terms of the gross emphasis which has so obviously been placed upon us in the country's cinematic discourse, and by way of the fact that the gigantic corpus of material all but inevitably subdivides itself into an array of overlapping but discrete thematic packages, stereotypes and tropes, ceaselessly reiterated. The implications of this latter characteristic of the genre can be readily discerned in Hitler's famous dictum that the more regularly a lie is repeated, the more plausible it is likely to appear. 35. On the other hand, as post-colonial theorist Homi Bhabha has noted, the very compulsiveness with which certain lies are repeated can serve to reveal not only the degree of their falsity but the extent to which their authors understand them to be false. 36. The other question begins by observing the dependence of colonial discourse on concepts of fixity in its representation of the unchanging identity of subject peoples, as examples, the stereotypes of the lustful Turk or the noble savage, the wily Oriental or the untrustworthy servant. However, for Bhabha there is a curiously contradictory effect in the economy of stereotype, insofar as what is supposedly already known must be endlessly reconfirmed through repetition. For Bhabha, this suggests that the already known is not as securely established as the currency and the rhetorical power of the stereotype might imply. 37. Hitler's and Bhabha's points alike are illustrated and confirmed by Hollywood's avalanche of cowboy/Indian movies. In this, it is entirely unnecessary or undesirable, in that doing so opens one to accusations of setting up a straw man to dwell upon the thousands of serials and otherwise indisputably shoddy epics with which most studio inventories are laden, although it is sometimes useful to screen a B-movie or two as a means of exploring the ways in which the worst merely reflect the best. 38. Selecting primarily or only the aesthetically finest fare the genre has to offer and grouping the films both chronologically and thematically, it is easily possible to demonstrate that, irrespective of the steadily evolving artistic/technical proficiency with which the films are constructed, they're designed and intended to convey more or less precisely the same messages now as did their far cruder counterparts at the outset. The effect is to show that the better they get, aesthetically, the worse they are in terms of their capacity to implant and sustain untruths of the most fundamental and calculated sort. The question of intentionality bound up in the last sentence tends to generate considerable and times vociferous debate among students. Here, the focal points of controversy emerge as being whether much or even most of the disinformation at issue hasn't resulted from some majestic and essentially uniform ignorance on the parts of several generations of Euro-American filmmakers and, thus, whether the apparent thematic homogeneity of the films isn't really a matter of accident rather than conscious design. 39. Once again, the movies themselves can be allowed to carry the weight in resolving such issues. As concerns ignorance here, used for all practical intents and purposes as a synonym for innocence, there are a number of approaches to clarification. An obvious choice concerns elaboration of John Ford's long record of acknowledgments that he was fully aware that he was deforming both historical fact and popular impression by staging all of his Indian films in Monument Valley. 40. This couples rather well with King Vidor's admission during an interview conducted for the PBS series Images of Indians that he deliberately distorted history in the making of Northwest Passage, 1940. 41. Shifting to the current moment, there is the matter of the much celebrated exhaustive historical research conducted by Bruce Beresford in the making of Black Robe, 1991, a film which nonetheless perpetuates virtually every imaginable stereotype. 42. A capstone can, I've found, be placed upon the whole by juxtaposing Michael Apted's documentary, Incident at Oglala, 1992, to his commercial depiction of exactly the same subject matter in Thunderheart, 1992, in the documentary, which was shot first but released belatedly and with the expectation that it would be viewed by a relatively restricted audience. He presents the facts quite accurately. 43 in the commercial release, meant for mass viewership, he presents them in an altogether different fashion. Usually, the idea of directorial ignorance or innocence has been thoroughly dispensed with by this point. Interestingly, the notion that the film's thematic unities result from accident or coincidence rather than conscious design is simultaneously abetted, most often without the need for direct discussion. To reinforce this newfound consensus of understanding among students, however, it is nonetheless helpful to briefly examine the economics and attendant management/oversight procedures entailed in studio production, with an emphasis on how little is actually left to chance in the corporatized mode of filmmaking that has increasingly prevailed since the early 1930s. 44. As icing on the proverbial cake, the laws of probability can be deployed to devastatingly good effect. If mere happenstance explained anything with respect to the topic at hand, one could be confident to a mathematical certainty that at least one of the thousands of films on the Hollywood roster would have had to have reversed the polarities of value embedded in orthodox cinematic depictions of natives and settlers. The offer of an A grade for the course to any student who can find any such film has invariably proved sufficient to lay the matter to rest, once and for all. There has yet to be a taker. 45. Thus denied the convenience of dismissing or even mitigating the situation as something that in reality it isn't, students are instead placed in the position of having to decide whether they approve or disapprove of what in fact it is. While I personally encountered none prepared to attempt a defense on outright ideological grounds, a distinct minority have sought to evade the implications of their own conclusions, by resort to a line of argument essentially a verbatim regurgitation of the studio's own tired prevarication on such matters peculiarly circular in its logic. The first half of this contortion assigns a purely economic motive to the phenomenon, this being that no one would want to watch movies offering alternative interpretations of native/settler relations, thereby rendering them box office flops. 46 The second half holds that the studios produce what they do in response to popular demand, because that's what people want to see. Inquiring as to which people Indians, for example, generally brings such polemics to abrupt halt. The question of how, since none have ever been placed in distribution, the studios much less student polemicists could possibly know whether people would pay to see genuinely alternative interpretations of American history is met with silence. 47 Equally unanswered go queries as to how what the public wants might have been determined, since the public has never really been offered the least choice in the matter. It is one thing to note that cowboy/Indian movies affirm the settler populace in what it already wishes to believe about itself and its others, quite another to claim that it's unwilling/incapable of entertaining other outlooks. 48. This leaves things at the level of debates concerning those prerogatives supposedly attending an artistic license enjoyed by filmmakers. Here, arguments typically devolve upon propositions that everyone knows movies are fictions, dramatic fantasies, to be precise, and that it's therefore unfair to assess films in the same sense that one assesses works of ostensible nonfiction. 49 The subtext to such contentions is, of course, that anyone taking cinema to be a conveyor of literal fact is at best a fool, themselves responsible for whatever misperceptions or delusions they incur. Such premises begin to break down the moment someone introduces the fact that generations of children, none of whom might reasonably be expected to exercise the sort of critical discernment at issue, have by now grown up on movies and TV segments, much of it of a variety especially developed for their consumption. 50 This opens the door to examining how the tropes and stereotypes evident in such kiddie films as Walt Disney's Tonka, 1958, and Pocahontas, 1995, parallel or prefigure those embodied in adult cinema, thus insidiously conditioning child viewers in ways manifest in their receptivity to essentially identical conflations of fact and fantasy as/after they reach maturity. 51. From there, it is easy enough to demonstrate how Hollywood's fetishizing of authenticity Beresford's going to extravagant lengths to ensure the exact correctitude of nail-heads visible on the walls of a reconstructed French settlement appearing in the opening scenes of Black Robe presents a salient recent illustration. 52 is implicitly designed to consolidate such confusion among preconditioned adults. An even better example, at least to the extent that it is blatantly explicit, concerns director Elliot Silverstein's enlisting no less than the Smithsonian Institution, that quasi-official arbiter of all things historically/anthropologically true in the United States, to provide a scroll at the beginning of A Man Called Horse, 1970, in which the film is endorsed as being the most accurate and authentic ever made. 53. Add to this the prideful declamations of numerous directors on how they believe their work to have surpassed the traditional theatrical goal of leading audiences into a temporary suspension of disbelief, instead imparting to viewers a lasting sense of having witnessed or vicariously experienced history as it really was. 54. In substance, the history served up in the cowboy/Indian movies is intended, expressly so, to be received as something vastly more real than history itself. Conversely, the objective, long since avowedly achieved, has been to convert popular conceptions of history into fantasy. Whichever way it is viewed, the magical line reputedly dividing art from its antithesis has been purposefully dissolved by the artists themselves, and with it has gone their pretensions to enjoy the license thereof. 55. It follows as an unavoidable conclusion that Hollywood's filmmakers should in every respect be as much subject to the methods of assessment and as accountable to concomitant standards of factuality as are the historians, anthropologists, and other more scholarly types whose material they've so enthusiastically assimilated, reformulated, and to a noticeable extent supplanted in the public mind. 56. Arguing to the contrary under the circumstances described in this section or brought out in corresponding class discussions is to be actively complicit in a sophistry the film industry has been allowed to perpetrate for far too long already. Thematic contours. With the analytical underbrush thus cleared away, it's possible to proceed fairly rapidly in tracing the contours of the thematic packages in which Hollywood has consistently delivered its misrepresentations of American Indians to the settler population, thereby misrepresenting both the settlers and the countries they've crafted to the settlers themselves. 57. As with the number of available films, the range of potential emphases/orientations is far too broad to be encompassed within the constraints of a single course, or this essay. Fortunately, focusing upon only a handful of the major thematic elements has proven sufficient to achieve the desired results, allowing students time not only to delve into both the mechanics and the implications involved at an appreciable depth, but to explore and thereby hopefully avoid a few of the theoretical pitfalls that have lately resulted from progressive attempts to explain the meaning of it all. 58. What follows is a sampling of the topics framed and investigated in my own course, drawn for the most part from the earlier mentioned PBS series, Images of Indians, which I use as a kickoff to each semester and a synthesis of the perspectives elicited therefrom. In each case, the films employed for illustrational purposes are specified, and the readings assigned or recommended included in my annotation. Those bloodthirsty hordes. Probably the most enduring myth of Americana concerns attacks by hordes of bloodthirsty savages bent upon the massacre of peaceful settlers, always white. Sometimes the savages succeed, albeit temporarily. In other variations, the army arrives at the last and most desperate moment to save the day. In still others, the army is deployed as a substitute for the settlers, some portion of it being defeated and, thus, by definition, massacred in the course of civilization's final, inevitable, and triumphant victory over savagism, allowing the beginning of a new and better day for all mankind. 59. Regardless of its particulars, the unfolding plot invariably requires that the audience receive the deaths of settlers or their military surrogates with solemnity, a sense of loss, even grief. While the eventual vanishment, really of the savage red men is greeted with jubilation. 60. The historical scenario is, to be sure, utterly dehistoricized. It is as if the settlers had always been here, struggling valiantly to tame a vacant wilderness, and the natives were brutally alien interlopers or a peculiarly vicious form of wildlife whose sole existential purpose is to obstruct progress, that is, the settlers' attainment of that which is rightfully theirs, a phrase used to signify all and everything, in almost inconceivably horrific ways. Point 61 Thus constructed, the settlers' actions, no matter how extreme, are invariably justified, and therefore heroic. Correspondingly, the fate of the natives is, because of their innate and immutable cruelty and aggression, deserved. They brought it on themselves, as the saying goes. Point 62 The Indians receiving their just deserts can or must be seen from this contrived viewpoint as cause, if not to openly celebrate, then at least to experience a deep feeling of smug satisfaction that things worked out for the best. 63. Casting templates for cinematic iterations of this diametrical reversal of victim and victimizer appears to have been one of filmdom's very first priorities, given that they materialize in both Griffith's The Battle at Elderbush Gulch and the Cody Company's Indian Wars Refought. In Elderbush Gulch, we find an archetype of the friendly settler family besieged in their cabin by an equally archetypal band of mindless or, in this case, seemingly drug-crazed 64 savages, only to be saved at the last instant by arrival of the third archetype, a troop of cavalry in full charge. To signal both the imminence and the magnitude of the peril faced by settlers in the moments before the soldiers' timely appearance, Griffith also established another trope: you know what they do to white women, don't you? Discussed below, by having the brother of heroine Lillian Gish prepare to use his last bullet to spare her a fate worse than death at the hands of their attackers. Point 65. For its part, Indian Wars, which purported to be a literal reenactment of the 1890 Battle of Wounded Knee, where the 7th U.S. Cavalry Regiment used Hotchkiss machine guns and point-blank execution methods to slaughter some 350 defenseless Lakota prisoners, infants, children, women, and mostly elderly men. 66 portrayed the well-intentioned soldiers as being attacked without provocation and nearly overwhelmed by an inexplicably but nonetheless homicidally enraged mass of howling warriors. To authenticate this putrid bilge worthy of comparison to the very worst material produced by the Nazi propaganda ministry a generation later, 67, the Cody Company enlisted an endorsement of its accuracy from a much acclaimed real-life Indian fighter, General Nelson A. Miles. Point 68. There is no difficulty at all in demonstrating an unbroken pattern of equally breathtaking historical distortions employed by Hollywood right up into the present moment, all of them plainly intended to valorize the settlers, especially soldiers, while demonizing their hopelessly outnumbered and outgunned victims. Point 69. Very useful illustrations will be found in John Ford's classic cavalry trilogy Fort Apache, 1948, She Wore a Yellow Ribbon, 1949, and Rio Grande, 1950, as when, in She Wore a Yellow Ribbon, Hollywood's old master invented a vast military alliance of literally every indigenous people of the Great Plains and Southwest regions in order to make the Indians seem properly menacing, their executioners possessed of the requisite heroicism. Point 70. In many ways, the crystallization of what Hollywood had so consistently in mind can be apprehended in its mythic treatment of Lt. Colonel George Armstrong Custer, a brevet major general who insisted subordinates address him by his honorary rather than actual rank, described by his most reputable biographer as a vainglorious, self-serving, unscrupulous, glory-seeking thug, all too willing to sacrifice his men, the truth, or whatever else came to hand in furthering his own ambitions. 71. Although Custer's solitary significant victory over native people was the slaughter of a villageful of non-combatant Cheyennes along the Washita River in November 1868, 72, and his only claim to lasting fame came through a sensational blunder that cost him and some 250 men under his command their lives at the Little Bighorn in June 1876, 73, Tinseltown unhesitatingly enshrined him as a cavalier in buckskin. 74. Although there were several earlier films devoted this purpose, the epitome was Raoul Walsh's They Died with Their Boots On, 1941. Starring the handsomely dashing Errol Flynn, angelically backlit in several scenes as Custer. The real man, for all his posturing, was a big-nosed, balding, chinless wonder. Lending his hero a needed aura of moral fiber necessitated the directors deforming history far more drastically than in mere cosmetics, of course. The general is presented as a soldier, with no hint he was court-martialed and temporarily cashiered in 1867 for deserting his command in the field. 75 He is made out to be a champion of the Lakota's treaty rights to the Black Hills, when he was in fact the officer most immediately responsible for violating them. 76 He is portrayed as trying desperately to prevent an Indian war in 1876, while the record plainly shows him to have been among its most eager advocates. 77 Finally, Walsh depicts Custer, the war he'd sought so strenuously to avoid nonetheless thrust upon him, nobly and knowingly sacrificing himself and his beloved troopers to save the frontier from desolation at the hands of the usual bloodthirsty horde of savages. In actuality, Custer willfully disobeyed orders in a mad scramble to engage in what he erroneously believed would be a turkey shoot sort of butchery akin to that in which he'd indulged at the Washita. The motive underpinning his disastrous insubordination appears to have been sheer self-interest, a belief that another such single-handed triumph would propel him into the White House. 78 Were they dyed with their boots on the culmination of an early Hollywood trend, or in any way anomalous, it might in itself be unworthy of the attention paid herein. There were, however, dozens of movies subsequently taking exactly the same tack. These were by no means confined to the 1940 to 1960 heyday of the Western. 79 Even Hollywood's so-called protest era during the late 1960s and early 70s saw release of Robert Siodmak's big-budget extravaganza Custer of the West, 1967, a film adding up to little more than a poorly edited rehash of Walsh's by then quarter-century-old classic. A 1991 made-for-TV production, Son of the Morning Star, was Custerania's most recent cinematic representative. 80 So central had the Custer figure become in cinematic efforts to nourish and sustain the thematic ingredients of the Indian Wars refought that, by 1970, the revisionist, or protest, westerns making their initial appearance in that year featured it with similar prominence. In these films, notably Arthur Penn's Little Big Man and Ralph Nelson's Soldier Blue, he was used to the same effect in an opposite fashion. 81 While movies like Walsh's and Siodmak's were openly celebratory of the processes their custos were intended to reflect, the traumatic effects upon public consciousness of America's then ongoing butchery in Southeast Asia, analogous in all too many respects to the Indian Wars. 82 Made it necessary for filmmakers like Penn and Nelson to utilize their own versions of the general to let everyone else off the figurative hook. Consequently, in both Little Big Man and Soldier Blue, Custer 83 is portrayed in psychopathic terms, that is, as being decisively deviant from the socio-psychological norm, a manipulation allowing the norm itself to be represented as a stark contrast. The latter is accomplished through introduction of a good settler. 84 Dustin Hoffman's Jack Crabb character in Little Big Man, Peter Strauss Jonas Gant and Candice Bergen's Cresta Lee in Soldier Blue to impute far more palatable attributes to Euro-American society as a whole. In that manner, the ugliness of things which could by the late 60s no longer be either denied or ennobled, My Lai, for instance, and the earlier massacres at places like the Washita, which is reenacted with considerable accuracy in Little Big Man, and Sand Creek, reenacted in Soldier Blue, 85 is simultaneously acknowledged and assigned status as phenomena unreflective of Euro-America's real values and social mores. In effect, explaining genocide by attributing it to the whims of a few unbalanced people, i.e., General Custer serves to exonerate the settler state system of responsibility for the very processes upon which its founding and expansion have been most absolutely dependent. 86 Concerning the morale of the settlers in a more individuated sense, they are led to feel righteously appalled by the carefully fragmented and thoroughly decontextualized glimpses of Holocaustal reality appearing on screen, and thereby absolved of it as well. After all, insofar as they disapprove that's the sole requirement, they are empowered to imagine themselves signified by the alternative embodied in the equally imaginary Crabb and Gant and Cresta Lee. This in itself positions them in their own minds to assume a place among the innocent vis-a-vis what has occurred and is thus occurring, even as they wallow in the benefits accruing from it. 87 Since the revisionist flicks of 30 years ago, The thematic modifications pioneered therein have been steadily refined in such epics as Kevin Costner's Dances with Wolves, 1990, and Michael Mann's subtly radical revamping of Last of the Mohicans, 1992. 88. A still wider and more sustained audience has been attracted to television series like Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman, the top-rated TV program of the 1992-93 season, advancing very much the same formulation. 89. By the time Black Robe was released, it had become possible to replace Errol Flynn's Custer with a missionary priest played by an equally appealing Lothair Blutiat, and for reviewers to resultantly adduce that, whatever its wrong-headedness, the sweep of European conquest in North America was ultimately prompted by love of humanity, nothing else, adding up, of course, to nothing less than sheer nobility. 90. The more things seem to change, the more the appearance is sometimes designed merely to disguise the fact that they've never changed at all. Lending just the right touch of symbological consistency to the movies throughout this somewhat protracted transformation in the codes of settler valorization have been those fabled hordes of howling savages, still as bloodthirsty today as they were 100 years ago. In Dances with Wolves, there is the perpetually scowling Cherokee actor Wes Studi with his gaggle of mindlessly malevolent Pawnees. In Last of the Mohicans, Studi returns, scowl and all, this time to head up a herd of demonic Hurons. Black Robe, for its part, offers up an exquisitely sadistic, one is tempted to say inquisitional swarm of Mohawk torturers to imperil Blutiat's heroic father LaForge. 91. All told, it's enough as it was always meant to be to make even the most wrong-headed and otherwise flawed settlers seem, if not of uniform saintliness, then at least always understandable in contrast to the incomprehensibly merciless inhumanity of the others they are compelled by circumstance to confront. In the end, the settlers have no choice but to defend themselves, sometimes, admittedly and regrettably, to the sort of excess born of their inherent human frailties. Indians must thus be seen as much now as through the lens of the Cody Company in 1914 to have precipitated our own fate, if not always by our actions, then surely by the inexcusable brutishness of our very nature. 92. The unspeakable other. As should by now be apparent, a simple substitution of victims for victimizers has not been adequate in itself to explain the near total eradication of native North Americans by 1890.93. Pleas of self-defense hardly seem plausible when it comes to butchering babies, after all. It has therefore been essential, not only that the indigenous victims of settler aggression be recast as aggressors a la the Indian Wars refought, but completely dehumanized in the bargain. Not infrequently, the process has been extended to the point of depicting Indians as a form of vermin or insect life, characterizations identical in every respect to SS potentate Heinrich Himmler's notorious comparison of the Nazis' extermination of Jews and Gypsies to Dello using 94. Famously, the Euro-American correlate to Himmler's pronouncement came on November 28, 1864, when Colonel John M. Chivington instructed his 3rd Colorado Volunteer Cavalry Regiment to systematically slaughter native infants at Sand Creek on the premise that nits make lice. 95. The expression of such sentiments was anything but isolated, however, comparable statements being recorded as far back as 167,796 and attributable to many of the most distinguished humanitarians in American settler history. 97. It is worth noting as well that, at one point or another, it was the policy of every state among the U.S. lower 48, and the eastern provinces of Canada, to pay a bounty similar to that offered on wolves and other such predatory beasts for the scalps of American Indians of any age and either sex. 98. For what are undoubtedly obvious reasons, Hollywood has encountered considerable difficulty in finding a satisfactory method of visualizing native people at sufficiently degraded level. One of the more effective solutions was that developed by John Ford for his benchmark Western, Stagecoach, 1939, wherein Apaches are always lurking somewhere just over the horizon, never to be glimpsed until very late in the film. By carefully orchestrating settler dialogue, and relying upon the imaginations of viewers to take over from there, filling in the visual blanks far more convincingly than his cameras ever could. Ford was able to inculcate an astonishing sense of dread among his audiences long before a darkly shadowed, grim-visaged, and altogether silent Geronimo finally makes his momentary appearance. 99. Although often employed with respect to Indians, the technique has seen its broadest application by the makers of sci-fi and horror movies, where the monsters are routinely withheld from view until the final few minutes, and sometimes never seen at all. 100 At other times, the Indian/monster equation was established via the expedient of simply casting a famous cinematic movie monster as an Indian, Dracula's Bela Lugosi, for example, in the 1920 German version of The Last of the Mohicans, or Frankenstein's Boris Karloff in Cecil B. DeMille's The Unconquered, 1947. 101 Wolfman Lon Chaney Jr. was similarly cast for several B-movies as well. A late 1950s TV series called Hawkeye and the Last of the Mohicans. 102. Probably the simultaneously most refined and concerted iteration of Hollywood's dehumanizing vernacular came in The Stalking Moon, 1968, when director Robert Mulligan defined Indians in terms of a single Apache bestowed with the name Salvaje, literally savage in Spanish, who, in keeping with Ford's stagecoach formula, is withheld from view for almost the whole film. The requisite air of supernatural inhumanity is lent this unseen presence by tracing his route across Arizona and New Mexico. He is supposedly stalking the movie's stars, Gregory Peck and Eva Marie Saint, the whole time along the astonishingly large trail of corpses he single-handedly leaves in his wake. When the killing machine is at last revealed, it is only but repeatedly as a shadowy, faceless shape, cloaked in a bearskin, stunning in its relentless ferocity. 103. At its most blatant, as in John Huston's The Unforgiven, 1960, the recipe leads to descriptions of Indians, or, more accurately, Indian blood as filth. In such framing, there is an absolute clarity to the Manichean distinction drawn between men on the one hand and Indians or red niggers, as we are more often called in the Alan L. E. May novel upon which Huston based his film 104 on the other. This, in turn, imbues even the most frankly genocidal utterances of the movie's settler characters, e.g., I say to you, they must be cleansed from the face of this earth. Where one drop of their blood is found, it must be destroyed. For that is man's most sacred trust, before Almighty God. With an aura of implicit reasonability. 105. Although the implications attending the cinematic trope of Indians as unspeakable others tend in many ways to speak for themselves, it is nonetheless worthwhile to hammer home the point that they are by no means unique within the context of settler consciousness. This can be accomplished in part by a brief survey of the dehumanizing and exterminatory thematics bound up in Anglophile literary depictions of native North Americans since at least as early as John Smith's 1612 tract, A Map of Virginia. 106 Further insight can be gleaned from examining instances where the sensibilities reflected in such material have bled into Euro-America's collective fantasies concerning an array of non-Indian racial others. 107. In this last connection, it is often sufficient to focus upon the contents and immense popularity of the Yellow Peril literature of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, exemplified in Jack London's The Unparalleled Invasion, a 1910 short story in which the author openly dreams of establishing an Aryan utopia by eradicating in its entirety the swarming population of China. The means selected to achieve this lofty goal consist of first introducing among them scores of plagues, every infectious form of death, then summarily executing all survivors, wherever found. 108 An interesting cinematic corollary will be found in D.W. Griffith's The Flying Torpedo, 1916, in which then futuristic weapons are used to destroy vast legions of yellow men from the east. At this juncture, there is usually no need to offer further comparisons to Nazi rhetoric and ideology. 109 Any lingering doubts as to whether a genocidal mentality is involved have been thoroughly retired. 110. You know what they do to white women, don't you? As was mentioned earlier, One of the most dramatic moments in the seminal battle at Elderbush Gulch was attained when Griffith directed that one of his celluloid settler heroes prepare to put his last bullet through the head of the film's white heroine lest she fall alive into the hands of a group of Indians about to overrun the settlers' beleaguered cabin. 111 More than 3 decades later, John Ford would use an identical plot device in his much celebrated Stagecoach. Indeed, it was virtually the same scene to even more sensational effect. A decade later still, in Winchester 73, 1950, at a moment when the pair are surrounded by Indians and running short on ammunition, director Anthony Mann had his own white heroine explain to the movie's settler hero how she understood about the last bullet. 112 In Fort Massacre, 1958, the settler hero's wife actually follows through, killing not only herself but her 2 children in the face of capture by the dread Apaches. The motive, although left delicately unstated in each of these films and hundreds of others, was voiced in a question put by another trooper to Honus Gant during the opening scenes of Soldier Blue: "You know what Indians do to women, don't you?" The matter is further clarified in Chato's Land, 1972, when the movie's settler hero restates the query, "Did you ever see what Indians do when they get a white woman?" Perchance anyone missed the point. Candice Bergen, playing Cresta Lee in Soldier Blue, informs a horrified Gant after they've been captured by hostiles that she will, as a consequence, be raped. Indeed, as a cavalry officer matter-of-factly explains in The Gatling Gun, 1971, all any female settler taken captive by Indians has to look forward to is rape and murder. 113. Punctuation to this truth was provided by director Robert Aldrich in his Ulzana's Raid, 1972, through portrayal of a white woman as having been raped into a state of drooling insanity by the usual horde of marauding Apaches. Actually, the victim was lucky, according to the movie's settler hero, a veteran scout played by Burt Lancaster, because, he confides to the audience, such captives are usually raped to death. 114 Given such circumstances, there can be little wonder why filmdom's gentle settler sex is forever putting a gun to its head or having stronger male counterparts do the deed for them. 115 Whenever a random Indian man wanders near, a model for the overwhelming traumatic effects supposedly suffered by fair-haired females subjected to ravages by savages. 116 had already been established by the inimitable John Ford in his Academy Award-nominated 1956 masterpiece, The Searchers, perhaps the most grotesquely twisted depiction ever made of the psychosexual dynamics marking native/settler interaction. In this landmark of the genre, Ford has his settler hero, played by John Wayne, who'd also starred in Stagecoach and all 3 films of the Cavalry trilogy, spend virtually his entire stint on screen, a period ostensibly covering about 15 years, relentlessly tracking a band of Comanches who'd abducted his niece, a child at the outset. 117. After a while, as the little girl may be assumed to have reached maturity, it becomes clear that Wayne's purpose has evolved from simply wreaking vengeance on the Indians to also killing the niece, thus freeing her from the unutterable indignities she suffered by being mated to red vermin, the effects of which are insinuated quite graphically during a scene in which he encounters a pair of female captives recovered by the army. Both have been driven to stark madness by their experience, a matter prompting Wayne to proclaim them no longer white. 118 At the last moment, however, the hero reveals the true depth of his nobility by sparing the young woman, reclaiming her despite her spoliation, and thus, it is implied, empowering her to live happily ever after. 119. The Searchers, both Ford's cinematic iteration and the Alan L. E. May novel upon which the film was based, 120, concern themselves with reinterpreting the famous case of Cynthia Ann Parker, a 9-year-old taken during an 1836 raid by Quahati Comanches against encroaching settlers in West Texas. The real Cynthia Ann was raised as a Comanche and eventually married Pina Nakona, a noted Quahati leader, mothering by him a daughter and 2 sons, including a major leader of Comanche resistance known as Quanah Parker. 121 After being freed by a group of Texans including her uncles in 1860, Pina was killed in the process. She repeatedly ran away, seeking to rejoin the Quahatis. Finally, confined to her room to prevent further such escape attempts, she wasted away and died of a broken heart, that is, starved herself to death rather than live among settlers. Point 122. The Parker example is in many respects emblematic of a much larger whole. No less than Benjamin Franklin is known to have lamented during the 1750s that when white persons of either sex have been taken prisoners by the Indians, and lived a while among them, though ransomed by their friends, and treated with all imaginable tenderness to prevail with them to stay among the English, yet in a short time they become disgusted with our manner of life, and take the first good opportunity of escaping again into the woods, from thence there is no reclaiming them. 123 overall. As even James Axtell concedes. Although most of the returned captives did not try to escape, the emotional torment caused by separation from their adopted families deeply impressed the colonists. Some, who could not make their escape, clung to their savage acquaintance at parting, and continued many days in bitter lamentations, even refusing sustenance. Children cried as if they would die when they were presented to their self-described rescuers. With only small exaggeration an observer could report that every captive left the Indians with regret. 124. The principle certainly applied as much to adult females as to men and children. Even the more celebrated captive narratives produced by women such as Mary Rowlandson, 1682, flatly denied that threats to their chastity had occurred. 125. While less acclaimed tracts, that of Isabella McCoy, 1747, for instance, went so far as to assert that the treatment accorded the authors by settler society was far worse than anything they'd experienced at the hands of Indians. 126. Ultimately, as Richard Drennan, Richard Slotkin, and others have noted, it was left for Puritan fathers like Cotton Mather to invent the violence pornography of native rapists, finalized during the mid-20th century by Hollywood masculinists of the Ford/Aldrich School. 127. And subsequently adapted as an element of the groundbreaking feminist scholarship practiced by Susan Brown Miller. 128. Tellingly, while there is a paucity of evidence suggesting that rape was common among any native North American people, 129, by all indications, it was virtually non-existent among the strikingly prudish Apaches. 130. There is a veritable mountain of documentation concerning the ubiquitous historical reality of settlers raping indigenous women. 131. Indeed, as was lately demonstrated in revelations of the endemic and sustained sexual predation suffered by the roughly half of all native children consigned to Canadian residential schools after 1900, and undoubtedly those lodged in U.S. facilities as well, the ugly pattern extended well into the 1980s. 132. Suffice it to observe that Hollywood has yet to release a single film devoted to the topic of wholesale rape of native women captured by settlers, much less the institutionalized molestation of American Indian youngsters of both sexes as recently as 20 years ago. 133. Nor, for that matter, have Brown Miller's mainstream, i.e., Western or Euro-feminist heirs had appreciably better to offer. To the contrary, following their mentor's astonishing conversion of Eldridge Cleaver's emphatic repudiation of the supposed liberatory signification embodied in transracial rape into an advocacy or glorification of it. 134. Many Eurofeminists have embraced the mythic sexual aggression assigned men of color in the colonial master narrative as if it were an historical given. 135. Seizing upon the contemporary panorama of psychosexual dysfunctions inculcated among American Indians by such traumas as the residential school experience rather than upon the nature and predictable effects of the experience itself. 136. They've consistently read it back in time as if such maladies had always been integral to native societies. 137. This, in turn, has positioned them to advance a theoretical foreclosure upon the nationalist efforts of indigenous people to resume a self-determining existence on the basis that these would be inherently phallocentric and thus do violence to women. 138. From there, Eurofeminism, in subscribing to such notions, entitles itself to speak for the others incarnated in its darker sisters by denouncing the sexism with which it imbues its simulations of traditional non-Western cultures. 139. Its adherents thus replacing their masculinist counterparts in revitalizing a cornerstone rationalization of Euro supremacy, the hallowed civilizing narrative of a moral imperative upon which basis, as Gayatri Spivak describes it, white women are forever saving brown women from brown men. 140. This, to be sure, is but a short step from a final occlusion in which Eurofeminists substitute themselves for the oppressed altogether, that is, in imagining themselves as objects of the modes of rape delineated above, they reconfigure her story in terms of their having been perpetual victims of the very racially/culturally othered males most heavily damaged by processes of colonialism and racial subjugation in which white women are historically/currently complicit. 141. The circle is thus both seamless and complete. The fervor with which settlers of every stripe cling to the fable of Indians as rapists forces them into an overarching conceptual compact which dissolves the ideological divisions normally distinguishing those of the left from their right-wing opponents, anarchists from yuppies, say, or the Jerry Falwell/Pat Robertson school of reactionary clergymen from radical feminists like Robin Morgan. One is hard-pressed to account for this other than as a need, desperate to the point of neurosis and often deeply sublimated, manifested by those buying in to secure at least some semblance of justification for the prevailing socio-economic and political order, i.e., the patriarchy, the hierarchy, or whatever else it might more fashionably be called. 142. To the extent that this is so, the otherwise bizarre consensus can indeed, must be viewed as an integral component of what George Lipsitz has denominated the possessive investment in whiteness, a process functioning both to the material advantage of investors, and, in some ways far more decisively, to afford them the delusional psychic luxury of believing themselves to be not only part of the group in charge, but naturally entitled to such exalted standing. 143. For all the theoretical sophistry with which it has been recently adorned, the story is as old and as unsavory as Eurosupremacism, which is to say, European and Euroderivative forms of imperial domination itself. 144. Still more explicitly, it can be seen, especially when combined with the tropes discussed in the subsections above, as serving essentially the same purpose in contemporary North American settler society as did the myths of Jewish blood rituals and the protocols of the Elders of Zion in Germany during the interwar period. 145. If there's a major functional distinction to be drawn, it's that the Nazis deployed their monstrous fiction, to engender acceptance of incipient genocide among Germans, while the North American equivalents are peddled to quell potential qualms among a populace in whose name genocide has already been perpetrated. Subtextually, the messages are identical. The victims, by some especially egregious victimization of their victimizers, got or are getting, or will surely get what's coming to them, so, under the circumstances, there's really nothing to feel guilty about. 146. In the spirit of Gunga Din. With this groundwork laid, it would be quite possible to rapidly investigate several other constructions characterizations of homosexuality within indigenous cultures, for instance 147, or the Pocahontas-like attraction to white men allegedly evinced by all native women 148, or the evils supposedly accruing through miscegenation 149, clustered within the thematic package devolving upon questions of gender and sexuality. As was mentioned earlier, however, time constraints tend to preclude thorough consideration of more than one per course, and so it is best that we move along to another topic. A question always arising, often repetitively and long before analysis of the first three packages has been completed, is whether cinematic depictions of American Indians have really been so monolithically negative as our focus has made it appear. The answer is that they have not, but this in itself opens to scrutiny the elements from which a good Indian is composed by Hollywood, and the nature of the image implanted thereby in the public consciousness. Here, one might well be tempted to simply repeat the, famous 1869 declaration of General Phil Sheridan to the effect that the only good Indian is a dead one 150, while pointing out how many scores of thousands of native people have been slaughtered on screen over the years. 151. This in itself would be true enough, but the matter is nonetheless a bit more complicated. The template for another sort of good Indian was established by novelist James Fenimore Cooper in his Leatherstocking Tales: The Pioneers, The Last of the Mohicans, The Deerslayer, The Prairie, and The Pathfinder during the first half of the 19th century. 152. This took the form of a character dubbed Chingachgook, supposedly the last surviving member of his people. 153. Who, in the words of Cherokee analyst Raina Green, acts as a friend to the white man, offering aid, rescue and spiritual and physical comfort even at the cost of his own life or status and comfort in his own nation to do so. He saves white men from bad Indians and thus becomes a good Indian. 154. Or, to follow Canadian author Daniel Francis, Cooper's notion of a good Indian is one who stands shoulder to shoulder with whites in their settlement of North America, serving as loyal friends and allies to the invaders. 155 It is, concludes Robert S. Tilton, their antiquated, stoic acceptance of their own presumed inferiority to the settlers and, consequently, of their individual fate and the ultimate demise of their peoples that endeared these noble savages to whites. 156 In other words, the Cooperian concoction was/is designed to foster an emotionally satisfying sense among settlers that an indigenous seal of approval had been affixed upon the obliteration of native North America. So great has been the contemporary resonance of this formula that The Last of the Mohicans alone has been produced as a feature film on 3 occasions. Precursors to the earlier mentioned 1992 version were made in 1920 and 1936. The Pathfinder hit the big screen twice, 1952 and 1996, while The Deerslayer has seen production both as a feature film, 1957, and as a television series, 1957 to 58. 157 In addition, certain of the archetypal characters deployed in Cooper's novels, not only the good Indian represented by Chingachgook, but his settler brother, the man who knows Indians embodied in Natty Bumppo, otherwise known as Hawkeye to whites, the Deerslayer to native people, 158 have been adapted to countless other skits on both big screen and small. Undoubtedly the figures most indelibly imprinted on the American consciousness in this respect remain the Lone Ranger and Tonto, his faithful Indian companion. Tonto is a Spanish word meaning dunce, fool, or dolt. Created in Zane Grey's best-selling 1915 novel, The Lone Ranger, A Romance of the Border, the dynamic duo inhabited an extremely popular radio program broadcast weekly from 1933 onward. By 1938, they were also appearing regularly in movie theaters, as Hollywood serialized them in Saturday matinee fare. Their first feature film was released under the title Hi-Yo Silver in 1940, followed by such epics as The Lone Ranger, 1956, remade in 1981 as The Legend of the Lone Ranger, and The Lone Ranger and the Lost City of Gold, 1958. Meanwhile, beginning in 1948, the concept had been developed into a long-running ABC TV series. 159 There have been myriad mutations all along, the most recent variation to be found in the characters of Sully and Cloud dancing in the pop feminist CBS TV series Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman. 160. At this point, it is useful to hammer home the nature of Euro-America's good Indian stereotype by setting it side by side with that found in the literature of classic colonialism. The best known example to draw upon is probably that of Gunga Din, an East Indian invented by Rudyard Kipling during the late 19th century in an epic poem of the same name. 161 In Hollywood's version, Gunga Din, 1939, the subaltern ennobles himself by blowing a bugle at the crucial moment, thereby warning a company of British Lancers who've adopted him that they're riding into a trap set by his kinsman. In thus saving his Lancer friends from their fate, in other words, their defeat, Din sacrifices his own life along with those of his relatives, consigning his nation to a century of British imperial rule. He therefore signifies not just goodness but heroism of a sort. Not to his own people they have every reason to consider him a traitor of the worst kind, but to those who subjugate them. 162. Good is, of course, always and most dramatically defined not in terms of idealist affirmation, but in opposition to bad. Hence, in establishing the presence of the good Indian, who, whether embodied as Gunga Din, Chingachgook, Tonto, or Cloud dancing, or, for that matter, as Pocahontas or Sacagawea, is invariably constructed as an exceptional individual, colonialist myth-makers, both literary and cinematic, position themselves quite handily to amplify the rule against which such exceptions are posed. It follows that, as S. Elizabeth Bird has observed, the brutal savage is still present in the colonizer's good Indian fables, most often in the recurrent image of the renegade. 163. These bad Indians have not accepted white control, refuse to stay on the reservation, and use violent means to combat white people, raiding farms and destroying white property. Although occasional lip service is paid to the justness of their anger, the message is clear that these warriors are misguided. Enlightened settlers are frequently seen trying to persuade the friendly Indians to curb the hostiles' excesses. The renegades are clearly defined as deviant, out of control, and a challenge to the good Indian who suffers all indignities with a stoic smile and acknowledgement that there are really many good, kind white people who wish this had never happened. 164. As a consequence, the literary/cinematic contrivance of good Indians must be seen mainly as an expedient in completing/consolidating the overwhelmingly negative characterization of native people more generally, and thus the goodness of settlers as discussed in the preceding 3 sections. Witness a recent episode of Dr. Quinn in which Cloud Dancing's son wins eternal good Indian status by sacrificing himself to save a white female captive from being gang-raped by a group of renegade Cheyenne dog soldiers. Understanding among students can be sharpened by asking them to consider the hypothetical of how, had they been victorious in World War II, the Nazis might have been inclined to represent different factions among the peoples they'd conquered, the collaborationist Vichy French, for instance, vis-a-vis the French resistance. 165 Little controversy attends a prognosis that figures like Vichy leader Pierre Laval would undoubtedly have been offered up as symbols of the good Frenchmen by post-war Nazi filmmakers, while Charles de Gaulle and his Free French forces, especially the Maquis, partisan, guerrillas, would with equal certainty have been depicted as renegades, sinister, deviant, and violently out of control. Thus the polarities of French patriotism and treason have been completely reversed, not by the French themselves, but by their German occupiers/colonizers. In reality, de Gaulle was treated as a hero by the vast majority of his countrymen and elected president of the post-war French Republic. While the Vichy collaborators were deeply reviled, many of them executed or imprisoned. 166. It can be, and sometimes is, argued that the comparison is misleading since it concerns the portrayal of actual historical personalities, while the good Indians heretofore discussed, whether Kipling's or Cooper's, have been fictional. The validity of the point can be readily conceded, if only as a basis upon which to pivot into an examination of the ways in which Hollywood has gone about characterizing certain real indigenous leaders as good, others as bad. In this connection, a key will be found in Delmer Dave's much-acclaimed 1950 sympathy film, Broken Arrow. 167 It takes no time at all to demonstrate how Cochise, a very significant figure in Chiricahua Apache history. 168 is first misrepresented as having been a veritable Tonto, or Gunga Din, or Pierre Laval, thus to render him appealing to settler audiences in no small part by contrasting him to a viciously irrational Geronimo, symbolizing the already thoroughly demonized Apache resistance. 169 Southwell was Broken Arrow received that it was quickly developed into a highly rated TV series that lasted several seasons. The same pattern can easily be shown to have prevailed as recently as the 1994 Squanto, the formula applied to even the most substantial pillars of native resistance. Probably the most glaring example of the latter comes with The White Buffalo, 1977, wherein none other than the legendary Oglala Lakota patriot, Crazy Horse 170 is portrayed as teaming up with settler hero Wild Bill Hickok to save humanity from the beast featured in the film's title. Since the white buffalo is actually a prime symbol of Lakota spirituality, the filmmaker's co-optive design is readily apparent. Crazy Horse, de Gaulle, is shown as being a man dedicated to nothing so much as subversion of his own tradition, Laval, thereby converting treason into a figuration of its opposite. On the basis of all that has been digested up till now, it is appropriate to explore the implications of the fact that native as well as settler children are, and have long been, subject to continuous and increasing bombardment with the kinds of imagery and thematics we've discussed. 171 Since the impacts of such things upon the formation of self-concept among American Indian youth is obviously no less germane than those pertaining to mainstream kids, the matter can be reframed: what kind of Self-esteem is manifested when native youngsters burst out into cheers whenever a cinematic bugle call signals that the cavalry will soon arrive on screen to symbolically slaughter their own forebears. 172. There is no need for abstraction in this connection. Suicide is presently the leading cause of death among native North American teenagers, standing at about 1,400% of the rate for the same age group among the general population. 173 in northern Manitoba. To offer but one exceedingly well-documented illustration, it has been estimated that some 70% of Indigenous youngsters from 6 to 16 have resorted to habitually sniffing gasoline and solvents in a desperate effort to utterly and in all too many cases permanently blot out their consciousness. 174 The grim toll could be recounted at far greater length, but there should be no need. It would, to be sure, be grossly inaccurate to name cinema as the only culprit generating such ghastly results apart from the conditions of material degradation which have for generations marked the quality of life in the great majority of native communities. 175 There are myriad psychological instigators, ranging from a proliferation of demeaning Indian sports team mascots. 176 To routine use of the word squaw in both official and popular settler discourse. 177 It must, by virtue of its undisputed potency as an instrument of perceptual shaping, be regarded as a primary offender. That any society could subject another to such ongoing misery by indulging in a subterfuge designed solely to enable its own constituents to nonetheless feel good about themselves serves to reaffirm our earlier conclusion that a genocidal mentality is at work among North American settlers, although this time with respect to contemporary rather than merely historical circumstances. 178. On Terran Elias. By now it should be apparent that, however intricate the route, all roads lead to the same destination where Hollywood's portrayal of American Indians is concerned. Along the way, it was perhaps inevitable or at least far simpler that, as people, we'd be reduced by and large to dehumanized caricatures, the magnificent sweep of our histories constrained to a brief interlude in which we do combat with or provide assistance to the settlers who are overrunning us. Possessed of neither pasts nor futures, we are imbued with meaning only by them. 179 The rich diversity and complexity of our cultures confined to a single dimension of interchangeability, seen one Indian, seen all, or so the saying goes. You'd think, as Cherokee law professor cum media critic Renard Strickland has noted, if you relied on Indian films, there were no indigenous peoples east of the Mississippi, none but the Plains Indians and Apaches, except possibly the Mohawks, and that the continent was unoccupied throughout the entire Great Lakes and Central region except for an occasional savage remnant, perhaps a stray Yaqui or two who wandered in from the southwest. We almost never see a Chippewa or a Winnebago or a Hopi or even a Navajo on screen. 180. In the early days, that is to say, until well into the 1950s, almost all cowboy/Indian flicks were filmed in Southern California, a financial/logistical convenience convincing generations of children situated in other locales, myself included, that Kansas looked like area around Los Angeles, and utterly annihilating the concept that there might be the least relationship between the plains cultures ostensibly depicted and the environments in which they actually evolved and flourished, by the 1930s. Of course, John Ford had come along to fix all that by relocating his cinematic Cheyennes and Kiowas into Monument Valley. 181 The level of deformity in understanding conveyed was tantamount to representing life in Sicily by setting it in Sweden, but who cared? There were aesthetic concerns involved, and mere Indians were being misrepresented. Even after the country's geography teachers conspired to compel filmmakers to more or less clean up their act in topographical terms. 182 The cultural emulsification of native people continued unabated. The Smithsonian vetted a man called Horse, to offer one of the sorrier illustrations, creates a visual hodgepodge of Crow, Mandan, Assiniboine, and Comanche attributes, intermixes a variety of non-existent customs, and ladles the whole mess up as a representation of the Sioux. 183 Equally egregious examples abound, from Everglades-dwelling Seminoles wearing Plains feathered war bonnets and battling blue-coated cavalry on desert buttes in Seminole Uprising, 1955, to the eagle feather-wearing half Choctaw played by Billy Bob Thornton in Pushing Tin, 1999, .184. One can only imagine the reaction among settlers were some studio to release a cinematic extravaganza, purportedly the most accurate rendering ever of ancient Greece or Rome, in which the actors were dressed in a combination of kilts and ballroom attire, conversed in authentic Spanglish, worshipped Odin, dined mostly on spaghetti and sauerkraut, with or without truffles and chocolate malts, and seemed to spend the bulk of their time galloping wildly across the steppes before retiring each night to harem-filled Irish fishing villages where, backdropped by the Matterhorn, they performed perfect ritual impersonations of the Marquis de Sade. The scenario is no more absurd than that imposed upon American Indians as a matter of course. 185. Ultimately, as critic Richard Maltby has acknowledged, in the Hollywood Western, there are no real Indians at all, only Hollywood Indians with different names, props serving as the backdrop to unending tables of noble white men. 186. Making a transition from this stance to having whites supplant Indians altogether is a matter of only minor adjustment. Actually, in a literal sense, there was no adjustment to make, because filmmakers have insisted upon casting whites as Indians from the outset. One of the first was Mary Pickford as the title character in a 1912 ditty called Iola's Promise. 187. The results have often been sublime, as when Chuck Connors, a 6'5", blonde-haired, blue-eyed Viking, was selected to play the 5'3", swarthy Geronimo in the 1962 film of the same title. 188. Meanwhile, native actors have been turned away in droves, usually on the pretext that they'd be unconvincing if allowed to portray native characters on screen. 189. Figuratively, and in many respects more insidiously, there is often a settler hero who comes off more Indian than the Indians. 190. As has been observed with respect to Dr. Quinn, Sully's role is to stand in for the Cheyenne, so that their culture is represented, while they as people can be pushed into the background. After all, he is a better Indian than the Cheyenne, as is made abundantly clear in the opening scene of one episode, when he beats Cloud dancing in a tomahawk throwing contest. 191. In this, Sully has everything in common with Cooper's Natty Bumppo, Walt Disney's Davy Crockett, King of the Wild Frontier, 1955, 192. Robert Redford's title character in Jeremiah Johnson, 1972, or any of 1,000 other illusionary scouts and frontiersmen with which the silver screen has been set alight. While there are many contenders, probably the most preposterous characterization, of all are those evident in A Man Called Horse, where it becomes necessary for a captive English aristocrat played by Richard Harris to teach the Sioux how to defend themselves from other Indians with bows and arrows, thereupon becoming their leader. 193. So well was this absurd plot device received by mainstream audiences that The Return of A Man Called Horse, a sequel to the original movie, was released in 1976, and a rehash of the bow and arrow scene, this time using firearms, included in the hugely popular Dances with Wolves as recently as 1990. Even when things are not pushed to such extremes, the Indian side of the story is forever being told, not by Indians, but by some sympathetic settler character, Jimmy Stewart's Tom Jeffords in Broken Arrow, for instance, or the white schoolmarm John Ford has bouncing along on a buckboard beside the fleeing savages in Cheyenne Autumn, 1964, 194, or Dustin Hoffman's character in Little Big Man, or Matt Damon's Britton Davis in the 1993 version of Geronimo. 195, or the gravel-voiced bartender in Last of the Dogmen, 1995, .196. As Jimmy Durham has pointed out, no Indian, neither Queek in Moby Dick, nor Tonto, nor the Indian in Ken Kesey's One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest has ever really been allowed to portray him/herself, less to articulate the perspective of his/her people, and still less to the voice of authority assigning the meaning to Indian/white interactions. 197. With Native Americans effectively eclipsed by whites even in the most Indian-oriented movies, it has been possible for filmmakers to simply erase us from the landscape whenever we've not been useful as an element of set decor. In the last great wave of Hollywood westerns, Shane 1953, High Noon 1952, et.al., Durham observes, the settlers are all by themselves on the endless prairies. They cannot remember when they last had to kill Indians. 198. The same might be said of such far more recent films as Clint Eastwood's Academy Award, winning Unforgiven, 1992, George Cosmato's Tombstone, 1993, and Lawrence Kasdan's Wyatt Earp, 1994, but the point remains unchanged. At some point late at night by the campfire, presumably, the Lone Ranger ate Tonto. By the time Alan Ladd becomes the Lone Ranger in Shane, he has consumed his Indian companion. Now the Lone Ranger is himself the stoic, silent, noble savage, so much neater and more satisfactory at the job. 199. All appearances to the contrary notwithstanding, this final cinematic conjuring that of a complete and utter native absence is not something innovative and new. Rather, it harkens back to the very earliest European fantasies of the New World, the mythic claim that the Americas, or at least appreciable portions of them, were composed of terra nullius, often, though somewhat inaccurately, translated as vacant land, that is, devoid of human inhabitants and therefore free for the taking by any old world settler who wished to grab a chunk. 200. As we've seen, much of Hollywood's presentation of North America's indigenous population has been designed to dehumanize us sufficiently as to make the notion of terra nullius resonate as symbolic truth, even today. A still neater and more satisfactory outcome would be if the concept were to be seen as describing that which was and thus remains literally true. 201. Blind alleys. Yet, self-evidently, Indians were not only here when a lost Italian seaman discovered us by washing up on a Caribbean beach half a world away from where he thought he was, thus becoming known to posterity as the Great Navigator. 202. After all the centuries of ensuing horror, we're still here. With equal certainty, it can be asserted that, as a whole, regardless of the twists, turns, and convolutions by which they've sought and still seek to avoid coming to grips with the knowledge, the settler populace is quite aware of this. 203. They are, moreover, aware that we exist today as the poorest of the poor in North America, stripped at gunpoint of the bulk of our property, the residues of our homeland subordinated to settler state control, disemployed, our remaining resources siphoned off to fuel the settler economy, even the pittance we are ostensibly paid in exchange impounded and often stolen by settler state authorities. 204. As Sartre put it, you begin by occupying the country, then you take the land and exploit the former owners at starvation rates. Then, with mechanization, this cheap labor is still too expensive, you finish up taking from the natives their very right to work. All that is left for them to do, in their own land, at a time of great prosperity, is to die of starvation. 205. On this basis it can be stated without hesitancy or equivocation that we exhibit all the attributes of being colonized nations. 206. That is to say, we are presently subjected to a political status prohibited under international law since the United Nations Charter was ratified in 1945, whatever confusion attended the Charter's language was dispelled in 1960, with the passage of UN Resolution 1514, otherwise known as the Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. 207. Although the implications for both of the extant North American settler states are readily apparent, this is true of the U.S. in particular, given the pride it professes in being a nation of laws, not men. 208. The issue is customarily greeted with a thundering silence within even the most purportedly progressive sectors of settler society. 209. If Indians are not to be considered victims of colonial aggression, Jimmy Durham has asked, how are we to be considered? So urgent is the question, given the dire conditions prevailing throughout native North America, that Durham pronounces himself tempted to write the question twice, for emphasis. The first implies a second question, however: why are we not considered as colonized? For any Indian person, the questions are subjective and quotidian. How might I exist? 210. Or, following Sartre once again, the question might be reframed as whether and for how long may I be permitted the option of existing at all. 211. The crux of the all but monolithic refusal on the part of Euro-Americans of all political postures to acknowledge the fundamental illegitimacy of the internal colonial structures prevailing in both the US and Canada, Durham reflects, seems bound up in their awareness of the legal/moral obligation to decolonize that would attend any such admission, and what this might mean in terms of a diminishment in the relatively privileged socio-economic positions they are accustomed to occupying. 212. The state called France is connected to something like a country, also called France. The state called America is connected to an independent settler colony. At the end of its empire, Great Britain could return to that island in Europe. The economic power of the US is losing its grip in much of the world, but at the end, to where might it return? It is only a state, only a political entity without a land base. 213. If someone imagines otherwise, Durham sums up, at the end of America's external empire it follows that there is a country called America. Would my country, the Cherokee Nation, become free of the US? If so, where is America? 214. He recounts having explained American Indian legal rights to self-determination and the consequent demands of the American Indian movement to a supposedly radical Euro-American scholar/activist employed by the staunchly anti-imperialist Institute for Policy Studies. His listener was aghast, sputtering in mortified astonishment that decolonization of native North America would mean the breakup of the United States. 215. Exactly so. And with it would go the system of white skin privilege upon which the vast majority of settlers, radicals no less than others, depend for the quality of life to which they believe themselves innately entitled. 216. Reactionaries like Allen Bloom and Arthur Schlesinger Jr. have been reasonably straightforward in their defense of the status quo, of course. 217. But their opponents can hardly afford to be. Hence, the latter have increasingly resorted to theoretical obfuscation and deception as methods of protecting their standing as oppositionists, even as they endeavor to preclude emergence of the sort of consciousness requisite to seriously disrupting the colonial order. 218. One such ludic subterfuge, found in Eurofeminism's clever substitution of white women for black and other men of color as an historically oppressed group, has already been to some extent addressed. 219. The feminist example is by no means unique. A comparable but much older scam will be apprehended in Marxism's insistent subsuming of racial, ethnic, and national distinctions under the rubric of a totalizing kind of democratic class solidarity where white workers inevitably end up the largest component, thereby ensuring that liberation will be defined more or less exclusively in terms of a redistribution of social product derived from the preservation rather than dissolution of existing state territorialities. 220. It should be noted, moreover, that Karl Marx himself, in common with the worst of Europe's 19th-century imperialists, openly advocated colonialism as exerting a civilizing influence upon non-Western peoples. 221. Attitudes have changed little among Euro-Marxists during the century and a half since Marx's death. Indeed, Sartre was the first, and last, European Marxist theorist to develop a theory of history in which colonialism, and the endemic violence of the colonial regime, was a major component, and which gave a significant role to anti-colonialist resistance. 222. In point of fact, however, there seem to be substantial questions among Marxists, Euro and otherwise, as to whether Sartre can rightly be categorized as such. A far slipperier innovation will be found in the recent emergence of post-colonial theory, a concoction assigning primacy to many of the destructive effects of colonialism that Euro-Marxism denies, but as its very name implies, by way of placing it quite arbitrarily in the bad old days of the past tense. 223. As Anne McClintock has noted, having embraced a set of assumptions organized around a binary axis of time rather than power, proponents are guilty of obscuring the continuities of colonial and imperial power. 224. The term post-colonial is, in many cases, prematurely celebratory. Ireland may, at a pinch, be post-colonial, but for the inhabitants of British-occupied Northern Ireland, not to mention the Palestinian occupants of the Israeli-occupied territories and the West Bank, there is nothing post about colonialism at all. Is New Zealand post-colonial? Canada? Australia? By what historical amnesia can the United States of America, in particular, qualify as post-colonial, a term which can only be a monumental affront to the native peoples currently encapsulated therein? 225. the question of whether Canada and, by extension, New Zealand, Australia, and the U.S. are to be considered post-colonial has been answered in the affirmative, emphatically so, by such Euro-Canadian academics as Diana Britton, who has written that anyone truly interested in post-colonial perspectives will come to us. 226 By us, she means North America's settler population, which has assumed independent or Commonwealth status vis-a-vis the old British imperial centre, as have those resident to Australia and New Zealand. Point 227 Thus do colonizers substitute themselves for colonized in the post-colonial equation, a sleight of hand entirely reminiscent of but far more sweeping than that earlier performed by Eurofeminism. Point 228 In any event, post-colonialism's obscuring of native circumstance, even of native existence, is as thoroughgoing as anything ever dreamed up by Hollywood. Beyond the domain of post-coloniality, one encounters the more rarefied dominions of post-structuralism and post-modernity. One expects, upon entering this preciously self-referential netherworld, to be confronted at any moment with the ascendancy of post-hosties as a predominating mode of discourse. 229 Preoccupied with the supposedly ahistorical operation of signs and tropes. 230 Devoted to deconstructing what they see as the totalization inherent to all universalizing narratives. 231 Especially those harnessed to hierarchy, a term proponents often appear to confuse, alternately, with structural oppression and elitism. 232 Essentialism, by which they seem to mean, alternately, reification and meaning itself. 233 Teleology, frequently conflated with sense of purpose. 234 And rationality, that is, all claims that there is, or even could be, an inherent order to the universe. 235 Postmodernism posits as an alternative the conception of an infinite plurality of dissented selves, each exercising the free agency of defining its own identity within a permeable arena subsisting upon equal quantities of irony and contingency. 236 At their most lytic or spectral, to borrow a term from Christopher Lasch. 237 Postmodernists like Jean Baudrillard have argued that history is to be had right now, in culture, discourse, sex and shopping mall, in the mobility of the contemporary subject or the multiplicities of social life, thereby offering a false utopianism that projects the future into the present, thus selling the future short and imprisoning the present within itself. 238 All that is left to those discontented with this strange new best of all possible worlds are vacuous acts of mimicry or trickster-like forms of parody. 239 Even at its most constructively engaged, the individuation sociopolitical atomization, really inherent to the postmodernist vision, precludes any possibility of a viable transformative politics, reducing both opposition and resistance to purely textual pursuits. Point 240 Indeed, having first adopted Foucault's premise that the relations of discourse are of the nature of warfare. 241 The highly influential theorist Homi Bhabha, an eclectic thinker whose work dissolves many of the boundaries separating post-coloniality from postmodernism. 242 Has delighted in an exorbitation of discourse. 243 Consciously inflating the critic's role at the expense of the obviously much more critical role played by both armed resistance and conventional forms of political organization in ending the system of formal imperialism and challenging the current system of neocolonialism. 244 For all its pontifications about its own extremity, then, postmodernism has the look of a sheepish liberalism in wolf's clothing, the privileged view of a subset within the settler intelligentsia and among its compradors whose function is diversionary. It is carefully designed to appear politically oppositional, even as it functions in a manner economically and otherwise complicit with the status quo. Point 245 Taken as a whole, Terry Eagleton observes, postmodernism is just another depressing instance of the way that much radical academia in the United States has managed to translate urgent political issues into its own blandly professional terms, so that conflicts beyond the campuses become transposed in unseemly fashion into tussles over defending academic patches, fighting off radical competitors in the academic marketplace, securing funds for this or that avant-garde enterprise. Point 246 This is not to say that nothing useful can be learned, either from the discourses of postality or from their neo-Marxist/feminist counterparts. Point 247 Whatever utility they may yield is, however, entirely dependent upon recognizing from the outset the ultimate vestiture of their interest, in preserving the hegemony of Eurosupremacism. 248 Adopting any or some combination of the posts as an analytical paradigm can therefore lead only to a disjunctural blind alley in terms of apprehending either the existence or the significance of the realms of factuality discussed in the present essay. Instead, educators will unerringly place themselves, intentionally or not, in the position of legitimating many or all of the interrelated streams of distortion and denial explored above. 249. To see things clearly, what is needed is a theoretical/analytical framework such as that employed herein, harnessed to and equipped first and foremost for the nomenclatural task of assigning things their right names, hedging no bets in the process. Colonialism remains colonialism in this schema, not an ambiguous something qualified through addition of the prefix neo, 250, or foreclosed by addition of post, and, as Sartre observed in 1967, is inseparable from genocide. 251 Viewed with this degree of precision, no room obtains for the usual sorts of equivocation. There are no good colonizers to be counterpoised against bad colonizers, no more than there could be good Nazis. There are only those whose first commitment is to destroying colonialism, root and branch, and those whose sense of self-interest/entitlement dictates its preservation, whether by their direct and knowing participation in its imposition, or through the more mealy-mouthed acceptance embodied in their ignoring, discounting, relativizing, or otherwise trying to explain away its genocidal effects. 252. Such explication compels all concerned to undertake an often painfully subjective process of personal values clarification, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o has described it as being one of decolonizing the mind. 253 Determining the side on which they wish to stand. 254 From there, pace postmodernist contentions, it is not only possible but quite desirable to attain a truly centered sense of self in which agency is manifested not simply by rejection of the existing master narrative, but through an embrace of counter-narratives, both redefining history and revealing its liberatory potentials for the future. 255 This, in turn and alone, forms the basis for the resumption of exactly the sort of effective transformative politics that proponents of postality have renounced. There are, to be sure, precedents for the conceptualization at issue, most of them deriving from the period when imperialism was still called imperialism rather than globalization. 256 These can be located to some extent in the explicitly anti-imperialist conception of consciencism propounded by Kwame Nkrumah and refined by Amilcar Cabral, among others. 257 Reaching what was probably its greatest degree of fulfillment in the works of Frantz Fanon and Albert Memmi. 258 Overall, the perspective was once known as third-worldism. 259 Although it has subsequently undergone profound challenges/revisions because of its failure to accommodate the reality/rights of an underlying fourth world composed of indigenous peoples. 260 The resulting reconfiguration is sometimes referred to as Indigenism. 261 In any event, resuming our focus upon North America, it can be observed that the explicitly anti-imperialist gaze of consciencism is most appropriate to apprehending the racially constructed internal colonization not only of indigenous people, but of African Americans. 262 Latinos. 263 And even sectors of the settler underclass itself. 264 Freed of absurdist allegations of such sins as inherent phallocentrism. 265 Reverse racism. 266 And totalization. 267 A revitalization of the third-worldist orientation, albeit in a much evolved form. 268 Establishes the foundation upon which a Fanonist pedagogy leading to a genuinely revolutionary multiculturalism can be achieved. 269 In this way, and perhaps only in this way, can we at last move beyond pedagogies of protest, developing a praxis that gives encouragement to those who, instead of being content with visiting history as curators or custodians of memory, choose to live in the furnace of history where memory is molten and can be bent into the contours of a dream and perhaps even acquire the force of a vision. 270 The point of any such exercise is, paraphrasing Marx, not simply an empowerment of students to interpret the world more accurately, but to change it. 271 That both the vision and the change must center upon repealing the colonization of native North America and, as a concomitant, the structural oppression of others made possible by the colonial arrangement on this continent should by now seem utterly unremarkable. In the alternative, we're by all appearances destined to live out Hollywood's dreams of genocide in grotesque and endless repetition. 272 Surely, we owe ourselves and more, our posterity something infinitely better. Originally published in June Seeing and Lane Ryo Hirabayashi, eds, Reversing the Lens, Ethnicity, Race, Gender, and Sexuality Through Film, Boulder, University Press of Colorado, 2003. It was and remains dedicated to Leah Renee Kelly, film student extraordinaire. 11. Distorted Images and Literary Appropriations. Gretchen Bödele's Native American Representations. That colonizing societies invariably produce self-serving, representations of the others they colonize has long been a theoretical commonplace. That such deliberate distortions of reality serve to dehumanize the colonially subjugated, rationalizing thereby the system of colonial domination and licensing the colonizers in their own minds, at least to indulge in whatever range of exploitative practices they desire, without regard to the well-being or even survival of the colonized, is by now equally well understood. Indeed, it has been pointed out that imposition of colonial order quite literally requires demolition of autochthonous existence among the colonized. Thus do we encounter Sartre's 1967 equation of colonialism to genocide. 1. While a great deal of work has been done since publication of Edward Said's Orientalism with respect to the psycho-intellectual/literary othering at work within classic imperial processes, too, these have been undertaken from an all but exclusively post-colonialist perspective and have therefore focused upon the Third World contexts of Africa, Asia, and, to a significantly lesser extent, Ibero-America. Comparatively little emphasis has been placed on North America or places like Australia and New Zealand in this connection, and almost none upon the planetary array of indigenous peoples composing what has been aptly referred to as a fourth or host world. 3. The latter term seems especially appropriate insofar as each of the other three worlds have of necessity constructed themselves squarely atop the fourth. It follows that worlds 1 through 3 can be sustained only through exercise of a perpetual and internal sort of colonial dominion over the native peoples they've subsumed. This is the bedrock socio-political/economic arrangement defining not only settler states like the US and Canada but also such ostensibly decolonized Third World countries as India, Nigeria, and Brazil, each of whose borders were originally fixed by Europe's imperial powers, and whose ongoing territorial integrity is entirely contingent upon usurpation/dispossession of the indigenous nations situated therein. 5. The same can be said of nominally anti-imperialist Second World configurations, like Vietnam and the People's Republic of China. 6. In substance, while decolonization has yet to be seriously attempted in any First World settler state, it remains for the most part dramatically incomplete throughout the Second and Third Worlds, where colonialism did not so much end as it changed form because of the multitudinous national liberation struggles carried out from 1945 to 1975. 7. Viewed from this perspective, notions of post-coloniality are truly insidious. In consigning colonialism itself to the past tense, that is, of denying its contemporary existence and consequent relevance, post-colonial discourse is not simply misguided or inappropriate, much less liberatory. Rather, its function is hegemonic, reinforcing the conceptual apparatus by which colonialism in its present form, is naturalized and thus legitimate. 8. The implications of all this in terms of representation are profound. Fortunately, a relative handful of activists/scholars, most but by no means all of whom are themselves Fourth Worlders, have lately begun to confront the matter head-on. One of the better and more recent contributions to this emergent genre is Native American Representations, a slim and well-edited volume, put together by Gretchen Bödele and collecting 10 papers prepared for a 1997 symposium in France. Although all the material assembled therein is solid and well worth reading, the book's cardinal virtue is its inclusion of Lewis Owens' As If an Indian Were Really an Indian, Native Voices and Post-Colonial Theory, pages 11 to 24, a brief but extraordinarily impactful essay which seems likely to place its author's eventual influence alongside that of Fanon and the early Memi. 9. A word of advice should be extended by way of conclusion. The field in which Native American representations finds its place is new, the attendant background scholarship requisite to appreciating certain of its nuances correspondingly little known. Those ungrounded in its subject matter would thus do well not to expect it to stand on its own. Beginners might best approach the book in conjunction with several others, notably Jimmy Daum's A Certain Lack of Coherence, Kala, 1993, Arif Derlich's The Post-Colonial Aura, Westview, 1997, My Own Fantasies of the Master Race, City Lights, 1998, and Linda Tuhewai Smith's Decolonizing Methodologies, Zed, 2001. That said, Native American representations is wholeheartedly recommended. 12. Finding a Middle Place? Not in Joni Adamson's American Indian Literature, Environmental Justice and Ecocriticism. This book promises much, but, in the end, delivers very little of value. This seems due, at least in large part, to the fact that its author, Arizona State University Assistant Professor Joni Adamson, doesn't appear to be especially conversant with or is unwilling to honestly confront either the literary or the activist contexts she purports to address. In either event, her focus in terms of literature is so constricted as to be distortive, all but non-existent where the realities of activism are concerned. Overall, it seems as if she's done nothing so much as polish up the notes she uses to teach her pre-collegiate/lower division undergraduate literature and writing courses, added a few anecdotal observations about the teaching experience, example pages 89 to 93, then topped things off with a few observations contrasting the beauty of purple owl clover to the malignant townhouse sprawl of Tucson, example pages 5 to 6. The result is confusing, often trite, and always a very long way from the comprehensive examination of how mainstream conceptions of wilderness and nature create blind spots in the environmental movement Adamson says at the outset she'll deliver, p. 19. Less does she produce anything resembling a coherent articulation of how environmentalism might reconceptualize itself by assimilating American Indian understandings and priorities, a process she repeatedly refers to as establishing a middle place, example p. 17, in order to foster concrete social and environmental change, p. 19. The scope of her textual analyses is so circumscribed that she fails as well in her stated goal of providing an orientation to a literature that is more theoretically, multiculturally, and ecologically informed than that currently holding sway in mainstream circles, pxx. It's not that there are no bright spots. Adamson develops a decidedly partial but nonetheless rather well-honed description of the arrogance and flagrant racism infecting the outlook of the late Edward Abbey, see especially p. 45. As an alternative antidote, she offers the vision of Acoma poet Simon J. Ortiz, presenting it with a wonderful blend of insight and sensitivity, pages 51 to 76. 1 Yet it is in her juxtaposition of Abbey's work to that of Ortiz, where the biases and deficiencies with which Adamson's analytical approach is riddled can first be discerned. For starters, consideration of Abbey's writerly output does not go beyond the essays collected in Desert Solitaire. The man published 24 other books, after all, too, while a much broader range of Ortiz's material is referenced. And, while pains are taken to situate Ortiz's holistic thinking on the relationality of humans and nature squarely within his own people's spiritual tradition, that of Abbey is treated much more ambiguously, in a manner concerned with his attitudes rather than their source. The disparity seems initially quite peculiar, since the archetype upon which Abbey bases his perception of the separation of humanity from nature is hardly obscure. On the contrary, it will be found on the very first page of Genesis and is shared to one or another extent by virtually everyone raised in a Judeo-Christian society. This last perhaps accounts for Adamson's unbalanced handling of the two writers. Acknowledging the true magnitude, character, and socio-cultural implications of the conceptual gulf dividing Abbey's standpoint from Ortiz's would have in a sense been self-defeating for her, devoted as she is to an I'm okay your okay sort of multiculturalism in which all points of view can be reconciled merely by communicating, adopting appropriate reading strategies, and attaining thereby an intercultural understanding that converts contested terrain into common ground, pages 17, 18, 19. Small wonder the author omits mentioning the markedly different conclusions reached by American Indian movement leader Russell Means in his much reprinted essay For the World to Live, Europe Must Die, Fighting Words on the Future of Mother Earth, appended to his autobiographical Where White Men Fear to Tread. Point 3. The fact is that AIM itself is mentioned nowhere in Adamson's book. Nor, despite their obvious centrality to her topic, is any other American Indian activist group aside from the Dina Alliance, pages 32, 52, 74, 76-77, 129. Instead, readers are offered lengthy elaborations upon the fictionalized hypotheses advanced by several non-activist native authors about how social and environmental movements should be organized cross-culturally, of course as if they thereby invented the political equivalent of a wheel. See example pages 85, 175-77. Utterly eclipsed in Adamson's rendering is the fact that a number of important indigenous activists/writers means, not least, but also the poet/recording artist John Trudell, activist poet/essayist/conceptual artist Jimmy Durham, and a score of others have struggled valiantly to translate such ideas into practice, thus equipping themselves with a far greater wealth of insight and experience in these matters than any of the writers the author selected to represent native North America, the sole exception is Winona LaDuke, mentioned in passing on p. 129. There is either a woeful ignorance of indigenous politics at work here, or Adamson's is an exercise in deliberate obfuscation. A clear indication as to which can be gleaned from her tendency to deal with environmental activism in much the same way she does the Indian variety. On this front, only organizations like the Sierra Club and the Environmental Defense Fund are mentioned, pages 25, 77. Although both groups certainly qualify as mainstream, they share little in common with the brand of radicalism inspired by Adamson's exemplar of environmentalist literature, Edward Abbey. Here, the motive underlying the author's narrowness of focus is again obvious. Had she cast even a sidelong glance at Abbey's other books, far and away the most influential of which is The Monkey Wrench Gang, for reference to Earth First, whose rednecks for the wilderness unquestionably comprise the most Abbeyist of all environmentalist groups, would have been unavoidable. Point 5. Bringing up Earth First, however, would have necessitated Adamson's departing from the sharply constricted sanitized, literary axis by which she represents environmentalism, a line running from John James Audubon through John Muir and ending in the Abbey of Desert Solitaire to deal with the likes of Dave Foreman and Misanthropy himself, Christopher Maney's. Point 6. This, in turn, would have compelled her to confront the implications of Abbeyism, not merely in terms of its instigators' personally privileged arrogance, but in its more significant relationship to what Janet Biel and Peter Staudenmeier have called eco-fascism. 7. On that basis, Adamson might have positioned herself to accord their proper meanings to such virulent Abbeyist manifestations of anti-Indianism as former Greenpeace hanger-on Paul Watson's ongoing campaign against the resumption of traditional Maka whaling. Point 8. As with the earlier mentioned man in nature versus man apart from nature dichotomy, fascism and anti-fascism form a far more deep-set and intractable polarity than Adamson is willing to admit, since it is not in the least susceptible to being reconciled through a process of communication, intercultural or otherwise. Watson, in fact, can lay claim to being something of a media expert. In such circumstances, as Means' neglected essay points out, healing can begin only when the negative pole has been eliminated. Adamson's response to this inconvenient reality is consistent: she simply ignores it, leaving the Abbeyist variant of Earth First as unmentioned as she did AIM. Indeed, her depiction of environmental politics is so vacuous that it misses altogether the ascendance within Earth First itself, beginning in the late 1980s, of a faction associated with the late Judy Bari which ultimately supplanted hardline Abbeyism in favor of something more nearly resembling the multiculturalist stance the author advocates. At a more purely textual level, Adamson bandies about terms like environmental racism, pages 15, 16, 76, 132, 168, 175, without ever referencing such cornerstone works on the topic as Robert D. Bullitt's Confronting Environmental Racism and Al Gaddick's The New Resource Wars 9 or key thinkers like Vandana Shiva and Kirkpatrick Sale. 10. On the whole, the sheer detachment of Adamson's book from the movement it purports to inform militates strongly against its utility in instructional settings. This includes the localized contexts she without so much as a hint that the late Paulo Freire, among others, made the same case more than 30 years ago 11 quite correctly insists are most appropriate to learning, pages 93 to 97, 112 to 15. Similarly, the intercultural methodology she calls for, pages 97 to 101, has been described elsewhere, and far more thoroughly, by educational theorists like Henry Giroux and Peter McLaren. 12 Moreover, the not infrequent shots Adamson aims at the vanities of scientism are taken with no reference to writers like Vine Deloria Jr., who refine the very critique she deploys. 13 Without seeking to valorize academicism, pages 93, 96, it seems fair to observe that attribution is not the least important obligation attending scholarship. A fundamental problem with her material is that even when Adamson is doing what she presumably does best, literary criticism, the bulk of her effort is bound up in explaining what the native writers she treats have already explained by virtue of writing their poems and novels. If ecocriticism is to serve a useful purpose, it will be in connecting the views expressed through fiction to those articulated in nonfiction and, more importantly, to tangible political phenomena Adamson conspicuously avoids. In fact, she resolutely refuses even to get the first part right. By inserting herself into the native fictive discourse in the hallowed role of interpreter, otherwise known as the great white expert, she substitutes her own voice for those of the authors she analyzes, thus duplicating a transgression she rightly ascribes to Edward Abbey, p. 45. The outcome, given all that has been said above, is predictable. While claiming to gaze, along with Muskogee poet Joy Harjo, into the terrifying abyss of genocide and loss, pages 124 to 27, 165, for example, Adamson somehow manages to conclude, as Harjo neither would nor could, that a viable resistance strategy may be discerned in training Navajo teenagers to work for the Peabody Coal Company, pages 49 to 50. Point 14 that this is roughly the equivalent of arguing that an appropriate response to the Nazi genocide might have been for Jews to seek employment with IG. Farben seems not to have occurred to her. 15 A matter demonstrating rather graphically the extent to which she is often divorced from the meaning of her own words. A still more egregious abuse of her sources will be found in Adamson's spending 2 full chapters embracing Leslie Marmon Silko's Almanac of the Dead, pages 128 to 79, 16, with all its elaborate explication of the theme that armed insurrection is increasingly a liberatory imperative, only to conclude that the appearance of gun control as a hot-button issue in American electoral politics is one of the most promising developments in recent memory, pages 178 to 79. This, after a section wherein the virtues of the continuing struggle waged by the EZLN in Chiapas have been extolled at length, albeit, and tellingly, Adamson endeavors to assign the Zapatista success more or less strictly to their innovative use of communications technology rather than weaponry, pages 126 to 38. Suffice it here to observe, as is made clear in every study of the Chiapas uprising published to date, none of them cited by Adamson, that without their initial resort to arms, the subsequent dexterity with which the Zapatistas have availed themselves of the Internet would be irrelevant. Point 17. American Indian literature, environmental justice, and ecocriticism is studied with comparable inversions of both fact and indigenous sensibility. Adamson's performance reeks of the NIMBY mentality, a perverse form of American exceptionalism manifested through insistence that the harsh requirements of revolutionary social change are applicable everywhere but here, in the proverbial belly of the beast for which liberal Euro-Americans have been long and deservedly notorious. Ultimately, the transparently co-optive nature of her interpretive process, if it may be called that, is intellectually integral to the neocolonial alchemy Eduardo Galeano once described in its more material dimension as embodying a figurative transformation of gold into scrap metal. 18 Her book thus fulfills a function diametrically opposed to its author's pretensions, reinforcing and in palpable ways completing the hegemony it ostensibly rejects. A volume of the sort Joni Adamson says in her introduction she's written is very much needed. Hopefully, someone adequate to the task will shortly undertake to write it. If so, they can use hers as a classic model of how not to proceed. 13. Kizzy Ibia Benisik. A bright star, burning briefly. For this loss I could not speak. The tongue lay idle in a great darkness. The heart was strangely open. The moon had gone. And it was then, when I said, she is no longer here, that the night put its arms around me. And all the white stars turned bitter with grief. David White. Let it be said, first of all, that I don't write on personal themes. It's not a form to which I'm accustomed, to which I've aspired, with which I've ever been the least comfortable. This is all the more true in the present instance, devolving as it does on the destruction and death of my wife, my chosen one, the person who, in her very presence, afforded me a sense of direction, fulfillment, and completeness I'd neither known nor believed possible. She was my lover, yes, in every nuance of the term, my best friend, my partner, my ally, my teacher, my student, the only woman to whom I'd ever been entirely faithful, the confidant with whom alone I shared my innermost hopes, dreams, and fears. Her passing, and perhaps more particularly the manner in which it occurred, left a crater in my soul 1,000,000 miles wide and infinitely deep. I've long since come to realize that there are no words with which to truly describe the barren place in which it left me, or at least none that I possess. The facts of my pain are too immense, too close, to be conveyed by vernacular expressions of shock, emptiness, and grieving. To say that I mourn her, will always mourn her, is to speak the truth. Yet, speaking thus is at most levels a mere indulgence, saying nothing of consequence or value. Whatever the scale of my anguish, its real measure can never be found within me. What was lost was, after all, vastly more decisive for her than me, no matter how tightly I was and will always remain bound to her. In ways both tangible and not, moreover, hers is a loss shared by everyone, without exception, irrespective of whether they know or are willing to admit it. Anything I might have to offer will come only in an effort to explain, however clumsily and imperfectly, why the latter is so. Leah Renee Kelly was not simply an inebriated pedestrian killed by a car, as the local newspaper so casually remarked on the date she died. There were reasons why that young, beautiful, incredibly promising, and catastrophically drunk Ojibwe woman was running barefooted down the middle of the road that night. Whether she thought she was running away from something, towards something else, or whether she was capable of thinking anything at all in that moment, are things beyond my power of knowing. In a larger sense, however, I do know why she was drunk, why she was a drunk, and therefore why things ended for her as they did. From there, I cannot avoid the meaning of it all. Leah's is the quintessential story of contemporary North America. It is thus ours, each of us, to the extent that we live on this continent. From this, squirm as one might, there is, can be, no escape. The essential elements of Leah's story emerge from the realities of her identity as an American Indian and, consequently, the nature of her life and sense of self. Inevitably, these take shape only within the framework of such considerations for Native North Americans more generally. And, with equal certainty, this cannot be understood apart from the structural relationship presently existing between the continent's immigrant, settler, society and the peoples indigenous to what many of us call Turtle Island. It follows that an honest accounting must be made of the flows of impact and benefit involved, as well as an unequivocal repudiation of the elaborate veils of evasion and denial behind which such unpleasant rise are habitually concealed. What Leah desired most aside, perhaps, from the fleeting moments of happiness we spent together was to be somebody, to count for something beyond the immediacy of herself. This, she told me often, and with a yearning that quite literally broke my heart. No matter that she was in fact somebody very special, and that to me she counted for absolutely everything, I knew what she meant and why she meant it that way. To the extent that her suffering can now serve to illustrate and reveal the grinding horror that destroyed her, she will have in some way succeeded in her desire, claiming the dignity she was due all along from the very indignity forced upon her at the instant of her birth. Would that Leah herself were still here to speak, firmly, in that fine voice she fought so hard to find, and which she was so well along in harnessing to the task she saw before her. Would that she were here, but she's not and can never be again. Hence, I must allow her to speak through me, or with me, in ways and words of which she might approve. Aware as I am of my limitations, I have ample reason for anxiety concerning my ability to do her story justice. Still, I know that I'm obliged to try. She would certainly expect it of me, and she is forever entitled to demand no less. Nobody loves a drunken Indian. It should surprise no one that Leah might have ended her days an alcoholic. Liquor and other intoxicants, after all, replaced Gatling guns and smallpox as the greatest killers of native people during the 20th century. 1 Long before the dawn of the new millennium, upward of half the continent's indigenous people were known to be suffering or recovering from the effects of acute alcoholism, while on some Canadian reserves Alkali Lake, Grassy Narrows, Cross Lake, Norway House, and others the tally included every adult. 2 Children, too, are afflicted, although their chosen substances run more toward gasoline, spray paint, and nail polish remover. 70% of the youngsters in northern Manitoba were found to be addicted to such toxics by the mid-1980s. In some villages, it had become necessary to post guards outside implement buildings to prevent 9-year-olds from breaking in and sniffing gas or solvents, deliberately and permanently blotting out their consciousness through the resulting brain damage or death. 3. The toll is everywhere apparent, evidenced not only along the skid rows of most North American cities but also in the disintegration of indigenous family structures and communities, sometimes whole societies. 4 Alcohol-related patterns of domestic violence, spousal abandonment, and child neglect or abuse, unheard of in traditional settings, have become endemic facts of contemporary native life. 5 Deaths from accidents and exposure, the great majority involving inebriation, have remained at catastrophic levels for decades. 6 too, deaths resulting from cirrhosis and other degenerative illnesses associated with chronic alcoholism. 7 Fetal alcohol syndrome, FAS, a condition permanently impairing the offspring of alcoholic mothers, embodies yet another crisis for native people. 8 Physical debilitation accruing from chronic alcoholism also figures prominently in the abysmal picture painted by American Indian health data overall. 9 American Indians die from readily survivable maladies like flu and pneumonia at a rate 3 times the norm in both Canada and the U.S. 10 Nutrition-related illnesses, often associated with binge drinking, abound. Diabetes is almost a plague, afflicting upward of half of native adults. 11 Death from tuberculosis occurs among Indians at a rate 4 times that of the general population. 12 Hepatitis, 8 times, strep infections, 10 times, infant mortality, up to 14 times, meningitis, 20 times, dysentery, 100 times. 13 Rounding out the picture, the suicide rate for Indian youths ranges from 1,000 to 10,000% higher than for non-Indian youths. 14. The bottom line is that reservation-based Aboriginal men experienced a life expectancy of less than 45 years, their female counterparts only 3 years longer in 1990. This, in the world's most advanced industrial countries, where mainstream women outstrip the 71.8-year average lifespans of males by nearly a decade. 15 Viewed from this standpoint, it can be asserted with an undeniable degree of accuracy that every time an Indian dies on a reservation, 1/3 of a lifetime has been lost. And, since the pattern is intergenerational, having lasted now for more than a century, the observation can be inverted with equal precision. Each baby born on a reserve represents 1/3 of a lifetime that will remain unlived. Nor, for our part, Do urbanized natives fare appreciably better? 16. So ubiquitous are the effects of alcohol among native people that a whole mythology of drunken Indians has been contrived by the interloping Euroderivative settler society. 17. The centerpiece of this complex of fables, promoted by everyone from the scientific community to pseudo-religious self-help groups like Alcoholics Anonymous. 18. And internalized as an article of faith by many native people. 19. Is the claim that Aboriginals are congenitally predisposed to suffer the disease of alcoholism. No one bothers to explain why, if this were so, we'd suffer it at rates virtually identical to those evident among the Irish 20 say, or the Scotch-Irish hillbillies of Appalachia, inner-city blacks, and the poorer sectors of the Anglo-American mainstream itself. 21. All told, there are some 20 million alcoholics in the United States, only 500,000 of them native, and a similar proportionality prevails in Canada. 22. In truth, there's never been a shred of credible evidence to support claims that alcoholism is hereditary or in any physiological sense a disease. 23. On the contrary, there is every indication that such addictions are normal concomitants of poverty and feelings of powerlessness, irrespective of the racial/cultural pedigree of those afflicted. 24. Frantz Fanon, Albert Memmi, and others have further demonstrated that self-destructive pathologies like alcoholism correlate to conditions of colonial domination. 25. Such conclusions are validated by the fact that while drunken Indians and drunken Irish share virtually nothing in terms of peculiarities in our DNA, we have everything in common when it comes to experiencing the ravages of centuries-long colonization. For Indians, this translates into dispossession of some 98% of our lands. 26. The balance and the astonishing abundance of resources with which it is endowed, administered in a unilaterally imposed and permanent trust status by Canada and the United States. 27. Exercise of this self-assigned plenary power has enabled the settler governments to siphon the residual assets of native peoples into their own economies, paying less than a dime on the dollar of market royalty rates for minerals extracted, to offer but one example. 28. While leaving native peoples increasingly destitute. The upshot is that Indians, still in nominal possession of the largest per capita land holdings of any sector of the North American population, and thus potentially the wealthiest of all groups on an individual basis, experience the practical reality of being far and away the poorest. 29. As the remnants of traditional subsistence economies have been ever more thoroughly undermined, the very survival of native people has been rendered increasingly dependent upon our ability to participate in the settlers' wage/cash system. Yet, so complete has our marginalization been in this respect that our overall unemployment rate has hovered in the mid-60th percentile for the past half-century. On some reservations, more than 90% of the workforce has remained jobless during the same period. 30. Per capita annual income in many communities barely exceeds $2,000 US, while it has been officially estimated that, in places, over 85% of the housing units are unfit for human habitation. 31. On balance, it is fair to say that the situation shows no sign of improvement. Indeed, there are indicators that it may actually be worsening. 32. In and of themselves, such conditions contribute substantially to the grim health and longevity statistics recited above. More to the point, they combine to create among those perpetually burdened with them a sense of such utter disempowerment, despair, and hopelessness as to make the oblivion of chronic intoxication seem an attractive alternative to conscious awareness of one's circumstances. That the compulsion to opt for such figurative self-nullification, or the literal variety attainable through outright suicide, has by now become pronounced among Aboriginal grade schoolers bespeaks as little else can the depth of the misery the settler society has imposed upon native people. 33. Others have evidenced strikingly similar patterns of response. German Jews, for example, when subjected to a harsh regime of discrimination, dispossession, and disemployment by the Nazis during the 1930s, shortly came to evidence a suicide rate some 3 times that of the German public as a whole. During the early 1940s, as they were being relocated to Poland and concentrated there in reservations and urban ghettos, they were not yet aware of being slated for outright extermination. The Jewish suicide rate rose to a level approximately 50 times higher than that of non-Jews. 34. The response of the Sinti and Romani, Gypsies, to Nazi persecution was much the same, if somewhat less pronounced. 35 For that matter, the suicide rate among Germans rose steeply during the first years of occupation, following their defeat in World War II. 36. It follows that, were the North American settler population subjected to circumstances comparable to those imposed upon native people, it would soon come to exhibit many of the same negative group characteristics as do Indians, or Jews, Gypsies, Irishmen, and inner-city blacks. Just as clearly, holding Indians in a state of perpetual subordination/destitution is a prerequisite to maintaining the relatively lavish level of comfort enjoyed by the settlers and collectively announced as their own entitlement. The implications of this cause/effect relationship are ready-made to instill a sense of guilt among beneficiaries, especially those so prideful of their self-proclaimed humanitarian enlightenment as the settlers. Since guilty feelings are at best an uncomfortable sensation, the implications or the nature of the relationship itself must be denied. Better still that the victims themselves should be held accountable, that is, blamed for the very fact of their victimization. 37 Vacuous assertions that American Indians are innately endowed predisposed toward alcoholism or suicide serve this purpose quite nicely, as do oft-expressed concerns that there may be some mysterious set of factors at work in native cultures producing much the same effect. 38 Thus handily self-absolved of responsibility for what the system underpinning their privilege has wrought, the settler beneficiaries free themselves to enjoy its fruits absent the least discomfiting pangs of conscience. 39 Indeed, they position themselves thereby to adopt a lofty air of moral superiority vis-a-vis those whose relentless agony pays the tab. 40 The mentality at issue is not dissimilar from that of the twisted little boys known to delight in torturing cats, its effect in exacerbating the pain of the victim self-evident. To educate the Indian out of them. If all this were not enough, still worse will be found in the legacy of a comprehensive system of residential Indian schools established during the early 1880s and maintained for a century thereafter. A linchpin of assimilationist policies through which the U.S. and Canada alike sought to eradicate the last traces of indigenous culture in North America, the schools were meant to serve, in the words of U.S. President Theodore Roosevelt, as a great pulverizing engine for breaking down the tribal mass. 41 In Ottawa, Minister of Aboriginal Affairs Duncan Campbell Scott was clearer and more blunt, observing that the objective is to continue until there is not a single Indian in Canada culturally identifiable as such. 42. Such sentiments permeated the settler society. The goal of residential schooling, as articulated by the editors of the Calgary Herald in 1892, was nothing less than to wipe out the whole Indian establishment. 43 At about the same time, U.S. Superintendent of Indian Schools Richard Henry Pratt, an Army captain whose main qualification for the job seems to have been that he'd earlier presided over a military prison in Florida to which Geronimo and other recalcitrant native adults were sent to be broken, explained to wide applause that his object was to kill the Indian, spare the man in every pupil. 44 In Canada, the formulation was to educate the Indian out of each student. 45 Statements of this sort were legion, and made right into the 1980s. 46. The techniques employed in such endeavors were as brutal as they were straightforward. Aboriginal children as young as 5 were caught by government agents and forcibly removed to facilities located away from reserves so that parental influence would be reduced to a minimum. 47 Thus isolated from all that was familiar, the youngsters were shorn of their hair, outfitted in proper Euro-American/Euro-Canadian attire, their personal effects impounded or destroyed. Thereafter, they were subject to military/penal style regimentation. 48 Crowded into barracks-like living quarters where disease often ran rampant. 49 They were fed on about one-third the officially estimated minimum cost of providing adequate nutrition to children their age. 50 Severe corporal punishment, whippings, solitary confinement, restriction to bread and water rations was routinely employed to prevent students speaking their own languages, practicing or in many cases even knowing about their spiritual traditions or anything else associated with the autochthonous functioning of their cultures. 51 Not infrequently, this harsh discipline was transmuted into outright torture, as when children were chained to walls or posts for days, sometimes weeks on end, burned or scalded, had needles run through their tongues, were forced to eat their own vomit, subjected to electrical shocks, and were denied medical attention. 52 Sadism was often conjoined by the sexual predations of staff members, a pattern of abuse now proven to have been pervasive in many institutions, and covered up by responsible officials. 53 Under such conditions, death rates among students were extraordinarily high. 54 Those who survived were held for an average of 10 years, living in a state of perpetual anxiety or abject terror as they were systematically deculturated through a process elsewhere described as education for extinction. 55 In actuality, the entire procedure in many ways resembled the hideous depatterning techniques developed for the CIA by McGill University psychiatrist Ewan Cameron during the agency's notorious MK Ultra project of the early 1960s. 56 More appropriate still, given Captain Pratt's seminal role, it might be seen as prefiguring the methods currently employed in super high security penal units to force ideological conversion upon politicized inmates, or, failing that, to reduce them to psychological jelly. 57 The form of conversion demanded of residential school students is not especially mysterious. Operating under government authority, the schools were administered mainly by the Anglican, Catholic, and other Christian churches. 58 It follows that, as their own spiritual beliefs were expunged, students were subjected to intensive indoctrination in the true faith, spending about twice the time each day undergoing religious training as they did receiving academic instruction. 59 As recently as 1993, the Anglicans were still prepared to defend this civilizing mission in terms of the unabashed white supremacism it entailed. Canada must increasingly become a country of white men rooted and grounded in those fundamental scriptural conceptions of the individual, of society and of the state, as the same have been conceived and found expression through the struggles and conquests of the several peoples of British blood and tradition. The Church felt it had a Christian responsibility to assist the Aboriginal people in this transition. Assimilation, like medicine, might be intrusive and unpleasant, might even hurt a great deal, but in the long run it was for the people's own good. 60 In other words, the idea was to infect students at the most primal level with a perception of Indians corresponding to the emphatically negative views embraced by their colonizers. 61 Thus conditioned to see themselves and their heritage as consigned by God to a state of natural inferiority if not as things evil or satanic. 62 Students suffered profound and permanent psychological/emotional damage. Probably without exception, they left the residential schools with a deformed self-concept, their senses of self-esteem and confidence severely undermined. In the majority of cases, active self-loathing appears to be at issue. 63 Meanwhile, in a rather close parallel to what the Nazis planned for a residue of Slavs after conquering Eastern Europe, 64 initiatives were undertaken to fit students into the lower echelons of the new economic order in North America. 65 To this end, many residential facilities were configured as industrial schools providing vocational training to prepare their pupils to fill certain limited occupations. 66 In practice, this meant the children typically worked more hours per day than they spent in the classroom, the bulk of their wages impounded to offset the expense of their education. 67 Thereby reduced to de facto slave status, it was drummed into them, year after year, that their place would be forever to toil as manual laborers and domestics serving the needs of their racial betters at discount rates. 68 In the end, of course, the racial biases of the settlers were such that there were precious few jobs for graduates, even of these demeaning varieties. Thus disemployed, they were mostly forced into a posture of seemingly immutable material dependency upon those who most despised them. What the residential schools in effect produced were successive generations of increasingly desperate and dysfunctional human beings, incapable of valuing themselves as Indians and neither assimilated nor assimilable into the dominant society which had rendered them thus. Given the sheer impossibility of their situation, the self-negating pathologies evidenced by residential school graduates are, or should have been, perfectly predictable. 69 Although it was originally intended that every Aboriginal child between the ages of 5 and 15 would be processed through the schools, Attendance ultimately peaked at somewhere around half the youngsters in successive generations. 70 The correlation between this proportion of the indigenous population and the percentage now suffering alcoholism is obvious. One suspects that were a list of native alcoholics compared to a list of those who endured the residential schools along with their sons and daughters, a well-nigh perfect match would result. Worlds of pain. While the diagnosis has been rather scrupulously avoided by psychoanalysts and therapeutic practitioners over the years, the core of the devastation inflicted upon those incarcerated in the residential schools was a magnitude of psychological trauma most commonly associated with men suffering the aftereffects of heavy combat. 71 Emotional numbing, incomplete mourning, and a range of other symptoms of acute trauma afflicting survivors of the Nazi genocide, the Hiroshima/Nagasaki bombings, and comparable phenomena are equally apparent. 72 So too a confluence with the pathologies typically exhibited by hostages, rape victims, and the victims of political repression/state terrorism. 73 The early age at which residential school victims typically incurred their traumas has also tended to amplify the impacts to a greater extent than those evident among the mostly adult counterpart groups noted above. In this sense, the pattern of ensuing pathologies more nearly resembles that displayed by victims of severe child abuse. 74 This is especially true with respect to children suffering not a single traumatic incident, or cluster of incidents, but upon whom abuse has been visited in a chronic and protracted fashion. 75 Thus layered and reinforced over a period of years, the result is not so much the classic post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, with which so many combat veterans and rape victims are afflicted, as it is a sort of complex PTSD described by Harvard psychiatry professor Judith Herman. 76 Even Herman's is an inadequate characterization of the residential school syndrome, RSS, however. 77 For a condition to be accurately depicted as post-traumatic, it is of course necessary that the circumstance, generating the trauma first be eliminated. A rape victim, for example, is not experiencing post-traumatic stress, no matter how complex, while the rape is occurring. He is instead undergoing the trauma itself. By the same token, there can be no reasonable expectation that a child might be cured of the psychological ravages of abuse before he is removed from the abusive setting, or a gypsy victim of the Nazi genocide during his/her confinement in Neuengamme or Auschwitz. Effective therapeutic strategies for those suffering trauma-induced pathologies, moreover, invariably devolve upon some form of generalized and tangible withdrawal of social sanction from those who perpetrated the trauma-inducing acts or processes. 78 Regular rapists, child abusers and mass murderers are all viewed as criminals in a socially normative sense. They are not celebrated by the great majority of people in North America, nor are apologetics usually offered in their behalf, asserting that, however misguided they may have been in what they did, they acted on the basis of the best of intentions. 79 Still less are their victims subjected to a broad and continuous bombardment of public scorn, ridicule, and trivialization. Where a supportive environment exists, healing the effects of severe trauma is extraordinarily difficult. 80 Where it does not, as is to a noticeable extent the case with Vietnam combat veterans, and much more so with the victims of political repression, it is largely impossible. Vietnam vets continued to suffer disproportionately high rates of alcoholism, drug usage, incarceration, and suicide until those who'd borne the brunt of ground combat were largely and quite prematurely dead. 81 Although far less research has been done with respect to those suffering the aftershocks of state terrorism, there are indications that they manifest the same pattern in a still more pronounced form. 82 For survivors of the residential schools, none of the criteria requisite to psychological recovery apply. Although the facilities themselves have by and large been phased out, the material incentives prompting the settler society to establish them in the first place, that is, the comprehensive dispossession/disempowerment of native people, were fulfilled long since. The results remain very much in effect and are treated as a natural entitlement by the perpetrator population. Other than those judicially proven to have engaged in specific acts of sexual predation, even the persons most directly involved, those who worked in and presided over the schools, are not normatively viewed as criminals. 83 Indeed, while the Canadian government has lately offered a tepid expression of regret for a carefully limited range of negative impacts, it has formally declined to so much as apologize for the criminality inherent to the residential school system as a whole. 84 The U.S. has yet to rise even to this token level of acknowledgement. 85 Meanwhile, the iconography of settler triumphalism is everywhere and always apparent, from annual celebrations of Thanksgiving and Columbus Day to the enshrinement of patently genocidal personages like Andrew Jackson and Theodore Roosevelt on national currencies, from the exalted statuary littering public spaces to the names bestowed upon the places themselves. And then, to be sure, there is the haughty supremacist aura with which the settlers have imbued their culture and by extension themselves in the canons of their literature and cinema. 86 And the academic, representations which continue to be imposed upon native youth with more force and sophistication today than ever before. 87 The flip side of the triumphalist coin concerns a proliferate iconography of degradation and outright dehumanization where Aboriginal people are concerned. This will be found in the same literary and academic texts through which the settler society lends a false burnish to the contrivances of its own image, in the 2,000 odd westerns released by Hollywood over the past century, in some 10,000 television segments produced between 1950 and 1990, 88 in Tumbleweeds cartoons and product names like Jeep Cherokee and Winnebago recreational vehicles, in sports team names and mascots like those of the Washington Redskins, Cleveland Indians, Atlanta Braves, University of Illinois Fighting Illini and Florida State University Seminoles, 89 in the wooden Indian caricatures adorning tobacco shops across the continent, and in the more than 1,000 North American place names presently featuring the word squaw 90. In effect, the consciousness of residential school survivors continues to be inundated with the lessons imparted in those institutions, every waking moment of their lives, and perhaps in their dreams as well. The primal source of their psychic wounding thus remains hyperactive at all times, ripping away emotional scabs before they've had the least opportunity to form. Exacerbating the victim's situation still further is a grotesque and increasingly aggressive posture of denial on the part of the settlers that anything is being done to them at all. 91 While some survivors have obviously found means of coping with these circumstances, 92 theirs remains, how could it be otherwise, an unremitting world of pain. By any other name. My use of terms like criminal to describe the actions and attitudes of the settler society is neither rhetorical nor a mere matter of personal conjecture or opinion. A rather vast range of black-letter law has been systematically violated, and in most cases continues to be violated, in the course of creating the situation sketched out in preceding sections. 93 Not least is the 1948 Convention on Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, an element of international customary law making it a crime against humanity to undertake any policy intended to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial or religious group. As such, Indians, of course, fit all four classifications. 94. Among the categories of policy/action specifically delineated as genocidal in the Convention's second article are those causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, and forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. 95 Unmistakably, the conditions imposed upon Native people in both Canada and the U.S. fall well within the parameters of these criteria, so much so that they tend to validate Jean-Paul Sartre's controversial observation, made on entirely functionalist grounds, that colonialism equals genocide. 96. Under the Convention's third article, it is made clear that, aside from direct involvement in the perpetration of the crime, one is guilty of genocide if one participates in planning or conspiring to commit it, inciting it, or is otherwise complicit in the process. 97 This last has been construed to mean simply ignoring or acquiescing in others' commission of the crime. In effect, where genocide is concerned, virtually every member of a perpetrator society not actively engaged in opposing it is, by definition, legally guilty of it. Obfuscation and denial are thus to be seen as part and parcel of the crime itself. 98. The complaint is usually heard at this juncture, always from those benefiting quite tangibly from the ongoing genocide of American Indians, and in the aggrieved tone invariably adopted by all such offenders, that such framing of legal obligation is unreasonable. That the opposite holds true is also a matter of black-letter law. As the matter was put by U.S. Supreme Court Justice Robert H. Jackson during the trial of the Nazi leadership at Nuremberg in 1945, responsibility for ensuring that its government adheres to the rule of law resides first, foremost, and by all available means in the citizenry of each country. 99 Default upon this responsibility by any citizen is a matter of legal culpability. There can be nothing apolitical, no bystanders or innocents among beneficiaries of the incomparable crime. 100 It follows that North America's good settlers are no less guilty than were the good Germans of the Third Reich. 101 This is the law to which all parties endorsing or participating in the Nuremberg proceedings bound themselves and their constituents. As Justice Jackson put it, we are not prepared to lay down a rule of criminal conduct against others which we are not willing to have invoked against us. 102 His assertion was then enshrined in the 1946 affirmation of the principles of international law recognized by the Charter of the Nuremberg Tribunal, a covenant to which both Canada and the United States are signatories. 103 Further, neither the Nuremberg Doctrine nor customary law more generally affords either country a legitimate recourse but to comply with the principles, whether or not they formally subscribe to or even agree with them. 104 Officially, and this speaks volumes to the extent of their mutual awareness that they are in violation of it, both governments have done their utmost to mask the implications of the law. For its part, having taken the lead in formulating the noble principles espoused at Nuremberg. 105 The United States has adopted the Nazi-esque posture of refusing the jurisdiction of any international judicial body. 106 Similarly, having been instrumental in shaping the content of the Genocide Convention, it declined to ratify it for 40 years, purporting to do so in 1988 only after attaching a sovereignty package through which it claims a unique right to exempt itself from compliance whenever it finds an interest in doing so. 107 A list of international human rights laws the U.S. has treated in similar fashion over the past half-century would be exceedingly long. 108 Canada's path to the same end has been more slippery. Although it claims to have ratified the Genocide Convention in 1952, it did so in a tellingly circumscribed fashion. After much discussion, the Parliament simply deleted from the statute defining the crime in Canadian jurisprudence those criteria causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of a target group, and the forced transfer of their children describing the policies in which Canada was most clearly engaged with respect to Native peoples. 109 In 1985, the statute was further revised to remove yet another criterion, imposing measures intended to prevent births within a target group. 110 Where the 1948 Convention lists 5 discrete categories of genocidal policy, the Canadian Legal Code now acknowledges but 2. In 1998, an Ontario judge, James McPherson, went still further, disregarding black-letter law and expert witnesses alike to rule that abridged dictionary definitions would henceforth be considered binding in Canadian courts. 111 This juridical absurdity, which has prompted no correction from the country's higher tribunals, had the effect of constraining Canada's legal understanding of genocide to a single criterion: engagement in Nazi-style mass extermination programs. Absent incontrovertible evidence that such actions are being undertaken as a matter of state policy, the judge opined, allegations of genocide constitute an enormous injustice, bordering on the grotesque, cavalier and grossly unfair to perpetrators. 112 He concluded with a gag order seeking to constrain anyone, especially the victims of Canada's most genocidal policies, from saying otherwise. 113 This, in a country where public denial of the Holocaust, by which is meant the fate of the Jews at the hands of the Nazis, and exclusively so, has long been a criminal offense. 114 The significance of the disparity is by no means lost upon Native people, residential school survivors perhaps most of all. McPherson's performance, emblematic as it is of the overall settler sensibility, was precisely what one might have expected of a Nazi jurist/intellectual a couple of generations after a German victory in World War II. Therein lies the distinction separating the Nazis from North America's settler elite. The former, unlike the Nordics of North America, they consciously emulated 115 were losers in their drive to assert dominion on a continental scale. The mentality involved is neither more nor less genocidal, win or lose. 116 and genocide denied, or by any other name 117 remains genocide. Down through generations. Even had the full range of genocidal policies reflected in the residential schools been terminated when the schools themselves were phased out, and the mentality of the perpetrating society magically transformed into a complete opposite of itself, it would be unreasonable to expect that everything might suddenly have become okay for the victims or those in close proximity to them. While trauma is no more hereditary or a disease than its symptoms, alcoholism and suicide included, its effects are often extremely long-lasting. 118 It is also not especially uncommon for traumatic wounding to work along the lines of a time-delayed bomb, its effects appearing, often quite suddenly, after extended periods of apparent dormancy. 119 Such characteristics mark the malady even in cases where trauma has been induced by natural disaster rather than the malevolence of human agency. 120 Given the nature of its effects, as well as their duration and sometime recurrence, they can be transmitted in an almost epidemiological fashion. This is to say that, unaddressed, trauma begets trauma. People suffering complex traumatic stress are apt and in some circumstances all but guaranteed to traumatize others, especially those closest to and most dependent on them. In this sense, the spouses, and more particularly the children, of trauma victims are those most vulnerable to being traumatized by them. There is no reason to expect this to be less true among residential school survivors than among other victim groups, survivors of the Nazi genocide, for instance, or former POWs and combat veterans. 121 Quite the contrary, given the sources of ongoing wounding described above, it might be reasonably anticipated that it would be more so. Such suspicions have been amply confirmed in a number of recent studies. 122 The findings of which were partially and rather politely summarized in a 1992 report by the Health Commission of Canada's Assembly of First Nations. The survivors of the Indian residential school system have continued to have their lives shaped by their experiences in those schools. Persons who attended the schools continue to struggle with their identity after years of being taught to hate themselves and their culture. The residential school led to a disruption in the transference of parenting skills from one generation to the next. Without these skills, many survivors have difficulty in raising their own children. In residential schools, they learn that adults often exert power and control through abuse. The lessons learned in childhood are often repeated in adulthood, with the result that many survivors of the residential school system often inflict abuse on their own children. These victims in turn use the same tools on their children. 123 Much more is involved than non-transference of appropriate parenting skills, or the transference of inappropriate ones, of course. Even where residential school survivors both understand the requirements of good parenting and genuinely desire to be good parents, and this in all probability encompasses most cases, the dysfunctions with which they've been saddled by their trauma are likely to render them incapable of following through. The question is how, exactly, people burdened with a symptomology including somatism, dissociation, depression, fragmented personality structure, intense anxiety, hypersensitivity to slights, paranoia, inability to form stable or sustainable emotional bonds, panic attacks, nightmares, and chronic insomnia, as well as a high degree of irritability, might be expected comport themselves as good parents irrespective of what they know or don't know about the techniques of proper parenting. 124 Add to their incapacity to meet the emotional needs of their children or spouses a systemically imposed inability to meet their material responsibilities faced by the preponderance of residential school survivors, and you've a perfect recipe for disaster. Ever-deepening feelings of personal inadequacy, guilt, frustration, and, ultimately, uncontrollable rage blend with the already volatile stew simmering in the survivor psyche. 125 Unsurprisingly, especially but by no means exclusively among men, sometimes quickly, sometimes over a longer period. The process culminates in an explosion, a blind lashing out at whomever is unfortunate enough to be at hand. 126 Assuming the victims are family members, which is most frequently the case, an even greater sense of guilt and unworthiness ensues. At this point, if not before, attempts at self-nullification via alcohol, other substances, or suicide typically set in, most often in conjunction with an escalating rate of externalized violence. 127. For children caught up in this hideous cycle, the impact is in many ways far greater than that of the residential schools upon their parents. In the schools, those by whom youngsters were victimized could at least be seen as alien others. Such buffers are obviously removed when the victimizer is one's own father, mother, or both. Also, within the family setting, the pattern of abuse may well commence at an even earlier age than in the schools, sometimes at birth. 128 Even in the relatively rare instances where domestic violence is not present, but where one or both parents are serious alcoholics, the depth of the traumatic effects upon children are very well documented. 129. The abused child's existential task is formidable. Though she perceives herself as abandoned to a power without mercy, she must find a way to preserve hope and meaning. The alternative is utter despair, something no child can bear. To preserve her faith in her parents, she must reject the first and most obvious conclusion that something is terribly wrong with them. She will go to all lengths to construct an explanation for her fate that absolves her parents of all blame and responsibility. 130. In simplest terms, such adaptations serve the fundamental purpose of preserving her primary attachment to her parents in the face of daily evidence of their malice, helplessness, or indifference. Unable to alter the unbearable reality in fact, the child alters it in her mind. 131. When it is impossible to avoid the reality of the abuse, the child must construct some system of meaning that justifies it. Inevitably the child concludes that her innate badness is the cause. The child seizes upon this explanation early and clings to it tenaciously, for it enables her to preserve a sense of meaning, hope, and power. If she is bad, then her parents are good. If, somehow, she has brought this fate upon herself, then somehow she has the power to change it. If she has driven her parents to mistreat her, then, if only she tries hard enough, she may someday earn their forgiveness and finally win the protection and care she so desperately needs. 132. When this strategy also fails, as it all but inevitably must, the self-negation of gasoline sniffing or outright suicide often results. The disintegration of family/community structures in some quarters of native North America has by now reached such a pass that parents traumatized in the residential schools have become desperate enough to request intervention by the very authorities who victimized them. Their premise, which holds a disquieting measure of undeniability, is that the youngsters probably stand a better prospect of physical survival in residential institutions than they do at home. 133 Even in better case settings, the emotional damage already displayed by preschoolers is often staggering. Thus maimed before they begin, and trapped within an overall social construction in which they will be consistently denigrated, often openly reviled, and forever dispossessed of their birthright, they are forced with increasing frequency to hear sermons from their oppressors about how they should stop whining and get over it, that they're now as free as anyone else to become whoever or whatever they want. 134. Kizia Benisik. It was in this nightmarish environment that Leah spent her formative years. A Lynx clan Ojibwe, her name in her own language was Kizia Benisik, roughly translated, being who circles with the birds. She entered the world on February 19, 1970, in Thunder Bay, Ontario, the youngest of 6 siblings born in rapid succession. 135 Her father, John Peter Kelly, is from Sabaskong Bay, a reserve of the Enigaming Ojibwe First Nation located near the Ontario town of Kenora. Her mother, Barbara, is from the nearby Couchiching Reserve, outside Fort Francis, where she, John, their parents, and most of their relatives in their own generation, attended Roman Catholic residential school. 136. At the point Leah arrived, The family was living crammed 8 deep in a small trailer house, struggling to make ends meet while John pursued an MA in educational administration. The first in his band to complete an undergraduate degree, much less to take up graduate studies, his internalization of mainstream ideals led him to an angry repudiation of Ojibwe tradition and a period of self-imposed isolation from his people. A dark-complected full-blood, however, he was shortly forced to face the harsh reality that his skin tone was in itself sufficient to prevent either his acceptance among the Euro-Canadians he'd been conditioned to model himself after or employment in the sorts of positions to which he correspondingly aspired. 137. The situation was complicated considerably by the devout Catholicism, a faith noted for its preclusion of birth control, into which Barbara had been indoctrinated at Fort Frances. The demands, both material and emotional, attending the resulting and, for a time, seemingly endless avalanche of children became overwhelming, magnifying John's already substantial sense of powerlessness and personal inadequacy. By the time Barbara became pregnant with Leah, he'd already commenced what would become a 17-year descent into what he now calls the bottomless pit of alcoholism and despair. It did not end until his children were scattered to the winds. 138. One of Leah's earliest recollections was that of being told that she'd been unplanned for, a mistake, observations the little girl easily translated to mean unwanted. It was a feeling she would never escape. 139 along with an abiding sense of guilt that things might have worked out differently for her father, if only she'd never been born. 140 Other memories centered mainly on John stumbling in, blind drunk, night after night, and of the violence that often ensued. For the most part, Leah was a witness, although, somewhere along the line, she was herself on the receiving end. 141 Barbara, battered, emotionally and otherwise, depressed and in a state of perpetual exhaustion, could offer little comfort or protection. Verbal abuse was also endemic, often manifested in vituperative denunciations of the children's stupidity, their laziness and supposed lack of hygiene. 142 More insidious still were John's expressions of resentment toward the lighter complected among his offspring. Barbara is half-white, her coloration reflected in 3 of the children including Leah. Glass was regularly ground into this wound when she was greeted with much the same disparagement by potential playmates during summers spent visiting her grandparents at Couchiching. 143 By the time she was 4, she'd been thoroughly infected with the idea that there was something dreadfully wrong with the way she looked, a debilitating misperception that would stay with her the rest of her life. 144. As John's alcoholism progressed, the family underwent periods of outright disintegration. The children were sent to live for varying intervals with relatives, themselves active or recovering alcoholics. 145 At other times, they would sleep whenever possible at the homes of friends. It was on one of these overnights, when she was perhaps 12, that Leah was first sexually molested. The man was apparently the father of her best and perhaps only real chum, a figure of trust whom she'd embraced as an uncle. Again, there is no clear indication whether the abuse was repetitive or, if so, whether more than a single predator was involved. 146. Meanwhile, the Kellys had relocated to the Southdale area of Winnipeg, a predominantly white suburban sprawl largely devoid of anything resembling redeeming value. For Leah, however, it initially represented something of a new start. 20-odd years later, she'd recount how, having been consistently rebuffed as too white by her hoped-for friends on the reserves, she'd trotted off to school her first day, fully expecting to be accepted, eager for anyone to like her. Instead, she was chased all the way home by a rabid pack of little settler kids taunting her as a squaw and a wagon burner. 147 As she put it, I tried and tried, but I never really fit in with anybody, anywhere, ever. At 15, desperate to escape the effects of her home life and the mindlessly racist climate of Southdale, Leah struck out on her own. Supporting herself as a waiter in Winnipeg proper, she managed to enroll at the Collegiate, a highly touted local prep school. She did quite well academically but, finding the attitudes of students and faculty to be pretty much the same as she'd already experienced, only more so, she left before graduating. Relying upon her raw test scores, She then gained early admittance to Laval University, in Quebec. A year later, having mastered conversational French 148, she was back in Winnipeg, waiting tables at an upscale restaurant in the city's fashionable Cordon district. For a while, it seemed enough. Having acquired for the first time a small circle of friends, 149 her first live-in lover, and earning enough money to indulge in clothes, a car, and other accoutrements of what she then saw as class, she appears to have briefly reveled in the sheer novelty of it all. Making the rounds of Winnipeg's surprisingly vibrant music and cafe scenes, she quickly built a reputation as something of a hipster, and the ingredients of an affirmative identity began at last to congeal. Soon, however, the relationship with her boyfriend soured and she found herself both pregnant and alone. An abortion followed 150, and from there the world she'd been constructing for herself crumbled very rapidly. The situation was more complex than it may sound. Although she would later insist things were otherwise, Leah confided in friends before informing her partner that she was with child that she would keep the baby and be married. That she rendered herself thus vulnerable bespoke the depth of her longing to create the kind of idealized family environment she'd craved all her life. His response upon receiving what she hoped would be glad tidings, that he wanted no part of either marriage or fatherhood, played directly into the already profound sense of unworthiness and rejection she harbored. It also destroyed at a single stroke the most important of the redemptive fantasies she'd been nurturing. His dropping her at a clinic and leaving her to find her own way home she walked was merely a cruel redundancy to how she must by then have felt. Suddenly confronted not only with abandonment, but, having dared to dream aloud, what she believed to be the humiliation of public exposure, she berated herself endlessly in her diary, worrying that she'd once again become a laughingstock, feeling the image of herself she'd so carefully crafted slipping away. For weeks she actively contemplated suicide. 151 Instead, she bolted, divesting herself of her worldly possessions. 152 And setting out on what is still and sometimes fondly remembered by those who knew her as Leah's grand adventure. In retrospect, it might better and more accurately be recalled as the trek of a hurt and terribly frightened young woman, trapped in a blind alley but running for her life. Little girl lost, and found. By the time we were introduced by Northern California AIM leader Bobby Castillo at the San Francisco airport in November of 1993, Leah had completely circumnavigated the globe. Traveling for the most part alone, she journeyed first to Thailand, then to India, where she spent several months. There, she met and began a relationship with a German man, agreeing to live with him in his country after a stint in Nepal. He introduced her to hashish, then opium, adding heroin and the occasional psychedelic after they took up residence in one of Berlin's teeming squats. Finding work refurbishing apartments and moonlighting as a barmaid, she played rhythm guitar in an all-woman machine band, undertook side trips to Poland, France, and Denmark, spent a month alone in Egypt, and became increasingly strung out on smack. It was a year after she arrived in Berlin that Bobby met her there. She'd come up to him after a speech he'd given at Humboldt University, saying she felt misplaced among the Germans and had grown homesick for North America. They talked further. He invited her to join him in the city by the Bay. 153 She accepted, and a month later was again in Winnipeg, waiting tables in Cordon, saving money to underwrite yet another new start. 154 A couple months after that, she was sharing a house a block from Haight Street with another gaggle of dopers, beginning a brief but torrid interlude with cultural personality John Trudel. 155 Another with a Mexican serigrapher named Chucho, and working at TIQ's, then a hot new creperie just off Valencia, in the Mission. The affairs faded fast, if not the job, and San Francisco shortly began to seem as cold and empty a place as any she'd ever been. I knew nothing of Leah's background, and cared less, when we met. Further still from my awareness was the fact that I'd come upon a person whose lifelong sense of lonely futility had returned, settling in like the chill of a North Beach fog, leading her late in the night to wanderings along the Golden Gate, seeking whatever might precipitate a final plunge into the murky depths below, or that her diary brimmed once again with passages declaiming how nice it would be to just lie down in the snow, Go to sleep, and never wake up. No, I had no idea then of the demons dogging her every step. Such things she kept buried somewhere far from view. Had I known, had I seen, I can honestly say it would not have deterred me in the least. In the seeing, nonetheless, I might well have helped her more. What I did see, in fact all I saw stepping off the plane, was a remarkably beautiful young woman, I'd not be told how young, for another 6 months, distinguished by nothing so much as a palpable aura of shyness, but endowed all the same with the brightest eyes I'd ever encountered, and a smile, when sparked, lending a fresh meaning to the tired old saw about lighting up a room. She was radiant. I was dazzled. Packed like sardines into the cab of Bobby's old and undersized Toyota pickup, we ventured north to Willits, en route to a talk I was giving as a fundraiser for Judy Barry. 156. Long before we'd made our way back to the city, I was utterly smitten. Bobby, I think, was amused. Still, she had her life and I had mine, including the death throes of a bad marriage, to contend with. She was in California, I in Colorado, or, more accurately, in airports scattered across 3 continents, and we saw one another infrequently during the spring of '94, never sexually in those months, but whenever I'd hit town. In May, she told me she was moving into an apartment on Geary with a woman friend, then going off to Ireland for several weeks. I, for my part, was heading out on an extended drive, having no particular destination, schedule, or agenda, one of the best means I've found to gain respite from the pace I otherwise maintained, clearing and recharging my mind. We agreed that, upon her return, I'd stop in and visit for a couple of weeks, maybe driving her up along the coast for a few days camping in the redwoods. Cutting to the chase, once I arrived in early July I never left. We spent time in the redwoods, true, and in the vineyards of Simi Valley, in the forests below Mount Shasta, along beaches watching sunsets as far north as Coos Bay. Most of our time, however, was spent in the city, she working, me prowling bookstores or coffee houses, chain-smoking as I read the postmodernists from Baudrillard to Lyotard, waiting every night in the Dalva, a bar across the street from T.I.Coos, to share glasses of cider at the end of her shift. Her off hours we spent constantly together, probing, exploring, laughing, holding hands, or she my arm, as we strolled the streets. Common tastes were discovered in food and films, literature and music, art and much else. She displayed her knowledge of wines, refined through years of serving others. I showed off my talents as a gourmet cook, making her a batch of Siapino. In restaurants, she'd order for us both, and I found myself delighted when she did so. By then, I knew she was only 24. I was 46, working hard on 47. It mattered to neither of us, or so it seemed at the time. We'd gone, willy-nilly, from infatuation through mutual astonishment to what was a ripening of genuine love for one another. In late August, as I was preparing to go home for the start of another school year, I'd pushed my departure back to the last possible hour of the last possible day, driving straight through and pulling into town as new students were undergoing orientation. We conducted something of a summit conference, trying to decide what should come next. She, fearing me, as I now realize, to be just another in her lengthening skein of intense but ultimately transient unions, flashed visible signs of distress. Surprised by the level of anxiety she displayed, unsure of its source, I sought to reassure her, saying that nothing between us need change. I'd take a year's leave from my job and simply stay on in San Francisco, finding permanent employment there if need be. She mulled my gestures for only a moment before dismissing them with an irritated wave of the hand, as if they were ridiculous. Actually, they were, while herself posing no better alternative. We seemed at the point of stalemate. As she grew steadily more agitated, there seemed little I might say or do to calm her. Things were sliding downhill in a hurry. At some point, though, I queried her as to what it was she really wanted to do, not just with me, or over the next months, but with her life. A cloud of indecipherable wistfulness passed across her face, her voice filling with a kind of yearning I'd not heard from her before. She'd been spinning her wheels for years, she said, going nowhere, but always meaning to finish college, to get to know things, becoming an artist, a painter, a photographer, and above all, a maker of films. Her words rushed forth as if of their own volition, at once pensive and excited, seemingly propelled by some force altogether disconnected from her will. Then, quite abruptly, she caught herself. Like the slamming of a door, a resigned and guarded look displaced her eager hopefulness. Cancelling her previous torrent with a none too subtle hint of bitterness, she offered a curt endgame observation that none of it will ever happen, of course. Why not? I replied. It sounds doable enough to me. She appeared confused, unsure of whether she should be startled, happy, or simply baffled by my response. I'd definitely captured her attention. Really? She asked, a bit incredulously. Sure, I said. What's the problem? An hour later, we had a plan. I'd base myself in San Francisco during the fall semester, commuting to and from Denver to teach my 3 days per week's worth of classes. Then, in December, Leah would move to Boulder and I'd arrange her admission at the University of Colorado, where I was then a professor. We'd live together in my house outside of town and I'd provide her living expenses while she completed her undergraduate degree. 157 Thereafter, she'd take a job in some aspect of cinema or attend grad school. As she established herself in her field, I'd begin to phase out of mine, turning an increasing share of our financial burden over to her. 158 Perhaps I'd take early retirement and devote myself to writing, maybe even start painting again. 159 Perhaps I'd secure an end-of-career position at a university in or near Winnipeg. In either event, we'd eventually move there. She'd be our primary breadwinner making movies or something similar, we'd buy a big house in an older neighborhood, possibly raise a kid or two. We were in for the long haul. Bright star rising. It's fair to say that Leah excelled intellectually. Already well-read, she ingested books with a gusto and seriousness that left me sometimes astonished, always impressed, preparing lists of questions for evening discussion, seeking recommendations of additional material with which to expand her apprehension of some of the more complex issues she raised. Soon my already ample library, focusing as it does on history, philosophy, and social theory, was complemented by her own growing collections on art, photography, and film criticism. She demonstrated powerful abilities not only to retain what she consumed but, more significantly, to synthesize it with increasing intricacy, combining Adorno with Robert Stamm, Gramsci with David Koch and Vandana Shiva, to form patterns of understanding and explanation uniquely her own. Having greeted the new year in Spain amid what might be described as a premature honeymoon, we spent the summer of '95 touring the U.S. Eastern Seaboard, driving first to Oklahoma to visit friends among my Kituwa band, thence to Natchez, Vicksburg, and New Orleans. From there, it was Savannah, then Charleston, a week on the Outer Banks, another in Maine, and on to Quebec, where she privied me to the domain of her time at Laval. Our route then meandered through Montreal to Ottawa, along the north shore of Lake Superior to Thunder Bay, then Lake of the Woods, stopping off at both Couchiching and Enigaming, and finally to Winnipeg. Returning to Boulder, we were married that August in a simple ceremony at the local courthouse, making a short trip to Mexico City by way of celebration. In the fall, Leah's life as a student commenced in earnest 160 and we outfitted a sizable building behind our house as a studio/study. Her painting began then, as did her photography, and a darkroom was shortly added. Eventually, when her film work started, a Bolex camera became part of her equipage. Frequent visits to art cinema houses in Denver and occasional excursions to New York to view key exhibitions. The 1997 Jasper Johns retrospective at MoMA, for instance, rounded out the package. The tools were in her hands and she used them well, staying not infrequently till dawn in her studio, moving paint, making collage, listening to the Velvet Underground and Townes Van Zandt. Her work was strong, and not just in my opinion. The first of Leah's photos was published by the time she finished her second year in school 161, and there would be many more to come. The small number of canvases she would complete yielded sufficient promise to attract gallery interest, her first participation in a group exhibit occurring just weeks before she died. 162 Her final filmmaking project, an ethnographic study of a working-class Euro-American couple undertaken from an indigenous viewpoint, so thoroughly reversed the genre's usual frame of reference that it stole the show the night it opened. 163 Having interned and then interviewed for a junior editing position with Encore Productions, she ended up at the top of their list of candidates. They phoned with their offer 2 months early. Her dream was coming true. But by then she was gone. Leah never really conceived of herself as a writer. 164 Perhaps in part because she considered it my turf, or at least because everyone said it was. As the essays collected in her own posthumously published volume readily attest, however, this was both unfortunate and in a very real sense unfair. She evidenced a potential in this respect at least as great as those centering in her preferred mode, of visual expression. Had her voice been allowed to reach its full maturity, aged and refined in its own way and at its own pace, one can readily imagine her achieving a truly interactive repertoire of articulation, juxtaposing or combining cinematic, graphic, and literary forms in a personal synthesis wherein each was compelled to function as a marked enhancement of the other's. 165. Her published writings were formal, at least to the extent that all but one, which we co-authored for publication, were prepared to fulfill the requirements of particular undergraduate courses. They are in that regard also to be considered finished. Yet, in that each of them was quite plainly intended to transcend the limitations of length and content so arbitrarily assigned it, each must also be viewed as something more on the order of a probe, a preliminary exploration by its author of the means through which she might subvert the sanctioned parameters of discourse to attain something far more meaningful, even liberatory, than the symbology of mere academic success. They are fragments of an immensely larger process of cognition, one which at the point of its termination remained very far from being either finished or complete. In and of themselves, it's probably fair to say that these papers were relatively inconsequential to Leah. As she said quite frequently, they represented no more than an expedient method of organizing her thoughts around given points or dots of information in such a way as to connect them, or at least render them connectable, to other such dots, ultimately revealing a whole much greater than the sum of its parts. It was only after attaining this broad base of understanding, and upon the foundation it provided, that she meant to begin offering statements for public consumption. She was, in effect, preparing herself, with utmost seriousness and quite systematically, to speak on her own terms, in her own voice, about things she knew should matter. While the bulk of her intellectual energy was expended upon subject areas conventionally associated with aesthetics, and despite the fact that she was plainly interested in conceptions of beauty, honing her own artistic sensibilities to an exceedingly fine edge, Leah's major concerns never really fell within such parameters. Her abiding preoccupation was always more with apprehending the socio-political contexts within which aesthetic phenomena arise, searching for commonalities of motive and source, unmasking the signifiers of their popular acclaim for what they might secretly imply. Thus, her emphasis on exploring the cultural landscape of Nazism 166, her comparisons of such terrain to that of Nordic North America, and her horrified fascination with the nihilistic sterility she attributed to both. As I said, she was busily connecting dots, actively seeking a means by which to transcend the ugly panorama of what she'd found. The unraveling. There were, of course, always signs that all was not well with her. Even in San Francisco, she'd whimper in her sleep, or awaken, trembling and terrified, unwilling or unable to name her terror. 167 And there were the rages, sudden and equally inexplicable, as when on my birthday that fall she celebrated first by treating me to dinner at a favorite seafood restaurant, then, shortly thereafter, by blindsiding me for no apparent reason with a looping right that split my lip so badly I was spitting blood 2 days later. 168 In the morning she tearfully apologized, saying she'd imbibed a bit too much of the wine we'd shared, lashing out in her confusion at someone or something from another time, another place, but not disclosing who or what or why. I hugged her, told her to forget it, asking no questions, glad only to believe her hostility had been directed at someone or something other than me. Although it sounds otherwise, her drinking was not a problem then. Many nights, we'd savor a glass, sometimes two, selecting most often an elegant Shiraz, a red Zinfandel, on occasion a Merlot or Pinot Noir, as accompaniments to our meals or conversations. In the first 2.5 years we were together, we drank with regularity as I've said. She prided herself on her knowledge of wines but seldom to excess. I remember her being drunk only thrice in all those months. Her control was clear. 169 punctuated by bitter asides concerning the toll alcoholism had taken among her family and how happy she was to be free of the same curse. And I, be it said, was glad for her. Looking back, I can see the undercurrents of what would happen surfacing mainly in the tension of her relationship with her father, the force of her need to bond with him, and he with her, the efforts both expended to make it happen, and their mutual inability to get wherever it was they needed so badly to go. 170 To me, she would defend him fiercely against things I'd never said or thought, or was even yet to realize, loving him in ways fathomable only in herself, struggling with all her might to absolve this small, remorse-ridden man of sins long forgotten, or perhaps never known at all, even by him. 171 In some ways, her attempts to accomplish this seem to have entailed displacing onto me the feelings of angry hurt he invoked, making of me his surrogate in this crucial sense, reserving for him only the tenderness that formed the other dimension of their compact. Be that as it may, from our first day in Boulder her rages would spike almost daily in what at first I took to be a youthful and unfettered jealousy of the fact that I'd had a wife, or perhaps a life, before her. 172 I mustered all I had with which to offer reassurance, to demonstrate the depth of my love, my commitment, the degree to which I respected and esteemed her, continuing to spend virtually all my time with her, lavishing her with clothes, with shoes and boots and other such finery. Her term of the sorts she'd never had. Our house was overhauled to Leah's specifications, from antique chests to Persian rugs, its wood-paneled walls refinished from end to end. 173 We shopped for stained glass, browsed through prints and paintings. A new Ranger pickup and later an Explorer were purchased for her to drive. I brought home flowers, a gesture so thoroughly out of character it filled my friends with wonder. We even had our hair cut together, she and I, in an upscale salon, another first for me. Still, month after month, she'd turn on me, without warning, often in the midst of something nice, disparaging me, my family. 174 Coming at me like a fury, clawing, kicking, biting, jerking out clumps of hair. 175 I covered up as best I could, doing clumsy rope-a-dope impersonations of Muhammad Ali, waiting out her anger, embarrassed when all too frequently I appeared before my classes wearing fresh scratches on my face, my neck, the backs of my hands. Things continued that way until early 1996, when, having arrived at some indefinable snapping point, I finally responded by slamming her backward against our bedroom wall, informing her that if she kept it up she'd be apt to land in a hospital. The look on her face told me I'd confirmed some secret dread far surpassing anything I'd meant to say or do, but she never raised a hand to me again. 176 Our lives seemed to level out for a while thereafter, reclaiming more than a hint of the richness which had been ours that first summer by the bay. Candles, concerts and cuddles, she called us then. Late that spring, however, a combination of things, among them a miscarriage 177 and her erroneous belief that I'd been carrying on an affair 178 put an end to all that. Our solution was to give each other a break. I drove her north so she could spend her summer taking Ojibwe language and experimental film courses at the University of Manitoba, leaving her with the pickup and flying back to finish a book and tend my garden. Before my departure, we agreed that in August I'd fly up to Winnipeg and we'd drive home together, leisurely, stopping off for a few days in the Black Hills along the way. Meanwhile, we'd talk regularly on the phone, sorting ourselves out. I finished my book that summer, and she her courses. 179 She also began for the first time to pound the powwow circuit, running the guts out of her poor little four-cylinder Ranger in blazing nocturnal jaunts from Winnipeg to Bemidji and White Earth and Leech Lake, feasting on fry bread and fresh fish, dreaming to become a jingle dress dancer, fashioning an affair with a man much younger than I, a Chippewa and would-be famous novelist, trying once again, as always, to fit in. I knew of her romance and accepted it. Indeed, I funded it by way of the truck and transfusions of cash used mostly for gas money getting to and from his place, figuring her as seeking somehow to even the score with me for what she misperceived as my betrayal, hoping she might at last square whatever fictive accounts she felt were in need of squaring. 180 She said that she had 181 but really she hadn't, and she was gnawing at me for imaginary infidelities before we were well clear of Canada. By then, I knew something much more serious than jealousy was at issue. Her drinking began in the fall, abruptly, with full force, like something undertaken by conscious design. And, in the beginning, I think there was a design to it, an intent, however forlorn and misguided, to accomplish something constructive. It was as if in her eternal struggle to come to grips with the meanings of her father and her childhood she'd decided to do in the most literal way possible what it was he'd done, to feel as he'd felt, to know firsthand the mire in which he'd been caught. Thus, she must have thought or prayed she might come finally and truly to understand him, to love him all the more or the better for it, and thereby herself as well. 2. I believe she was trying, ever so desperately, to show me, to help me feel, concretely, in the sheer misery of it, how it had been for her, why, at some level defying her every attempt to explain in words, she was the way she was. In this as well I think she hoped again, praying may have entered into instill some greater understanding, and, thence, to empower a stronger, better love, this one mine, or maybe ours. Had things worked as it seems she envisioned them, and surely they couldn't have, she might perhaps have found the salvation she sought, her happily ever after. Instead, jumbled as she was already between the signs and signifiers of her life, alcohol triggered not clarity but implosion, quickly eroding the feeble network of defenses she'd erected, stripping her of the coping skills she'd fought so hard to gain. By the new year of 1997, there were nights when the look of a frightened doe would define her eyes, her mouth contorting into a munch like a ring of horror, her soundless screams for help, for mercy, piercing my mind like rusty spikes. She'd found her own much worse version of that awful place where John had been. Thus was I confronted with a semblance of what had been suffered by that hideously maimed little girl still hiding within the person I valued above all others. During the first months of her unraveling, I ran an emotional gamut, passing from irritation to anger, through frustration to confusion, arriving in a state of bewilderment before moving onward once again, entering a realm of perpetual fearfulness, the kind that nibbles constantly, like a rat, along the edges of one's soul. It happened with such swiftness and kaleidoscopic complexity that I was never quite able to catch up with myself, regaining the balance or perspective that alone might have enabled me to grasp the magnitude of what was happening. Nearly 50 when she began to crumble in earnest, thinking myself something of a tough guy to boot, I found myself completely unequipped with either the tools or the toughness necessary to retrieve her, or even hold myself together. Trying very hard on both counts, the best I knew how, I floundered under the intermingling of her pain and mine, overwhelmed by an increasing sense of my own helplessness. Regressing some nights to a childlike state, I'd put her to bed when she passed out, later finding myself sitting alone in darkness, swaying back and forth on a chair as I hugged myself, weeping uncontrollably, mourning the lost comfort I'd encountered only as a 3-year-old in the warmth of my mother's protecting embrace. Having been there as a full-grown man, battle-weary and seasoned, I know where she'd been in ways otherwise impossible. Nonetheless, it bears repeating that I was fully matured when I went. How Leah, or any child, might possibly have survived it is something far exceeding my power to comprehend. She did so for far longer than I could have. And she was right in the end, having gone there, even as an adult, I can now feel the why of her, and love her all the more for it. Disintegration. That which is usually referred to as consciousness does not come pre-assembled. It is delivered along with each newborn in pieces, or, more properly stated, in a cluster of flows or streams, each related to but operating more or less independently of the others. 182. A foundational phase of both cognitive and emotional development in younger children concerns the integration of these discrete streams, bringing about a unified and internally coherent perception of the child's self and of the external world with which that self must interact. Things like viable self-concept and personality formation are entirely dependent upon this process occurring in an orderly fashion. Should it be significantly disrupted, psycho-emotional chaos can result, with one or more non-integrated streams of consciousness competing and often conflicting with the others. 183. The effect, which can be permanent, is that the child incurs multiple personalities or personality fragments and, thus, multiple perceptions of reality. 184. Early childhood trauma is probably the major cause of such disruption. 185. Predictably, the pattern holds true particularly in cases where traumatic experience, is/are, chronic or prolonged. 186. This, to an all but absolute certainty, is what happened to Leah. Almost from the start, she made mention of hearing voices, telling me of others who sometimes spoke to her and asking whether the same was so for me. At first, thinking she meant it in a traditional way, that this was her manner of informing me that she paid heed to messages conveyed by the spirits, I responded affirmatively, sometimes jokingly, saying yes, but only when I take the time to listen. She'd laugh, but also look relieved, seemingly glad to hear she was not the only one. Later, neither of us was laughing. I'd find her in the kitchen, standing at the sink, muttering, apparently to herself. If I inquired as to whom she was talking, she'd react with a start, as if jolted from a trance. Them, she'd say, and that would be that. As time passed, and her condition deteriorated, they became far more threatening. Eyes wild, trembling with terror, she'd argue frantically with unseen others, gesticulating, pointing to corners where she imagined them to be. 187. My attempts to calm her, to wrap her in my arms, would be greeted with a horrified recoil, she cowering, assuming a near-fetal position, arms up as if to ward off blows, pleading in a disembodied little girl's voice, "Oh, please, please, please. Don't do that to me." 188. There was worse, much worse, most of which I cannot bring myself to go into here. I will recount only that she would occasionally reach a completely inchoate state, nonverbal, lying curled upon the floor, hands to face, shuddering, bringing up moans, sounds of such primal intensity and from somewhere so deep within her that I'd be temporarily stunned, my own eyes wide and staring, mind numb, frozen upon a single question. My God, where is this coming from? 189. Then it would pass. Gradually, she'd allow herself to be convinced that I meant her no harm, that I wished only to tuck her in. On such nights, I'd often sit with her a long while, stroking her hair, sometimes singing to her in my flat-toned croak, and she'd smile, childishly contented, before drifting off to sleep. Perhaps in those moments I served in some way as a surrogate for her mother. 190. Or perhaps I emerged as some altogether other alter. 191. But I doubt I was ever simply me. I'll never be sure just who she may have thought I was, or who it was she feared. 192. For the most part, I tried, as I'd been taught, to attribute Leah's problems to her massive infusions of alcohol, insistently conflating symptoms and causes. 193. Not that the symptoms weren't in themselves worthy of attention. Smallish like her father, Leah would regularly drink an entire quart of vodka or scotch, cognac, anything handy at a single sitting. 194. She drank rapidly, for effect, eventually demonstrating an ability to chug hard liquor in the manner of Nicolas Cage in Leaving Las Vegas. She drank not to get high but for oblivion, to black out, during her last year, sometimes consuming so much that hospitalization was required. 195. From early 1997 onward, our lives were ever more firmly defined by the orbit of her alcoholism. We couldn't go to a concert or a movie without Leah getting sloshed, often becoming so drunk I'd have to carry her to the car. 196. If we went out to dinner, she'd shortly excuse herself to wash her hands, stop at the bar and get plowed. At public events openings, for example, she'd invariably humiliate us both, sometimes others as well. 197. If we had guests, she'd make it a point to announce she was not imbibing, then slip off by herself, thoroughly smashed when she returned. 198. We'd make plans in the morning to have a lovely dinner, just the two of us, as we used to do. I'd cook, but more often than not she'd come staggering in late, the food cold and candles melted, pawing at the meal with her fingers. After a while, a pall of fatigue settled over us, emotionally and physically, to be broken only intermittently, transiently, by reappearances of the one I loved. In the evenings, we sought refuge in the somnambulism of television, sometimes sharing a silent cigarette, sometimes not. Leah needed friends, and so did I. She reached out on occasion, usually courting women of some mutual taste, sensibility, or ambition, and there were takers, to be sure. Yet, craving them as she did, she'd turn, suddenly and often viciously, as she had with me, succeeding with a here-trending consistency in driving them away. 199. And I, as she isolated herself ever further, sealed myself in with her, trying to afford her some point of solidity despite it all, hoping she might find solace in my loyalty, the knowledge that I, if no one else, would always be there for her. This, she accepted, and I think she felt, but it had become truly an endurance test for us both. Her work, to finish school and to do well at it, became her grail, infused with an importance far beyond itself. For her and, in truth, for me it took on an almost mystical significance, as if, somehow, assuming only that she might still accomplish it, everything could yet turn out as we'd dreamed. I marveled then, and do so now, at the determination she brought to bear, arising most mornings with a hangover bad enough to have daunted Hemingway. Haggard and vomiting, she'd somehow focus on Foucault, on a film, a painting, signing on for credit hour overloads, acing them all, or nearly all, fall, winter, and summer, seldom missing class. The respect Leah garnered, she earned. Nowhere to turn. Nonetheless, and for what should be obvious reasons, by mid-1998, we were both aware we were into something way over our heads. None of my behavioral, token system sorts of gimmicks had seemed to make a dent. 200. I'd taken her on some especially bad nights to Boulder County's so-called Alcohol Recovery Center with even less effect. 201. She'd already tried AA and would continue right up until the end to cast about for a group or sponsor to whom she could relate. 202. That summer, she asked whether I'd be willing to underwrite some more professional sort of intervention. Although generally skeptical of the therapy racket. 203. And opposed to psychiatry as a matter of moral principle. 204. I had nothing better to offer. I told her to go ahead, absolutely, to try anything she thought might work, and never mind the cost. 205. The upshot, initially, was that one of Boulder's more prominent psychiatric hacks, after a brief consultation, informed her she was afflicted with bipolar disorder. 206. And prescribed Depakote, a drug he said would stabilize her mood swings. His diagnosis had nothing to do with anything. Leah wasn't bipolar, and the drug caused her hair to fall out by the handful, thereby complicating immensely her long-festering deficits in self-concept and esteem, but in subsequent visits his only substantive reaction to her lack of responsiveness to treatment was to try to increase her dosage. Appalled, she ditched the guy in short order. There followed a parade of equally inept practitioners, one of them suggesting she undertake something called rebirthing therapy. 207. Another offering to waive her fees if Leah would spend a few hours telling her all about Indians, still another recommending a 4-week, $7,000 alcoholism retreat, no guarantees, of course. It was not until the spring of 2000, nearly 2 years after she'd begun to seek help and barely 2 months before her death, that she was finally and properly diagnosed as suffering a severe case of borderline personality disorder, BPD, suicidally ideated to a dangerous degree. Offered immediate inpatient placement which she declined. She was placed on an accelerated outpatient schedule, as well as a strict regime of taboos to halt her alcohol consumption, and given a pager number accessing round-the-clock emergency intervention services. It is doubtful whether anyone could have done much for Leah in the time remaining to her. BPD is notorious among therapists and clinicians for its virulence and apparent intractability, the very term striking terror into the heart of a middle-aged comfort-seeking psychiatrist. 208 exhibiting a bewildering array of symptoms, overlapping heavily with both multiple personality disorder and somatization disorder. 209 patients afflicted with, or at least diagnoses of, BPD tend to be avoided like the plague by many caregivers. So much so that it is a standing joke among practitioners that the best means of treating borderline cases is to refer them to someone else. 210 Small wonder it took so long for any of the experts she sought out to be willing to call her problem by its right name. Had one of them been prepared to do so earlier, perhaps things could have worked out differently. Or maybe not. Even the Charter Centennial Peaks Adult Recovery Program, whose therapists finally did so, refuses, along with the vast majority of its peers, to recognize the source of BPD for what it is, and thus to treat it effectively. Preoccupied all but exclusively with the proximate causes of stress, that is, things in their patient's immediate environment. 211 and with the search for organic triggers. 212 or genetic causes. 213 they habitually evade the obvious prospect that deep, acute, and complex patterns of trauma could be at issue. The role of actual parental abuse in the development of this disorder has never been systematically investigated. Occasional case examples that include severe physical or sexual abuse in the background of borderline patients are found throughout the literature. Generally these are reported without any impact of the trauma. In the main, the idea that borderline patients may have been severely abused tends to be discounted or dismissed. Gunderson, for example, writes, "It is commonplace for the borderline patients to see themselves as having been repeatedly victimized and mistreated through a long series of relationships, often beginning with their parents. The possibility that this perception might have some validity is not considered." 214. Studies in which such queries have been not only posed but pursued reveal that between 75 and 90% of all patients diagnosed as borders suffer the lingering trauma of child abuse. 215 Where therapists have been willing to acknowledge this, and treated their patients accordingly, the intractability so commonly associated with BPD tends to evaporate rather quickly. PTSD is often undiagnosed in cases where secrecy or stigma prevent recognition of the traumatic origins of borderline personality disorder. Such patients often improve dramatically when the connection between symptoms and trauma is instituted. The negative therapeutic reactions so frequently observed in borderline patients might be avoided by early and appropriate recognition of the relationship between the patient's current symptomatology and its origins in a traumatic history. 216. It has been argued, in fact, that for these patients, integration of the trauma is a precondition for development of improved affect tolerance, impulse control, and defensive organization. The validation of trauma is a precondition for a restoration of any integrated self-identity and the capacity for appropriate relationships with others. Emphasis added. 217 In the alternative, treatment strategies often tend to compound rather than alleviate, much less fix, the problem. This being so, the question presents itself as to why the bulk of caregivers, even those willing to correctly diagnose BPD, remain so resistant to seeing the malady for what it is and thus to providing those who come to them in desperate need of help with the only kind of therapy known to be effective. Unerringly, an answer emerges from the fact that they are institutionally integral to the maintenance and functioning of the status quo. The overriding objective of the therapeutic state is and has been since its inception to rationalize the psychological ravages of business as usual, convincing its victims that their well-being is ultimately contingent upon acceptance of things as they are, that they must devise ways to adjust, to cope, accommodating themselves to whatever elite-defined psychosocial norms are most useful to the system at any given moment. 218. While this hegemonic enterprise has for the most part proven spectacularly successful, it breaks down where trauma is concerned. No therapist, irrespective of his/her ability to dissemble, can be expected to persuade a rape victim, for example, that what he suffered is a structurally justified phenomenon, the inherent legitimacy of which he is bound to accept. Nor can responsibility be conveniently dumped upon the victim him/herself, whether as a genetic flaw or as some form of character defect. In such cases, the source of trauma be neither denied nor effectively equivocated. It must therefore be acknowledged and condemned. In this, however, it is imperative that they be restricted to those which can readily be defined as deviant or anomalous, and thus either correctable within the parameters of the extant system, example rape, or outside it altogether, example the Holocaust. 219. Both diagnoses of trauma and attribution of its sources are thereby constrained to very narrow limits, susceptible to individuated responses. Consequently, the institutional posture is one devoted only marginally to healing, emphatically to minimization and containment. In cases like Leah's, where peeling the onion inevitably reveals systemic sources of trauma in 50–60% of psychiatric inpatients and 40–60% of outpatients, 220, as well as untold numbers of people who've never been diagnosed or treated at all, obfuscation is very much the rule. For the real nature of their malady to be admitted would be to condemn the system itself, pointing thereby to the urgency with which fundamental change in the existing social/political/economic order is required. An outcome more diametrically opposed to the mission embraced by the caregiving establishment is inconceivable. Of structural necessity, then, as well as the perceived self-interests of practitioners, patients, en masse, and systematically, are simply herded, misled, and deliberately confused, onto a conveyor belt into the oblivion of expendability. Thus was Leah consigned, quite cynically, by those who knew better, or had reason to wander about in the living hell of her splitting, her good self seeking frantically to excel, to please, to be well, to be happy even, while her bad self or selves waged what was for her a literal auditory and frequently visible campaign to subvert her every thought, move, and gesture, transforming them into ghastly mirror images of themselves. 221. The question is not why she drank to the point of undoing so much of what she might have been and said and done. The wonder is, and it truly is a wonder, that she was able to accomplish anything at all. Losing Leah. Leah spent May 31, 2000, the last day of her life, in her studio, pronouncing finished a large, painterly canvas she'd been working at off and on for nearly a year. 222. It was one of a series she'd approached, slowly, rather deliberately, in preparation for a show at a Denver gallery she hoped to mount in the fall. I stayed mostly in my study, reading, writing letters, reviewing a manuscript. We'd planned that morning, over coffee, to spend our evening quietly, grilling lamb and green peppers to accompany some rice, watching a video of Yuli's Gold, and maybe ending up with a late-night ride on the motorcycle I'd bought her for her graduation just 2 weeks before. A good day, all in all. A sort of softness had settled upon us that May, as if like weary boxers we'd retired to our respective corners at the end of some long bout, awaiting the magical decision of judges who were never there. Exhaustion, yes, a flatness even, but also something more. Leah had planted herbs just days earlier, as she always did, in a small plot I'd long ago shown her how to prepare. Then, for the first time, she'd quietly joined me in planting vegetables, laying in rows of corn and tomatoes, asking where to place the squash. And flowers, too, which she'd never done, in pots and the beds that surrounded our house. It had felt good to me, as if, perhaps, some unseen corner had at last been turned, a timid hope daring once again to well. We were resting up, gaining space, taking our time, regrouping for what came next. Leah had done well in her interview with Encore, as well she knew she'd been told and had applied to Canada's Aboriginal television network in the bargain. There was talk of her signing on to learn avid video editing at the Vancouver Film School, or perhaps in Toronto. One morning she'd awakened to ask me would I marry her again, renewing my vows. Embracing her so tightly she was startled. I'd said yes, oh yes, and this time by the pipe, in a traditional way, taking tobacco to her Uncle Peter for the ceremony. 223 She'd glowed then, briefly, showing me in that moment a glimpse of the radiance I'd neither seen nor felt for far too long. Her new program had helped a bit, or so it seemed, the counseling engaging her more, the interview slamming a lid down hard upon her drinking. Still, there were undercurrents always leading in the opposite direction, as when, doubting despite all indications to the contrary that she'd be hired within the field of her training and desire, she told me she was thinking of taking a job waiting tables in a nearby Italian restaurant. There was a sense of deflation about it, a peculiarly world-weary sadness, as if, rather than something triumphant, her graduation had marked merely the end of an illusion, a silly pretense, that she'd now resume her place in the life from whence she'd come. When her painting was done that last day, she came inside, showered and sat a while at a table, working on her Ojibwe language, using tapes and flashcards she'd made to help her form the words. I went out to start the coals, then to buy the meat. At about 7, I went in to ask whether I should start to cook. She was on the phone, smiling, glassy-eyed, voice thickening, a nearly empty glass of dark beer on the floor by her foot. "Oops," she said to whomever she was talking, "I gotta go now." Then, hanging up, to me, the beginnings of belligerence in her tone, "What's the problem, buddy?" "You don't know?" I replied. And she, suddenly meek, "Yes. I do." She'd taken antabuse that morning, and, knowing that drinking against the drug could make her violently ill. 224 I told her, as she'd said I should, to call her pager number. Without a word, she did. 15 minutes later, she called again. A few minutes after that, still again. She was starting to feel queasy, her face flushed, so I called, twice more. An hour after she'd first phoned, I asked her whether she was sure we were using the right number. She handed me a slip of paper on which was scribbled, in her counselor's handwriting, that for emergency intervention, day or night she should ring the sequence we'd been dialing. By then, my frustration was showing, and she, having talked up Centennial Peaks for weeks on end, was looking not only sick but embarrassed. 225 She said she needed to walk a bit, and, since she wasn't really drunk, I told her to go ahead, get some air, I'd wait where I was for someone to call. It dawned on me about 5 minutes later that I might have made a wrong move, a liquor store having recently opened less than a quarter mile away. Walking to the corner, trying to spot her, I saw she was nowhere in view. Returning to the house, I hopped on the motorcycle, thinking to find her, get her on the back, take her for a ride, reassure her that things would be all right. No luck. After a while, I went back to the house, parked the bike, and sat down on the porch to wait. About 20 minutes later, by then, it was fully dark, I saw her beneath a street lamp, reeling along toward me. Meeting her in the driveway, I said, "Well, did you manage to get good and drunk?" "You bet," she answered. 226. "Happy?" I asked. "Nope." I took her by the arm and led her to a chair on the porch, got her situated, and lit her a cigarette, one of the filterless Pall Malls she liked so much, settling into a chair next to her for what looked to be another long night. I expected she'd throw up at any moment, unsure what to do if convulsions set in. Instead, after a few minutes of muttering to herself and dropping her cigarette on the floor, her head began to loll and she passed out. She was breathing regularly, so I decided to let things ride. About 10 p.m., some 2.5 hours after we'd first started calling for an intervention, the phone finally rang. I went inside to answer. The counselor, Margie, explaining how she'd gone out for a movie and forgotten to take her pager along. 227 After absorbing the initial blast of my anger, she asked that I outline the situation in more detail. When I'd finished, she sounded worried, telling me I should bring Leah to the clinic immediately and that she'd meet me there. In all, the conversation had lasted less than 10 minutes. I was still receiving directions when I walked back out onto the porch, intending simply to pick Leah up bodily, plop her in my truck, and head for town. The problem was, however, that Leah was gone. It was then that I saw the blue strobes flashing 2 blocks away, on Arapahoe Road. Dropping the phone, I ran toward the corner, seeing people gathering around, emergency vehicles now arriving in droves, a hollow, sinking sensation in the pit of my stomach, hoping against hope. But there she lay, on the center line of the road, like some broken little bird. 228. As they loaded Leah into an ambulance, I trotted back to the house to get my truck and follow, stopping long enough only to fetch an eagle feather and a small bag of white sage and cedar, kept for times of need. At the small local hospital to which we went, they told me in solemn voices that a Flight for Life helicopter was already en route, that she'd be taken to St. Joseph's, a much larger facility in Denver, and that I should stay close at hand as I'd soon be taken into the emergency room. Knowing even then that she'd be lost, that loved ones are never ushered into such settings unless no other time remains, I went outside and squatted, back against a wall, as I had in Vietnam. 229 Sightless, mind empty, chain-smoking, awaiting what I could not change. There were no tears just then. I was not yet ready, and neither, I think, was she. A cop stopped, asking if I was all right. No problem, I told him, and he looked at me oddly, as if to say more, but, thinking better of it, moved awkwardly away. After that, I was in the room, knowing then just how really hurt she was, witnessing the terrible damage for the first time close up, her broken knees and shattered hands, the missing teeth, her tongue bitten through, hearing her struggle for every breath against the blood as, all the while, it was explained how the worst was what could not be seen, her shattered pelvis, and her skull, brain bruised and swelling against the fragments. 230. You should talk to her, a nurse said to me, and, knowing it was true, I knelt, taking one of Leah's hands in both my own, speaking gently in her ear, telling her for the last time how very much I loved her, my pride in being with her, a rare privilege even to have known her, how destitute I'd be in her absence. Then, having first to turn away in search of strength and calm, I let her go. Be at peace, my angel, I whispered. You've suffered much too much. They'd not allow me in the helicopter, of course, worried that she'd die in transit and that I might then lose control, becoming dangerous to everyone within that small, unstable space. So I followed once more in my pickup, driving alone those 35 miles, knowing she was lost to me forever, howling my despair. There were forms to sign, and waiting, still an hour before the coroner had finished and I was allowed to see but not to touch her, prevented even from placing a kiss upon her cheek, kneeling once more beside the gurney on which she laid, so quiet now, so pale and still, praying for the safety of her journey, offering a smudge, my feather, trying with all my heart to sing an honoring song. The tears came then, suddenly, against my will, driving me, impotent in my voicelessness, to the floor. Aftermath. I remember only the barest snatches of my drive back to the house that cold pre-dawn, and of the hours then spent trying unsuccessfully to reach someone to tell, with whom I might talk before calling her mother. Mostly I sat staring vacantly, in disbelief, feeling the sun rise, vaguely aware of things, her things, just as she'd left them, the little notepad lists of things to do, a book she'd been reading, a towel she'd tossed upon the bed. Walking to the porch, I found the sandals she'd been wearing, arranged neatly before the chair in which I'd left her. With that, I broke down for real, weeping as I'd not since I was 8 or 10, no longer trying to hold back, but afraid I might never stop. At a little after 7, thinking myself steadier, but really not, I called Barbara. Her screams were still echoing in my ears when, around 9 that morning, people, those to whose machines I'd spoken, began to arrive. My AIM brothers rallied quickly, staying for days, taking charge, allowing me my grief. 231 Many others came as well, humbling me with their kindness. 232 The next afternoon, a conference of sorts was conducted with the family by phone, John's brother, Fred, speaking for them all, asking what I wished to do. My reply, that I meant to bring her home, was well enough received. The answer to his query on whether Leah had left instructions that she'd wished to be cremated, her ashes divided between Lake of the Woods and Rainy Lake, was not. Barb felt the need for burial, in consecrated ground, and I, knowing how little Leah would have wished to cause more pain, accepted her mother's wishes, saying it would be so. A day later still, John, Barb, and the eldest sister, Rhonda, arrived by plane. With their approval, I chose a plain but dignified casket of poplar, a wood associated with the Lynx clan. 233 Three local women prepared her then in a traditional way, using sage and the eagle feather bestowed at her naming, dressing her in garments I knew to hold special meaning, her clan shirt and the beaded moccasins her grandmother had made her, a fringed jacket of which she'd been quite proud, the blue beret she'd found in Spain, a purple stoned bracelet I'd once offered in honor of her efforts at sobriety, silver earrings, and a necklace from her father. With her we placed Sweetgrass, a bundle sent by Zuni elders, a poster from her art show. Then we sent her north.